Story number 1. The Ghost of St. Mary's Church. I didn't believe in ghosts. Not really. I mean, I've heard all the stories, all the whispers, and seen all the films. But they were just that, stories, right? That's what I told myself. Anyway, I was young, full of bravado, thinking I was untouchable. But that night changed everything. It was a cold fall evening in Pennsylvania. The kind of night where the wind cuts through you like a blade, and the air smells like damp leaves and forgotten memories. My friends and I had been talking about St. Mary's Church for weeks. The old place had been abandoned since the 1970s. Long before any of us were born, we all heard the rumors that it was haunted by the ghost of a priest who had died there under mysterious circumstances, that it was a place where time itself seemed to stand still, trapping those who dared enter. Most of the stories were exaggerated, but they kept us curious. And curiosity was a dangerous thing when you were young. That night, we gathered at the edge of the woods, where the crumbling stone walls of St. Mary's stood like a forgotten monument to a time long past. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a sickly light over the decaying structure. The church loomed in the distance, its windows dark and empty, like eyes that had long since lost the ability to see. We were here to explore, to prove that we weren't afraid. As we crept toward the church, the wind picked up, rustling the dead leaves around our feet. A chill ran down my spine, but I didn't let it show. I could hear my friends' voices ahead of me, their laughter carrying in the still air. We were all nervous, but none of us wanted to admit it. Not yet. We pushed open the heavy wooden door, its hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The air was cold, colder than it should have been for a building that had been abandoned for so long. The smell of mold and dust was overpowering. But there was something else in the air, too. Something different, something I couldn't quite place. The church had once been grand. I was sure of it. The high wooden beams that arched overhead were still intact, though darkened by time and neglect. The stained glass windows, though cracked, still allowed the faintest slivers of moonlight to trickle in, casting strange shadows on the walls. It was eerily beautiful in its decay, but there was an undeniable feeling that something wasn't right. Presence, perhaps. We wandered further into the building, our footsteps echoing off the stone floors. I could hear the whispers of my friends behind me, and I could see the occasional flash of their flashlights, moving like fireflies in the dark. It felt like we were intruding on a place that didn't want us there. But we pressed on, eager to see if the stories were true. As we reached the altar, something strange happened. The temperature dropped suddenly, and I felt a shiver run through my body that had nothing to do with the cold air. I could see my breath misting in front of me, a thin wisp that dissipated quickly. We were standing near the altar now, just a few feet from where the pulpit had once stood. And that's when I saw it. A figure, standing by the far window, just inside the shadows where the moonlight couldn't reach. At first, I thought it was one of my friends. Maybe someone had wandered off to get a better look at the stained glass windows. But as I focused, I realized it wasn't any of us. The figure was tall, dressed in the long, flowing robes of a priest. His face was obscured by the darkness, but the shape of his body, the way he stood, rigid, unmoving, was unmistakable. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. My legs felt like lead. "Guys," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Look." They didn't hear me at first. They were too busy chatting, poking around, completely unaware of the presence in the corner. But then, one of my friends, Greg, turned and followed my gaze. His face went pale. "Who the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice low but frantic. We all turned to look. The figure was still there, standing by the window, staring into the darkness outside. But now, something was different. The air around him seemed to shimmer, as though he was standing in a heat wave, but it was cold. So cold. The feeling in the room became oppressive, like a weight had settled on my chest. I took a step forward. I didn't know why. Maybe I thought it was just some prank or some trick of the light, but as I stepped closer, the figure shifted. Slowly, deliberately, he turned toward us. That's when the world seemed to freeze. His face, I can't describe it. It wasn't human. Not anymore. It was pale, deathly pale, with eyes that were hollow, empty sockets that seemed to stare into my soul. His mouth was open, but there was no sound, just the faintest whisper, like the wind through the trees. Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure disappeared, vanished into thin air, like smoke caught in the wind. I blinked, my heart pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I wondered if it had all been a trick of my mind. But then I saw the cold, pale breath escape from my own lips, and I knew it wasn't a trick. It was real. We all stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, too terrified to move, too afraid to speak. But then the spell broke. Greg bolted for the door, running like he had never run before. The rest of us followed, scrambling over one another in our panic to escape the church, to get out of that place, away from whatever we had just seen. We didn't look back as we ran through the darkened woods, our hearts hammering in our chests. We didn't stop until we were out in the open, the distant lights of the town flickering in the distance. That night, we all swore we would never go back. And we never did. Not one of us. I tried to tell myself it was just our imaginations, that the dark had played tricks on us. But I know better now. I know what I saw. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right, I can still hear that priest's voice, faint, but there, calling me back. I don't know if he ever really left. Story number 2. The Ghosts of St. John's Church. I'd never thought much about ghosts before. Sure, I'd heard the stories, the old wives' tales you pick up as a kid, the ones that make you laugh nervously but never truly believe. You know, the ones, haunted houses, restless spirits, things that go bump in the night. I was an adult now, and I like to think I'd left those superstitions behind. But that was before St. John's. St. John's Church in Kansas wasn't special. At least, not in the way that you'd think. It was just a small, empty building now, tucked away on the outskirts of town, its spire rising above the rest of the forgotten buildings. It had been a grand place, once, a place of worship, of community, but the congregation had dwindled over the years, and by the time I'd heard about it, the last parishioners had left, and the church stood empty, abandoned, and decaying. Some said it was the wind, that it made the old building creak and groan in the night. Others claimed it was the ghosts of the old parishioners, those who had prayed in the pews and died in the town, that haunted it now. I didn't buy it, not at first. It was a cold October evening when I decided to investigate the church. A group of friends had suggested it, a small team of urban explorers, always seeking the eerie, the unexplained. We'd been inside old factories, long-abandoned houses, and derelict hospitals. But St. John's, well, St. John's had its own reputation. People talked about the place as though it had a personality, a living, breathing thing that didn't want anyone intruding. But we were curious. And curiosity, well, curiosity always gets the better of you. There were 5 of us: Eli, Sam, Jessica, Mark, and me, of course. We'd been planning it for weeks, researching the history of the church, and what we found only made it more enticing. The rumors were strange, odd even. People said that they'd seen the paintings in the church shift, that doors opened on their own, that whispers filled the air where no one was supposed to be. We met at dusk, the sky painted in dusky purples and fiery oranges. The wind was biting, sharp as it whipped through the trees, and the town seemed smaller. Somehow, as we drove away from it, we reached the church around 7. It stood before us, a hulking silhouette against the horizon, its stone walls crumbling, the stained glass windows shattered, yet somehow still intact enough to feel ominous. The doors were wide open, inviting us in. I suppose we should have turned around then. Something about that openness, like it was waiting for us. But we didn't. Let's get this over with. Sam said, already stepping into the dark interior. Eli led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The smell hit us first, musty, stale, like death itself had settled into the very bones of the building. The floor was covered in a thick layer of dust. The pews lined up like forgotten sentinels. The air inside felt heavy, too heavy, like it was holding something back, something waiting. We set up our equipment, cameras, voice recorders, and, of course, our flashlights. We moved quietly through the aisles, every step echoing in the vast, empty space. There was no sound of life here, not even the creak of the old floorboards beneath our feet. It didn't take long before things started to happen. First, it was the paintings, the ones that hung high above the altar, religious icons. Depictions of saints and angels started to shift. I thought at first it was just the way the light hit them, but then it happened again. Painting of Christ, his face contorted in agony, slowly tilted, then, just as slowly, it righted itself. "Did anyone see that?" Jessica asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We all looked up. The painting was normal again, as if nothing had happened. "Just the wind," Eli said, though I could see his jaw tight, his nerves a little more on edge. We continued deeper into the church, moving toward the altar. As we approached, I felt the temperature drop, the cold creeping down my spine like icy fingers. It wasn't natural. It wasn't just the chill of the building. It felt like something else, something more ancient and unsettling. "Do you hear that?" Mark asked. His voice was tight, strained. At first, I didn't, but then I did, a soft shuffling sound, like footsteps moving in the distance. We all stopped, freezing, listening. The footsteps came closer, then stopped. "Who's messing around?" Sam asked, his eyes darting nervously around the room. "I'm not messing around," Jessica said, looking just as freaked out. "I swear, I heard it too." We all looked at each other, a bit of uncertainty creeping into our group. There was no one else here. We had all seen the doors were wide open when we arrived. But the footsteps, they were undeniable. Someone or something was walking inside the church. I felt the urge to leave. I don't know why. It was an instinct, deep in my gut, a primal urge to run and never look back. But I forced myself to stay, to keep moving forward. We reached the altar. That's when it happened. The door at the far side of the room, one that led to the basement, I think creaked open, slowly. No wind, no draft, just the sound of old wood on old hinges. Then, as if on cue, we all heard it. The low hum of a whisper, soft and indistinguishable at first, but then, louder, more clear. "Leave!" I froze. And that's when I saw it there, standing by the altar, just inside the shadows. A figure, a man, or something like a man. His features were indistinct, a shadow that didn't quite belong. He was tall, his silhouette sharp against the faint light from the broken windows. But it wasn't his size or shape that made my stomach churn. It was the fact that I couldn't see his face. I don't know how long I stared at him, but when I blinked, he was gone. Mark screamed. Something invisible hit him, hard. It sent him stumbling backward, falling to the floor. He cried out in pain, clutching his chest as though something had pushed the air from his lungs. We rushed to him, helping him up, but the air felt heavier now, thicker, as if it were pressing down on us. "Get out of here," Sam hissed, his voice full of terror. "We need to go. Now." We didn't need to be told twice. We ran for the doors, but they slammed shut before we could reach them. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried the handle. Locked. Something or someone had locked us inside. And then, just as quickly as it had all started, the doors flew open. We spilled out into the cold night air, panting and gasping, as if the very act of leaving had stolen every last bit of breath from our lungs. None of us said a word, but as we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that the church was watching us, waiting. Those footsteps, those whispers, they would never stop. St. John's had claimed its victims. and it would always claim more. I haven't been back, and I don't think I ever will. If you ever find yourself near St. John's Church, if you ever hear the whispers, or see the paintings move, or feel the chill in the air, don't go in. Don't even think about it. Because once you've crossed that threshold, once you've felt the presence of the old parishioners, the ghosts that haunt those walls, there's no coming back. You'll hear their footsteps behind you. You'll feel their breath on the back of your neck. And worse, when you leave, they might just follow you. Story number 3. The haunted bells of the Presbyterian Church. I should have known better. I should have listened to the warnings. To the old man down at the corner store who whispered under his breath every time I mentioned the Presbyterian Church in New Orleans, he had said, "Those bells aren't just bells. Boy, they're the sound of souls trapped in the past." I didn't believe him. Not at first. How could I? After all, it was just an old church, standing at the edge of the French Quarter, weathered by time, forgotten by the world, a place that people had long since abandoned, and even the ghosts had grown tired of haunting. That was my view. Anyway, skepticism ran deep in my veins, fueled by the knowledge that these kinds of stories were nothing more than local legends, fodder for tourists and thrill seekers. But then, one stormy night, I found myself standing in front of the Presbyterian Church, with a few friends by my side. We were the kind of group that thrived on adventure, on the unknown. There was something about the atmosphere that night, the low hum of thunder in the distance, the wind howling through the streets of New Orleans, that made everything feel off. It had been abandoned for years. The doors of the church hung open, groaning as if pleading to be left alone. The windows, once beautiful stained glass, were now shattered, the frames warped with the weight of neglect. But it was the bells that had always drawn people's attention. People who lived in the area, people like me, who had heard the rumors. They were the kind of bells that didn't belong to a church anymore. They were the kind of bells that belonged to something older, something darker. And even though no one had tended to the church in years, no one had touched those bells, they still rang on nights like tonight, when the storm rolled in, when the air grew thick and heavy with something other than rain. The group of us, 5 in total, stood at the entrance. The church loomed before us, like a sentient thing, as if it could feel our presence, as if it had been waiting for us all this time. I felt the familiar excitement of a dare, the thrill of what might happen next. It wasn't the first abandoned building I'd explored, nor would it be the last. But this one felt different. The whispers of its past lingered in the air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. "Ready?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but I knew the others could hear the uncertainty creeping in. "We came all this way. Let's do it," Jake said, his voice filled with that cocky bravado that had gotten us into trouble more times than I care to count. With a collective breath, we stepped inside. The interior was just as neglected as the outside. Dust and cobwebs covered the once polished pews, now decaying and rotting with the passage of time. The air smelled stale, like old wood and mildew, and it was colder than I expected. A chill that crawled under my skin. A chill that wasn't from the rain or the wind outside. It was the kind of cold that made you feel watched, made you question whether the walls themselves were alive. We moved deeper into the church, our footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness, a sound that seemed too loud, too disruptive for a place so desolate. There was something wrong with the silence. It wasn't the kind of silence that comes with a long-forgotten building. It was the silence of a place that still held memories. Memories that weren't ready to be forgotten. That's when we heard it. A single, distant chime. It rang through the church like a warning. Its sound rolling over us like the weight of 1,000 years of history. But there was no one up in the bell tower. There was no one to pull the rope, to strike the iron. The sound came from nowhere, and yet, it filled the space around us, making the air hum with its presence. "What the hell was that?" Sarah asked, her voice sharp with fear. "Just the wind," I said, but even I could hear the uncertainty in my own words. The wind couldn't make a bell ring like that. Couldn't make it sound like the bell was crying out in the dark. We stood there, waiting, listening. Another chime, louder this time, and then another. The bells rang in perfect, unsettling intervals, their sound growing more insistent, as if they were calling us. They didn't belong to the church anymore. I realized they belonged to something else, something that had been here long before the church was built. We weren't alone. Not anymore. "Let's get out of here," Jake muttered. But it was too late. The air grew colder still, and we could hear it now, the faint sound of footsteps. Not our own. These steps were heavier, slower, dragging like they were coming from the very floorboards beneath us. They grew louder, closer, and I turned to see if anyone else had heard it. But when I looked, I saw nothing but shadows. The sound of the bells stopped abruptly, replaced by the unmistakable creak of wood on wood. Like something was shifting, something was moving within the church. I looked up to the bell tower, half expecting to see something up there, but the windows were dark. The bell rope swung gently in the still air, but there was no one there to pull it. "Guys, we need to leave, right now," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I turned to look at my friends, but they weren't paying attention anymore. They were staring toward the altar, their eyes wide with terror, and that's when I saw it. The figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, and shrouded in darkness. It stood motionless, halfway down the center aisle, staring at us with eyes that I couldn't see but that I could feel. The air grew thick with the presence of it, a weight that pressed down on my chest and made it harder to breathe. The footsteps continued, now accompanied by the sound of dragging chains. The sound of something heavy scraping along the stone floor. "Move!" I shouted. But no one moved. We were paralyzed by fear, by the cold, by the pressure that seemed to be squeezing us from every direction. The figure took a step forward, and the bells rang again, louder this time, their tolls like the roar of a storm breaking the silence. The sound filled the church, vibrating through the walls, through our bones, through our minds. The footsteps grew louder, closer. It was coming toward us, and we couldn't escape. I turned to run, but the doors we had entered through were gone. The entrance had vanished, replaced by a solid wall of stone. There was no way out. The bells rang one last time, a final, deafening chime, and everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I woke up, I was outside the church, lying in the mud. My friends scattered around me like they'd been thrown there. We didn't speak as we stumbled to our feet. None of us said a word about what had happened. We didn't need to. The terror was written on our faces, in the way our hands shook, in the way our eyes darted around, expecting to see something watching us from the shadows. We never went back. No one in New Orleans dared to. The Presbyterian church stood empty, but it wasn't abandoned. It was waiting for the next group of fools to wander in and hear its bells, to hear its whispers, to feel the cold. And when they did, when they finally listened too closely, they'd know the truth. Some places don't stay forgotten. Some things don't stay buried. And the Presbyterian church in New Orleans? It never lets anyone forget. Story number 4. The spirit of the pastor at Grace Church. I never believed in ghosts, at least, not until that night at Grace Church. I was just a security guard, doing my rounds like I had every other night for the past 2 years. A long, lonely shift in a place that had seen better days. The church, once the pride of its neighborhood, had been abandoned for years, ever since the last pastor died in the early 1960s. They say the place was cursed, haunted by the spirit of the old pastor who had lived and died there. But I didn't buy it. Ghosts, spirits, hauntings, all nonsense, right? But then came that night, that winter night. The wind howled outside, rattling the old windows of the church, and snow whipped through the empty streets. The city felt silent, cold, almost as if the whole world had stopped for a moment. It was the perfect kind of night for things to happen. The kind of night when your mind starts to play tricks on you. The night was heavy with expectation. The kind of expectant silence that makes every noise seem louder than it really is. I was on the late shift. As usual, the church was locked up tight, dark as a tomb. My job was simple: patrol the building every hour. Check that all the doors and windows were secured. Make sure the place stayed empty. It was an easy gig. Too easy. And, after a while, it became routine. But that night, I felt something shift in the air. I had just passed by the kitchen when I heard it. The sound of someone talking. No, not talking, preaching. I froze, my heart skipping a beat. The voice was distant, faint, but unmistakable. It was a man's voice, deep, resonant, carrying that old, familiar cadence of a preacher. It echoed through the empty hallways, like it had always been there, waiting to be heard again. The words were too muffled for me to understand. But there was no mistaking the tone. It was a sermon being preached at the altar. I stood there for a moment, my mind racing. The church was closed. There was no one here. I had locked every door myself. The lights were off. The heat was turned down. No one could have gotten in. I took a slow, cautious step forward. The sound was coming from the sanctuary, the main hall. I walked down the narrow corridor, the shadows of the pews stretching long and menacing in the dim light of my flashlight. I could still hear the preacher's voice, clear now, though it seemed to echo and distort as I moved closer. It was almost as if the walls themselves were alive, reverberating with the words of someone long dead. By the time I reached the sanctuary doors, the voice had grown louder. It was no longer muffled, but full and commanding, like a sermon I'd heard 1,000 times in my youth. The church's doors were still locked. I pulled on the handle, it was open. I stepped inside, my flashlight flickering as I entered. The room was dark, save for the soft glow of the streetlights outside, filtering through the stained glass windows. The pews were empty, just rows of cold, lifeless wood. The altar stood in the center of the room, bathed in shadow. There was no one here. The voice should have stopped, but it didn't. Continued, louder now, more urgent, as if it was coming from the very walls, from beneath the floorboards, from everywhere at once. I moved closer, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The closer I got to the altar, the stronger the feeling became, like the air itself was thicker, heavier. And then I saw him. The figure was standing there, in the dim light, at the front of the altar, a man, dressed in the old robes of a pastor. His back was to me, his head slightly bowed, as though he was lost in prayer, lost in the words of a sermon that had never ended. His hands rested on the pulpit, and he seemed so real, so solid, that for a moment, I thought I was imagining it. But the closer I got, the more certain I became. This wasn't a trick of the light, or my mind playing games with me. The figure was real, too real. And then, turned. I was frozen in place. The face of the pastor was pale, so pale it looked like it had never seen the light of day. His eyes were wide, unblinking, staring at me with an intensity that felt like it was burning right through me. His lips moved, though no sound came out. His mouth opened again, and I could hear it, the voice, the same voice I had heard earlier. "Come closer," it whispered. I took a step back, but my feet felt like they were stuck to the ground. My body refused to listen. The preacher's eyes didn't leave me. He reached out a hand, and that's when I saw it, his fingers, long and twisted, like old, gnarled branches. His skin was stretched thin, stretched too tight, and I could see the veins pulsing under the surface. He was decaying, rotting. His face began to distort, his lips curling in a grotesque smile. But those eyes were still the same. "Don't you want to hear the word?" he said, his voice now echoing in my head. It wasn't just a voice anymore. It was a presence, an overwhelming force that pressed down on me, suffocating me, filling every corner of my mind. I tried to run. I turned and sprinted for the door, but it was as if the room had stretched, as if the sanctuary itself had grown impossibly large. The exit was just out of reach. The voice followed me, growing louder, pulling me back toward him. "You can't leave," the pastor's voice called out. "I've waited so long. You must stay." I could feel the cold air on my skin, the icy fingers of dread tightening around my throat. Couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. When I finally managed to make it to the door, I turned the handle. But when I opened it, I wasn't outside anymore. I was back in the hallway, the same hallway I had entered from. And the preacher was there too, standing in the doorway, blocking my escape. "You can't leave," he repeated. "You belong here. You belong to me." I didn't wait to hear more. I shoved past him, blindly running through the church, my mind racing, my heart pounding in my chest like it was going to explode. When I finally stumbled out into the night air, gasping for breath, I didn't look back. I never went back to Grace Church again. The next day, I told the other guards. I told them everything. They laughed it off, said I was tired, that it was just a bad dream. But I knew what I had seen, what I had felt. And to this day, when I pass by the church, I still hear it, that voice, preaching from within, the sermon that never ended. The ghost of the pastor still lingers there, waiting for someone else to come in and listen, waiting for the next fool to hear the call. And sometimes, I wonder if I'll ever truly be free of it. I wonder if anyone really leaves Grace Church. Story number 5. The Wail of All Saints Church. I never believed in ghosts. At least, I didn't believe in them until that night. The night I visited All Saints Church in Wisconsin. I was part of a small group of tourists who had heard the stories about the abandoned church on the outskirts of town. Rumors had floated around for years about strange occurrences, disembodied voices, ghostly figures, and eerie sounds echoing from within its crumbling walls. Most people laughed it off, dismissed it as urban legend, a ghost story to tell around a campfire. But me, I was a skeptic. I thought if I went in, I'd be the one to debunk the tales and put them to rest once and for all. Boy, was I wrong. It was winter when we arrived. The night cold and sharp, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones and refuses to leave. The wind howled outside, a steady shriek that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The church sat in the distance, a hulking silhouette against the dark sky, its Gothic spires reaching upward like hands clawing for the heavens. The paint had long since peeled off, revealing raw wood and stone beneath. And the windows, those once beautiful stained glass windows, were shattered, leaving gaping holes that allowed the wind to whip through. There were 5 of us that night. 4 others besides me. We were all in our 20s, young, reckless, and full of that unearned confidence that comes with youth. We had cameras, flashlights, and a sense of adventure that would soon be replaced by pure terror. We crossed the threshold, pushing open the creaking door. The musty air hit us immediately, thick and damp, like the church had been holding its breath for years. The floorboards groaned beneath our feet as we moved deeper into the building, the faint smell of mildew and old wood clinging to everything. "Look at this place," Laura whispered, shining her flashlight across the room. Her voice echoed in the silence, but something about the way it bounced off the walls felt wrong, too sharp. We wandered through the nave, the long, empty space stretching before us. The pews were still in place, though cracked and broken, some of them overturned as if someone had abandoned the place in a hurry. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. Maybe it was just the darkness, or the loneliness of the building, but I felt it, deep in my gut, the unsettling sensation that we didn't belong here. That's when we first heard it. A soft, low sound, almost like a groan. It was so faint at first that I thought I imagined it. But then it came again. A long, drawn-out rattle, like someone was trying to speak but couldn't quite manage the words. We all stopped in our tracks, turning toward the sound. "Did you hear that?" Greg asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Laura said, her flashlight trembling slightly as she swung it around. "What the hell is that?" We all listened intently. Came again, louder this time. Closer. It was coming from upstairs. "I'm gonna go check it out," Greg said, his bravado taking over. "You guys wait here. Don't be an idiot," I warned. But he was already halfway up the creaky stairs. Reluctantly, the rest of us followed. But there was something in the air now. A heaviness. As if we had entered a place that wasn't quite part of our world anymore. We crept through the narrow, dimly lit corridor on the upper floor, the groaning sound growing louder with every step. It was like something or someone was in pain, a suffering, endless moan. Each breath labored, felt wrong. It felt like the sound of a soul trapped in agony. "Where is it coming from?" Laura asked, her voice trembling now. We searched the upstairs in vain. The sound stopped the moment we reached the front of the church, and we stood in stunned silence, each of us trying to make sense of what had just happened. The air was thick with something intangible, like we were being watched from the shadows, but we could see nothing. "We should go," I said, my voice breaking through the tension. "This place gives me the creeps." Just as we turned to leave, there was another noise, this one louder. A sharp, shrill cry, a scream that sent chills down my spine, came from the basement. I didn't want to go down there. No part of me wanted to venture into that dark pit. But I wasn't about to be the first one to chicken out. So, we descended, one by one, the staircase creaking under our weight as we made our way into the bowels of the church. The basement was colder, darker, and it reeked of rot. The floor was wet, and I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere in the distance. We moved forward cautiously, the sound of our footsteps muted in the heavy air. And then came again, the rattle, the groan, the unmistakable sound of a voice. But this time, it wasn't just a voice. This time, it was calling us. At first, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks. I thought I was hearing things. But no, it was there, clear as day, a whispering, calling our names, one by one. Greg, Laura, Eddie. My name came last, but it was no less chilling. I could feel the air grow colder around me, feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Get out of here," I whispered to the others, but they were frozen, wide-eyed, staring at the shadows in the corner of the basement. And then, I saw it. A figure, no. A shape emerged from the darkness. It was humanoid, but wrong. It didn't have the shape of a person. Not really. It was a twisted, shifting thing, like a blur of motion and shadow. It was hunched, its limbs too long, its face a blur of features that flickered in and out like a broken television screen. And as it moved closer, the sound grew louder, the gasps, the rattle, the cries. I didn't wait for it to come any closer. I grabbed Laura's arm, pulling her toward the stairs. Greg and Eddie followed, and we scrambled up the stairs like animals, desperate to escape whatever was behind us. But no matter how fast we ran, the sound followed us, echoing through the church, through the corridors, through the very walls themselves. We didn't stop until we were outside, panting, gasping for breath. The cold night air hit us like a slap, and I could still hear it, the sound, the cry, the names being whispered. It was too much. The thought of going back inside, of confronting whatever had followed us, was unbearable. But I knew we had to leave. None of us said a word as we climbed into the car. None of us looking back at the church. We never spoke of that night again. But I could see it in their eyes. The same look I knew was in mine. The same terror. The same realization. We had disturbed something that should have been left alone. And still, to this day, when the wind blows cold through the trees, I hear it, the wail, the whispering call. It isn't far. It's just outside the window, just beyond reach. And it's calling me. It's calling all of us. Story number 6. The Whispers of St. Augustine's Church. The sun was setting behind the ancient buildings of St. Augustine, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobbled streets of Florida's oldest city. The air was thick with salt and the faint smell of the ocean. But it was the chill that struck them first, an unnatural cold that seemed to seep out from the very earth itself. "We should have stayed in the hotel," Laura whispered, pulling her coat tighter as the wind picked up. Her companions, David, Ben, and Sarah, laughed nervously. The old St. Augustine's church loomed ahead of them, its stone walls darkening against the twilight sky. Its towering spires seemed to reach for something beyond the stars, as if calling out to them. The church had been abandoned for decades, closed to the public after the last congregation had left in the late 20th century. Yet it had become a curious landmark, a place that drew tourists with its eerie reputation. "There's nothing to be afraid of," David said, nudging her playfully as he pushed open the creaking wooden door. "Just an old, abandoned building." Laura didn't respond. She had always been drawn to the strange and the unexplained. But there was something about this place that made her skin crawl. The group stepped inside, and immediately, they felt the temperature drop. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of history, and silent. The only sound was the occasional creak of the building settling into the night. They stood for a moment, taking in the sight, rows of empty pews stretching before them, the altar shrouded in shadow, the stained glass windows, long abandoned and cracked, let in just enough light to cast warped, eerie patterns on the stone floor. "I don't like this," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "It's just a church," Ben replied dismissively, his voice echoing unervingly through the cavernous space. "It's probably just, well, old and dusty." Laura felt her breath catch. There was something in the air that felt wrong. The kind of wrong you couldn't explain but instinctively understood. They began to explore, their footsteps reverberating loudly in the silence. The musty smell of decay hung in the air, mingling with the faint scent of something sweet, almost like incense. The further they ventured into the church, the colder it became, until even their breath began to fog in the air. "Did you hear that?" David asked, stopping abruptly. At first, Laura thought it was just the wind, but then she heard it too, a faint, almost imperceptible whispering, as though voices were drifting through the walls themselves. Low, murmuring voices that seemed to come from every corner of the church. Sarah looked pale. It's coming from over there." She pointed to a dark corner near the altar, where the shadows seemed to gather unnaturally thick. "Stop messing around," Ben said, though there was a nervous edge to his voice now. "There's no one here. It's just the wind. Maybe the pipes." But Laura could tell from the look on Sarah's face that it was not the wind. The whispering grew louder, more distinct. Not words, exactly, but phrases that curled through the air. Faint and haunting, it was like hearing a conversation through a thick door, muffled and indistinct, but with a weight to it, a weight that pressed down on them, as if trying to suffocate them. David, determined to dismiss the fear creeping into his mind, stepped forward, moving toward the altar. "I'll go check it out." "David, don't," Laura called after him, but her voice was drowned by the increasing volume of the whispers. He reached the altar and turned back to face the group, grinning. "See? It's nothing." A sudden crash of footsteps, too loud to ignore, echoed from behind him. Laura's heart stopped. She watched, frozen in place, as David's grin faded. His eyes widened in terror. "Who's there?" he shouted, his voice shaking. The others rushed forward, but before they could reach him, David staggered back, his face pale, eyes wide with something far worse than fear. "Get out," he gasped, his voice a hoarse whisper, his fingers pointing toward the door, trembling. "There's someone here. I saw." He broke off as the whispering grew louder, now a full chorus of voices, rising from the shadows like a hymn of despair. But it wasn't coming from the air. It was coming from the very walls of the church. The walls themselves seemed to hum with an ancient, unseen energy. Laura looked to the others. "We need to leave," Now. But it was too late. The doors that had once seemed like an exit, a promise of safety, were now locked tight. The handles frozen as though held in place by invisible hands. The temperature plummeted again, a biting cold that wrapped around their bones. And then, from the darkened corner of the altar, a figure appeared. It was a shadow at first, a flickering distortion in the dim light. It was tall, gaunt, his face obscured, but the shape was unmistakable. A man, or something like a man, but not quite. His hands were outstretched, fingers curled as if reaching for something they could never hold. Laura felt her heart race. This wasn't just a trick of the light. This wasn't some homeless person who had wandered in, lost to the cold. No, this was something far older, far darker. This was a presence that had been waiting. David was the first to scream. It was a sound that shattered the stillness, piercing the air like a knife. The shadowed figure moved toward them, the slow, deliberate steps dragging through the dust, as if it had all the time in the world. The voices rose to a crescendo, a chorus of whispers that filled the space, pressing in on them, suffocating them. It was as if the very walls of St. Augustine's church were alive, breathing with the spirits of the long dead. "Help!" Sarah shouted, her voice broken and desperate. But there was no answer, only the endless murmuring of the shadows. The figure reached the center of the room and stopped. For a moment, it just stood there, its hollow, faceless gaze fixed on them. And then, with a sound that was both a whisper and a scream, it lunged forward, vanishing into the shadows before them. The group screamed and rushed for the door, but the heavy wooden beams of the church slammed shut with an unnatural force, trapping them inside. The last thing Laura heard, before the darkness overtook them, was the whispers, a single phrase, clear as day, ringing through the cold air. "You shouldn't have come." The next morning, the authorities found St. Augustine's church empty, save for the faint traces of snow beneath the door, and the oppressive silence that lingered in the air. No sign of the group was ever found again, but the church remained, empty, abandoned, and still haunted. The whispers never stopped. Story number 7. The Woman in the Sacred Heart Church. I wasn't supposed to be there. None of us were. But we were young, foolish, and a little too brave for our own good. That's what happens when you're in your 20s. I guess you think you're invincible. It's only when you've crossed the line, when you've stepped into a place that's better left alone, that you start to realize just how fragile that feeling is. And let me tell you, Sacred Heart Church in Michigan was one of those places. It had been abandoned for decades, a relic of the 19th century. The church stood like a sentinel in the heart of the small, dying town of St. Joseph. The locals never spoke about it much, at least, not openly. But I had heard the whispers. They said the place was cursed. They said that on certain nights, if you were brave or foolish enough to wander inside, you'd see her, the woman. She was always dressed in the dark, somber colors of the 1800s, her long black gown trailing behind her as she walked the empty pews. Sometimes she was seen standing by the front doors, her pale face just visible in the moonlight, and her eyes, those eyes. People said they could feel her gaze even when they were far from the church. I never believed it, of course, not until that night. It all started with a dare. There were 4 of us, me, Mark, Kelly, and Susan, who decided we were going to spend the night in Sacred Heart. We had no real reason to go. We weren't the type to chase ghosts, but there was something about the church that called to us. And like I said, we were young. We had no idea what we were getting into. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the overgrown lawn. The church sat on a hill, its Gothic spires jutting up into the darkening sky like a jagged hand reaching toward the heavens. Its stone facade was covered in ivy, the windows dark and lifeless. It looked like something from a different time, place out of place, frozen in an age long gone. "Well, here we are," Mark said, cracking his knuckles. He was always the tough guy, the one who led the charge. I'm sure it's all just a bunch of crap. Let's go see what all the fuss is about. We climbed the stone steps to the entrance, the heavy wooden doors standing before us like the mouth of some ancient beast. I remember feeling that twinge of unease in my stomach as I reached for the door. There was no reason for it. Really, just the weight of the building, the history, the stories that had followed it for years. The door creaked open with a groan, the sound echoing through the empty church. The air inside was thick with the smell of decay, old wood, mold, and something else, something musty, something that didn't belong in a place of worship. We stepped inside, and the first thing I noticed was the silence. It wasn't like the kind of quiet you get when you're alone in a big room. No, this was a heavy silence, the kind that presses on your chest and makes it hard to breathe. The floor was covered in dust and debris, the pews cracked and decaying, their varnish peeling away like dead skin. The altar stood at the front, untouched by time, but there was something about it, something about the way the shadows moved around it, that made my heart race. "All right, let's take a look around," Kelly said, shining her flashlight on the walls. "Nothing to be afraid of, right?" I agreed, but there was an undeniable sense of foreboding that hung in the air, like we were intruders in some ancient ritual. As we moved deeper into the church, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It wasn't long before we saw her. She was standing at the entrance, just beyond the heavy wooden doors. Her figure was tall and thin, draped in a black gown that flowed around her feet like water. Her face was pale, almost ghostly, her long dark hair framing it like a veil. Her eyes, though, her eyes were the worst part. They weren't just eyes, they were dark, empty pits that seemed to suck in all the light around them. And when she looked at us, I felt it. A cold shiver ran down my spine, a sensation like being pulled into a void. For a moment, none of us moved. I don't know if we were too afraid to speak, or if we just couldn't believe what we were seeing. But she stood there, watching us, her expression unreadable. "What the hell?" Susan whispered, her voice shaking. "Did anyone else see that?" Mark asked, his voice strained. I nodded slowly, though I didn't know why I was nodding. I felt like I was frozen, like my legs couldn't move. Then, without a sound, the figure began to fade, slowly melting into the shadows. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. "Did she just vanish?" Kelly asked, her voice thin with disbelief. I turned to her, my mouth dry, but before I could answer, a soft, almost inaudible sound echoed through the church. A whisper, a sigh. It was as if the very walls of Sacred Heart were speaking to us, breathing in time with us. My heart raced. "I don't like this," Susan said, her voice trembling now. "Let's go. Let's just leave." But it wasn't that easy. As we turned to head back toward the door, something caught my eye, a flicker of movement, just at the edge of my vision. And then, just like before, she appeared again, standing by the altar this time, her back to us, her head tilted slightly, as if waiting. This time, I could feel the temperature drop sharp, like ice spreading through my veins. The air around us seemed to grow thicker, heavier. I reached for the door handle, my fingers trembling as I tried to open it. But it wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, but it felt as though the door was sealed shut from the outside, as if someone was holding it closed. "Help me," I cried, but the words felt weak in my throat. And then, in a voice like the wind through broken glass, I heard her speak. "Leave, now." It was so soft, so quiet, that I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. But then the room began to pulse, the walls pressing in, the shadows thickening like they were alive. We ran. We didn't stop until we were outside, gasping for air, the door slamming shut behind us. The wind whipped around us, carrying with it the distant sound of someone screaming, wailing. It was her voice. We didn't look back. None of us did. We never spoke about that night again. But I know what I saw. I know what we all saw. We had disturbed something in Sacred Heart Church that should have been left alone. To this day, I hear her voice in the quiet moments of the night. It comes, soft and pleading, just like it did in that church. It's not a call for help. It's a warning. She's still there, in the church, watching, waiting, and if you're ever foolish enough to go inside, she'll be waiting for you, too. Story number 8. Echoes of the Final Curtain. I've always been enamored with the world of theater, the magic that happens behind the scenes, the camaraderie among cast and crew, and the thrill of bringing a story to life on stage. So when I landed the position of assistant director at the historic Lyric Theater in Chicago, I felt like I was stepping into a dream. The Lyric, with its ornate architecture and storied past, had been a staple of the city's cultural scene for over a century. Its red velvet curtains, gilded balconies, and grand proscenium arch exuded an old-world charm that was both captivating and slightly eerie. The production we were preparing was a modern take on a classic tragedy, and the cast was a mix of seasoned actors and promising newcomers. Among them was Tom Harrington, a charismatic lead actor whose presence on stage was nothing short of mesmerizing. Tom had a reputation for his intense performances and dedication to his craft, but there was something about him that hinted at a deeper, more complex soul. Rehearsals went smoothly, the cast and crew working tirelessly to perfect every scene. The theater buzzed with energy, the air thick with anticipation for opening night. However, as the premiere drew closer, strange occurrences began to disrupt our routine, casting a shadow over the excitement. It started innocently enough, doors creaking open on their own, lights flickering inexplicably, and the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the empty corridors late at night. At first, we dismissed these incidents as mere quirks of the old building or the result of our exhausted minds after long hours. But as the disturbances grew more frequent and intense, skepticism gave way to unease. One evening, after a particularly grueling rehearsal, I found myself alone in the dressing room. The room was dimly lit, the mirrors reflecting the tired faces of the cast members. As I checked the costumes and props, I heard a soft melody drifting through the air, a haunting, sorrowful tune that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I turned, trying to locate the source, but the room remained empty. Probably just the wind, I muttered to myself, shaking off the chill that had settled over me. But deep down, I knew there was something more sinister at play. The next day, Tom approached me, his expression grave. "Have you noticed anything strange happening here lately?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, sharing my own experiences. "Yeah, it's been unsettling. I thought it was just old building noises, but it feels different somehow." Tom sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I've been hearing things too. Sometimes, after rehearsals, I feel like someone's watching me from the shadows, and there's this song that keeps playing on loop in my mind, no matter where I am." Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to dig into the theater's history. I spent hours in the local archives, poring over old newspapers and records, searching for any clue that might explain the strange happenings. What I discovered was a tragic story that had been buried in the annals of the Lyric's past. Decades ago, the Lyric Theater had been home to a production of a similar tragedy, starring a young actress named Eleanor Whitaker. Eleanor was a rising star, beloved by both her peers and the audience for her undeniable talent and vibrant spirit. But during one fateful performance, Eleanor disappeared without a trace. The night was stormy, the power flickering ominously as the final act unfolded. After the show, Eleanor was nowhere to be found. An extensive search yielded no results, and rumors swirled about a possible accident backstage. The production was abruptly canceled, and the Lyric fell into a state of disrepair, its haunting memories lingering in the shadows. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a surge of determination to uncover the truth behind the disturbances plaguing our current production. I shared my findings with Tom, who suggested we reach out to a paranormal investigator he had heard about through an old theater network, a woman named Dr. Evelyn Carter. known for her expertise in haunted locations and restless spirits. Dr. Carter arrived at the Lyric Theater the following week. Her presence calm and authoritative. She set up her equipment in the main auditorium, placing EMF detectors, spirit boxes, and motion sensors throughout the building. As she began her investigation, the atmosphere in the theater shifted, the air growing heavy with anticipation and unspoken fears. "We're dealing with a classic case of residual haunting," Dr. Carter explained, her eyes scanning the monitors displaying fluctuating readings. "It seems Eleanor's spirit is trapped, reliving her final moments and unable to move on. The music you've been hearing is likely her attempt to communicate or seek closure. We decided to conduct a séance after one of our late-night rehearsals, hoping to make direct contact with Eleanor's spirit." The cast and crew gathered in the auditorium, forming a circle around the stage as Dr. Carter led us through the ritual. Candles were lit, their flickering flames casting long shadows on the walls, and the room filled with the scent of burning sage meant to cleanse the space of negative energy. As the clock struck midnight, the air grew colder, and the lights dimmed to a soft glow. Dr. Carter began to chant softly, her voice steady and soothing. The temperature dropped further, and a palpable tension filled the room. Suddenly, the grand chandelier swayed gently, despite the absence of any breeze, and the haunting melody of Eleanor's song began to play through the spirit box. The voice clear yet filled with sorrow. "Why can't I rest?" the voice echoed, sending shivers down my spine. "I need help." The room fell silent, the only sound the distant drip of water from a leaky pipe. Dr. Carter turned to us, her expression somber. "Eleanor is reaching out for closure. We need to honor her memory and help her find peace." Determined to assist the restless spirit, we delved deeper into Eleanor's story, uncovering details about her personal struggles and the pressures she faced during her rise to fame. It became evident that Eleanor had been battling inner demons, and her untimely death had left unresolved grief and unspoken words that bound her spirit to the Lyric Theater. We decided to hold a memorial performance in Eleanor's honor, a way to celebrate her life and acknowledge the pain she had endured. The cast and crew poured their hearts into the production, infusing each performance with a newfound sense of purpose and reverence. As we rehearsed, the disturbances began to subside, the once frequent noises growing quieter and less intrusive. The night of the memorial performance arrived, and the auditorium was filled with family, friends, and theater enthusiasts eager to pay their respects. The air was thick with emotion as we took the stage, each cast member channeling their own empathy and compassion into their roles. The performance was a tribute to Eleanor's legacy, a heartfelt homage to her talent and the struggles she had faced. As we reached the final scene, the stage lights dimmed, and the haunting melody of Eleanor's song filled the air once more. This time, however, there was a sense of peace and acceptance woven into the notes. The cast stood together, holding hands as we invited Eleanor's spirit to join us in this moment of closure. The atmosphere in the auditorium changed, the oppressive tension replaced by a serene calm. The shadows seemed to lift, and a gentle breeze swept through the room, carrying with it the faint scent of roses, a favorite flower of Eleanor's. The music swelled, the notes now filled with hope and release, as if Eleanor had finally found the peace she had sought for so long. A soft, ethereal glow enveloped the stage, and for a brief moment, Eleanor's apparition appeared among us. Her eyes filled with gratitude and serenity. She smiled gently, her presence no longer haunting but rather comforting, a symbol of the closure we had collectively achieved. With a final, peaceful melody, her spirit faded, leaving behind a lingering sense of harmony and fulfillment. In the weeks that followed, the Lyric Theater seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the lingering shadows and eerie disturbances becoming distant memories. The memorial performance had not only honored Eleanor's memory but had also united our cast and crew in a shared sense of purpose and understanding. The theater, once burdened by its tragic past, now stood as a beacon of hope and resilience, its legacy enriched by the stories of those who had walked its halls before us. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that the true magic of theater lies not just in the performances on stage, but in the connections we forge with each other and the spirits of the past. By honoring Eleanor's memory and addressing the unresolved pain that had bound her spirit, we had not only freed her from her eternal torment, but had also strengthened the bonds within our own theatrical family. And sometimes, late at night, when the theater is quiet and the moon casts long shadows through the grand windows, I can still hear the faint strains of Eleanor's song, a beautiful reminder that love, compassion, and remembrance have the power to transcend the boundaries of life and death. Because in the end, it's not just about the supernatural or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the enduring magic of the theater. Story number 9. Echoes of the Final Curtain. I've always been drawn to the old theaters of New York, their grandeur a testament to a bygone era of glamour and artistry. When I landed a job as a stage manager at the historic Harrington Theater, nestled in the heart of the city, I felt like I had stepped into a living museum. The theater, with its ornate balconies, plush red seats, and gilded proscenium arch, was a masterpiece preserved through decades of performances and renovations. The Harrington had a storied past, but one tale stood out among the rest: the tragic story of Eleanor Hartley, a beloved soprano who had graced its stage in the late 1950s. Eleanor was known for her hauntingly beautiful voice and captivating presence, drawing audiences into the very soul of each performance. But behind the spotlight, a darkness brewed. It was said that Eleanor struggled with the pressures of fame and a tumultuous personal life, leading her to take her own life backstage one fateful night. Since then, whispers circulated that her spirit remained tethered to the theater, unable to find peace. When I first heard the rumors, I dismissed them as mere ghost stories spun by superstitious staff and old-timers. But as I settled into my role, strange occurrences began to unfold, challenging my skepticism and plunging me into a nightmarish reality. It started subtly, doors creaking open on their own, cold drafts sweeping through the theater despite the absence of wind, and unexplained shadows dancing in the corners of my vision. First, I attributed these incidents to the theater's aging infrastructure or the long hours taking a toll on my mind. However, the disturbances escalated, growing more frequent and unsettling. One evening, after a long day of rehearsals, I was alone in the backstage area, preparing for the next morning's performance of Ida. The theater was quiet, the only sound the distant hum of traffic outside and the occasional drip of water from a leaky pipe. I was reviewing the stage cues when a soft, ethereal melody began to drift through the air, a song I recognized all too well. "Eleanor," I whispered, my heart pounding. It was the same haunting aria she was famous for, a piece that had mesmerized audiences and now, seemingly, lured her back into our world. I scanned the darkened stage, but there was no one there. The melody grew louder, more insistent, as if beckoning me to follow its source. Compelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I made my way toward the orchestra pit. The air grew colder with each step, the temperature dropping to an uncomfortable chill. As I approached, the melody intensified, wrapping around me like a spectral embrace. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the room plunged into oppressive silence. I stood frozen, heart racing, as the temperature plummeted further. Out of the shadows emerged a figure, tall, graceful, and draped in an elegant gown reminiscent of Eleanor's iconic stage costumes. Her eyes, hollow and filled with sorrow, met mine, and for a moment, I felt a profound sadness emanating from her very being. "Why can't you move on?" she whispered, her voice echoing through the empty theater. "The curtain never falls for me." I swallowed hard, struggling to find my voice. "Eleanor, I'm sorry. I didn't know. She floated closer, her presence overwhelming. You must remember us. Remember our stories, our pain, our triumphs. Only then can we find peace. Before I could respond, a gust of wind swept through the theater, extinguishing the stage lights and plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam piercing the blackness as I searched for her. When I finally caught a glimpse, she was gone, leaving behind only the lingering echo of her plea. The next day, I sought answers, determined to understand the ghostly apparition that haunted the Harrington Theater. I delved into old archives, uncovering news clippings and personal letters that painted a picture of Eleanor's turbulent life. Her suicide had left many questions unanswered, and it became clear that her spirit was trapped by the unresolved grief and unfinished business that tethered her to the mortal realm. Driven by a mix of empathy and fear, I reached out to Madame Liang, a renowned medium known for her ability to communicate with restless spirits. She agreed to visit the theater, bringing with her an array of spiritual tools and an air of calm determination. On the night of her visit, the theater was shrouded in darkness, the stage bathed in the soft glow of candlelight. Madame Liang set up her equipment, arranging crystals and smudging the space with sage to cleanse any lingering negative energy. As she began her séance, the atmosphere thickened, the air heavy with anticipation. Eleanor, Madame Liang intoned, her voice steady. We honor your presence. If you are here, please communicate with us. The temperature in the room dropped, and the candle flames flickered as if reacting to an unseen force. Suddenly, the stage was filled with an ethereal light, and Eleanor's apparition materialized once more, her expression softer, tinged with a hint of hope. Thank you, she whispered, her voice no longer filled with anguish. You have listened. We can finally rest. As the ritual concluded, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a serene calm. Eleanor's spirit faded, leaving behind a sense of peace that had eluded the theater for decades. Madame Liang assured us that the spirits of the past had found the closure they needed, and the theater was free from their haunting presence. In the weeks that followed, the Harrington Theater returned to its former glory, the strange occurrences ceasing as if they had never happened. The legends of Eleanor Hartley became a cherished part of the theater's history, a reminder of the enduring power of art and the importance of honoring those who have come before us. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that the theater was more than just a venue for performances. It was a living entity, a repository of memories, emotions, and stories that transcended time. By embracing the spirit of Eleanor and helping her find peace, we had not only freed the theater from its haunting legacy but also strengthened the bonds within our own family, ensuring that our traditions and stories would continue to resonate through the ages. And sometimes, during a quiet rehearsal or a late-night practice, I catch a faint echo of Eleanor's aria drifting through the halls, a gentle reminder that the spirits of the past watch over us, their voices intertwined with our own, guiding us toward a future filled with hope, understanding, and the enduring magic of the stage. Because in the heart of every old theater lies the essence of countless souls, each with their own story to tell, and it's up to us to listen, remember, and honor their legacies, ensuring that their voices continue to echo through the corridors of time, inspiring generations to come. Story number 10. Melody of the Forgotten Room. I've always been drawn to old buildings, their decaying facades and whispered histories calling to me like the distant notes of a forgotten symphony. So when I accepted a position as the night shift supervisor at St. Elmo's Hospital in rural California, I felt a strange sense of excitement. The hospital, a sprawling structure built in the early 1900s, stood as a monument to bygone medical practices and silent tragedies. Its ornate architecture and labyrinthine corridors held stories that the daylight hours kept hidden from the bustling world outside. My role was straightforward enough: oversee the night operations, ensure everything ran smoothly, and address any issues that arose during the quiet hours. The first few nights were uneventful, filled with the usual sounds of distant traffic and the occasional night owl patient wandering the halls. But it wasn't long before the peculiar incidents began to unfold. It started subtly, a faint strain of classical music echoing through the empty corridors late at night. First, I chalked it up to the hospital's old sound system acting up, or perhaps a patient's forgotten CD player left on in a room. The melodies were soothing yet eerie, a melancholic waltz that seemed out of place in the sterile environment of a hospital. One particularly still night, around midnight, the music grew louder, more distinct. The haunting notes of a piano sonata reverberated through the halls, bouncing off the high ceilings and ornate moldings. I grabbed my flashlight and made my way towards the source, following the sound as it led me deeper into the heart of the hospital. The music seemed to emanate from an abandoned wing, a section of the hospital that had been closed off years ago after a series of unfortunate events. The doors were padlocked, and a large sign warned visitors of hazardous conditions. But tonight, the doors stood ajar, inviting me into the darkness beyond. As I stepped inside, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping noticeably. The once grand hallway was now shrouded in shadows, the flickering lights casting long, wavering silhouettes on the walls. The sound of the piano grew louder, guiding me towards a large, ornate door at the end of the corridor. Pushing the door open, I found myself in what used to be the hospital's grand ballroom. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, and cobwebs clung to the chandeliers hanging overhead. The room was eerily silent now, the music having ceased, leaving behind an oppressive stillness that pressed down on me. In the center of the ballroom stood an old grand piano, its keys yellowed with age and its surface covered in a thick layer of dust. I approached the instrument cautiously, my flashlight revealing the intricate carvings and faded sheet music scattered across the stand. It was clear that no one had touched the piano in years. As I examined the room, a sudden chill swept through the space, and I felt a presence behind me, spinning around. I saw nothing but shadows dancing at the edge of my vision. My heart raced as I turned back to the piano, noticing a single sheet of music propped open on the keys. The notes were handwritten, the ink smudged but still legible. Curiosity overcoming my apprehension, I reached out to touch the sheet. As my fingers brushed the paper, the temperature plummeted further, and the grand piano began to play on its own. The haunting melody filled the room once more, the same melancholic tune that had drawn me here. I backed away, feeling an invisible force pressing against my chest, making it difficult to breathe. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling with fear and uncertainty. No response came, only the relentless playing of the piano. I glanced around, desperately seeking an explanation, but the ballroom remained empty. The oppressive atmosphere intensified, the air thick with an unspoken sorrow that seemed to emanate from the very walls. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to delve into the hospital's archives the next day. After work, I made my way to the administrative office, a dusty room filled with old records and forgotten files. Sifting through the paperwork, I came across a folder labeled "Abandoned Wing, 1924. Inside, I found newspaper clippings and personal journals detailing the tragic history of the ballroom. According to the records, the Grand Ballroom had been the site of countless celebrations and gatherings, a place where patients and staff alike found a semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos of medical treatments. But in the early 1920s, the ballroom became the backdrop for a series of unexplained deaths and accidents. A particularly harrowing incident involved Eleanor Hartley, a talented pianist who had been brought to St. Elmo's for psychiatric care after a personal tragedy. Eleanor was known for her mesmerizing performances, her ability to bring solace to those who listened. But her brilliance was overshadowed by her troubled mind, and she was often seen wandering the halls late at night, lost in her own melodies. One fateful night, Eleanor vanished without a trace, her body never found. The ballroom was subsequently abandoned, the tragic events haunting the staff and leading to the wing's closure. As I pieced together Eleanor's story, The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. It seemed that her spirit was bound to the grand piano, her unfinished symphony echoing through the empty halls. Unable to find peace, the music was her plea for help, a desperate attempt to communicate her unresolved sorrow and untimely demise. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the ballroom the following night, determined to confront the lingering spirit and help Eleanor find closure. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew heavy, the same haunting melody beginning to play once more. I stood in the center of the ballroom, my flashlight casting long shadows as I called out to Eleanor. "Eleanor, I know your story. I'm here to help you find peace," I declared, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. The air grew colder, and the grand piano's music swelled, the notes filled with a palpable longing. Suddenly, the apparition of Eleanor Hartley materialized before me, her ethereal form shimmering in the dim light. Her eyes, filled with sorrow and desperation, met mine, and I felt a connection that transcended the boundaries of life and death. "Why can't I move on?" she whispered, her voice a haunting echo. "I'm trapped here, my symphony incomplete." I took a deep breath, reaching out to her with empathy. "Eleanor, I understand. Let me help you finish your symphony, so you can finally rest." With determination, I approached the piano, the keys responding to my touch as I began to play. The melody flowed through me, each note infused with the pain and longing that Eleanor had endured. As I played, the atmosphere in the ballroom shifted, the oppressive sorrow giving way to a sense of hope and release. Eleanor's apparition watched silently, her form growing more translucent as the music reached its crescendo. The final notes lingered in the air, and a peaceful silence settled over the room. Eleanor's spirit began to fade, her expression softening into one of gratitude and tranquility. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with relief. "I can finally rest." As her spirit vanished, the grand piano ceased its playing. The ballroom bathed in a serene calm. The oppressive presence that had haunted the hospital for decades was lifted, replaced by a sense of closure and peace that had long eluded us. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences at St. Elmo's Hospital ceased entirely. The abandoned wing was finally reopened, transformed into a memorial space honoring the lives lost and the spirits that had once roamed its halls. The grand piano stood as a centerpiece, its keys no longer haunted by the echoes of unfinished melodies, but serving as a tribute to Eleanor Hartley's enduring legacy. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that some spirits linger not out of malice but from a place of unresolved sorrow and a yearning for closure. By listening to their stories and addressing their pain, we can help bridge the gap between the living and the dead, ensuring that no voice remains unheard and no soul remains restless. And sometimes, late at night, when the moon casts long shadows through the hospital's high windows, I can still hear the faint strains of a piano sonata drifting through the halls, a gentle reminder of the power of compassion and the enduring spirit of those who have come before us. Because in the end, it's not just about the haunting or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the everlasting bonds of our shared humanity. Story number 11. The Woman in the Mirror. I've always been drawn to old buildings, places where time seems to stand still, preserving whispers of stories long forgotten. So when I took a job as the night manager at the Magnolia Grand Hotel in Tampa, Florida, I felt like I was stepping into a living museum. The Magnolia, with its grand facade and ornate architecture, had been a staple of the community for over a century. The sprawling verandas, intricate woodwork, and the centerpiece antique mirror in the hallway were the hallmarks of its enduring charm. The hotel had a storied past, filled with tales of glamour and tragedy. But one story stood out above the rest, the legend of the woman in the mirror. According to local lore, decades ago, A guest named Evelyn Whitaker had died under mysterious circumstances in room 217. Her sudden death had cast a shadow over the hotel, and ever since, guests and staff alike reported seeing her reflection in the antique mirror, even when no one was around. I remember my first night on the job vividly. The lobby was dimly lit, the grand chandelier casting soft glows on the polished marble floors. As I made my rounds, ensuring everything was in order, I couldn't help but notice the antique mirror hanging majestically at the end of the main hallway. It was an exquisite piece, framed in ornate gold with intricate carvings that seemed to tell a story of their own. Around midnight, as the hotel settled into its nightly rhythm, I decided to take a closer look at the mirror. The hallway was eerily quiet, the only sound being the distant hum of traffic outside. I approached the mirror, admiring its craftsmanship, when suddenly, I saw her, Evelyn Whitaker, standing in the reflection. She was dressed in a flowing gown, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. My heart pounded as I turned to face her. But the hallway was empty. There was no one there. Shaken, I backed away, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the sight of her lingered in my mind, a haunting image that refused to fade. The next morning, I brought it up with Mrs. Langley, the longtime front desk manager. "Mrs. Langley, do you know anything about the woman in the mirror?" I asked, my voice tinged with unease. She gave me a knowing look, her eyes reflecting years of experience with the hotel's mysteries. "Ah, Evelyn Whitaker," she sighed. "She was one of our most esteemed guests. Tragically, she passed away here many years ago. Since then, her spirit hasn't found peace, and she often appears in the mirror, unable to move on. Determined to get to the bottom of the haunting, I began delving into the hotel's history. I spent countless hours in the local archives, sifting through old newspapers and records, piecing together Evelyn's story. What I discovered was a tale of love, betrayal, and unresolved grief. Evelyn had been engaged to a prominent businessman, but their relationship had soured under the weight of his ambition and her own personal struggles. On the night of her death, it was rumored that she had confronted him in the very hallway where the mirror now hung, a confrontation that ended in tragedy. As the weeks went by, the occurrences intensified. Guests reported seeing Evelyn's reflection in the mirror, hearing her faint whispers, and feeling an inexplicable chill in the air. Staff members shared stories of objects moving on their own, doors slamming shut, and shadowy figures lurking just out of sight. The Magnolia Grand had always been a place of elegance and sophistication, but now, it seemed haunted by the very sorrow it sought to hide. One particularly stormy night, as lightning illuminated the darkened sky, I found myself alone in the hallway. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows and sending shivers down my spine. I approached the mirror once more, the storm's fury reflected in its glass. As I stared into it, Evelyn appeared again, her eyes pleading and her expression one of deep anguish. "Why can't you let me go?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the thunderclap. I reached out, my fingers trembling, trying to offer comfort. "Evelyn, I'm so sorry for what happened. I want to help you find peace." The room seemed to grow colder, the storm outside mirroring the turmoil within the mirror. Evelyn's image flickered, her form wavering like a reflection in disturbed water. "There are things left unsaid," she murmured, "memories that bind me to this place." Determined to help her, I sought out Mrs. Langley's guidance. She led me to the hotel's basement, where a forgotten office lay hidden behind a heavy door. Dust-covered desks and old photographs hinted at the lives that had passed through these walls. Among the debris, I found Evelyn's personal belongings, a diary, a photograph of her and her fiancé, and a faded letter addressed to her fiancé, never sent. As I read through her diary, I discovered the depth of her despair. Her words were filled with longing and regret, a desperate attempt to reach out to someone who had pushed her away. The letter revealed a final plea for understanding, a hope that one day, things would be different. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to perform a ritual to help Evelyn release her spirit. With Mrs. Langley's assistance, we set up a quiet space in the grand ballroom, placing Evelyn's belongings on a table and lighting candles to honor her memory. As we began the ritual, the atmosphere in the hotel shifted, the air thick with anticipation and unspoken emotions. Evelyn appeared one last time, her presence both ethereal and palpable. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with a sense of relief. "I can finally rest." As the final candle flickered out, the oppressive energy that had plagued the Magnolia Grand lifted, replaced by a serene calm that filled the room. The mirror no longer held her sorrowful reflection, and the hotel seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its haunted legacy finally laid to rest. In the days that followed, the disturbances ceased entirely. Guests returned to their peaceful stays, and the staff no longer spoke of shadowy figures or eerie whispers. The Magnolia Grand stood as a testament to resilience and redemption, its grand halls now filled with the echoes of laughter and joy once more. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that some spirits linger not out of malice but from a place of unresolved pain and unspoken words. By acknowledging Evelyn's story and offering her the closure she needed, we had not only freed her from her eternal torment but had also restored peace to a place that had long been shrouded in sorrow. And sometimes, when I pass by the grand mirror in the hallway, I see a faint shimmer, a gentle reminder of the woman who once haunted its reflection. It serves as a testament to the power of compassion and the enduring bonds that tie us to our past, ensuring that no story remains unheard and no soul remains restless. Because in the end, it's not just about the supernatural or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the enduring magic of our shared humanity. Story number 12. Whispers in the Evergreen. I've always found solace in the wilderness, the towering pines and dense underbrush offering a respite from the relentless pace of Seattle life. So when my group of friends, Sarah, Mike, Jenna, and Tom, decided to celebrate Tetenguindan with a camping trip in the remote stretches of the Olympic National Forest, I was all in. We wanted to honor our Vietnamese heritage while escaping the city's chaos, blending tradition with the serenity of nature. The plan was simple: set up camp, share stories, enjoy traditional dishes, and watch the first sunrise of the new lunar year. We arrived on a crisp December evening, the sky painted with hues of orange and purple as the sun dipped below the horizon. The forest was alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. Setting up our tents and gathering firewood felt almost ceremonial, a way to connect with both our heritage and the timeless rhythm of the wilderness. As night fell, we built a roaring fire, the flames dancing and casting flickering shadows on our faces. Sarah, the most spiritually inclined among us, began sharing stories of ancestral spirits and the importance of honoring our forebears during Tet. Her voice carried a reverence that made the night feel sacred, the stars overhead twinkling like watchful eyes. After a hearty meal of banh chung and thit ko, we settled into a comfortable silence, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. It was Jenna who first noticed the strange sounds, a deep, rhythmic breathing that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the forest. At first, we dismissed it as the wind or the distant call of wildlife. But the breathing grew louder, more pronounced, a heavy, labored sound that sent a chill down my spine. "Did you guys hear that?" Jenna asked, her voice tinged with unease. Mike nodded, his brow furrowing. "Yeah, it's like someone's breathing really heavily. Weird." "Ha!" I tried to shrug it off, convincing myself it was nothing more than the natural sounds of the forest at night. But as the hours passed, the breathing persisted, interspersed with faint footsteps crunching on the forest floor. The sounds were unnerving, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension that made it hard to relax. Around midnight, as the fire dwindled to glowing embers, the phenomena intensified. Sarah suggested we perform a small ritual to honor our ancestors, hoping to bring peace and protection to our campsite. We arranged candles in a circle, placed offerings of fruit and incense in the center, and began chanting traditional prayers. Her voice, steady and soothing, seemed to momentarily quiet the unsettling sounds, bringing a sense of calm. But peace was fleeting. Just as we thought the disturbances had subsided, the breathing resumed, now accompanied by whispering voices that echoed through the trees. We strained our ears, trying to make out the words, but they remained unintelligible, carried away by the wind before we could grasp their meaning. Tom, ever the skeptic, scoffed at our growing apprehension. Probably just some hikers messing around, he suggested, though his uneasy glance betrayed his doubt. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, we decided to investigate. Grabbing flashlights, we ventured deeper into the forest. Following the source of the breathing and whispers, the path was barely visible, overgrown with moss and shadowed by towering pines that seemed to close in around us. The air grew colder, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the distant, haunting sounds that guided our steps. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon an old, abandoned cabin nestled in a clearing. Its dilapidated structure was overgrown with ivy, windows shattered and boarded up. A sense of foreboding washed over me as we approached, the air thick with an unspoken dread. The breathing was louder here, emanating from within the cabin's decaying walls. Jenna, trembling, pushed open the creaky door. The interior was dark, save for the pale moonlight filtering through the broken windows. Dust motes danced in the air, and the remnants of old furniture lay scattered and broken. As we stepped inside, the temperature plummeted, our breath visible in the frigid air. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, plunging the room into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the blackness. There, in the corner of the room, we saw her, a ghostly figure of a woman in traditional Vietnamese attire, her eyes hollow and her expression one of profound sorrow. "Why are you here?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. The apparition raised a hand, pointing towards a cracked mirror hanging on the wall. In the reflection, we saw not just her, but the silhouettes of other figures, men and women, children, all trapped within the glass. The breathing became a cacophony, the whispers growing louder and more desperate. Mike, trying to remain rational, stepped forward. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" The woman's voice echoed through the room, ethereal and haunting. "We are lost, bound by tragedy. Help us find peace." Realizing that the spirits were trapped by unresolved pain and loss, we knew we had to help them. Recalling the stories Sarah had shared about honoring our ancestors, we decided to perform a ritual of closure. Gathering whatever we could find in the cabin, candles, incense, and the remnants of our offerings, we began the ceremony, chanting prayers and offering words of comfort. As we performed the ritual, the atmosphere shifted, the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of warmth and serenity. The spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light as the mirror reflected their peaceful departures. The cabin no longer felt like a place of torment, but rather a space of healing and release. With the spirits finally at peace, the door to the cabin swung open, and the sounds of the forest returned to normal. We left the clearing, the first light of dawn breaking through the trees, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Exhausted but relieved, we made our way back to our campsite, the haunting memories of the night slowly fading into the background. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences ceased entirely. The forest felt calmer, the air lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. Our Tet celebration continued with renewed joy and gratitude, the experience serving as a poignant reminder of the importance of honoring our past and the spirits that linger within it. Reflecting on that night, I realized that some places hold secrets that transcend time. and some souls yearn for recognition and peace. By acknowledging their existence and offering our respect, we can help bridge the gap between the living and the dead, ensuring that no story remains unheard and no spirit remains restless. And sometimes, when the night is still and the first whispers of Tet fill the air, I catch a faint echo of breathing and soft whispers carried by the wind, a gentle reminder that the spirits of the past are watching over us, their stories intertwined with our own, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the enduring bonds of family and tradition. Because in the end, it's not just about the supernatural or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward a future filled with hope, understanding, and the enduring spirit of our ancestors. Story number 13. Whispers on Route 66. Driving the old Route 66 through the heart of Texas was always an experience steeped in nostalgia and solitude. The highway, stretching endlessly through desolate landscapes and ghost towns, carried with it the echoes of countless stories and secrets. As a seasoned bus driver for the Greyhound Company, I'd spent years navigating its twists and turns. But nothing had prepared me for the haunting tales that locals whispered about the midnight runs. It was late October, and the nights were growing colder, the sky often blanketed with thick, ominous clouds that obscured the stars. My bus, a vintage model from the 1960s, creaked and groaned as it traversed the winding roads, its engine a comforting rumble in the otherwise silent darkness. The passengers were few, mostly late-night travelers seeking refuge from the storm brewing on the horizon. On this particular night, as the bus approached mile marker 134, a stretch of highway notorious for its eerie stillness, I felt a chill run down my spine. The road ahead was shrouded in mist, the headlights barely cutting through the dense fog. I glanced in the rearview mirror, ensuring all was in order, when I noticed something unusual. There, sitting in the back of the bus, was a woman in traditional Vietnamese attire, her face serene but her eyes hollow and distant. She was dressed in a flowing áo dai, the fabric shimmering under the dim interior lights. My breath caught in my throat. I blinked, and she was gone. When I turned back, the seat was empty, as if she had vanished into thin air. I rubbed my eyes, trying to dismiss the image as a trick of the light or perhaps a reflection from the mirror. But the unease lingered, shaking off the feeling. I continued driving, the bus now filled with a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. Minutes later, another figure appeared, this time, a man in a military uniform, his expression grim and haunted. His eyes met mine through the mirror, filled with sorrow and longing. Before I could react, he too vanished, leaving me alone with the oppressive darkness. My heart pounded as I considered the legends I'd heard from fellow drivers. They spoke of the ghost route, a desolate stretch where spirits of a tragic accident lingered, unable to find peace. Decades ago, a catastrophic bus crash had occurred at this very spot, claiming the lives of nearly 50 passengers. The spirits of those lost were said to roam the highway, their restless souls forever trapped in a cycle of fear and sorrow. Determined to make sense of the apparitions, I decided to slow down, giving the supernatural visitors space. But as I eased the bus into a lighter speed, the disturbances intensified. The temperature inside the bus dropped sharply, my breath visible in the frigid air. The headlights flickered, casting long, wavering shadows that danced along the walls. I reached for the radio, hoping to find some clarity, but all I received was static. "Come on, baby," I muttered, trying to keep my nerves steady. The bus seemed to hum with an unseen energy, the air thick with the presence of the trapped spirits. Suddenly, the bus lurched forward, as if propelled by an invisible force. I fought to regain control, the steering wheel slipping through my grasp as the bus accelerated uncontrollably. The fog outside seemed to close in, the road twisting and turning in impossible ways. I could hear the distant sound of children laughing, their voices echoing through the mist like a haunting melody. "Please, let us go," a voice whispered, faint but clear. It was the woman's voice from earlier, filled with a desperate plea. "Help us find peace." Tears welled up in my eyes as the realization hit me. I couldn't continue driving like this. The spirits were reaching out, seeking closure for their untimely deaths. I had to help them, not just for their sake, but for my own sanity. Pulling over to the side of the road, I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The bus seemed to settle, the oppressive energy lifting slightly. I reached into my glove compartment and pulled out a notebook, jotting down everything I had experienced in the hope that someone might understand the horrors that plagued Route 66. Determined to honor the spirits, I began researching the accident, reaching out to local historians and families of the victims. What I uncovered was a tale of tragedy and unanswered questions. A night when a bus carrying eager passengers to a family reunion collided with a truck in a violent storm, leaving the highway scarred by the wreckage and the lives lost. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to take a stand. On the anniversary of the accident, I organized a memorial service, inviting the families of the victims and the local community to come together and remember those who had perished. We gathered at the site of the crash, laying wreaths and sharing stories, the air filled with a sense of sorrow and hope. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the desolate highway, I felt a sense of peace wash over me. The bus no longer felt like a vessel of fear, but a symbol of remembrance and respect. The spirits of those lost could finally find the closure they had long sought, their restless souls given the acknowledgement and honor they deserved. In the weeks that followed, the disturbances on Route 66 ceased, the highway returning to its tranquil state. The legends of the ghost route became a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of memory. I continued driving the route, now with a renewed sense of purpose and reverence, knowing that I had played a part in helping the spirits find peace. And sometimes, on the darkest of nights, when the mist rolls in thick and the road stretches out endlessly before me, I can still hear the faint echoes of their voices, a gentle reminder that their stories live on, guiding me through the night with their lingering presence and the promise of peace. Because in the end, it's not just about the supernatural or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the enduring bonds of our shared humanity. Story number 14. Whispers through the hallways. I've always been fascinated by old buildings, especially those steeped in history and mystery. So when I stumbled upon the Whitmore Inn, an aging hotel nestled in the heart of rural Pennsylvania, I couldn't resist its allure. The Whitmore had once been a bustling hub for travelers and locals alike, its grand facade and elegant architecture a testament to a bygone era. But over the years, it had fallen into disrepair, its vibrant life dimmed by time and neglect. Despite its current state, the Whitmore Inn held a certain charm that drew me in. As a freelance writer with a penchant for uncovering the hidden stories of forgotten places, I saw it as the perfect subject for my next project. Little did I know, the inn harbored secrets darker than I could have ever imagined. Upon arriving, I was greeted by the inn's caretaker, Mrs. Evelyn Harris, a stern yet kind woman in her late 60s. Her silver hair was neatly tied back, and her piercing blue eyes seemed to hold countless untold stories. "Welcome to the Whitmore Inn," she said, her voice steady. "Let me show you to your room." The interior was a relic of the past, with faded wallpaper, ornate moldings, and antique furnishings that whispered of elegant dinners and lively gatherings long gone. I settled into my room, a spacious space with a large window overlooking the overgrown gardens. Determined to capture the essence of the inn, I began exploring its many nooks and crannies. documenting every detail with my camera and notebook. That night, as I sat by the window, the silence of the inn was profound, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the rustling of leaves outside. I decided to head to the lounge for a cup of tea, hoping to soak in the atmosphere. The lounge was dimly lit, with a grand fireplace crackling softly and a collection of dusty books lining the shelves. I found an old armchair near the window and settled in, enjoying the tranquility. But as the night deepened, an unsettling feeling began to creep over me. It started with a faint sound, almost like soft footsteps echoing through the halls. I glanced up, expecting to see a guest or perhaps Mrs. Harris. But the lounge remained empty, shaking off the unease. I tried to focus on my writing, but the footsteps persisted, growing louder and more distinct. Curiosity overcame my apprehension, and I decided to investigate. Grabbing a flashlight, I made my way down the grand staircase, the beam cutting through the darkness as I navigated the narrow corridors. The sound of footsteps seemed to follow me, every step echoing off the aged walls. I reached the end of the hallway and turned to see a shadowy figure standing at the far end. A man in a tailored suit, his face obscured by darkness. My heart raced as I approached, but as I drew closer, the figure vanished into thin air. I stood there, breathless and bewildered, the oppressive silence returning as quickly as the disturbance. Determined to understand what was happening, I returned to my room and began researching the Whitmore Inn's history. Through old newspaper clippings and local archives, I uncovered the tragic story of Eleanor Whitmore, the inn's original owner. Eleanor had been a beloved figure in the community, known for her generosity and the lively events she hosted. But behind her gracious facade, Eleanor struggled with loneliness and despair. One fateful New Year's Eve, she was found dead in her office, the circumstances surrounding her death shrouded in mystery. Rumors of foul play and unresolved tension swirled, leaving her spirit restless and bound to the inn. As I delved deeper, I discovered accounts from previous guests and staff who had experienced similar phenomena: unexplained footsteps, shadowy apparitions, and the haunting melody of a piano playing in empty rooms. It became clear that Eleanor's spirit was unable to find peace, her lingering sorrow echoing through the halls of the Whitmore Inn. Determined to help, I decided to conduct my own seance, hoping to communicate with Eleanor and offer her the closure she so desperately needed. I reached out to a local medium, Madame Clara, who specialized in restless spirits and haunted locations. She agreed to meet me at the inn, bringing with her an array of spiritual tools and a calm, reassuring presence. On the night of the seance, the atmosphere in the inn was tense, the air thick with anticipation and a touch of fear. We gathered in the lounge, sitting in a circle with candles lit around us, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Madame Clara began the ritual, her voice steady as she invoked Eleanor's spirit. "Eleanor Whitmore," she intoned, "we honor your presence. If you are here, please communicate with us." The temperature in the room dropped noticeably, and the candles flickered as if stirred by an unseen force. A soft whisper filled the air, the words indistinct at first but gradually forming a coherent message. "Help me." Eleanor's apparition materialized before us, her form translucent yet unmistakably recognizable as the inn's original owner. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, met mine, and I felt a surge of empathy for her restless spirit. "Why can't I move on?" she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. "I am trapped in this place, unable to leave." I stepped forward, my heart aching for her pain. "Eleanor, I'm so sorry for your loss. Let us help you find peace." Madame Clara guided me through the next steps, encouraging me to share my own experiences and offering words of comfort. Together, we worked to honor Eleanor's memory, performing rituals and offering offerings to help her spirit find the closure it needed. Over the following weeks, the disturbances at the Whitmore Inn began to subside. The footsteps grew less frequent, and the shadowy figures became less distinct. fading into the background as if their presence was gradually diminishing. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and tranquility that had long eluded the inn. One night, as I sat by the window once more, the soft melody of a piano drifted through the air, but this time, it was gentle and soothing, devoid of the haunting sorrow that had characterized Eleanor's presence. I knew, deep down, that her spirit had finally found peace, her story acknowledged and honored by those who cared enough to listen. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that the Whitmore Inn was more than just a historical building. It was a living testament to the enduring power of love, loss, and the human spirit. By embracing Eleanor's story and offering her the closure she needed, we had not only freed her from her eternal torment but also revitalized the inn, breathing new life into its once stagnant halls. The Whitmore Inn now stands as a beacon of hope and remembrance, its haunted past transformed into a legacy of compassion and understanding. Guests still visit, drawn by the inn's rich history and the stories of those who came before. But the darkness that once plagued the halls has been replaced by a welcoming warmth and a sense of peace. And sometimes, when the night is still and the moon casts a gentle glow through the grand windows, I can hear the faint echoes of Eleanor's piano melody, a beautiful reminder that even in the depths of despair, there is always a path to redemption and peace. Because in the heart of every haunted place lies a story waiting to be heard, a soul yearning for closure, and a reminder that love and compassion can transcend the boundaries of life and death. Because in the end, it's not just about the supernatural or the unexplained, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding, peace, and the enduring bonds of our shared humanity. Story number 15. Ghost of the Seaman. I never believed in ghosts, growing up in the bustling heart of Seattle. Surrounded by the relentless pace of city life, I found comfort in the tangible and the explainable. The stories of restless spirits and haunted places seemed like nothing more than folklore, concocted by those looking to add a little thrill to their mundane lives. But that changed one fateful Christmas night in 1985, when I encountered the ghost of a Marine whose tragic past would forever alter my perception of the supernatural. It was the winter of 1985, a particularly harsh Christmas season in Alaska. The snow had fallen relentlessly, covering the landscape in a thick, pristine blanket of white. I had been assigned to work at an old military base near the coast, a place that had long been abandoned but still held echoes of its past. The base, now a relic of bygone conflicts, was situated on a rugged coastline, where the icy waves of the Pacific crashed against jagged rocks, sending up plumes of frothy spray. My job was to oversee the maintenance of the base's structures, ensuring that nature didn't reclaim the remnants of military history. The isolation suited me at first, offering a peaceful retreat from the chaos of urban life. But as Christmas approached, a sense of unease began to settle over me, a feeling I couldn't quite shake. The locals had their own stories about the base, tales passed down through generations. They spoke of a Marine named Jack Thompson, who had lost his life in a fierce battle during the winter of 1942. According to legend, Jack had been stationed at the base, leading his squad through treacherous snowstorms and freezing temperatures. One particularly brutal night, a sudden avalanche had swept through the area, burying Jack and his men beneath tons of ice and snow. Their bodies were never recovered, and the base was abandoned shortly after, the memory of the tragedy fading into obscurity. But the locals insisted that Jack's spirit never left. Every Christmas Eve, they claimed, his ghost could be seen wandering the beach near the base, his face streaked with blood and his expression etched with eternal pain. They warned outsiders to stay away, to respect the restless soul that haunted the desolate shores. I dismissed these tales as mere superstition, a way for the locals to explain the harsh and unforgiving environment. But as Christmas drew nearer, Strange occurrences began to disrupt my routine, making me question my skepticism. It started with the noises. Late at night, I would hear footsteps crunching in the snow outside my cabin, followed by the distant sound of muffled voices. I chalked it up to the wind playing tricks on my ears, or perhaps wildlife moving through the area. But then, one night, the sounds changed. The footsteps became heavier, more deliberate, and the voices grew clearer, their words filled with anguish and desperation. "Help us, someone. Help us." I tried to ignore them, convincing myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. But the whispers persisted, haunting me through sleepless nights and restless days. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to explore the area around the base, hoping to uncover the source of these eerie sounds. On Christmas Eve, the night of all nights, I felt an irresistible pull to venture out onto the beach. The sky was clear, the stars shining brightly against the deep black of the night. The moon cast a silvery glow on the snow-covered ground, illuminating the path as I made my way through the base's dilapidated structures and into the open expanse of the shoreline. The wind was biting, the cold seeping into my bones despite the layers of clothing I wore. The waves crashed against the shore with a relentless fury, their rhythm a haunting backdrop to the stillness of the night. As I walked along the beach, the whispers grew louder, their sorrowful pleas echoing in my ears. "Jack, help us." I stopped, my heart pounding in my chest, as a figure emerged from the darkness ahead of me. It was a man, tall and gaunt, his face pale and streaked with blood. His eyes, hollow and filled with pain, met mine with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. He wore the uniform of a Marine, the insignia faded and worn from years of neglect. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my efforts to remain calm. The man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a step forward, the snow crunching under his boots. "I'm Jack," he whispered, his voice a mere breath against the howling wind. "I can't find peace." Before I could react, the ground beneath us seemed to shift, the snow swirling around our feet as if stirred by an unseen force. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping precipitously, making it difficult to breathe. I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness and despair emanating from Jack, a grief so profound it was almost palpable. "Jack, what happened to you?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the storm. He looked away, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the dark waters met the sky. "I lost my men. In the avalanche. We were buried, left to the mercy of the storm. I've been searching ever since." Unable to let go, I took a tentative step closer, the weight of his sorrow pressing down on me. "Is there something I can do to help you find peace?" Jack turned to face me, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and despair. "Remember us? Honor our sacrifice. Let our story be told, so we're not forgotten." Before I could respond, a gust of wind swept through the beach, the snow swirling violently around us. The temperature dropped even further, and I could feel my body growing weaker, the cold numbing my senses. Jack's form began to fade, his outline dissolving into the night air like mist. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice fading with him. "Please, don't forget." With that, he was gone, leaving me alone on the desolate beach, the whispers now silent and the storm abating as quickly as it had arrived. I stood there, breathless and shaken, the weight of Jack's plea settling heavily on my heart. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The encounter with Jack Thompson lingered in my mind, a haunting reminder of the tragedy that had occurred so many years ago. Determined to honor his request, I began documenting the history of the base and the story of the lost Marines, sharing their sacrifices and ensuring that their memory would not fade into obscurity. Each Christmas Eve, I would visit the beach, leaving offerings of candles and flowers at the water's edge, a gesture of respect and remembrance for those who had lost their lives in the unforgiving Alaskan wilderness. Over time, the visits became a ritual, a way to connect with the past and honor the spirits that still lingered in the shadows. The locals eventually warmed up to the idea, joining me in our annual commemorations and sharing their own stories of the ghostly sightings and unexplained phenomena that plagued the base each winter. The legend of Jack Thompson and the restless spirits of the lost Marines became a cherished part of our community's Christmas traditions, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unbreakable bonds of brotherhood. Years later, I still visit the beach each Christmas, the memory of that first encounter never fading. The ghost of Jack Thompson serves as a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made by those who served and the lingering pain of those left behind. The Alaskan winter, with its relentless snow and icy winds, continues to hold its secrets, the spirits of the past forever entwined with the present, seeking solace and remembrance. And so, the tale of the ghost of the seaman remains a haunting Christmas legend, a story of loss, sacrifice, and the unending quest for peace amidst the silent, snowy shores of an abandoned military base. It's a reminder that even in the midst of joy and celebration, the shadows of the past can reach out, forever echoing the sorrow and pain of those who never found their way home. Story number 16. Haunted foundations. I never imagined that moving into a new home could unravel the threads of my sanity. Growing up in the bustling city of Anchorage, Alaska, I was accustomed to the constant hum of traffic, the bright lights, and the ever-present chatter of urban life. But when my wife, Sarah, and I decided to leave behind the chaos and raise our two children, Lily and Jake, in a secluded house nestled deep within the Alaskan wilderness, we sought tranquility and a closer connection to nature. Little did we know, our dream home harbored shadows of a dark past that would soon consume our lives. The house stood proudly at the edge of a dense forest, its timber frame sturdy against the harsh winter winds. The snow-covered landscape was both beautiful and intimidating, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of pine needles and the distant call of a raven. From the outside, seemed perfect, a fresh start for our family. Inside, the warmth of the fireplace and the cozy furnishings made it feel welcoming. We spent the first few weeks settling in, exploring the surrounding woods, and enjoying the serene beauty that now framed our daily lives. But as Christmas approached, subtle disturbances began to unsettle our peace. It started with faint noises, soft footsteps echoing through the halls at night and the sound of knocking at doors that led to empty rooms. Sarah dismissed them as the house settling or perhaps wildlife wandering nearby. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. One cold December evening, as the family gathered around the fireplace decorating our Christmas tree, Lily pointed to the hallway. "Daddy, did you hear that?" she asked, her eyes wide with fear. I strained to listen, the crackling of the fire momentarily drowning out any sound. "Hear what, sweetheart?" "The footsteps," she whispered. "Someone's walking upstairs." I glanced around, seeing only the familiar faces of my family illuminated by the warm glow of the fire. "It's probably just the house, Lily. Sometimes old houses make noises at night." But deep down, I knew it wasn't just the house. The sounds persisted, growing more frequent and unsettling. One night, after tucking the children into bed, I sat alone in the living room, the silence pressing in around me. The clock ticked loudly, each second amplifying the tension in the room. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the front door, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps ascending the stairs. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously made my way toward the noise, Sarah following close behind. As we reached the top of the stairs, the beam of the flashlight revealed an empty hallway. "It's empty," Sarah said, though her voice wavered with uncertainty. We returned to the living room, our hearts pounding. That night, Lily had a nightmare about a shadowy figure prowling the house, its eyes glowing with malice. Jake, too, spoke of hearing voices calling his name from the darkness, urging him to follow, determined to uncover the truth. I delved into the house's history, Local archives and old newspaper clippings revealed that the land we had built our home on had once been the site of a gruesome murder. In 1929, the Lawson family, parents Harold and Margaret, and their 3 children, had been brutally slain in the very house we now called home. The case had remained unsolved, the perpetrator never found, and the house had stood abandoned for decades before we moved in. As Christmas drew nearer, the disturbances escalated. Doors slammed shut on their own. Objects flew across rooms without explanation, and the temperature in certain areas of the house plummeted unexpectedly. Sarah and I tried everything, speaking kindly to the spirits, performing simple cleansing rituals, even consulting with local spiritual leaders, but nothing seemed to quell the unrest. One particularly frigid night, with the wind howling outside like a chorus of angry spirits, the supernatural activity reached a fever pitch. The front door burst open, ice and snow flooding the foyer despite it being sealed. The fireplace roared to life, casting sinister shadows that danced menacingly on the walls. The children screamed, huddling together as the house seemed to come alive with malevolent intent. "Lily, Jake, stay here," I ordered, my voice steady despite the terror clawing at my insides. I grabbed Sarah's hand, leading her toward the basement, the only place that still felt somewhat secure. As we descended the stairs, the air grew colder, the darkness pressing in around us. In the basement, we found old family photos and remnants of the Lawson family's life, artifacts left behind in a desperate attempt to preserve their memories. Among the dusty boxes, I discovered a journal belonging to Harold Lawson. Leafing through the brittle pages, I read his desperate entries, detailing his growing paranoia and fear as threats loomed over his family. The final entry was a frantic plea for help, a warning of an unseen presence that sought to destroy them. Suddenly, the basement door slammed shut, plunging us into darkness. The whispers began anew, louder and more frantic than ever. Shadows twisted and contorted, forming grotesque shapes that reached out towards us with ghostly hands. "Leave! Leave now!" the voices cried, their anguish echoing through the cold air. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for the flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal the horrifying sight of spectral figures, ghostly apparitions of the Lawson family, their faces twisted in eternal torment. Harold's eyes burned with a mix of sorrow and rage, his presence overwhelming. "Why are you doing this?" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear and frustration. "We mean you no harm." Harold stepped forward, his voice a hollow echo. "You disturbed our peace. You took our home without respecting our memory. Now you must suffer as we did." Desperate to end the nightmare, I reached out, clutching Harold's spectral form. "Please, we didn't know. Let us make it right. Let us help you find peace." The room seemed to hold its breath as the apparition's anger softened, replaced by a profound sadness. "Remember us? Honor our lives? Let us rest." With those final words, the spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the cold air as the basement door creaked open. Exhausted and shaken, Sarah and I fled the basement, the house falling silent once more. The following day, determined to bring peace to the restless spirits, we held a memorial service in honor of the Lawson family. We invited neighbors, friends, and local spiritual leaders to join us in remembering the tragic lives lost on our property. The ceremony was heartfelt, filled with stories of the Lawsons and prayers for their souls. As we lit candles and laid flowers at the foot of the tree, a sense of calm settled over the house. The lingering presence seemed to dissipate, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as if the spirits had finally found the closure they longed for. That Christmas, our home was filled with genuine warmth and joy, free from the shadows of the past. The strange noises ceased, the temperature stabilized, and the haunting presence was replaced by a peaceful serenity. We had honored the memory of the Lawson family, allowing their spirits to rest and reclaim the house from the darkness that once held it captive. Years have passed since that harrowing Christmas, but the lessons remain etched in my heart. Respecting the past and honoring those who came before us is a sacred duty, one that ensures peace and harmony within our homes. The experience taught me that sometimes the unseen forces of the world demand acknowledgement and reverence, and that true peace comes from understanding and compassion. Every Christmas, as we gather around the fireplace and decorate our tree, I reflect on that night and the profound impact it had on our family. The Lawson family's tragic story is now a cherished part of our home's history, a reminder of the delicate balance between the living and the dead. And as the snow falls gently outside, I am grateful for the peace we found, knowing that sometimes the darkest shadows can lead to the brightest lights. Story number 17. The Curse of Ketchikan Island. The allure of remote islands has always fascinated me. The isolation, the untouched beauty, the promise of escaping the relentless pace of modern life. So when my wife, Karen, and our 2 children, Emma and Jake, decided to spend Christmas on Ketchikan Island, I welcomed the opportunity with open arms. Nestled in the heart of Southeast Alaska, Ketchikan promised a serene winter retreat, far removed from the chaos of our bustling city lives. We arrived on a chilly December afternoon, the sky a blanket of gray clouds threatening snow. The ferry ride had been long but uneventful, the rhythmic rocking of the vessel lulling us into a state of relaxed anticipation. As we disembarked, the crisp, salty air filled my lungs, invigorating me with the promise of adventure. Our destination was an old Victorian-style house perched on the edge of the island, its wooden frame sturdy against the biting winds. The house, with its ornate trim and towering gables, stood as a relic of a bygone era, exuding both charm and an unsettling aura. The owner, an elderly man named Mr. Thompson, had assured us it was the perfect family getaway, emphasizing its seclusion and breathtaking views of the surrounding wilderness. "Just remember to respect the property," Mr. Thompson had warned, his eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow. "This place has its own history." We shrugged off his warning, attributing it to the quirks of aging and the isolation that comes with living on a remote island. Little did we know, the history he alluded to was anything but ordinary. The first few days were idyllic. We spent our time exploring the dense forests, hiking along snow-covered trails, and enjoying the simple pleasures of cabin life. The children reveled in the adventure, their laughter echoing through the silent woods as they built snowmen and chased each other through the drifts. Karen and I cherished the rare moments of tranquility, savoring the warmth of the fireplace and the comfort of each other's company. But as Christmas Eve approached, a palpable tension began to settle over the house. It started with small, inexplicable occurrences, faint footsteps echoing through the hallways at night, doors creaking open and shut on their own, and the persistent feeling of being watched. We dismissed these incidents as the house settling or the natural sounds of the wilderness, but unease gnawed at us nonetheless. One particularly cold night, as the wind howled outside and the snow piled higher against the windows, we gathered around the dining table for our Christmas dinner. The meal was simple but hearty, a testament to Mr. Thompson's generosity in providing for us. As we ate, Karen glanced toward the large bay window, her expression distant. "Do you ever feel like we're not alone here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, trying to steady my nerves. "Probably just your imagination. This place is so quiet. It's easy to think things are moving around." But the feeling of unease only intensified as the night wore on. After dinner, we decided to take a stroll around the property, hoping the fresh air would dispel our lingering apprehensions. The moon was a thin crescent, casting a pale glow over the snow-covered landscape. The path was illuminated by the soft light, revealing the intricate patterns etched into the wood of the old house. As we walked, Emma tugged at my sleeve, her eyes wide with fear. "Daddy," I heard someone crying. I knelt down to her level, scanning the darkened woods. "I didn't hear anything, sweetheart. Maybe it was the wind." But as we turned to continue our walk, A blood-curdling scream pierced the night air, freezing me in place. The sound was raw and filled with anguish, reverberating through the trees and sending a chill down my spine. "Jake, Emma, come here," I called out, my voice trembling. "It's okay. It was probably just an animal." The children rushed to my side, their faces pale with fear. Karen followed closely, her expression grim. We stood in silence, the screams echoing through the night, growing louder and more desperate with each passing second. Without warning, a shadowy figure materialized at the edge of the clearing, its form indistinct and shrouded in darkness. The figure began to move toward us, its presence oppressive and filled with an otherworldly malice. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized we were not dealing with a mere animal, or anything natural. For that matter. "Stay back," Karen whispered, clutching our children protectively. "We don't want any trouble." The figure paused, and I could feel its gaze upon us, a silent judgment that sent shivers down my spine. Then, with a swift motion, it vanished into thin air, leaving us standing alone in the snowy night, our breaths visible in the cold air. We hurried back to the house, the sense of being watched lingering like a dark cloud over us. The rest of the night was restless, the sounds of footsteps and door knocks continuing unabated. Sleep was elusive, replaced by a growing dread that kept us on edge. The next morning, determined to understand what was happening, we delved into the house's history. We discovered that the previous owners were a group of sailors who had settled on Ketchikan Island in the early 20th century. During a harsh winter, a violent conflict erupted between the sailors and the indigenous Tlingit people, resulting in the tragic deaths of several sailors. The survivors left the island in fear, and the house was left abandoned, this tragic past fading into obscurity. Mr. Thompson had mentioned the house's history, but we had dismissed it as old wives' tales. Now, the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and the realization that the spirits of those sailors might still linger in the house sent a wave of fear through me. As Christmas Day approached, the disturbances grew more intense. Objects flew across rooms without explanation, and the temperature in the house fluctuated wildly, plunging us into freezing cold one moment and sweltering heat the next. The children became increasingly anxious, their once joyous spirits dampened by the constant fear that something, or someone, was haunting us. On Christmas Eve, the night of our previous terrifying encounter, we decided to confront the presence head-on. Armed with candles, incense, and a makeshift Ouija board, we gathered in the living room, determined to communicate with the spirits that tormented us. "Is anyone here?" I called out, the candlelight flickering in the dim room. There was a moment of heavy silence before the planchette on the Ouija board began to move of its own accord, spelling out a chilling message: "Leave or suffer." A cold breeze swept through the room, extinguishing the candles and plunging us into darkness. The room was filled with the sound of mournful wails and the unmistakable echo of clashing swords. The oppressive presence pressed in on us, the air thick with sorrow and rage. "Please, we mean you no harm," pleaded, trying to keep my voice steady. "We just want to live in peace." The shadows in the room began to take shape, forming the ghostly apparitions of the fallen sailors. Their faces were twisted in eternal anguish, their eyes hollow and filled with an unrelenting pain. "You cannot stay," one of the spirits intoned, his voice echoing through the room like the tolling of a death knell. "You must leave and never return." Terrified, we backed away, the spirits advancing with each step, their presence overwhelming and malevolent. The children screamed, clutching each other as the shadows closed in around us. In a desperate bid for survival, we fled the room, the sounds of the spirits chasing us through the house like a relentless predator. We packed our belongings in a frantic rush, the fear propelling us forward as we fled into the snowy night. As we drove away from the house, the oppressive darkness lifted, the spirits seemingly retreating back into the shadows from whence they came. The warmth of the car provided a stark contrast to the freezing cold we had left behind. but the scars of that night lingered, etched into our souls. We never returned to Ketchikan Island, the memory of the haunted house forever haunting our Christmases. The story of the cursed house and the restless spirits of the sailors became a local legend, a cautionary tale for those who dared to seek solitude in the remote wilderness. The children grew up with the haunting memories of that Christmas, their innocence forever touched by the horrors we had endured. Years later, Karen and I still shudder at the thought of those ghostly apparitions and the relentless fear that gripped us that night. Our lives returned to normalcy, but the scars of the haunted Christmas lingered, a constant reminder of the thin veil between our world and the spirits that dwell in the shadows. We learned that some histories are better left undisturbed, their tragedies serving as a stark reminder of the consequences of conflict and the enduring pain of lost souls. Every Christmas, as the snow begins to fall and the world is enveloped in a serene white blanket, I am reminded of the curse of Ketchikan Island. The memory of that night serves as a chilling testament to the power of unresolved pain and the restless spirits that linger in the places where tragedy once struck. It's a reminder that the past can reach out from the shadows, forever entwining with the present and shaping the lives of those who dare to uncover its darkest secrets. And so, the legend of the haunted house on Ketchikan Island endures, a ghostly presence that serves as a cautionary tale for those who seek peace in the remote wilderness. The spirits of the fallen sailors remain trapped in their eternal torment, forever searching for peace and resolution that has long been denied them. Their restless whispers and vengeful presence ensure that every Christmas, their story is relived, a grim reminder of the past's unending influence on the present. As the years passed, the house stood silent, its windows like empty eyes watching over the island, waiting for the next unsuspecting family to uncover its dark history. The locals speak of it in hushed tones, warning outsiders of the curse that binds the house and the spirits that roam its halls each Christmas night. Some say the restless souls seek revenge for their untimely deaths, while others believe they are simply searching for peace that they can never attain. Our experience left an indelible mark on our lives. Emma and Jake grew up with a deep respect for the unseen forces that can lurk within the world, their imaginations forever shaped by the horrors we faced. Karen and I became more attuned to the subtle signs of unrest in our lives, more mindful of the past and its lingering shadows. One Christmas Eve, nearly a decade after our ordeal, I found myself reflecting on the lessons learned from Ketchikan Island. The holidays, once a time of joy and togetherness, now carried a weight of caution and remembrance. I wondered if the spirits had finally found peace, or if their torment continued to fuel the curse that haunted that old house. The memory of that night remains vivid in my mind. The cold, oppressive air, the anguished cries, and the ghostly apparitions that sought to drive us away. It serves as a personal reminder that some places hold onto their darkest secrets tightly, their histories entwined with the very fabric of the land. The curse of Ketchikan Island is not just a tale of ghostly vengeance, but a story of unresolved pain and the enduring need for closure. Every Christmas, as we gather around the fireplace and decorate our tree, I share the story with my children, ensuring that the legacy of the Lawson sailors lives on. It's a story that binds us, a shared experience that underscores the importance of respecting the past and honoring those who came before us. The haunted house on Ketchikan Island stands as a testament to the power of memory and the unending influence of the past on our present lives. In the end, our family's encounter with the cursed house taught us the true meaning of fear and the strength that comes from facing the unknown. It reminded us that the greatest horrors are not always visible, but reside in the echoes of history and the spirits that linger in forgotten places. The curse of Ketchikan Island remains a chilling chapter in our lives, a ghostly reminder that some stories never truly end. They simply wait to be remembered, forever entwined with the shadows of the past. Story number 18. The Silent Hunter. I never thought a research trip would turn into a nightmare, but Alaska has a way of revealing truths you'd rather keep buried. It was Christmas 2012 when my friends and I, Mark, Jenna, Lisa, and me decided to spend our winter break conducting wildlife studies in the remote wilderness of Alaska. We were all biology students at the University of Washington, eager to escape the confines of the classroom and immerse ourselves in nature's raw beauty. We arrived at the edge of the Denali National Park just as the first snowflakes began to fall, transforming the landscape into a pristine white canvas. Our campsite was nestled between towering pines and overlooking a frozen river, the silence of the wilderness both calming and eerie. The isolation was exactly what we needed, or so we thought. The first few days were idyllic. We spent our time tracking animal movements, setting up cameras, and collecting samples. The camaraderie among us was strong, our laughter echoing through the crisp air as we shared stories around the campfire each night. But as Christmas approached, a sense of unease began to settle over the group, a subtle shift that none of us could quite pinpoint. It was on Christmas Eve that everything changed. We had gathered for our usual evening meal, the warmth of the fire a comforting barrier against the biting cold outside. After dinner, we decided to take a short hike to explore a nearby ridge that promised stunning views of the surrounding wilderness under the moonlight. The snow was falling thickly now, each flake adding to the already deep blanket that covered the ground. As we walked, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter, the usual sounds of wildlife muted by the heavy snowfall. The path was barely visible, illuminated only by the soft glow of our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We joked to keep the tension at bay, but an underlying tension hung in the air, thickening with every step. About an hour into our hike, Mark stopped abruptly, pointing to a series of tracks leading away from the path. "Look at these," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. "They don't look like any animal I've ever seen." We gathered around, the footprints unlike anything we'd encountered before, large, with elongated toes and deep impressions that suggested a heavy, muscular creature. "What do you think made these?" Jenna mused, her curiosity piqued. "I have no idea," Mark replied, frustration evident in his tone. "But whoever or whatever it is, it's not native to this area." A chill ran down my spine as I examined the tracks more closely. There was something almost deliberate about them, as if the creature had a purpose beyond mere wandering. The forest around us seemed to hold its breath, the snowfall muffling our movements and heightening the sense of foreboding. "Maybe it's lost or injured," Lisa suggested, trying to rationalize the mystery. "We should follow the tracks and see where they lead." Reluctantly, we agreed. The trail took us deeper into the forest, the trees growing denser and the shadows longer as night fully settled in. The moon cast an eerie light on the snow, creating ghostly patterns that danced around us. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the underbrush made us jump, the isolation amplifying our fear. After what felt like hours, the tracks led us to a small clearing. In the center stood a large, hollowed-out tree, its branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The footprints ended here, vanishing into the darkness within the tree. We approached cautiously, the silence around us thick and oppressive. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from within the tree, sending a jolt of fear through me. "Maybe it's dangerous," Jenna whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Before we could decide what to do next, the ground beneath us began to tremble, the snow swirling into a violent blizzard that materialized out of nowhere. The wind howled like a chorus of lost souls, and the temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the freezing air. The creature we had been tracking emerged from the tree, a massive, shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. We stood frozen, unable to move as the creature approached, its presence radiating a sense of malevolence and pain. It let out a bone-chilling scream, the sound reverberating through the clearing and shattering our composure. The blizzard intensified, the snowflakes sharp and biting against our skin as we struggled to comprehend the horror before us. "Run!" I shouted, breaking the paralysis that had gripped us. We turned and fled, the creature chasing us with relentless speed, its growls echoing through the storm. The forest became a labyrinth of white, the path back obscured by the relentless snowfall and the creature's pursuit. In the chaos, I tripped, my ankle twisting painfully beneath me. Mark reached out to help, but before he could grasp my arm, the creature loomed over us, his presence overwhelming. A surge of desperation fueled me as I managed to pull myself up, limping toward the safety of the trees. We raced through the snow, the blizzard now a full-blown tempest that seemed to mock our efforts to escape. The creature's growls turned into terrifying roars, its figure a blur of darkness moving with supernatural speed. Panic set in as we realized we were being hunted, the wilderness turning against us with a vengeance. As dawn broke, the storm began to abate, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds and illuminating the snow-covered landscape. Exhausted and battered, we stumbled back to our campsite, the horrors of the night leaving us broken and fearful. The absence of Emily weighed heavily on us, her voice silenced in the chaos of the storm. "We need to find her," Sarah insisted, her voice trembling with fear and determination. She could still be out there, but our attempts to locate Emily were futile. The tracks led us in circles, the creature's presence a constant reminder of the danger that lurked within the wilderness. Days turned into weeks, and the search for Emily became a desperate, heart-wrenching ordeal. The locals whispered about the mysterious predator, a shadowy figure that roamed the Alaskan tundra, leaving behind only fear and unanswered questions. The university eventually sent a rescue team, but they too fell victim to the creature, disappearing without a trace. The research trip was deemed a tragic loss, the fate of the students forever entwined with the legends of the silent hunter that haunted the snowy expanses of Alaska. Years have passed since that fateful Christmas, but the memories remain etched in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that can hide within the beauty of nature. The unresolved mystery of Emily's disappearance and the sinister presence of the unknown predator continue to haunt me, a ghostly echo of a night when the wilderness became a predator itself. Each Christmas, as the snow begins to fall and the wilderness awakens with the cold, I find myself drawn back to the memories of that night. The silence of the tundra holds its secrets tightly, the footprints of the unknown predator a chilling reminder of the night when fear took hold and tragedy struck. The silent hunter remains a legend, a spectral predator that roams the Alaskan wilderness, forever hunting those who dare to tread too far into its icy embrace. And so, the story of the mysterious predator serves as a cautionary tale, a testament to the unforgiving power of nature and the haunting remnants of unresolved tragedies. It reminds us that some mysteries are better left unsolved, their echoes forever lingering in the silent, snowy expanses of the wild. Story number 19. The Tale of the Black Owl. I still remember the winter of 1968 as if it were yesterday, despite the decades that have since passed. Growing up in the remote stretches of northern Alaska, my childhood was defined by the harsh beauty of the wilderness and the tight-knit bonds of our isolated community. Our home, a sturdy log cabin nestled on the edge of a dense forest, was both a sanctuary and a prison, sheltering us from the relentless cold while confining us to a world where every sound seemed amplified by the silence of the tundra. That Christmas began like any other, with the biting wind howling through the trees and the snow piling high against our windows. My parents, Eleanor and Thomas, worked tirelessly to ensure our family endured the long, dark months, maintaining the cabin and preparing for the holidays with a stoic resilience that had become second nature to us. My younger brother, Billy, and I spent our days helping around the house, our nights filled with stories told by the fireplace and dreams of warmer days. On Christmas Eve, the sky was unusually clear, the stars shining brightly against the inky blackness. We had gathered in the living room, decorating our small tree with handmade ornaments and sharing a modest feast prepared from our limited supplies. The warmth of the fire and the laughter of my family created a sense of peace that I cherished deeply. As midnight approached, a sense of anticipation filled the air. My father stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the vast expanse of snow-covered forest beyond our cabin. "It's a good night for Christmas," he said quietly, a rare smile touching his lips. We all nodded, feeling the magic of the season envelop us. But that night, something changed. As the clock struck 12, the strange, high-pitched screech pierced the silence, echoing through the trees and sending a chill down my spine. My father turned to me, his expression serious. "Stay close, Billy." Before I could respond, a shadow flitted across the window, and I caught a glimpse of a large, black owl perched on the sill. Its eyes gleamed unnaturally bright, and it seemed to stare directly into my soul. I felt an inexplicable fear grip me, a premonition of something terrible about to unfold. The owl remained for several tense moments, its presence unsettling the otherwise tranquil night. Then, with a swift movement, took flight, disappearing into the darkness as abruptly as it had appeared. My father's face hardened with concern. "We need to be cautious tonight," he warned, his voice barely above a whisper. Over the next few days, strange occurrences began to plague our household. Objects moved inexplicably, doors slammed shut on their own, and eerie noises echoed through the cabin long after we had gone to bed. Billy and I were terrified, our once cozy home now a place of constant unease. One evening, as a fierce snowstorm raged outside, the disturbances escalated. The power flickered and died, plunging us into darkness. We huddled together by the fireplace, the only source of light flickering through the windows. Suddenly, the room was filled with a cacophony of whispers, voices indistinct yet filled with anguish and fear. "Leave! Leave now!" My heart raced as I tried to make sense of the disembodied voices. My mother clutched my hand tightly, her eyes wide with terror. "It's the owl," she whispered, her voice shaking. "It's a bad omen." The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if the very walls of our home were closing in on us. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, taking on sinister forms that seemed to leer and mock us. I felt an oppressive presence, a dark force that sought to consume our happiness and replace it with dread. Desperate for answers, my father ventured into the storm, seeking out the owl that had brought this curse upon us. He returned hours later, his face pale and haunted. "It's not just an omen," he said softly. "There's something in that forest, something ancient and malevolent. We need to leave, now." But as we packed our belongings, the storm intensified, trapping us within the confines of our cabin. The whispers turned into screams, the shadows now visible specters that writhed and twisted in the dim light. My brother Billy was nowhere to be seen, his cries of fear echoing through the chaos. We searched frantically, calling his name into the darkness, but the storm masked his voice, swallowing his presence whole. Just when hope seemed lost, the door burst open, the wind howling through the cabin as if enraged by our intrusion. In the doorway stood the black owl, larger and more ominous than ever, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. "Leave this place," it screeched, its voice a blend of nature's fury and supernatural wrath. With a surge of adrenaline, we fled into the storm, the owl following us relentlessly, its cries cutting through the howling wind like a blade. The snow blinded us, the storm turning our escape into a desperate struggle against nature and the unseen forces that sought to keep us trapped. We stumbled through the blinding white, the cabin shrinking behind us, our sanctuary now a distant memory. Exhausted and freezing, we pressed on, the owl's presence a constant reminder of the darkness that had taken hold of our lives. Just as our strength began to wane, the storm began to abate, the sky clearing to reveal the first light of dawn. We emerged from the forest, the owl finally retreating into the trees, its cries fading into the distance. The snowstorm had passed, leaving behind a landscape transformed by our ordeal. We made our way back to the nearest town, our bodies and spirits broken by the night's horrors. In the aftermath, we never spoke of what happened in the cabin, the memories too painful to confront. The Lawson family tragedy became a cautionary tale, a whispered legend about the black owl and the malevolent forces that haunted the northern wilderness. Each Christmas, as the snow began to fall, the story resurfaced, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can lurk beneath the beauty of nature. Years later, I still feel the echoes of that night, the whispers and the owl's gaze haunting my dreams. The Lawson family home remains abandoned, a relic of a past filled with sorrow and fear. Visitors who dare to approach it during the winter months report strange noises and glimpses of a large black owl watching from the windows, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The legend of the black owl serves as a testament to the enduring power of fear and the unresolved tragedies that can linger in the shadows of our lives. It reminds us that some omens are best heeded and that the wilderness holds secrets far beyond our understanding, waiting to claim those who venture too far into its depths. And every Christmas, as I gaze out at the snow-covered landscape, I can't help but wonder if the black owl still watches, its presence a silent guardian of the darkness that once consumed our family. The memory of that night remains a haunting reminder that even in the midst of joy and celebration, the shadows of the past can reach out to reclaim what was lost, forever entwining our lives with the mysteries of the wild. Story number 20. The 13th Christmas. I always thought the harsh Alaskan winters would toughen us up, but nothing could have prepared my family for what Christmas brought us in 2010. It was our first holiday season in the remote town of Willow Creek, nestled deep within the unforgiving wilderness of Alaska. The move had been motivated by my wife's desire for solitude and a fresh start after years of city life. Little did we know, the isolation would amplify the horrors that awaited us. Our new home was an old, Victorian-style house passed down through generations, its wooden frame sturdy against the biting cold. The interior was charming yet creaky, with fireplaces in every room and large windows that framed the snow-covered landscape outside. On our first Christmas Eve, as we unpacked the last of our belongings, we discovered an unexpected gift tucked away in the attic, a vintage grandfather clock, ornate and imposing, with intricate carvings that seemed almost lifelike. "Look at this," my wife, Laura, exclaimed, lifting the clock onto the main hallway table. "It's beautiful," I nodded, admiring the craftsmanship. It must have been in the family for years, a real treasure. We decided to set it up in the living room, believing it would add a touch of elegance to our new home. As the clock struck midnight, we gathered around it, the soft chimes filling the room with a comforting rhythm. Little did we know, those chimes were the beginning of our descent into nightmare. That night, as we settled into bed, the temperature in the house dropped sharply. I pulled the covers tighter around me, the cold seeping into my bones. Laura whispered to me, her voice trembling, "Did you feel that?" I nodded, though unsure of what she was referring to. The house was silent, save for the occasional creak of the old wood settling. Just as I began to drift into a restless sleep, a faint tapping echoed through the hallways, like footsteps pacing just outside our bedroom doors. "Who's there?" Laura called out, her voice shaking. No answer came, only the persistent tapping that seemed to grow louder, more insistent. My heart pounded as I reached for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal empty hallways. The noise continued, now accompanied by a low, guttural laugh that reverberated through the house. The next morning, we tried to dismiss the events of the night before as tricks of the wind or the settling of the old house. But the clock remained a focal point of unease. Its pendulum swung steadily, yet the air around it felt charged, as if it were the epicenter of some unseen force. As days turned into weeks, strange occurrences became more frequent and unsettling. Objects moved on their own, doors slammed shut without warning, and the oppressive feeling of being watched never left us. Every Christmas Eve, the disturbances intensified, culminating in the appearance of dark shadows that danced at the edges of our vision and the eerie laughter that echoed through the halls. One particularly frigid Christmas Eve, Laura and I decided to investigate the attic where we had found the clock. Armed with flashlights, we ascended the narrow staircase, the air growing colder with each step. The attic was cluttered with old furniture and dusty trunks, remnants of past generations. But our attention was drawn to the grandfather clock, now standing ominously in the center of the room. As we approached, the clock's chimes grew louder, each stroke of the hour resonating through our bones. Laura reached out to touch the ornate carvings, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns. Suddenly, the clock stopped. Silence enveloped the room, the air thick with tension. "Something's wrong," Laura whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Before I could respond, the room plunged into darkness. The flashlights flickered and died, leaving us in pitch black. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone to use as a light source. But it offered no help against the engulfing darkness. The temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the frigid air. Then, the shadows began to move. Dark, formless shapes swirled around us, their presence oppressive and malevolent. The guttural laughter returned, louder and more aggressive, filling the attic with its haunting melody. I could feel a presence pressing in on us, the malevolent force within the clock now fully awakened. "We need to leave," I said, grabbing Laura's hand and pulling her toward the staircase. But as we descended, the shadows reached out, clawing at us with invisible hands. The laughter turned into screams of agony, the voices of the trapped souls echoing through the house. The oppressive darkness seemed to consume everything in its path, threatening to drag us into its abyss. We burst through the attic door, gasping for air as the darkness receded behind us. The living room was filled with the faint sound of the clock ticking, the pendulum swinging steadily as if nothing had happened. But the sense of dread lingered, the knowledge that the clock was the key to the house's curse weighing heavily on us. Desperate for answers, we sought the help of a local historian, Mrs. Thompson, who had lived in Willow Creek for decades. She listened intently as we recounted our experiences, her face growing pale with each detail. "The clock," she began slowly, "is more than just a timepiece. It's a conduit for restless spirits, a vessel that traps the souls of those who met tragic ends within these walls. The Lawson family, the previous owners, suffered a horrible fate on a Christmas Eve many years ago. Their anguish and pain were so intense that they bound themselves to the clock, forever seeking release. We were horrified, the pieces of the puzzle finally coming together." Mrs. Thompson explained that the only way to break the curse was to honor the memories of the lost souls, to perform a ritual of remembrance and offer peace to their tormented spirits. Determined to free our home from the curse, we followed her instructions meticulously. On the next Christmas Eve, we gathered family and friends, setting up a ceremony around the grandfather clock. Candles flickered, prayers were spoken, and heartfelt memories of the Lawson family were shared. As the clock struck midnight, we felt a profound sense of peace envelop the room, the oppressive darkness lifting as if the house itself were sighing in relief. The shadows retreated, the laughter softened into whispers of gratitude, and the clock resumed its steady chime, now filled with a sense of calm and closure. We had honored the memories of those who had suffered, allowing their spirits to finally find peace and release the house from its dark curse. That Christmas marked a new beginning for our family. The house no longer felt oppressive. The strange occurrences ceased, and a sense of tranquility settled over our home. The grandfather clock remained, a symbol of both the past's lingering presence and the power of remembrance and compassion. Years have passed since that transformative Christmas, but the lessons remain etched in my heart. Respecting the memories of those who came before us and honoring their stories can bring light to even the darkest of places. The Lawson family's tragedy taught us that love and remembrance can transcend even the most malevolent forces, turning a haunted house into a home filled with warmth and peace. Every Christmas, as the snow falls softly outside our windows and the clock chimes midnight, I am reminded of that night, a night when we faced the darkness and chose to bring light through love and remembrance. The shadows of the past no longer haunt our home, but their stories live on, a testament to the enduring power of family and the unbreakable bonds that connect us across time and space. And so, our 13th Christmas stands as a beacon of hope and a reminder that even in the most isolated and haunted places, love and respect can overcome the darkest curses, allowing us to create our own stories of peace and happiness amidst the shadows of the past. Story number 21. Whispers of the Tundra. The Alaskan wilderness has always held a certain allure for me, a raw, untamed beauty that promises both adventure and solitude. But nothing could have prepared me for the horrors that awaited during that fateful Christmas trip through the tundra marsh. I still remember the day we arrived at the edge of the tundra, the sun barely peeking over the horizon, casting a pale light on the vast expanse of snow and ice. My friends Mike, Sarah, Jenna, and Emily, and I had planned this expedition for months, yearning to disconnect from the chaos of our daily lives and immerse ourselves in nature's pristine embrace. Little did we know, the tundra held secrets that were best left undisturbed. Our group consisted of four adults and one child, Emily, Sarah's 10-year-old daughter. We were all seasoned hikers, accustomed to the challenges of the wild. But the tundra marsh was something different. Its eerie stillness and the endless horizon created an unsettling atmosphere from the moment we set foot on the frozen ground. We set up our base camp near a small pond, the ice thick and unyielding, reflecting the cold blue of the sky. The first day was uneventful, filled with trekking through the snow-covered landscape, marveling at the untouched beauty around us. As night fell, we gathered around a fire, sharing stories and sipping hot cocoa, the warmth of the flames a comforting contrast to the biting cold. Christmas Eve arrived with a thick blanket of snow, the wind howling through the marshes like the cries of lost souls. We decided to embark on a short hike to explore deeper into the tundra, hoping to catch a glimpse of the northern lights that were rumored to dance across the sky that night. The trail was narrow, winding through dense reeds and towering grasses, their edges frost-kissed and shimmering under the moonlight. As we trekked deeper, the silence became almost oppressive, the usual sounds of the wilderness eerily absent. It was as if the tundra was holding its breath, waiting for something. We walked in pairs, staying close together, the darkness swallowing us whole as we moved further from the camp. Around midnight, the temperature plummeted, and the wind picked up, howling like a banshee through the marshes. We stopped to regroup, pulling our jackets tighter and trying to shake off the creeping sense of unease that had settled over us. "Did you guys hear that?" Mike asked, his breath visible in the frigid air. "I heard something," Sarah replied, her eyes scanning the dark expanse around us. "It sounded like someone calling our names." Jenna, always the skeptic, shook her head. "Probably just the wind playing tricks on us. Let's keep moving." But the feeling of being watched lingered, a gnawing paranoia that made every rustle and snap of a twig feel like a sinister presence lurking just out of sight. We pressed on, the trail disappearing into the impenetrable darkness of the marsh. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a chorus of distant voices, each one calling out our names: Tom, Mike, Sarah, Jenna, Emily. My heart raced as I turned around, but there was no one there. The voices grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the marsh like a relentless tide. "Tom, Mike, Sarah, Jenna, Emily." The voices repeated, their tone filled with desperation and fear. "Guys, I think we should head back," I said, my voice shaking. "This doesn't feel right." But before anyone could respond, Emily vanished. "Emily!" Sarah screamed, panic etching her face. "Where's Emily?" We frantically searched the surrounding area, calling her name, our voices hoarse from the cold and fear. The marsh offered no answers, only the endless expanse of snow and ice stretching into the darkness. The voices continued to taunt us, their echoes bouncing off the frozen ground, driving us to the brink of madness. "Emily!" The voices whispered, now closer, their presence almost tangible. I grabbed Jenna's arm, pulling her away from the frozen edge of the pond. We need to leave. Now. But as we turned to retreat, the ground beneath us began to tremble. Small vibrations shaking our feet and sending waves of fear through our bodies. The marsh seemed to come alive, the ice cracking and splintering as if some unseen force was trying to pull us into its icy depths. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me as we sprinted through the snow, the voices chasing us like an invisible predator. The marsh was disorienting, the trails we had followed now twisting and turning in impossible ways, leading us deeper into the heart of the tundra. We stumbled and fell, the cold seeping into our bones, numbing our limbs and clouding our minds. The voices grew louder, their taunts more aggressive, their desperation now a horrifying plea. "Please, help us find our way," the voices cried, blending into a cacophony of sorrow and rage. Jenna tripped, her flashlight skidding across the ice and plunging us into darkness. We huddled together, the sounds of the marsh echoing around us, the voices now a relentless assault on our sanity. "Tom, what do we do?" Sarah sobbed, her eyes wide with fear. I reached out, pulling her close. "We keep moving. We have to find our way back to camp." But the marsh was a labyrinth. The paths we had known now twisted into an endless maze of snow and shadows. The voices continued to call our names, their whispers growing louder, their presence more menacing. It felt like the very tundra was alive, feeding off our fear and desperation. Hours passed in a blur of snow and darkness, the lines between reality and nightmare blurring as we wandered aimlessly through the marsh. My mind was fraying, the relentless voices eroding my sanity, leaving me teetering on the edge of madness. Just when all hope seemed lost, a faint glimmer of light appeared through the darkness, a beacon of hope guiding us back to the edge of the marsh. We sprinted toward it, the light growing brighter, the voices fading into a distant echo as we broke free from the tundra's icy grip. Exhausted and broken, we collapsed near the entrance of the marsh, the first rays of dawn breaking through the horizon. The storm had passed, leaving behind a pristine, silent landscape, the horrors of the night now just a distant memory, or so we hoped. But as we huddled together, trying to make sense of what had happened, a chilling realization settled over us. Emily was still missing, vanished without a trace, swallowed by the unforgiving tundra. Days turned into weeks, and the search for Emily continued, but no sign of her was ever found. The voices that had haunted us that night were dismissed as figments of our frayed nerves, the result of exhaustion and the brutal Alaskan winter. But we knew better. Something malevolent and ancient had taken her, trapping her soul within the tundra's icy embrace. Years have passed since that Christmas night, but the memory of the voices and the relentless fear still lingers, a haunting reminder of the unforgiving wilderness that holds secrets far beyond our understanding. The tundra marsh remains a place of mystery and terror, its icy depths concealing the lost and the damned, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting travelers to wander into its grasp. Every Christmas, as the snow begins to fall and the wind howls through the frozen landscape, I find myself haunted by the voices that still echo in my mind. The whispers of the tundra call out to me, a spectral reminder that some tragedies never truly end, their echoes forever entwined with the silent, icy expanse of Alaska's wilderness. And so, the story of Emily Lawson serves as a chilling testament to the darkness that lurks within nature's most beautiful landscapes, a reminder that the wilderness can be both a sanctuary and a prison, holding within its icy embrace the lost souls that wander its desolate expanses, forever searching for peace amidst the endless snow and silence. Story number 22. Apartment 27. Echoes of the unseen. I never believed in ghosts, not until Apartment 27 shattered every ounce of skepticism I had left. My name is Jack Mitchell, and I've been a police officer in Los Angeles for over a decade. Nights like this, patrolling the older parts of the city, were part of the job. But nothing could have prepared me for the encounter that awaited me in apartment 27. It was a chilly October evening, the kind where the wind whispers secrets through the cracks of old buildings. The apartment complex I was assigned to patrol, Evergreen Heights, was one of those sprawling structures from the 1950s that had seen better days. Its hallways were narrow, lined with beige wallpaper that peeled at the corners, and the carpeting was threadbare, worn down by years of heavy foot traffic. Reports had been coming in for weeks about strange noises emanating from apartment 27. Tenants described hearing footsteps, doors slamming, and faint whispers that seemed to echo through the halls long after the sounds should have ceased. Most dismissed it as old building noises or the result of tenants having late-night conversations. But a few, like the elderly Mrs. Patterson, swore they saw a shadowy figure moving through the apartment late at night. As I approached apartment 27, my flashlight cutting through the dim hallway, a sense of unease settled over me. The door was slightly ajar, a rare occurrence in this tightly controlled complex. I knocked firmly, announcing my presence. No response. I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The apartment was dimly lit, the only source of light coming from the street lamp outside casting long shadows through the half-open blinds. The air was thick with dust, and the scent of mildew hung heavily in the room. I moved cautiously, flashlight beam sweeping the space. The living room was cluttered with old furniture covered in white sheets, giving the room an eerie, abandoned feel. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the vast emptiness. No answer. I moved towards the kitchen, the sound of my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. As I entered, the first thing I noticed was the coldness, an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into my bones. I heard it then, a soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the far end of the kitchen. My heart pounded as I approached, the flashlight revealing nothing but empty countertops and old appliances. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by a faint whispering that seemed to swirl around me. "Help me!" I spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but saw no one. The apartment was empty. I took a deep breath, telling myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched lingered, pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. Deciding to inspect the bedroom, I walked down the hallway, the whispering growing slightly louder. The bedroom door was closed, but not locked. I pushed it open, the hinges squealing as I stepped inside. The room was sparse, with a single bed against one wall and a small dresser on the opposite side. My flashlight flickered, momentarily plunging the room into darkness before stabilizing. As I approached the dresser, I noticed something odd. A photo frame lying face down on the floor. I picked it up, flipping it over to reveal a black and white photograph of a young woman standing in the very apartment I was in. Her eyes were hollow, staring directly at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Suddenly, the temperature dropped even further, and the whispering intensified, now sounding like a chorus of voices all calling my name. "Jack! Jack!" I backed away, my mind racing. Was this some kind of prank? I thought of the tenants, especially Mrs. Patterson, who had been adamant about seeing a shadowy figure. Maybe someone was trying to scare me, but the fear I felt was real, tangible. I turned to leave the bedroom, but the hallway behind me had changed. The once familiar corridor now seemed endless, the walls stretching out unnaturally. The whispers followed me, growing louder, more insistent. "Don't leave. Stay. Help us." Panic set in as I realized I was lost. The layout of apartment 27 was clear in my mind, yet the hallway seemed to loop back on itself, leading me deeper into the apartment's maze-like interior. I stumbled forward, desperate to find an exit, my flashlight flickering erratically. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure was tall, indistinct, its form wavering like smoke in the wind. It began to move towards me, each step deliberate and slow, Jack, help us! The whispering voices echoed around me, the figure now just a few feet away. I mustered all the courage I had, pointing my flashlight directly at the figure. The light pierced through the darkness, revealing the face of the young woman from the photograph. Her eyes were empty, her mouth moving silently, as if she were trying to communicate something I couldn't understand. In that moment, a wave of sorrow washed over me. The apartment wasn't haunted by malevolent spirits, but by the lingering anguish of those who had suffered within its walls. I felt a profound sadness, a desire to help these lost souls find peace. "I'm here to help," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Tell me what you need." The temperature began to rise, the oppressive cold lifting as the figure started to fade. The whispering voices softened, their cries of pain turning into gentle sighs. "Thank you." As the figure vanished, the hallway returned to its normal length, the apartment's layout familiar once more. I stood there, breathing heavily, the weight of what I had experienced settling over me. I knew I couldn't leave these spirits in their torment. The next morning, I spoke with Sergeant Ramirez about the incident. He listened intently, his expression serious. "Apartment 27 has a dark history," he began. "Back in the 1940s, there was a brutal murder here. A young woman was killed in her home, and her spirit has been restless ever since. We've had reports of strange noises and sightings, but nothing concrete. Determined to put an end to the haunting, I decided to take action. I delved into the records, uncovering the tragic story of Emily Hartley, the woman from the photograph. She had been a tenant in apartment 27, living alone and keeping to herself. One night, she was found dead under mysterious circumstances, no signs of forced entry, no clear motive. The case was never solved, leaving Emily's spirit to wander the apartment in search of answers. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to apartment 27 with a sense of purpose. I brought with me a small journal and a voice recorder, hoping to communicate directly with Emily's spirit. As night fell, I once again walked the halls of the old apartment, the whispers guiding me towards the living room. Sitting down on the worn-out couch, I began to speak, my voice steady despite the lingering fear. "Emily, I know what happened to you. I want to help you find peace. Can you tell me what you need?" For a moment, there was only silence. Then, the room grew cold once more, and the whispering voices filled the air. "Find the truth." I opened the journal I had brought, flipping through its pages filled with notes and historical records. I realized that there were gaps in the official reports, discrepancies that needed to be addressed. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved deeper into Emily's past, interviewing former neighbors and scouring old newspapers for any clues. Weeks turned into months, and my investigation revealed a web of secrets and lies. Emily had been involved in a heated dispute with a local landlord over unpaid rent and maintenance issues. On the night of her death, she had confronted him, leading to a violent altercation. The landlord was never charged, and the case went cold, leaving Emily's spirit trapped in the apartment, her anger and sorrow unquenched. Armed with the truth, I returned to apartment 27 one final time. With the evidence in hand, I confronted the lingering spirits, my voice filled with compassion and understanding. "Emily, I know what happened. I'm going to make sure the truth is known, so you can finally find peace." As I spoke, the atmosphere in the apartment shifted. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a warm, soothing presence. The shadows softened, and the whispers turned into a harmonious hum. Emily's spirit appeared once more, her form now serene and at peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. With that, she faded away, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure. The apartment felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. I knew that Emily's spirit had finally found the peace she so desperately sought. From that night on, apartment 27 was quiet, the strange noises and sightings ceasing as if the building itself had been healed. The haunting had ended, replaced by a sense of tranquility that resonated through the halls. My experience at Cypress Ridge Penitentiary had taught me that sometimes the most profound acts of bravery involve reaching out to those who can't speak for themselves, giving voice to the voiceless, and helping lost souls find their way home. And as I continue my patrols through the city's older neighborhoods, I carry with me the lessons learned from Apartment 27. In the darkness, amidst the whispers and shadows, there are stories waiting to be heard, spirits yearning for resolution, and a reminder that even in the most haunted places, there is hope for redemption and peace. Story number 23. Echoes of Cell Block D. I've always believed that the line between reality and the supernatural is thin, almost invisible. But working as a night shift officer at the old Cypress Ridge Penitentiary in rural Maine forced me to confront that belief head-on. Cypress Ridge wasn't your typical prison. Its history was marred by brutality and bloodshed, earning it a reputation that kept most people away. Yet, here I was, patrolling its haunted halls, wondering if the stories were more than just ghost tales whispered by frightened inmates. It was a chilly October night, the kind where the fog rolls in thick from the nearby marshes, swallowing the perimeter in a blanket of gray. The penitentiary loomed in the distance, its towering walls and barred windows casting long shadows under the dim streetlights. Cypress Ridge had been closed for renovations, but temporary guards like me were still needed to keep an eye on the inmates who refused to leave. Stuck between the past and an uncertain future, my shift began with the usual routine: checking the outer perimeter, ensuring all gates were secure, and walking the narrow corridors that felt more like a labyrinth than a prison. The building itself was a relic from the early 1900s, its stone walls weathered by time and neglect. Stories of brutal punishments and mysterious deaths were common, but nothing concrete ever emerged, just hushed conversations and fearful glances. As midnight approached, the silence of the night was punctuated by the occasional drip of water from the old pipes and the distant hoot of an owl. I was making my rounds in Cell Block D, one of the oldest sections of the prison, when I first heard it, a soft clanging noise echoing through the halls. At first, I dismissed it as the wind rattling the old metal doors, but the sound persisted, growing slightly louder and more insistent. I approached the nearest cell, a cold breeze brushing past me as I reached for the latch. The door swung open with a creak, revealing an empty cell bathed in the pale light of my flashlight. No inmate was inside, but the clanging noise seemed to emanate from deeper within the block. My heart pounded as I followed the sound, each step echoing ominously in the empty corridor. As I walked, the temperature seemed to drop, my breath visible in the beam of my light. The clanging grew louder, now accompanied by faint whispers that seemed to swirl around me like mist. I tried to steady my nerves, telling myself it was just the old building settling or the inmates playing tricks in the dark. But something felt wrong, an oppressive presence pressing down on me. I reached the end of the corridor, where the walls seemed to close in, the air thick with an unseen tension. The clanging stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it again, clearer this time, a voice calling my name, low and desperate. "Officer David." I froze, my flashlight flickering as the voice echoed through the hallway. My mind raced, trying to recall any inmate named David. But there was no one by that name in Cell Block D. Panic set in as the whispers intensified, the air growing colder, making it hard to breathe. "David, help us," the voice pleaded, the sound wavering like a fragile thread. I turned, scanning the darkness, but there was no one there. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the reach of the light, a woman in a tattered dress, her face obscured by long, dark hair. She raised a hand, fingers clawing at the air as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. I took a step back, my heart racing. "I'm here to help," I called out, my voice wavering despite my efforts to stay calm. The figure vanished, and the whispers faded into the silence once more. I stood there, breathless, trying to make sense of what I had just witnessed. Was it a ghost? A hallucination? Or something else entirely? Determined to find answers, I continued my patrol, keeping a keen eye out for any signs of the apparition. Hours passed with no further incidents, and the first light of dawn began to seep through the fog, dissipating the eerie atmosphere that had gripped the night. I thought the night's horrors were over, but as I reached the main entrance, my radio crackled to life. "Officer Thompson, do you copy? We need you at cell block D. Now," came the urgent voice of Sergeant Miller. I glanced down the radio, a chill running down my spine. "What's happening, Sergeant?" "There's been an incident. One of the inmates claims he saw something he can't explain. He's hysterical and scared." I hurried back to cell block D, my mind replaying the ghostly encounter. As I entered the block, the atmosphere felt different, charged with a palpable tension. I approached the cell in question, a solitary confinement unit notorious for housing the most violent and disturbed inmates. Inside, a man named Tommy was pacing frantically, his eyes wide with fear. "It's real, officer. I saw her. She was standing there, just like you said," he exclaimed, pointing towards the far end of the cell. I placed a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Tommy, it's okay. I'm here to help. Can you describe what you saw?" Tommy shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "She was crying, officer. Her eyes were so sad, and she kept calling my name. I couldn't move. I was frozen with fear." I felt a pang of empathy for the man. Knowing the isolation and darkness of solitary confinement could drive someone to the brink. But Tommy's description matched mine too closely, making me question if there was something more at play here. "We're going to look into this, Tommy. I promise," I assured him before stepping out to investigate further. As I walked down the corridor, the memories of the night's earlier events resurfaced. Was the woman a lingering spirit from the prison's violent past? Cypress Ridge had seen countless tragedies, murders, suicides, and unexplained deaths. Each story added to the dark tapestry that shrouded the penitentiary in mystery and fear. I decided to consult the prison records, digging into the history of Cell Block D. The stories were gruesome, tales of inmates who had met untimely and brutal ends, their spirits rumored to haunt the very walls they once roamed. One in particular stood out: Eleanor Ellie Hartley, a nurse who had been brutally murdered in the 1940s by a group of inmates seeking revenge against her for exposing their corruption and brutality. Legends spoke of Ellie's restless spirit, forever trapped in the prison, unable to find peace. She was often seen in the night, her cries echoing through the halls, her presence felt but rarely seen. The more I read, the more I realized that Tommy's encounter was likely tied to Ellie's tragic fate. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to spend some time alone in Cell Block D after my shift ended. Armed with my flashlight and a notebook, I wanted to experience firsthand what the inmates were talking about. As the night deepened, the prison settled into an oppressive silence, broken only by the distant sounds of dripping water and the occasional shuffling footsteps. I settled into one of the empty cells, hoping to hear something that could explain the eerie occurrences. Hours passed with no sign of the supernatural, and just as I was beginning to doubt my own sanity, I heard it, a faint whisper, almost imperceptible, calling my name. "Officer David." My heart raced as I scanned the darkness, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gloom. There she was, a shadowy figure standing at the end of the corridor, her form barely visible. Ellie Hartley, or at least, her ghostly apparition. She raised her hand, fingers twitching as if trying to communicate something important. I took a cautious step forward, my voice barely above a whisper. "Ellie, I'm here to help you. What do you need?" The air grew colder, my breath visible in the flashlight's beam. Ellie's figure seemed to shimmer, her sorrow palpable. "Find the truth. Set me free." Before I could respond, the temperature plummeted, and the walls seemed to close in around me. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a cold, haunting breeze. I felt a presence pressing in on me, the weight of Ellie's anguish bearing down on my soul. Determined to break the cycle, I vowed to uncover the full story behind her death and give her the closure she deserved. The following days were spent poring over old case files, interviewing former guards, and piecing together the fragmented history of Cypress Ridge. Each revelation brought me closer to the truth, but also deeper into the prison's dark embrace. One evening, as I was about to leave, a sudden power outage plunged the building into darkness. My flashlight flickered and died, leaving me in pitch black. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my phone's flashlight, but the screen wouldn't turn on. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant sound of metal doors slamming shut and footsteps echoing through the corridors. A soft voice reached my ears, clear and sorrowful. "David, help me." I froze, recognizing Ellie's voice, summoning all my courage. I followed the sound, my hands trembling as I navigated the darkened halls. The whispers grew louder, guiding me toward the heart of cell block D. There, in the center of the block, stood the apparition of Ellie Hartley, her form more defined than ever. She reached out to me, her eyes filled with endless pain. "You must expose the truth. Tell the world what happened here." I nodded, understanding her plea. This wasn't just about uncovering a tragic story. It was about giving a voice to the voiceless, about seeking justice for those who couldn't speak for themselves. As I documented her final words, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, the temperature warming slightly. Ellie's figure began to fade, her sorrow giving way to a peaceful expression. "Thank you, David." With that, she was gone, leaving behind a sense of calm and the faintest whisper of gratitude in the air. The following weeks saw significant changes at Cypress Ridge. The truth about the 1940s murders was finally brought to light, leading to a re-examination of past cases and the exoneration of several wrongfully convicted inmates. The prison began to undergo true renovations, not just physical, but also healing its dark history. I continued my patrols with a new sense of purpose, knowing that sometimes the past refuses to stay buried until its stories are told and its spirits are set free. Cypress Ridge Penitentiary remained a place of fear and mystery, but now, it also stood as a testament to the power of truth and the hope for redemption. And every night, as I drive those haunted halls, I can't help but feel a lingering presence. Ellie's spirit watching over me, a silent guardian ensuring that her story is never forgotten. Story number 24. Shadows at the Texas Precinct. I've always believed that some places hold onto their past a little too tightly, lingering in the shadows where memories refuse to fade. The Precinct 12 in rural Texas was one such place, nestled between vast stretches of farmland and the occasional stretch of highway. It stood as a relic of a bygone era, its brick facade weathered by countless storms and relentless sun. But it wasn't just the building's age that gave it character. It was the stories whispered among the officers, the unexplained phenomena that plagued the night shifts, and the lingering presence of a fallen comrade who never truly left. My name is Officer Jake Thompson, and I've been with the Texas Rangers for nearly a decade. Most of my career has been spent in bustling city precincts, but a transfer to Precinct 12 offered a quieter life, one where I could focus on the basics of policing without the chaos of urban crime. I thought I was prepared for the isolation, but nothing could have prepared me for the haunting that awaited me in those old halls. It was late October, the air crisp with the promise of winter, when I first heard the stories of the ghostly apparitions. New recruits often shared tales of seeing shadows move on their own, hearing footsteps echo through empty corridors, and witnessing doors slam shut without a breeze in sight. At first, I dismissed them as overactive imaginations fueled by the precinct's eerie ambience. But as nights turned into weeks, I began to experience the phenomena myself. One particularly quiet night, I was wrapping up paperwork in my small, cluttered office when the lights flickered overhead. The hum of the fluorescent bulbs was momentarily interrupted by a low, mournful groan that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I glanced up, half expecting to see one of my colleagues pulling a prank. But the office was empty, probably just the old wiring acting up again. I muttered to myself, returning to my desk. But the uneasy feeling in my chest wouldn't let me shake it off. Just as I was about to dive back into my paperwork, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from the hallway. I stood up, heart pounding, and shone my flashlight down the corridor. There was no one there. The footsteps had stopped, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I approached the door, slowly pushing it open, and peered into the dimly lit hallway. That's when I saw him. A figure stood at the far end of the corridor, his uniform pristine despite the years that had passed since he last wore it. His face was pale, eyes hollow with an unspoken sorrow. It was Detective Mike Lawson, a respected officer who had tragically lost his life in a traffic accident just 5 years ago. The memory of his death was still fresh in the precinct's collective memory, a somber reminder of the fragility of life. "Mike," I whispered, stepping into the hallway. "Is that you?" He didn't respond. Instead, he began to walk toward me, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew colder as he approached, my breath visible in the dim light. His presence was overwhelming, a tangible weight pressing down on me. "Jake," he finally spoke, his voice echoing eerily in the empty corridor. "You've got to help me." I reached out, but my hand passed through him as if he were made of mist. Panic surged through me, but I forced myself to stay calm. "Mike, what do you need? What happened?" He stopped just inches away, his eyes pleading. "There's unfinished business. Someone needs to know the truth about my accident. It wasn't just a simple crash, it was foul play." Before I could respond, the temperature dropped further, and the lights flickered again, casting long, wavering shadows across the walls. Mike's form began to fade, his figure becoming more translucent with each passing second. "Find the evidence," he urged, his voice fading. "Clear my name." And just like that, he was gone, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence of the precinct. My heart raced, and I struggled to steady my breathing, the encounter leaving me shaken to the core. The next day, determination replaced my fear. I couldn't ignore Mike's plea. I delved into old case files, sifting through records and reports, searching for any clues that might shed light on the circumstances surrounding his death. The official report had ruled it a tragic accident, a collision on a rainy night that took Mike's life instantly. But something didn't sit right with me. As I pored over the files, I stumbled upon a series of inconsistencies, witness statements that didn't align, missing pieces of evidence, and a pattern of behavior from a fellow officer that seemed suspicious. It was a tangled web of deceit and betrayal that pointed to a cover-up, one that had silenced Mike Lawson permanently. Late one night, as I was about to call it a day, I heard the footsteps again, this time louder and more insistent. I followed the sound to the interrogation room, heart pounding, and found the door ajar. I pushed it open, only to find the room empty, save for a single piece of evidence, a blood-stained badge that belonged to Detective Sam Reynolds, a colleague who had always been friendly but had a reputation for cutting corners. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Sam Reynolds had been implicated in several unofficial investigations, his methods questionable at best. Could he have been involved in Mike's death? The thought was chilling, and I knew I had to confront him. The next morning, I approached Sam's desk, my mind racing with the implications of what I'd found. He looked up, a smirk playing on his lips. "Morning, Jake." Burning the midnight oil, I steadied my voice, holding up the badge. "Sam, we need to talk about Mike Lawson." His expression changed instantly, the smirk fading into a mask of calm denial. "Mike was a good man. He died in an accident, just like it was reported." But I wasn't convinced. I pressed on, presenting the inconsistencies I had uncovered. Sam's facade began to crack. his eyes narrowing as he realized I was onto something. "You're digging into things you shouldn't, Jake. Some truths are better left buried." Undeterred, I continued my investigation, gathering evidence and piecing together the puzzle that had led to Mike's death. The more I uncovered, the clearer it became that Sam Reynolds had orchestrated a series of events to eliminate Mike, covering his tracks to protect his own reputation and career. One night, as I was about to leave the precinct, the lights flickered, and the temperature dropped once more. I felt a presence behind me, and when I turned, there stood Mike Lawson, his expression one of gratitude and relief. "Jake, you did it," he whispered, his voice filled with peace. "You found the truth." I nodded, a sense of accomplishment washing over me. "I'm sorry it took so long, Mike." He gave a faint smile before fading away, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as his spirit found the closure it needed. With Sam Reynolds exposed and brought to justice, the strange phenomena at Precinct 12 ceased, the shadows lifting as if a weight had been removed from the building. In the weeks that followed, the precinct felt lighter, the air less heavy with unresolved sorrow. Mike's legacy was finally honored, his name cleared, and his spirit at peace. But the experience left a lasting impact on me, a reminder that sometimes the job requires more than just enforcing the law, it requires uncovering the truth, no matter how dark or difficult it may be. And every time I pass by Precinct 12, I can't help but feel a lingering presence, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we share beyond life and death. Because in the heart of Texas, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the night, there are stories waiting to be told, spirits yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the darkest places, truth and justice can prevail. Story number 25. The Haunting of Maple Street. I've always prided myself on being a rational man. As a police officer in the suburbs of Los Angeles, I've seen my fair share of the strange and the inexplicable. But nothing quite prepared me for what happened one fateful October night on Maple Street. My name is Officer Daniel Harris, and this is the story of how a routine patrol turned into a haunting encounter that forever changed my perception of reality. It was a crisp autumn evening, the kind where the leaves crunch underfoot and the air carries a hint of impending winter. I was on my usual route, patrolling the quieter side streets to ensure everything was in order. Maple Street was a peaceful neighborhood, lined with old oak trees and modest homes, each with its own history and secrets. Most nights were uneventful, but tonight felt different, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that I couldn't quite place. As midnight approached, the streetlights cast long shadows across the pavement, and the sounds of crickets filled the air. My cruiser's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the occasional parked car and the silhouette of a lone figure walking down the sidewalk. It was then that I saw her, a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, walking briskly along the deserted street. She was dressed in a simple, white dress that fluttered slightly in the cool night breeze, her face partially obscured by her long, dark hair. I slowed down, watching her for a moment before deciding to follow. There was something about her that seemed out of place, a sense of urgency that made me want to ensure she was safe. I turned off the patrol light and kept a safe distance behind her, my instincts telling me that something wasn't right. After a few minutes, she stopped near the corner of Maple and Elm, glancing nervously around as if sensing something or someone. Following her, I parked a short distance away and approached cautiously, the flashlight from my cruiser casting a narrow beam of light in front of me. "Good evening, ma'am," I called out, keeping my tone calm and professional. "Is everything all right? Do you need any assistance?" She turned to face me, her eyes wide with fear. "Please, help me," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Someone's following me. I don't know what to do." Concern surged through me as I opened my door and stepped out into the night. "I'm Officer Harris. What's your name?" "Emily," she replied, clutching her dress tightly around her. "They won't let me go." I looked around, expecting to see a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows. But the street was empty. Who's following you? Emily? Can you describe them? She shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't know. They're always there, watching me, every night. Before I could ask more, Emily suddenly vanished before my eyes, leaving behind nothing but a chilling gust of wind and the faint sound of her desperate whispers. I stood there, stunned, as the air around me grew inexplicably cold. My heart pounded in my chest, and I reached for my radio, unsure of what to do next. Dispatch. This is Officer Harris. I need a supervisor at Maple Street. Unit 27. I reported, my voice shaky. There was a woman here who claims she's being followed, but she just disappeared. After a few tense moments, Sergeant Laura Mitchell arrived, her expression serious as she listened to my account. Did you see anyone else? Any suspicious activity before she vanished? I shook my head. No, it was just her. 1 minute she's there, the next she's gone. Sergeant Mitchell frowned thoughtfully. All right, let's run a check on any reports or incidents in this area. Maybe there's something we're missing. We returned to the patrol car, where Laura began dialing into the database while I processed what had just happened. My mind raced with questions. Had Emily been the victim of a violent crime? Or was there something more sinister at play? According to the records, there was a kidnapping and murder that occurred on Maple Street 10 years ago. Laura informed me, her tone indicating the gravity of the situation. A young woman named Jessica Thompson was taken from her home, and her body was never found. The case went cold. But there have been occasional reports of strange occurrences in that area ever since. A chill ran down my spine as I connected the dots. Do you think Emily could be connected to that case? Maybe a witness or a family member still looking for answers? It's possible, Laura replied. Some believe the area is haunted by Jessica's spirit, unable to find peace after her tragic death. It could explain the reports of strange noises and sightings, especially around the anniversary of her disappearance. Determined to get to the bottom of this, we decided to search the immediate vicinity for any signs of foul play. As we walked down Maple Street, the night seemed to close in around us, the silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of leaves. We reached the corner where Emily had last been seen, and I noticed something peculiar, a faint, cold draft coming from a nearby alleyway that wasn't there before. Laura, do you feel that? I asked, the cold air sending shivers down my spine. She nodded, her eyes scanning the darkness. Something's not right. Let's check it out. We approached the alley cautiously, the flashlight beams cutting through the gloom. As we turned the corner, the temperature dropped dramatically, my breath visible in the icy air. That's when we saw it, a figure standing at the far end of the alley, its form barely distinguishable in the darkness. It was a woman, dressed in a white dress similar to the one Emily had been wearing, her face obscured by shadows. Emily? I called out, my voice echoing eerily in the confined space. The figure didn't respond. Instead, it slowly began to move towards us, each step deliberate and sorrowful. My heart raced as I realized we were witnessing something supernatural, a lingering spirit trapped between worlds. We need to get out of here, Laura whispered, grabbing my arm. This isn't safe. But as we turned to leave, the figure reached out a hand, her fingers trailing through the air as if trying to communicate something. The whispers we'd heard earlier seemed to intensify, surrounding us with a cacophony of silent pleas. Help me find peace. The whispers echoed in my mind, their meaning clear despite the lack of audible sound. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. We bolted back to the patrol car, the oppressive cold pushing us to drive away as quickly as possible. As we sped down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that Emily's spirit was still watching us, her sorrow binding her to the place where her life had been brutally taken. Back at the station, Laura and I reviewed the details of the Jessica Thompson case, hoping to find a connection that could explain Emily's appearance. The case files were filled with grisly details. Jessica had been a vibrant young woman with dreams of becoming a teacher. But her life was cut short in a way that left the community in fear and mourning. Do you think Emily saw something she shouldn't have? I mused aloud. Maybe she's a link to Jessica's case. Someone who knows the truth. Laura considered this for a moment before nodding. It's possible. Maybe Emily was somehow connected to Jessica. Or perhaps she's a victim herself trying to communicate through the supernatural presence left behind by Jessica. Determined to help both women find peace, we decided to investigate further, reaching out to family members and old friends of Jessica Thompson. The more we dug, the more unsettling the connections became, revealing a web of deceit and violence that had been meticulously covered up over the years. One evening, as I sat alone in my car, reviewing the case notes, I heard a familiar whisper, "Help me find peace." It was Emily's voice, soft and haunting, echoing through the empty parking lot. I looked up, my heart racing, but saw nothing. The street was empty, the night air still and silent, shaking off the unease. I turned back to my notes, determined to piece together the final clues that would solve both cases. Days turned into weeks, and our investigation led us to a forgotten part of Maple Street, where an old abandoned house stood as a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. It was here that Jessica Thompson had been taken, her disappearance marking the beginning of the supernatural hauntings that plagued the neighborhood. Inside the house, we found evidence of the brutal attack, broken furniture, bloodstains, and a journal belonging to Jessica. The pages detailed her last days, her fears, and her desperate attempts to escape the torment of her captor. It was clear that her spirit had been trapped here, her anguish giving rise to the haunting presence that now connected Emily to her tragic fate. As we delved deeper, the connection between Emily and Jessica became undeniable. Emily had been Jessica's best friend, standing by her side through thick and thin. On the night of the kidnapping, Emily had been nearby, searching for her when she heard the screams. She had rushed to the scene, only to witness the unimaginable horror. The trauma of that night had left her spirit forever linked to Jessica's, their souls intertwined in a dance of sorrow and desperation. Realizing the key to freeing both spirits lay in acknowledging the truth and bringing closure to their stories, we decided to hold a memorial at the site of the old house. With the help of the community, we gathered to honor Jessica and Emily, sharing their stories and ensuring that their suffering would not be forgotten. As we spoke, the air grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as if a weight had been removed. The whispers of the past faded, replaced by a peaceful silence that spoke volumes. For the first time in years, the spirits of Jessica and Emily were finally at rest, their stories told and their souls free from the torment that had bound them to Maple Street. That night, as I drove home, the fog rolled in gently, the streetlights casting soft glows on the pavement. Maple Street felt different, lighter, almost serene. I couldn't help but smile, knowing that we had made a difference, that we had helped two lost souls find peace. But even as I relaxed, a faint whisper reached my ears, carried on the night breeze. "Thank you." It was Emily's voice, lingering like a gentle breeze, a reminder that even in death, gratitude and peace can transcend the boundaries of life. From that night on, I approached my job with a renewed sense of purpose, understanding that sometimes, the most important cases are the ones that touch the soul. Cypress Ridge Penitentiary had taught me that the past never truly dies, and that helping those who can't help themselves is the true essence of being a police officer. And every time I pass by apartment 27, I remember the night I met Emily, the girl who cried out for help, and the story that needed to be told. Because in the quiet corners of the world, where shadows linger and whispers echo, there are stories waiting to be heard, souls yearning for closure, and a reminder that sometimes, the greatest acts of bravery involve listening to the silent pleas of those who can't speak for themselves. Story number 26. The Haunting on Highway 101. I never believed in ghosts, Not until that night on Highway 101 changed everything I thought I knew about the world. My name is Mark Reynolds, and I'm a patrol officer with the California Highway Patrol. For years, I've cruised the highways and byways of this state, dealing with everything from minor traffic violations to serious accidents. But nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered that foggy October evening. It was nearing midnight, the kind of time when the world feels like it's holding its breath. I was on my usual patrol route, driving my cruiser down the stretch of Highway 101 that cuts through the less traveled parts of the state. The air was thick with mist, the fog so dense it made the distant lights of oncoming cars look like ghostly apparitions. Visibility was minimal, and the road seemed endless, swallowed by the darkness on either side. As I approached mile marker 45, I noticed something unusual: a sedan parked on the shoulder, its headlights off, the interior completely dark. It wasn't uncommon to see abandoned cars out here, but there was something different about this one. Maybe it was the way it stood there, completely still, as if frozen in time. Or perhaps it was the eerie silence that enveloped the area, broken only by the occasional drip of water from the misty air. Curiosity got the better of me. I slowed down, turning on my patrol car's engine and flashing my lights behind the sedan. "Hello? Are you okay? Do you need assistance?" I called out, my voice steady despite the unease creeping up my spine. There was no response, just the sound of my own voice echoing into the night. I parked a few feet away, rolling down my window to get a better look. The interior of the car was shrouded in darkness, the silence palpable. I reached for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the fog inside the vehicle. But still, nothing moved. No sign of life, no driver, no passengers, nothing. I stepped out of my cruiser, the cold night air biting at my cheeks. As I approached the sedan, the temperature seemed to drop even further, my breath visible in the beam of my flashlight. I tried the door handle, it was unlocked. With a deep breath, I opened the door and peered inside. The car was immaculate, too immaculate. It was as if it had just been parked there moments ago. Yet the surrounding area bore no signs of recent activity. I called out again, louder this time. "Hello? Are you there?" Suddenly, I heard it, a faint, muffled sound coming from the back seat. It was like a whisper, barely audible over the hum of my patrol car's engine. My heart started to race. "Who's there? Show yourself." Before I could react, the temperature in the car plummeted. A gust of icy wind swept through, making the air shimmer with frost. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The whisper grew louder, more distinct, turning into a desperate plea. "Help me." I took a step back, my mind struggling to process what was happening. I glanced around, half expecting to see another officer or a passerby. But the road was empty, just me, the sedan, and the thick blanket of fog. Summoning my courage, I reached into the back seat, my hand shaking as I felt around in the darkness. And then I felt something cold, something unnaturally icy. I pulled back abruptly, my flashlight flickering as if struggling against an unseen force. I stood there, heart pounding, as the front window of the sedan began to frost over from the inside, patterns forming like intricate lace. The whispering turned into audible sobs, the sound of a woman crying out in anguish. "Please, help me." I couldn't tear my eyes away. It was as if the woman inside the car was trying to communicate, to reach out to me from beyond. My training kicked in, telling me to stay professional, to remain calm, but the fear was overwhelming. I decided to call it in. "Dispatch, this is Officer Reynolds on Highway 101. I need assistance at mile marker 45. Possible distressed individual in vehicle." The dispatcher acknowledged my call, assuring me that backup was on the way. But as I waited, the phenomena intensified. The car seemed to come alive, the frost patterns growing more intricate, the sobbing more desperate. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything stopped. The temperature returned to normal, the frost melting away, and the sedan stood silent and empty once more. I stood there for a moment, trying to catch my breath. The image of the crying woman burned into my memory. When backup arrived, they found nothing unusual, no signs of struggle, no evidence of anyone ever being in the car. It was as if the woman had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the cold chill and the echo of her sorrow. I reported the incident, sharing every detail with my colleagues. Most of them dismissed it as a trick of the light, perhaps a hallucination brought on by the isolation and the fog. But one of them, a seasoned officer named Tom, looked at me with a knowing expression. "That area has a dark history," he said quietly. "There was a tragic accident here about 10 years ago. A woman was driving home after a late shift, lost control in the fog, and her car went off the road. She didn't survive. Some folks say her spirit still roams these parts, searching for help she never got." I nodded, the pieces of the puzzle finally fitting together. The woman I saw was likely her, forever trapped in that moment of desperation, unable to find peace. Over the following weeks, I couldn't shake the encounter. Every time I drove down Highway 101 at night, especially when the fog rolled in, I felt her presence. It was as if she was still out there, waiting for someone to help her find her way home. One night, months later, I was once again patrolling the same stretch of road. The fog was thicker than ever, the darkness almost tangible. I was about to dismiss it as another long, uneventful night when I saw her, the woman in white, standing by the roadside, her figure barely visible through the mist. This time, I didn't hesitate. I slowed down, flashing my lights as I approached. "Hello? Are you okay? Do you need help?" She turned to face me, her eyes hollow and filled with an eternal sadness. "Please, help me." I pulled over, my heart racing. I reached for the door handle, but before I could open it, a cold wind swept through the car, and she vanished, leaving behind a lingering chill and the echo of her plea. I stood there, staring into the empty road, feeling her pain resonate within me. That night, I realized that some souls never find their way home, and some calls for help are never truly answered. From that day forward, I approached my job with a newfound respect for the unseen, the spirits that linger between the living and the dead. And every time I see a sedan parked on the side of Highway 101, I can't help but wonder if it's just another abandoned vehicle, or if it's the lonely presence of a woman searching for the help she never received. Because out there, in the foggy shadows of the night, some spirits are still reaching out, hoping someone will hear their cry and guide them to peace. And if you're ever driving alone down those deserted stretches, keep an eye out. You never know when you might be called upon to answer their silent pleas. Story number 27. Vanishing Point. I never believed in ghosts. Not until that night on Fifth Avenue changed everything I thought I knew about the world. My name is Michael Lawson, and I'm a police officer in New York City. For over 15 years, I've patrolled these streets, dealing with everything from petty thefts to serious crimes. But nothing in my career could have prepared me for the haunting encounter that unfolded on a chilly November evening. It was around 11 p.m., the kind of night where the city never truly sleeps. Yet certain streets like Fifth Avenue seemed to hold their breath under the dim glow of streetlights. I had received a call about a minor traffic accident involving a sedan that had spun out of control near the intersection of Fifth and Main. Upon arriving, the scene was relatively undisturbed. No significant damage, no visible injuries. The driver's side window was shattered, and the car was leaning precariously against the curb. I approached cautiously, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal the driver's seat. According to the dispatcher, the medical team had already declared the driver dead at the scene. But as I drew closer, something felt off. The air was unusually still, and an inexplicable chill settled over me, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. "Hello? Can you hear me?" I called out, my voice echoing slightly in the silent night. There was no response. The driver's door remained ajar, the interior of the car bathed in an eerie stillness. I decided to take a closer look. stepping into the sedan with a mix of curiosity and unease. The dashboard was shattered. The steering wheel twisted unnaturally. But what caught my attention wasn't the wreckage. It was the figure standing beside the car. A man, perhaps in his early 40s, stood a few feet away, his form barely visible in the dim light. He was dressed in a business suit, the fabric pristine despite the chaos around him. His eyes locked onto mine, wide with confusion and fear. "Please, help me," he whispered, his voice cracking with desperation. I blinked, questioning my own senses. According to the reports, the driver had died instantly from the impact. But here he was, alive, standing beside his mangled vehicle. My training kicked in, pushing aside the irrational fear that threatened to overtake me. "Sir, are you okay? What happened here?" He took a step closer, his eyes darting around as if searching for something or someone. I don't know," he stammered. "One moment I was driving, and the next, everything went dark." Before I could respond, a gust of wind swept through the area, causing the car doors to slam shut with a deafening bang. The man gasped, clutching his chest as if in pain. But there was no visible injury. Panic surged through me. "What do you mean everything went dark? Are you injured?" He shook his head vigorously, his eyes pleading. "No, I saw something, a figure in the middle of the road. I tried to swerve, but it felt like something was pulling me back. I scanned the area, but there was no sign of another vehicle or any obstruction on the road." "Where did you see this figure? Maybe we can find a witness or some footage." He looked at me, desperation etched into every line of his face. "No, it was like it vanished right before my eyes. And now I can't remember anything else." I took a deep breath, trying to maintain my composure. The situation was highly irregular, to say the least. "All right, let's get you out of the car and take you to the station for further questioning." As I guided him out of the sedan, a strange sensation washed over me, like a heavy fog enveloping my mind, making it difficult to think clearly. We moved to the nearby patrol car, and I offered him a seat, trying to make sense of what was happening. But before we could proceed, the man abruptly stood up, his body stiff with fear. "I have to go," he insisted, glancing back towards the accident site. "They're coming for me." Confusion flickered in my eyes. "Who's coming for you? What do you mean?" He shook his head again, his face contorted in anguish. "I can't explain. Just help me find them." With that cryptic plea, he turned and sprinted down the darkened street, disappearing into the night without a trace. I stood there, stunned, watching him vanish into the shadows. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible scenario. The dispatcher had confirmed that the driver had died on impact. Yet here was someone else claiming to be alive, pleading for help. I immediately radioed for backup, but there was no response. The patrol car's lights flickered overhead, casting long, unsettling shadows that danced across the deserted street. An overwhelming sense of dread settled in my stomach as I retraced my steps back to the accident site, hoping to find some clue as to what had just transpired. As I approached the sedan once more, the air grew colder, the darkness seeming to press in on me from all sides. I reached out to touch the car, feeling the rough texture of the shattered glass beneath my fingertips. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed through the night, sending shivers down my spine. "Leave this place." I whipped around, my flashlight beam sweeping the area. But there was no one there. The street was empty, save for the remnants of the accident and the unsettling stillness that now enveloped the scene. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized I wasn't alone. Not in the way I had thought. Determined to find answers, I decided to review the security footage from the nearby cameras. As I scanned through the grainy images, my blood ran cold. The footage showed the man I had encountered standing beside his car, just as I had described. But moments later, he began to flicker, his form becoming translucent until he was nothing more than a shadowy silhouette. The screen went black, leaving me with more questions than answers. I contacted my superiors, explaining the bizarre incident, but their skepticism was palpable. "Officer Harris, it sounds like you had a bit too much on your plate tonight." One of them suggested dismissively, "Maybe you should take a break." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something sinister was at play. The dispatcher had mentioned that the car had been involved in a fatal accident 10 years ago, the same location where I had just witnessed the impossible. Curiosity and a sense of duty compelled me to dig deeper into the history of the area. Over the next few weeks, I delved into old records, uncovering a tragic story that had been buried under layers of time and silence. 10 years ago, a young man named Thomas Green had lost his life in a gruesome accident on that very spot. His car had spun out of control, killing him instantly. The case had been closed as a simple accident, but whispers of foul play and mysterious circumstances had lingered in the community. As I pieced together the fragments of Thomas's story, I couldn't ignore the parallels between his fate and the encounter I had experienced. The cold gusts of wind, the vanishing man. Could it be that Thomas's spirit was still trapped, unable to move on from his untimely death? Driven by a need to help, I returned to the accident site one last time, armed with knowledge and a determination to bring peace to a restless soul. The night was quiet, the air still with an eerie calm. I approached the sedan, now a relic of the past, and stood in silence, waiting for any sign of the supernatural. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped once more, and the fog began to roll in thick and heavy. I felt a presence, a weight pressing down on me, as if the very air was filled with sorrow and desperation. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant sound of my own breathing. Then, as if summoned by my presence, Thomas appeared once more, a ghostly figure standing beside his car, his eyes filled with a haunting emptiness. "Help me," he whispered, his voice echoing through the night. I reached out, my voice gentle and compassionate. "Thomas, I'm here to help you. What do you need?" He looked at me, his expression a mix of pain and longing. "Find the truth. Set me free." Determined to honor his plea, I promised to uncover the full story behind his death and bring closure to his spirit. Over the following months, I worked tirelessly, reopening old investigations, interviewing witnesses, and uncovering hidden truths that had been concealed for a decade. The deeper I dug, the more I realized that Thomas's death had been no accident. There were signs of tampering, evidence that someone had deliberately caused his car to crash. With this new information, I was able to piece together the events leading up to his tragic demise, revealing a web of deceit and betrayal that had been meticulously hidden. Armed with the truth, I returned to the accident site one final time, determined to give Thomas the peace he deserved. As I stood beside his car, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The temperature dropped, and the fog swirled around me, creating an ethereal atmosphere that seemed to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. "Thomas," I called out softly, my voice steady despite the lingering fear. "I found the truth. Your death was no accident. It was a crime, and the perpetrator has been brought to justice." A sense of relief washed over me as I spoke the words, the oppressive energy lifting as if a weight had been removed from the night. Thomas's spirit began to shimmer, his form becoming more defined and peaceful. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "Now, I can finally move on." As his apparition faded, the night seemed to brighten, the fog dissipating to reveal the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness. I felt a profound sense of accomplishment, knowing that I had helped a lost soul find peace and closure. From that night on, the accident site remained quiet, the eerie phenomena ceasing as if the restless spirit had finally found rest. My experience on Fifth Avenue became a turning point in my career, a reminder that sometimes the job requires more than just enforcing the law. It requires compassion, understanding, and a willingness to confront the unknown. And every time I patrol those quiet streets, I carry with me the memory of Thomas Green, A man whose life was cut short but whose spirit found peace through truth and justice. Because in the heart of the city, where the lines between the living and the dead blur under the veil of night, there are stories waiting to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the most ordinary places, the extraordinary can unfold in the shadows. Story number 28. Whispers behind bars. I've always believed that prisons hold more than just the bodies of their inmates. They contain their stories, their pains, and sometimes, their unresolved spirits. Cypress Ridge Penitentiary, nestled deep in the rural outskirts of Maine, was a place where darkness thrived, both inside and out. It wasn't just the reputation for housing the most dangerous criminals that kept most people away. It was the whispers of the unexplained phenomena that plagued the night shifts. My name is Ethan Carter, and I'm a night shift officer at Cypress Ridge. When I first took the job, I thought it would be just another routine patrol through cold, empty corridors and solitary confinement cells. But within months, I realized that Cypress Ridge was anything but ordinary. It was a particularly cold October night when everything changed. The kind of night where the wind howls through the barren trees, and the moon is just a sliver in the dark sky. I was making my rounds, walking the length of Cell Block D, a section of the prison notorious for its violent history. Decades ago, Cell Block D had been the scene of numerous brutal killings, and some say the spirits of those lost still lingered, unable to find peace. As I approached the end of the corridor, the usual sounds of the night, distant footsteps, the occasional clink of metal were absent. The silence was unnerving, pressing in on me from all sides. I paused, my breath visible in the cold air, trying to shake off the growing sense of unease. Then, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic clanging, like metal doors slamming shut. My heart raced as I turned toward the sound, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The noise seemed to come from the far end of the block, where the older cells stood like silent sentinels. I took a deep breath and continued walking, each step echoing louder than the last. As I reached the source of the sound, I saw it, a shadow moving swiftly across the wall, just beyond the reach of my light. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" No response, just the lingering sound of the clanging doors, followed by an eerie silence. I pushed forward, my hand gripping the flashlight tightly, illuminating the path ahead. That's when I saw her, a figure standing in the center of the cell, her form barely discernible in the dim light. She was dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned nightgown, her hair cascading down her shoulders in wild disarray. Her eyes were hollow, staring straight at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. I froze, unable to move. The temperature around me dropped suddenly, my breath turning to frost in the chilly air. The woman raised her hand, pointing toward the far end of the cell. "Find the truth. Set us free," her voice echoed, mingling with the residual sounds of the past. Before I could respond, the room seemed to shift. The walls pulsed with a dark energy, and the air grew thick with an oppressive force. Shadows danced along the corridor, taking on shapes that resembled the inmates who had perished here. Faces twisted in agony, bodies contorted in pain. I forced myself to take a step forward, my training kicking in despite the fear gripping my heart. "Who are you? What do you want from us?" The woman's form began to fade, her figure becoming more translucent with each passing second. "Expose the truth. Remember our suffering," she pleaded, her voice fading into a mournful sigh. The clanging of the doors returned, louder this time, as if the entire block was coming alive with the spirits of the past. I stumbled back, my flashlight flickering as the energy in the room intensified. "I will help you," I whispered, determination overcoming my fear. As quickly as it had started, everything stopped. The shadows receded, the cold lifted, and the woman vanished, leaving behind an unsettling stillness. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath, the weight of her request pressing heavily on my conscience. The following day, I delved into the archives, determined to uncover the history behind the hauntings of Cell Block D. What I found was a harrowing tale of corruption, brutality, and unsolved murders. The prison had a dark past, one that had been buried under layers of official records and silenced by fear. I met with old guards, former inmates, anyone who might shed light on the mysterious deaths that had occurred within these walls. Each story was more disturbing than the last: accounts of torture, unexplained disappearances, and the constant fear of the unknown. It became clear that the spirits were not just restless. They were victims seeking justice, their stories yearning to be told. One night, armed with the knowledge I had gathered, I returned to Cell Block D. The corridor was as silent as ever, but the air was charged with anticipation. I stood before the cell where I had encountered the spirit, my heart pounding in my chest. "I found your story," I called out, my voice steady despite the lingering fear. The temperature dropped once more, and the shadows began to shift. The same woman appeared, her presence more defined this time, her eyes filled with a mix of sorrow and hope. Tell them our truth," she implored. I nodded, determined to honor her request. "I will. Your stories won't be forgotten." As I began to speak, recounting the horrors and injustices that had plagued Cell Block D, the atmosphere began to change. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a sense of peace. The shadows softened, the air warmed, and the spirits seemed to fade into the light, their burdens finally lifted. When I finished, the cell was silent, the spirits at rest. I knew that Cypress Ridge Penitentiary would never be the same, and neither would I. The experience had opened my eyes to the unseen struggles and untold stories that lingered in the darkest corners of the world. From that night on, I made it my mission to ensure that the voices of the forgotten were heard, to bring justice to those who had been wronged. Cypress Ridge Penitentiary remained a place of fear and mystery, but now, it also stood as a symbol of resilience and the enduring power of truth. And every time I walk those haunted halls, I remember the plea of the woman in white, a reminder that even in the darkest places, there is hope for redemption and peace. Story number 29. Echoes from the Rocks. I've always found solace in the solitude of the Appalachian Trail. The endless miles of winding paths through dense forests and rugged mountains offering a reprieve from the chaos of daily life. Hiking had become my sanctuary, a place where I could disconnect and immerse myself in nature's embrace. But my latest trek would push me to the brink, unraveling the thin veil between reality and the supernatural. It was late October, the air crisp with the first whispers of autumn. The trail was less crowded this time of year, the vibrant hues of fall foliage painting a picturesque backdrop. I had read countless stories about strange phenomena on the Appalachian Trail, but none intrigued me as much as the legends of the groaning sounds emanating from the rock crevices. Locals spoke of it in hushed tones, attributing the eerie noises to restless spirits of those who had perished in the unforgiving wilderness. Determined to uncover the truth behind these tales, I decided to document my experiences, hoping to separate myth from reality. Equipped with my camera, voice recorder, and a sturdy backpack, I set out early one morning, the promise of discovery fueling my steps. The first few days were everything I had hoped for: tranquil hikes, breathtaking vistas, and the rhythmic cadence of my footsteps on the well-worn path. I camped under the canopy of towering pines, the nights filled with the soothing sounds of nature. But as I delved deeper into the heart of the trail, the atmosphere began to change. The forest grew denser, the trails less defined, and an unsettling silence seemed to envelop the area. On the seventh night, as dusk settled over the mountains, I found myself hiking through a particularly secluded section of the trail known for its rugged terrain and towering rock formations. The setting sun cast long shadows that danced between the rocks, creating an otherworldly ambience. I decided to set up camp near a large boulder, its crevices deep and dark, perfect for documenting any unusual sounds. As night descended, the temperature dropped sharply, the once gentle breeze turning into a biting chill. I sat by the fire, sipping hot tea, and reviewed my notes from the day. That's when I heard it, a faint, rhythmic groaning emanating from the rocks nearby. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the sound was too distinct, too deliberate. My heart began to race as I listened intently, the groans growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my voice recorder and began speaking into it. "This is Jack Mitchell, documenting the Appalachian Trail. Tonight, I'm near the rock formation known for its strange sounds. The groaning is unlike anything I've heard before. Deep, resonant, almost human." As I spoke, the groaning intensified, blending with the natural sounds of the forest. It was as if the rocks themselves were lamenting, their sorrow echoing through the night. I felt a presence, a heavy weight pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to investigate. Armed with my flashlight, I approached the rock formation, the groaning growing louder with each step. The crevices were vast, the darkness within them swallowing the light from my torch. I pressed my ear against the rough stone, trying to discern the source of the sound. That's when I saw her, a figure standing in one of the deeper crevices, her form barely visible in the dim light. She was dressed in tattered clothing, her hair wild and unkempt, eyes hollow with an unspoken sorrow. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, the figure staring back with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice trembling. She didn't respond, but the groaning seemed to emanate from her very being, a mournful cry that resonated through the rocks. I took a hesitant step forward, the ground beneath me feeling unstable, as if the earth itself was shifting. As I moved closer, the temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the cold air. The figure began to fade, her edges blurring like mist in the morning sun. Before I could get a clear image, she vanished entirely, leaving behind only the lingering groans and an overwhelming sense of loss. I stumbled back, heart pounding, and turned to return to my camp. But the trail seemed to have changed, the path I had taken now obscured by thick underbrush and fallen leaves. Panic set in as I realized I was lost, the forest around me closing in with an almost malevolent intent. Desperate to find my way back, I began to retrace my steps, the sounds of the forest now a cacophony of whispers and distant cries. The groaning from the rocks continued, a constant reminder of the spirits that lingered in the shadows. I could feel their presence, an invisible force guiding me deeper into the wilderness. Hours passed with no sign of the trail, the moon hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. Exhausted and terrified, I stumbled upon a small clearing illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent fungi clinging to the rocks. In the center stood an ancient stone altar, weathered by time and nature's relentless assault. As I approached the altar, the groaning ceased, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed against my ears. I noticed symbols etched into the stone, ancient markings that seemed to pulse with a hidden energy. My fingers traced the carvings, feeling a connection to the sorrow and despair that had been etched into the very fabric of the rock. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, and a cold wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled to relight it, the beam of light revealing the altar now surrounded by shadowy figures, ghostly apparitions of those who had lost their lives on the trail. Their eyes were empty, their expressions etched with eternal pain. One figure stepped forward, a man dressed in old hiking gear, his face twisted in anguish. "You shouldn't have come here," he whispered, his voice echoing through the clearing. "This place holds our sorrows, our unfinished stories." I backed away, tripping over my own feet, and stumbled into the shadows. The apparitions moved closer, their presence suffocating, their whispers filling my mind with despair. I could hear snippets of their stories, tales of lost love, untimely deaths, and the relentless march of time that had trapped them in this liminal space. Desperate to escape, I turned to run, but the trail was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness. The spirits pursued me, their forms flickering like faulty projections, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. Remember us? Find the truth. Just as I felt the grip of hopelessness closing in, a sudden burst of light pierced through the darkness, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, I found myself back at my camp, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The forest was silent. The oppressive atmosphere lifted as if nothing had happened. I sat by the fire, heart still racing, trying to process the events of the night. My camera and voice recorder were still in my hands, the evidence of my encounter laid bare. I reviewed the footage and audio, the groaning sounds now layered with the faint voices of the spirits I had encountered. Determined to honor their memories and bring their stories to light, I vowed to continue my investigation, to uncover the truth behind the groaning rocks and the restless spirits of the Appalachian Trail. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that linger in the shadows and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. In the weeks that followed, I shared my findings with local historians and fellow hikers, bringing attention to the untold stories of those who had vanished on the trail. My documentation sparked a renewed interest in the legends of the Appalachian Trail, encouraging others to listen and remember the voices that echoed through the wilderness. But even as the days grew warmer and the trail became more crowded with the vibrant colors of fall, I couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits were still watching, their sorrowful whispers lingering in the wind. Sometimes, when the night is still and the moon casts long shadows between the trees, I can hear the distant groans of the rocks, a haunting reminder that some echoes never fade, and some stories are meant to be remembered, because in the heart of the Appalachian Trail, where the beauty of nature intertwines with the shadows of the past, there are voices that yearn for acknowledgement, souls that seek redemption, and a truth that demands to be uncovered. And as long as there are those who listen, the whispers from the rocks will continue to echo, guiding lost souls toward the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 30. Echoes of Dennis Martin. I've always been drawn to the Appalachian Trail, the allure of endless miles winding through dense forests, rugged mountains, and serene valleys. The trail is a sanctuary for those seeking solitude, a place to escape the chaos of everyday life. But my latest hike, commemorating the 55th anniversary of Dennis Martin's disappearance, would turn my quest for peace into a nightmare I could never have imagined. It was late September, the air crisp with the first hints of autumn. The leaves were a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, carpeting the ground beneath my boots. I arrived in Damascus, Pennsylvania, where the trail officially begins, and checked into a small inn. The town was quiet, the residents polite but reserved, their conversations hushed as if the weight of history pressed upon them. Dennis Martin's case had always intrigued me. 6 years old, Dennis vanished without a trace in 1969 while on a family hiking trip along the Appalachian Trail. Despite extensive searches, no evidence of his whereabouts was ever found. The disappearance became one of the most infamous missing child cases in the region, shrouded in mystery and dark folklore. Some locals whispered about a strange creature lurking in the woods, while others believed Dennis's spirit wandered the trail, forever searching for his lost family. Determined to uncover the truth and perhaps find some closure, I decided to hike the trail where Dennis had disappeared. Equipped with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I set out early the next morning, the promise of uncovering the unknown fueling my determination. The first few days were peaceful, filled with breathtaking vistas and the rhythmic cadence of my footsteps on the trail. I documented every aspect, from the towering trees to the wildlife that called the Appalachian home. But as I delved deeper into the wilderness, the atmosphere shifted. The forest grew denser, the trails less defined, and an unsettling silence seemed to blanket the area. On the fourth night, As dusk settled over the mountains, I decided to camp near a small clearing known for its panoramic views. The sky was a canvas of deep purples and fiery oranges, the fading light casting long shadows that danced between the trees. I set up my tent and built a small fire, the flames flickering against the encroaching darkness. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped noticeably, a chill that seeped into my bones despite the layers of clothing I wore. I sat by the fire, sipping hot tea, and flipped through my notebook, reviewing the day's notes. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the bushes, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. At first, I thought it was just a deer or some nocturnal creature, but the footsteps were too deliberate, too human. My heart began to race as I strained to listen, the sounds growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously stepped out of the tent, the beam cutting through the darkness. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure, a tall, shadowy silhouette that seemed to blend seamlessly with the night. It was a man, or what appeared to be a man, dressed in old-fashioned hiking gear. His presence was unnerving, an overwhelming sense of being watched pressing down on me. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. Instead, he began to move towards me, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew colder as he approached, my breath visible in the beam of my flashlight. I backed away, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to steady my shaking voice. The figure stopped just a few feet away, his face obscured by the shadows of his hat. Suddenly, he vanished, leaving me standing alone in the clearing, the oppressive cold lingering in the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to make sense of what had just happened. Was it a hallucination, a trick of the light, or something far more sinister? Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to push forward, venturing deeper into the trail where Dennis had disappeared. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees towering like silent sentinels guarding their dark secrets. The path became less defined, overgrown with underbrush, making each step a struggle. As night fell once more, I set up camp in a secluded area, the sounds of the forest now a symphony of whispers and distant calls. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the memory of the shadowy figure haunting my every thought. I tried to sleep, but the darkness seemed to seep into my dreams, filling them with images of lost children and unseen presences. In the middle of the night, I was jolted awake by the sound of a child's laughter, soft and echoing through the trees. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out of the tent, the beam cutting through the darkness in search of the source. There, in the distance, I saw her, a young girl dressed in a bright red coat, standing by the trailhead. Her presence was almost ethereal, her eyes hollow with sorrow. "Dennis," I whispered, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and hope. The girl turned to face me, her expression blank, and then she vanished into thin air, leaving me alone once more. Tears welled up in my eyes as I sank to the ground, the weight of her presence pressing down on me. Dennis's spirit, trapped in the wilderness, was reaching out, yearning for help. I knew I had to do something to give him peace and perhaps find the answers that had eluded his family for so long. The next morning, driven by a newfound purpose, I continued my hike, retracing the steps Dennis and his family had taken years ago. The forest was quiet, the only sounds being the distant calls of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. As I walked, I documented every detail, hoping to piece together the events that had led to Dennis's disappearance. In the late afternoon, I reached a section of the trail known for its treacherous terrain and dense foliage. The path was narrow, flanked by steep cliffs and thick underbrush, making it easy to lose one's way. I set up my camera and recorder, preparing to document any signs of paranormal activity. As dusk approached, the forest transformed once more, shadows lengthening and merging with the encroaching darkness. The temperature dropped, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. I ventured deeper into the trail, the stories of Dennis Martin echoing in my mind. That night, under a sky blanketed with stars, I camped near a rocky outcrop that offered a panoramic view of the surrounding wilderness. The fire was small, the flames dancing in the cool night air, casting flickering shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. I sat by the fire, reviewing my notes and listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, the familiar footsteps began again, slow and deliberate, echoing through the forest. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. As the footsteps grew louder and more insistent, I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the source. There, at the edge of the clearing, stood a figure, a tall, shadowy man clad in old-fashioned hiking gear. His presence was ominous, the air around him growing colder as he approached. I felt a surge of fear and curiosity, my instincts battling each other as I faced the apparition. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking with a mix of fear and determination. The figure stopped, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. And then he began to speak, his voice a deep, resonant echo that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Dennis is lost," he intoned, his voice carrying the weight of years of sorrow. "He cannot find his way. You must help him." Before I could respond, the figure began to fade, the shadows surrounding him deepening until he vanished entirely, leaving me alone in the clearing once more. The oppressive cold lingered, and the whispers of the past seemed to swirl around me, filling the night air with their mournful cries. Determined to fulfill the spirit's plea, I decided to dig deeper into Dennis's disappearance. I sought out old newspapers, interviewed locals who had been around during the late 60s, and even connected with paranormal experts who specialized in trail-related hauntings. Each piece of information added another layer to the mystery, revealing a story of fear, desperation, and unresolved anguish. One evening, as I sat in my tent reviewing my findings, I heard the footsteps again, this time accompanied by a faint, childlike laughter. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, the beam cutting through the darkness in search of the source. There, standing by the trail, was a young boy dressed in clothes reminiscent of Dennis's age, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. "Help me," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the sound of the night. "I can't find my way." I knelt down, extending a hand in a gesture of reassurance. "I'm here to help you, Dennis. I'll find a way to bring you peace." The boy reached out, his hand passing through mine like mist. "Find the truth," he echoed, his voice filled with a desperate plea. "Set us free." Before I could respond, the figure began to fade, the oppressive presence lifting as he disappeared into the night. I knew then that my journey was far from over. I had to uncover the truth behind Dennis's disappearance and the restless spirits that haunted the trail. Over the following weeks, I continued my investigation, piecing together the fragmented stories of those who had lost their way on the Appalachian Trail. I learned about the tragic events that had unfolded in the late 60s, battles with the elements, accidents, and rumored encounters with unknown forces that had driven many hikers to despair and disappearance. One night, armed with my research and a renewed sense of purpose, I decided to conduct a séance, hoping to communicate directly with Dennis's spirit and offer him the closure he so desperately needed. I set up my equipment in a secluded clearing, the fire casting long shadows that seemed to dance in the darkness. As midnight approached, I began the séance, calling out to Dennis and the other lost souls that haunted the trail. The air grew thick with anticipation, the temperature dropping as the night seemed to hold its breath. I closed my eyes, focusing my thoughts on Dennis, trying to reach out to his restless spirit. Suddenly, the whispers began, soft, indistinct voices that grew louder and more insistent. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced around me, and I felt a presence enveloping the clearing. Opening my eyes, I saw Dennis standing before me, his young face etched with sorrow and longing. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Dennis looked at me, his eyes hollow yet filled with a desperate hope. I can't find my way. I'm lost. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, feeling the coldness of his spirit. I'm here to help you, Dennis. I'll find the truth and help you find peace. The air around us seemed to shimmer, the boundaries between the living and the dead blurring as Dennis began to fade. Thank you, he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. Find the truth. Set us free. With those final words, Dennis vanished, leaving behind a serene stillness that filled the clearing. I knew then that my mission was clear. I had to uncover the truth behind his disappearance and the unresolved stories of the lost souls that haunted the Appalachian Trail. Driving away from the trail, the sun rising over the mountains, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The spirits had found peace, their stories finally heard and acknowledged. But the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the enduring power of compassion and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. The Appalachian Trail remains a place of beauty and solitude. But now, it also stands as a testament to resilience and the enduring spirit of those who wander its paths. Dennis Martin's story, once a haunting mystery, is now a beacon of hope, ensuring that the voices of the lost are never forgotten. And sometimes, when I'm hiking alone under the canopy of stars, I can still hear the faint echoes of footsteps and the soft whispers of lost souls. A gentle reminder that even in the darkest places, hope and understanding can illuminate the path forward. Story number 31. Echoes on the Trail. I've always found solace in solitude, especially when it comes to hiking. The Appalachian Trail, with its winding paths and dense forests, has been my sanctuary for years. The serenity of nature, the rhythmic crunch of leaves underfoot, the whispers of the wind through the pines, it all serves as a balm for my restless mind. But nothing prepared me for the night I encountered the lingering echoes of the lost. It was late October, the kind of crisp autumn evening where the sun sets early, casting long shadows that dance between the trees. I was halfway through a grueling section of the trail, the terrain becoming increasingly rugged as I ascended a steep incline. The sky was a canvas of deep purples and fiery oranges, the fading light making the forest seem both enchanting and ominous. As darkness began to settle, I decided to set up camp near a small clearing. The temperature had dropped significantly, and I could feel the chill seeping into my bones despite the layers of clothing I wore. I built a small fire, the flames flickering against the encroaching night, and settled into my tent with a book. The sounds of the forest at night were a comforting backdrop: crickets chirping, the occasional hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Around midnight, as I was drifting into a light sleep, I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the wind, the sound amplified by the quiet of the night. But the footsteps were distinct, deliberate, and moving in my direction. My heart pounded in my chest as I sat up, peering out of the tent's flap into the darkness. I saw nothing. The trail was empty, the fire casting only flickering shadows that danced between the trees. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, the isolation playing tricks on my mind. But as I lay back down, the footsteps continued, growing louder and more insistent. It was as if someone or something was following me, their pace quickening as I subconsciously began to move faster. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously stepped out of the tent, the beam cutting through the inky blackness. The footsteps stopped. I scanned the area, but there was no sign of anyone. The firelight flickered, casting eerie patterns on the surrounding trees, my breath visible in the cold air. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. No response. The forest remained silent, save for the crackling of the dying fire. I turned to go back into my tent, but froze. In the distance, just beyond the reach of my flashlight, I saw a figure, a shadowy silhouette standing at the edge of the clearing. My heart raced as I stared, unable to tear my eyes away. The figure was human in shape, but its features were indistinct, blending seamlessly with the darkness. It began to move toward me, each step deliberate and slow. I backed away, my mind racing with fear and confusion. What was this apparition doing here? Was it a fellow hiker, or something more sinister? As the figure approached, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping further as if the night itself was closing in on me. I held my ground, flashlight trembling in my hand. The figure stopped just a few feet away, his presence overwhelming. In that moment, I felt an inexplicable sadness emanating from it, a sorrow that tugged at my very soul. "You shouldn't be here," a voice echoed, not from the figure itself, but from the surrounding woods, as if the trees themselves were speaking. The voice was hollow, filled with despair and regret. I took a step back, my instincts screaming at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. The figure began to fade, becoming more transparent with each passing second. "Lost? Help us," the voice whispered, a chorus of sorrowful pleas blending into one. The air seemed to shimmer with the weight of countless untold stories, each one echoing through the night. Before I could respond, the figure vanished entirely, leaving me alone in the clearing once more. The fire had burned down to embers, and the forest was silent except for the lingering whispers of the past. I hurried back to my tent, heart still pounding, mind racing with questions and fear. The next morning, I awoke with a lingering sense of dread, the events of the night replaying in my mind like a haunting melody. Determined to uncover the truth behind the apparition, I spent the day researching the trail's history, speaking with local hikers and consulting old records. It was then I learned about the tragic stories of those who had lost their lives on these very paths, hikers who had gone missing, never to be found, their spirits said to wander the trails, forever searching for peace. The realization hit me hard. Those footsteps, that shadowy figure, were the echoes of the lost, their unresolved suffering manifesting in the physical world. They were trapped between life and death, their spirits unable to move on, their pain reaching out to the living in a desperate plea for help. Determined to honor their memories and help them find peace, I decided to perform a small ceremony, a gesture of remembrance and respect for those who had lost their way. As night fell once more, I returned to the clearing, setting up my camp with a sense of purpose. I lit a small fire, the flames dancing against the darkness, and spoke softly into the night. "I honor you, those who have lost your way. May your spirits find peace and your stories be remembered." As I spoke, the air grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as if my words had been heard. The whispers of the past seemed to soften, blending into a harmonious silence that filled the clearing. I felt a sense of calm wash over me, the weight of the night's events easing as if a burden had been lifted. Suddenly, the footsteps returned, but this time they were gentle, almost comforting. A figure appeared at the edge of the clearing, this time more defined and ethereal. It was a woman, her dress flowing like the autumn leaves around us, her eyes filled with gratitude and relief. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm to my frayed nerves. "You have helped us find peace." With those final words, the figure began to fade, her presence leaving behind a serene stillness that enveloped the clearing. The whispers of the lost had transformed into a gentle breeze, carrying with it the promise of peace and closure. As dawn broke, I packed up my gear, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the trees and illuminating the path ahead. The trail seemed less daunting now, the shadows receding in the light of day. I knew that my encounter had been more than just a fleeting experience. It was a reminder of the enduring spirit of those who had walked these paths before me, their stories woven into the very fabric of the trail. Driving away from the Appalachian Trail, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. I had not only found a compelling story, but had also played a part in helping restless souls find their peace. The echoes of the lost would no longer haunt the trails. their stories now acknowledged and remembered. But even as I moved forward, a part of me remained tethered to that clearing, a silent promise to honor the memories of those who had wandered these woods long before me. Because in the heart of the wilderness, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the night, there are stories waiting to be heard, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the most isolated places, the echoes of the past can guide us toward peace and understanding. Story number 32. The Doe, the Nameless Woman. I've always been drawn to the Appalachian Trail, the allure of endless miles winding through dense forests, rugged mountains, and serene valleys. There's something about the solitude, the whispers of nature that drown out the chaos of everyday life. But my latest hike, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the disappearance of Eleanor Ellie Dawson, known to locals as the Doe, would turn my quest for peace into a nightmare I could never have imagined. It was early October, the air crisp with the first hints of autumn. The leaves were a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, carpeting the ground beneath my boots. I arrived in Damascus, Pennsylvania, where the trail officially begins, and checked into a small inn. The town was quiet, the residents polite but reserved, their conversations hushed as if the weight of history pressed upon them. Ellie Dawson's case had always intrigued me. The 28. Ellie vanished without a trace in 1974 while hiking the Appalachian Trail with friends. Despite extensive searches, no evidence of her whereabouts was ever found. Her disappearance became one of the most infamous missing person cases in the region. Shrouded in mystery and dark folklore, locals whispered about a mysterious woman in red who roamed the trail at night, offering directions to lost hikers, only to vanish without a trace. Determined to uncover the truth and perhaps find some closure, I decided to hike the trail where Ellie had disappeared. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I set out early the next morning, the promise of uncovering the unknown fueling my determination. The first few days were peaceful, filled with breathtaking vistas and the rhythmic cadence of my footsteps on the trail. I documented every aspect, from the towering trees to the wildlife that called the Appalachian home. But as I delved deeper into the wilderness, the atmosphere shifted. The forest grew denser, the trails less defined, and an unsettling silence seemed to blanket the area. On the seventh night, as dusk settled over the mountains, I decided to camp near a small clearing known for its panoramic views. The sky was a canvas of deep purples and fiery oranges, the fading light casting long shadows that danced between the trees. I set up my tent and built a small fire, the flames flickering against the encroaching darkness. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped noticeably, a chill that seeped into my bones despite the layers of clothing I wore. I sat by the fire, sipping hot tea, and flipped through my notebook, reviewing the day's notes. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the bushes, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. At first, I thought it was just a deer or some nocturnal creature, but the footsteps were too deliberate, too human. My heart began to race as I strained to listen, the sounds growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously stepped out of the tent, the beam cutting through the darkness. There, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure, a tall, shadowy silhouette that seemed to blend seamlessly with the night. It was a woman, her attire strikingly out of place against the muted colors of the forest. She wore a flowing red coat that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight, her hair cascading down her back in loose waves. Her presence was unnerving, an overwhelming sense of being watched pressing down on me. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. Instead, she began to move towards me, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew colder as she approached, my breath visible in the beam of my flashlight. I backed away, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to steady my shaking voice. The woman stopped just a few feet away, her eyes hollow with sorrow and something else. an unspoken plea. She reached out a hand, her fingers trembling as they hovered near mine. "Lost, help us," she whispered, her voice echoing through the clearing. "Find the truth." Before I could respond, the figure began to fade, her form becoming more translucent with each passing second. "Remember us," she called out, her voice growing fainter until she was gone entirely, leaving me standing alone in the oppressive silence of the clearing. Shaken, I hurried back to my tent, the weight of her words pressing down on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that Ellie's spirit, along with others who had lost their way, was reaching out for help. The whispers of the past seemed to follow me, echoing through the night as I lay awake, heart pounding in my chest. The next day, driven by a need to understand, I delved into the history of Ellie's disappearance. I spoke with local historians, scoured old newspaper archives, and interviewed hikers who had encountered strange phenomena on the trail. Each piece of information added another layer to the mystery, revealing a tapestry of unresolved anguish and forgotten stories. One afternoon, I met with a retired park ranger, Tom Hayes, who had been on the trail during Ellie's disappearance. His eyes bore the weight of years spent searching for answers. "We never found anything," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "It was as if she just vanished into thin air." Some hikers reported seeing a woman in red around the same time, but no one could explain it. He handed me an old, worn map of the trail, marking the spot where Ellie had last been seen. "There have been other disappearances over the years," he continued. "Women mostly, always around this area. They say it's a cursed section of the trail, haunted by unresolved spirits." Determined to help, I decided to conduct a nighttime investigation, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural phenomena that had plagued the trail for decades. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a renewed sense of purpose, I set out as night fell once more. The forest transformed into a realm of shadows and whispers. Hours passed with little to no activity, the trail seemingly calm and welcoming. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, the sounds of footsteps echoed through the trees, deliberate and insistent. My heart pounded as I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound, only to find the trail empty. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. As I continued deeper into the trail, the whispers began again, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to drift on the wind. I followed the sounds, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, until I reached a clearing near the marked spot. There, standing beneath an old oak tree, was Ellie, or what I believed to be Ellie. She was dressed in a flowing red coat, her hair cascading over her shoulders, eyes hollow yet filled with sorrow. "Help me," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of years of anguish. "Find the truth." I approached her cautiously, heart racing with a mix of fear and determination. "Ellie, I'm here to help. What happened to you?" Her gaze met mine, and for a moment, I felt a profound connection, a shared sense of loss and the desperate need for closure. "They never found me," she said, her voice breaking, "but I can't rest until the truth is uncovered." Before I could respond, the ground beneath me began to tremble, the forest around us alive with the echoes of the past. Figures began to materialize, shadows of those who had lost their lives on the trail, their eyes filled with sorrow and their voices a chorus of silent pleas. The spirits surrounded us, their presence overwhelming, a palpable force pressing down on me. "I need you to remember us," Ellie cried, her voice echoing through the clearing. "Uncover the truth, so we can finally find peace." Determined to honor her plea, I promised to continue my investigation, to bring the stories of the lost to light. The spirits began to fade, their whispers softening as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a serene calm that enveloped the clearing. With renewed determination, I spent the following weeks digging deeper into the cases of the missing women on the trail. I uncovered stories of accidents, mysterious illnesses, and unspoken truths that had been buried by time and nature. Each discovery brought me closer to understanding the forces that had trapped these spirits, their unresolved stories woven into the very fabric of the trail. One night, armed with the knowledge I had gathered, I returned to the clearing, hoping to provide Ellie and the others the closure they needed. I set up my camera and recorder, speaking aloud into the night. "Ellie, I have the information to help you find peace. Tell me what I need to do." The air grew colder, the forest holding its breath as if waiting for my next move. Suddenly, the whispers began again, louder and more insistent, guiding me towards an old, forgotten cabin deep in the woods. I followed the sounds, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, until I reached the cabin. Inside, I found remnants of a life long gone, faded photographs, old journals, and personal belongings left behind in a hurry. I sifted through the materials, piecing together the final moments of those who had disappeared. It became clear that a series of tragic accidents had been misreported, the true stories of suffering and despair hidden from the world. Armed with this truth, I organized a memorial hike, inviting locals and hikers to honor the memory of those lost on the trail. As we gathered in the clearing, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and sorrow. We shared stories, lighting candles and speaking words of remembrance, ensuring that the suffering endured by these lost souls would not be forgotten. As we concluded the ceremony, the air grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as if the spirits had finally found peace. Ellie appeared one last time, her red coat glowing softly in the moonlight, a serene smile gracing her face. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've given us peace." With those final words, she vanished, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure that had eluded the trail for decades. The whispers of the past faded, replaced by the gentle sounds of the forest and the warm glow of the candles flickering in the night. Driving away from the Appalachian Trail, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The stories of the lost had been heard, their voices carried into the present, ensuring that their suffering would never be in vain. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that linger in the shadows and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. And sometimes, when the night is still and the wind carries the scent of pine, I can still hear the faint echoes of footsteps and the soft whispers of lost souls. A gentle reminder that some stories are meant to be heard, that some spirits seek nothing more than acknowledgement and peace. Because in the heart of the wilderness, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the trees, there are stories waiting to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the most isolated places, the echoes of the past can guide us toward peace and understanding. Story number 33. The Shadow Man. I've always been drawn to the Appalachian Trail, the allure of endless miles of winding paths through dense forests, rugged mountains, and serene valleys. There's a kind of solace in solitude, a chance to disconnect from the chaos of everyday life and reconnect with nature. But this year, my journey took on a darker purpose. Armed with a camera, a journal, and a determination to uncover the truth behind the legends that whispered through the trees, I set out to explore the trail like never before. The trail was in the early days of October, the foliage ablaze with hues of red, orange, and gold. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. I arrived in the small town of Damascus, Pennsylvania, where the trail officially begins. After a hearty breakfast at a local diner, I packed my gear and embarked on the first leg of my adventure, eager to delve into the mysteries that awaited. Local hikers spoke of a figure known only as the Shadow Man, a towering silhouette that roamed the trail at night. Descriptions varied, but the common thread was his unnerving presence, an impossibly tall, dark figure that seemed to glide rather than walk. Those who claimed to have seen him reported an overwhelming sense of being watched, footsteps echoing behind them long after the Shadow Man had vanished into the darkness. I dismissed these stories as mere folklore, the product of weary minds and eerie nights. There was something compelling about the legend that gnawed at my curiosity. Determined to separate myth from reality, I decided to document my experiences, hoping to either debunk the tales or uncover a truth stranger than fiction. The first few days of hiking were peaceful, filled with breathtaking vistas and the rhythmic cadence of my footsteps on the trail. I set up camp each evening in secluded spots, capturing the beauty of the wilderness through my lens and jotting down notes about my observations. But as night fell, an uneasy tension settled over me, the forest transforming into a realm of shadows and whispers. On the fourth night, after a day of challenging climbs and tranquil valleys, I found myself hiking through a particularly dense section of the trail. The canopy above was thick, blocking out most of the fading light, leaving only slivers of moonlight to guide my way. The air grew colder, the sounds of nocturnal creatures muted by the oppressive silence. As I walked, the familiar crunch of leaves underfoot was suddenly accompanied by a soft, rhythmic tapping footsteps, unmistakable and deliberate, echoing behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, heart pounding, but saw nothing. The trail was empty, the darkness swallowing any trace of movement. I told myself it was just my imagination, the isolation playing tricks on my mind, and pressed on. But the footsteps persisted, growing louder and more insistent, matching my pace as I increased my speed to shake off the eerie presence. Every time I turned, there was no one there, just the enveloping darkness and the rustling of leaves. A sense of dread settled in my stomach, a primal fear that something unseen was stalking me through the night. Suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the trail, partially obscured by the trees. It was tall, impossibly so, its form indistinct yet undeniably human. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, frozen in place. The shadow man was real, and he was here. I took a cautious step forward, the light from my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The figure remained still, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I could feel his gaze, a weight pressing down on me, his presence oppressive and suffocating. The stories had warned me, never approach the shadow man. But something compelled me to move closer, driven by a mix of fear and the need to understand. As I drew nearer, the air grew colder, my breath visible in the beam of my light. The figure began to move, gliding forward without a sound, each step deliberate and unhurried. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root, and fell to the ground, heart racing. The shadow man loomed above me, his dark form blending seamlessly with the night. His eyes, if they could be called that, seemed to pierce through me, seeing into the depths of my soul. I scrambled to my feet, clutching my flashlight, and backed away as fast as I could, my legs pumping against the earth. The footsteps behind me sped up, matching my frantic pace, the sensation of being hunted intensifying with each step. I broke into a run, branches whipping against my face, the trail twisting and turning in a disorienting maze. The sounds of pursuit were relentless, the footsteps echoing off the trees, a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what was happening, but logic failed me in the face of such inexplicable terror. After what felt like an eternity, I burst through the dense underbrush into a clearing, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my ears. The trail ahead was unclear, the moonlight casting long, distorted shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I didn't dare look back, fearing that the shadow man was still following, a relentless specter determined to keep me from uncovering his secrets. Exhausted and terrified, I made my way to the nearest ranger station, the warm glow of the building a stark contrast to the cold, unforgiving wilderness. Inside, I recounted my ordeal to a sympathetic ranger who listened intently, her expression a mix of concern and skepticism. "You're not the first to report seeing him," she said softly, her eyes meeting mine with a hint of sadness. "They call him the Shadow Man, a guardian of sorts, though no one really knows why he roams these trails. Some say he's a protector of the land." Others believe he's the restless spirit of someone who couldn't find peace. I nodded, the reality of the legend sinking in. The Shadow Man wasn't just a myth. He was an entity bound to the trail. His presence a lingering echo of unresolved histories and untold stories. Determined to understand more, I spent the next few days delving into the trail's history, speaking with local historians and longtime hikers who had encountered the Shadow Man. What I uncovered was a tapestry of tragedy and mystery. Decades ago, a hiker named Thomas Reed had gone missing on the trail. His body never found despite exhaustive searches. Rumors swirled that he had encountered something in the wilderness, something that drove him to disappear without a trace. Some believed that the Shadow Man was connected to his fate, a manifestation of Thomas's unresolved anguish and fear. Armed with this new information, I decided to return to the trail, hoping to gather more evidence and perhaps lay to rest the restless spirit of the Shadow Man. The second night was quieter, the trail seemingly welcoming me with a deceptive calm. I set up camp near a scenic overlook, the stars twinkling brightly above, providing a sense of hope amidst the darkness. As midnight approached, I ventured out once more, my flashlight and camera at the ready. The forest was silent, the only sounds being the distant hoot of an owl and the gentle rustling of leaves. I walked with purpose, determined to face the Shadow Man and uncover the truth behind his haunting presence. Hours passed with no sign of the figure, the night stretching on endlessly. Just as I began to lose hope, I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Slow and deliberate, I turned, my heart racing. And there he was, the Shadow Man, his dark form blending seamlessly with the night. But this time, something felt different. There was a sadness in his eyes, a longing that mirrored my own quest for understanding. "Thomas," I whispered, the name slipping out of my mouth almost involuntarily. "What happened to you?" He paused, his gaze meeting mine, and for a moment, there was an unspoken connection between us. A shared sense of loss and the desire for closure. The air grew colder, the shadows deepening around us, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. "I couldn't find peace," he replied, his voice a mere whisper carried by the wind. Bound to this trail, unable to move on, I took a step closer, extending a hand in a gesture of solidarity. "I want to help you. Let me understand what happened." He hesitated, then slowly reached out, his hand passing through mine like smoke. "There's unfinished business, secrets that need to be uncovered. Only then can I find peace." Determined to assist, I vowed to delve deeper into Thomas's story, to uncover the truths that had been buried by time and nature. Over the following weeks, I continued my investigations, piecing together the fragments of his life and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. The more I learned, the clearer the picture became, a story of desperation, fear, and the relentless pursuit of truth. One evening, armed with newfound knowledge and a deeper understanding of the Shadow Man's plight, I returned to the trail. The encounter this time was different, the air filled with a sense of purpose and resolve. I approached the spot where Thomas had last been seen, the ground still scarred by his sudden vanishing. As I stood there, the shadows began to shift, the temperature dropping once more. The footsteps echoed in the distance, growing louder as the Shadow Man approached. This time, there was no fear in his eyes, only gratitude and a yearning for closure. "You've done what many couldn't," he said softly, his voice blending with the night. "You've brought the truth to light." I nodded, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. "What do I need to do now?" He gestured towards the forest, the path winding deeper into the wilderness. "Reveal our stories. Let the world know what happened here. Only then can we find peace." With a final, lingering gaze, the Shadow Man began to fade, his form dissolving into the night like mist under the morning sun. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a serene calm that enveloped the trail. I watched as he disappeared, the last echoes of his presence fading into the darkness. In the weeks that followed, I documented my experiences, sharing Thomas's story and the legend of the Shadow Man with the world. The response was overwhelming. Hikers and locals alike sharing their own encounters and contributing to the collective understanding of the trail's haunted history. The Appalachian Trail, once a place of solitary beauty, became a testament to resilience, remembrance, and the enduring power of truth. And sometimes, when I'm out on a quiet night hike, I can still hear the faint echoes of footsteps and the soft whispers of lost souls. A gentle reminder that some stories are meant to be heard, that some spirits seek nothing more than acknowledgement and peace. The Shadow Man no longer haunts the trail with fear, but rather stands as a guardian of the past, ensuring that the voices of the lost are never forgotten. Because in the heart of the wilderness, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the trees, there are stories waiting to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the darkest places, hope and understanding can illuminate the path forward. Story number 34. Whispers of the Lost Soldier. I've always found peace in the solitude of the Appalachian Trail. The endless miles of winding paths through dense forests and rugged mountains offering a sanctuary from the chaos of everyday life. Hiking had become my escape, a way to disconnect and immerse myself in nature's embrace. But my latest trek, commemorating the 55th anniversary of the disappearance of Sergeant Michael "Mike" Thompson, would blur the lines between reality and the supernatural in ways I could never have imagined. It was late October, the air crisp with the first hints of autumn. The leaves were a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, carpeting the ground beneath my boots. I arrived in Damascus, Pennsylvania, where the trail officially begins, and checked into a small inn. The town was quiet, the residents polite but reserved, their conversations hushed as if the weight of history pressed upon them. Mike Thompson's disappearance had always intrigued me. At 32, Mike was a respected Army sergeant who had embarked on a solo hike along the Appalachian Trail shortly after returning from active duty. His sudden vanishing in 1969 became one of the most infamous missing person cases in the region. Shrouded in mystery and dark folklore, locals whispered about a spectral soldier who roamed the trail on stormy days, his heavy footsteps echoing through the forest, a restless spirit searching for his way back home. Determined to uncover the truth and perhaps find some closure, I decided to hike the trail where Mike had disappeared. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I set out early one morning, the promise of uncovering the unknown fueling my determination. The first few days were everything I had hoped for: tranquil hikes, breathtaking vistas, and the rhythmic cadence of my footsteps on the well-worn path. I documented every aspect, from the towering trees to the wildlife that called the Appalachian home. But as I delved deeper into the wilderness, the atmosphere began to change. The forest grew denser, the trails less defined, and an unsettling silence seemed to blanket the area. On the seventh night, as dusk settled over the mountains, I found myself hiking through a particularly secluded section of the trail known for its rugged terrain and towering rock formations. The setting sun cast long shadows that danced between the trees, creating an otherworldly ambience. I decided to set up camp near a large boulder, its crevices deep and dark, perfect for documenting any unusual sounds. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped sharply, a chill that seeped into my bones despite the layers of clothing I wore. I sat by the fire, sipping hot tea, and flipped through my notebook, reviewing the day's notes. That's when I heard it, a faint rustling in the bushes, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching. At first, I thought it was just a deer or some nocturnal creature, but the footsteps were too deliberate, too human. My heart began to race as I strained to listen, the sounds growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my voice recorder and began speaking into it. "This is Jack Mitchell, documenting the Appalachian Trail. Tonight, I'm near the area where Sergeant Thompson disappeared. The sounds are unlike anything I've heard before, heavy, deliberate footsteps echoing through the forest." As I spoke, the footsteps stopped abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence that pressed against my ears. I felt a presence, a heavy weight that made it difficult to breathe. The fire flickered, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to investigate. Armed with my flashlight, I approached the source of the sound, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal nothing but the dense foliage and towering trees. The trail was empty, the forest around me eerily silent. Just as I was about to turn back, I saw him, a tall figure clad in an old military uniform, his face obscured by the shadows of his hat. He stood motionless at the edge of the clearing, his presence commanding yet sorrowful. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, unable to tear my eyes away. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond but began to move forward, each step slow and deliberate. The air grew colder as he approached, my breath visible in the beam of my flashlight. I backed away, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to steady my shaking voice. The man stopped just a few feet away. His eyes, if they could be called that, hollow and filled with an unspoken sorrow. "I'm looking for my way back," he whispered, his voice echoing through the clearing. "Lost? Can't find home." I took a hesitant step forward, the flashlight revealing more of his uniform, medals tarnished by time, badges dulled by the elements. "Mike Thompson?" I asked, the name slipping out almost involuntarily. His gaze met mine, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of recognition, a spark of humanity beneath the spectral facade. "Yes," he replied, his voice breaking. "Lost? Forever lost." Before I could respond, the figure began to fade, his form dissolving into the night air like mist. "Remember us? Remember our stories?" His voice lingered, a haunting echo that filled the clearing. Shaken, I hurried back to my camp, the weight of his words pressing down on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that Mike's spirit, along with countless others who had lost their way, was reaching out for help. The whispers of the past seemed to follow me, echoing through the night as I lay awake, heart pounding in my chest. The next day, driven by a need to understand, I delved into the history of Mike's disappearance. I spoke with local historians, scoured old newspaper archives, and interviewed hikers who had encountered strange phenomena on the trail. Each piece of information added another layer to the mystery, revealing a tapestry of unresolved anguish and forgotten stories. One afternoon, I met with a retired park ranger, Tom Hayes, who had been on the trail during Mike's disappearance. His eyes bore the weight of years spent searching for answers. "We never found anything," he said, his voice heavy with regret. It was as if he just vanished into thin air. Some hikers reported seeing a man in old military gear around the same time, but no one could explain it. He handed me an old, worn map of the trail, marking the spot where Mike had last been seen. "There have been other disappearances over the years," he continued. "Men mostly, always around this area. They say it's a cursed section of the trail, haunted by restless spirits." Determined to help, I decided to conduct a nighttime investigation, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural phenomena that had plagued the trail for decades. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a renewed sense of purpose, I set out as night fell once more. The forest transformed into a realm of shadows and whispers. Hours passed with little to no activity, the trail seemingly calm and welcoming. Just as I began to lose hope, the sounds of footsteps echoed through the trees, deliberate and insistent. My heart pounded as I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound, only to find the trail empty. I told myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling of being watched was undeniable. As I continued deeper into the trail, the whispers began again, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to drift on the wind. I followed the sounds, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, until I reached a clearing near the marked spot. There, standing beneath an old oak tree, was Mike, or what I believed to be Mike. He was dressed in his military uniform, the medals and badges gleaming faintly in the moonlight, his expression etched with eternal sorrow. "Help us," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of years of anguish. "Find the truth." I approached him cautiously, heart racing with a mix of fear and determination. "I'm here to help. What happened to you, Mike?" His eyes met mine, and for a moment, I felt a profound connection, a shared sense of loss and the desperate need for closure. "They never found me," he said, his voice breaking, "but I can't rest until the truth is uncovered." Before I could respond, the ground beneath me began to tremble, the forest around us alive with the echoes of the past. Figures began to materialize, shadows of those who had lost their lives on the trail, their eyes filled with sorrow and their voices a chorus of silent pleas. The spirits surrounded us, their presence overwhelming, a palpable force pressing down on me. "I need you to remember us," Mike cried, his voice echoing through the clearing. "Uncover the truth, so we can finally find peace." Determined to honor his plea, I promised to continue my investigation, to bring the stories of the lost to light. The spirits began to fade, their whispers softening as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a serene calm that enveloped the clearing. With renewed determination, I spent the following weeks digging deeper into the cases of the missing men on the trail. I uncovered stories of accidents, mysterious illnesses, and unspoken truths that had been buried by time and nature. Each discovery brought me closer to understanding the forces that had trapped these spirits, their unresolved stories woven into the very fabric of the trail. One night, armed with my research and a deeper understanding of the Shadow Man's plight, I returned to the trail, hoping to provide Mike and the others the closure they needed. I set up my camera and recorder, speaking aloud into the night. "Mike, I have the information to help you find peace. Tell me what I need to do." The air grew colder, the forest holding its breath as if waiting for my next move. Suddenly, the whispers began again, louder and more insistent, guiding me towards an old, forgotten ranger station deep in the woods. I followed the sounds, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, until I reached the station. Inside, I found remnants of a life long gone, faded photographs, old journals, and personal belongings left behind in a hurry. I sifted through the materials, piecing together the final moments of those who had disappeared. It became clear that a series of tragic accidents had been misreported, the true stories of suffering and despair hidden from the world. As I delved deeper, I discovered that the ranger station had been the site of a tragic fire in 1969, the same year Mike vanished. The fire had claimed the lives of several rangers and hikers, their spirits forever bound to the trail, unable to move on from the chaos and loss. Mike had been among those last seen near the station, his disappearance directly linked to the aftermath of the fire. Armed with this truth, I knew what I had to do. I organized a memorial hike, inviting locals and hikers to honor the memory of those lost on the trail. As we gathered at the clearing where I had first encountered Mike, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and sorrow. One by one, we shared stories, lighting candles and speaking words of remembrance, ensuring that the suffering endured by these lost souls would not be forgotten. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the mountains, the oppressive energy that had once filled the trail began to dissipate. The spirits, now acknowledged and remembered, found peace, their cries silenced by the truth finally being told. Mike appeared one last time, his expression one of gratitude and relief, before fading into the morning light. Driving away from the Appalachian Trail, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The stories of the lost had been heard, their voices carried into the present, ensuring that their suffering would never be in vain. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that linger in the shadows and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. But even as the days grew warmer and the trail became more crowded with hikers, I couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits were still watching, their whispers lingering in the wind. Sometimes, when the night is still and the moon casts long shadows between the trees, I can hear the faint echoes of heavy footsteps and the soft pleas of lost souls. A gentle reminder that some stories are meant to be heard, that some spirits seek nothing more than acknowledgement and peace. Because in the heart of the wilderness, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the trees, there are stories waiting to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the most isolated places, the echoes of the past can guide us toward peace and understanding. Story number 35. Whispers on the Appalachian Trail. I've always been drawn to solitude, to the quiet whispers of nature that drown out the cacophony of everyday life. Hiking the Appalachian Trail was my sanctuary, a place where I could escape the relentless pace of the city and lose myself in the embrace of towering pines and rugged peaks. But this trip, my 7th trek along the trail, would forever change my perception of reality and the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. It was late September when I embarked on this journey, the air crisp with the promise of autumn. The leaves were a vibrant tapestry of reds, oranges, and yellows, carpeting the ground beneath my boots. The trail was less crowded this time of year, offering a sense of peaceful isolation that I cherished. I had heard the stories, the legends of the woman in red, but I dismissed them as mere folklore, echoes of tragic tales passed down by hikers over the decades. On the 4th day, as I navigated a particularly dense section of the trail in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains, the sun began its slow descent behind the horizon. The woods transformed under the fading light, shadows stretching long and intertwining with the fading warmth of the day. I set up camp near a small clearing, the sounds of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly chorus. After dinner, I decided to take a short evening hike, a solitary stroll to watch the sunset from a nearby vantage point. The path was narrow, bordered by thick underbrush and the gnarled roots of ancient trees. As I walked, the sky painted itself in hues of deep purple and fiery orange, the beauty of the moment almost surreal. It was then that I saw her, a figure clad in a striking red coat, standing at the edge of the clearing. She was alone, walking slowly along the trail, her steps measured and deliberate. The contrast of her vibrant attire against the muted colors of the forest was almost jarring. I paused, captivated by her presence, feeling an inexplicable pull to approach. As I drew closer, the woman seemed to notice me, her eyes meeting mine with a haunting emptiness. There was a sorrow in her gaze that spoke of untold pain and unresolved anguish. My heart pounded in my chest, a mixture of fear and curiosity compelling me to continue forward. "Excuse me," I called out softly, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you all right?" She didn't respond, merely continuing her slow walk along the trail. I took another step, the distance between us shrinking. And yet, a strange unease settled over me. The air grew colder, the shadows deepening as twilight turned to night. I reached out, extending a hand in a gesture of reassurance. But as my fingers brushed against hers, she vanished into thin air, leaving me standing alone in the clearing. I blinked, trying to process what had just happened. The woman in red was gone, leaving behind only the lingering chill and the echo of her silent plea. Shaken, I hurried back to camp, the forest around me seeming more menacing in the darkness. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake, haunted by the image of the woman in red and the sorrow in her eyes. The wind rustled through the trees, carrying with it whispers that seemed to echo her unspoken words. It was then that I understood the stories were true. The woman in red was no mere legend. She was a restless spirit, trapped between worlds by a tragic fate. The following day, driven by a need to uncover the truth, I delved into the history of the Appalachian Trail, searching for any records or accounts that could explain her presence. I discovered that decades ago, a young woman named Ellie Thompson had gone missing in these very woods. Ellie was a local hiker, beloved by her community for her adventurous spirit and compassionate heart. Her disappearance had been a mystery, her body never found despite extensive searches. The more I read about Ellie, the more I felt a connection to her story. It was said that she had been hiking alone, seeking solace after a personal tragedy, when she vanished without a trace. Some believed she had fallen victim to a bear or succumbed to the harsh elements, while others whispered darker theories of foul play and supernatural interference. Determined to honor Ellie's memory and help her find peace, I decided to return to the spot where I had encountered her. As dusk approached once more, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The trail was eerily quiet, the anticipation of another encounter building within me. I reached the clearing just as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky. The forest was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, casting silver highlights on the leaves and creating a serene yet unsettling atmosphere. I stood in silence, waiting, hoping to catch another glimpse of the woman in red. Hours passed with no sign of her, and I began to doubt my resolve. Just as I was about to turn back, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows, Ellie, her red coat unmistakable against the night. This time, there was no hesitation as I approached, my heart steady despite the fear that still lingered. "Ellie," I whispered, reaching out again. "I'm here to help you. What happened to you?" Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, felt as though she could see right through me, her pain and longing palpable. She began to speak, her voice a soft, ethereal melody that seemed to blend with the rustling of the leaves. "I can't find peace," she confessed, her words carrying the weight of countless untold stories. "They took me, and now I'm lost, wandering these woods forever." Tears welled up in my eyes as I listened to her plight. "I promise, Ellie, I'll do everything I can to help you find closure." As I spoke, the air around us seemed to shimmer, the boundary between the living and the dead growing thin. The forest felt alive with unseen presences, the spirits of those who had suffered and perished here watching over us. I felt a surge of determination, knowing that helping Ellie meant giving voice to the many souls who had been forgotten by time. Over the next few days, I continued my research, piecing together the events leading up to Ellie's disappearance. I spoke with local residents, scoured old newspaper archives, and even reached out to paranormal experts who had studied the Appalachian Trail's haunted history. Each discovery brought me closer to understanding the forces that held Ellie, and perhaps others, in their spectral confines. One evening, armed with newfound knowledge and a journal detailing Ellie's final days, I returned to the clearing. The air was thick with anticipation, the forest holding its breath as if waiting for me to act. I sat down, opening the journal and beginning to read aloud the last entry Ellie had written. "Tonight, the darkness feels heavier, and the whispers grow louder. I fear I won't survive this night. If anyone finds this, please, find me. Help me escape this endless night." As I read her words, I felt a profound connection to her pain, a shared sense of desperation. I closed my eyes, envisioning Ellie free from her torment, the weight of her sorrow lifted by my actions. I spoke a silent prayer, sending my intentions into the universe, hoping they would reach her restless spirit. Suddenly, the temperature around me rose, the oppressive cold lifting as a sense of calm washed over the clearing. The whispers faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soothing sounds of the night. I opened my eyes, expecting to see Ellie, but she was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to leave, a soft light appeared near the edge of the clearing. Ellie stood there, her red coat glowing faintly in the moonlight, a serene smile gracing her face. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "I'm free now." With those final words, she vanished, the light dissipating into the night air. I stood there, overwhelmed with emotion, knowing that I had helped her find peace and perhaps, in doing so, had aided others whose spirits still lingered in these haunted woods. Driving away from the Appalachian Trail, the memories of my encounters with Ellie and the woman in red stayed with me. The experience had deepened my understanding of the unseen struggles that linger in the shadows and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. The Appalachian Trail remained a place of beauty and solitude. But now, it also stood as a testament to resilience, redemption, and the enduring power of compassion. And sometimes, when the night is still and the wind carries the scent of pine, I can still hear the faint echoes of Ellie's voice, a gentle reminder that even in the darkest places, hope and peace are never truly out of reach. Story number 36. Echoes behind the frame. I've always been fascinated by art that whispers secrets from the past, pieces that carry an undeniable presence, as if they breathe and pulse with their own life. So when I stumbled upon The Hands Resist Him at a quaint antique store in Connecticut, I couldn't resist its enigmatic allure. The painting, depicting a young boy and a doll standing before a wall adorned with ghostly hands, seemed to call out to me, its somber tones and eerie imagery impossible to ignore. The shop owner, an elderly man with piercing blue eyes, noticed my interest. "Beautiful, isn't she?" he remarked, gesturing towards the painting. "She's been here for quite some time." I nodded, captivated by the scene. "Do you know anything about her story?" He hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. "Legends say she's more than just a painting. Strange things happen to those who own her." Intrigued and undeterred by his cryptic warning, I purchased the painting and brought it home that very evening. The moment it arrived, a sense of unease settled over me, but I dismissed it as mere imagination. After all, art was meant to evoke emotions, right? I decided to hang the painting in my living room, a place where I could admire it daily. As I stepped back to admire my work, the room seemed to grow colder, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Shaking off the chill, I settled into my evening routine, unaware of the darkness about to unfold. That night, as I sat reading a book, I felt a presence in the room. Glancing up, I noticed the shadows around the painting seemed to deepen, the hands on the wall stretching and contorting unnaturally. I shook my head, blaming the late hour for my paranoia. But then, I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, emanating from the painting itself. "Help us!" My heart raced as I stared at the canvas, the boy and the doll seemingly coming to life under my gaze. The room grew colder, my breath visible in the frigid air. I reached out tentatively, fingers brushing against the smooth frame, but pulled back as the temperature plummeted further. Days turned into weeks, and the disturbances only grew more intense. Objects in the room moved on their own, lights flickered without cause, and the whispers became more frequent and urgent. Every night, the presence became more palpable, the painting a focal point of unrelenting malevolence. Determined to uncover the truth behind the painting's haunting, I delved into its history. I contacted art historians, scoured old records, and even reached out to the shop owner, who now refused to speak of it. My research led me to a tragic tale from the early 20th century, a story of loss, betrayal, and restless spirits. The Hands Resist Him was painted by an obscure artist named Evelyn Hartley, who lost her family in a mysterious fire that consumed their home in 1912. Before the flames, Evelyn created this piece, depicting her son and daughter with protective hands reaching out from the walls. It was said that she believed the hands were guardian spirits, watching over her children even in death. But after the fire, rumors spread that the spirits had turned vengeful, trapping Evelyn's soul within the painting, forever seeking release for her lost family. Armed with this knowledge, I sought ways to communicate with the spirits, hoping to ease their torment. I set up a nightly ritual, lighting candles and speaking aloud, inviting their presence to find peace. The first few attempts yielded nothing, but on the seventh night, the room transformed. The painting shimmered, the figures within moving with a life of their own. Evelyn stood beside her children, her eyes hollow with sorrow. "We cannot rest," she cried, her voice echoing through the room. "Find the truth. Set us free." I felt a surge of determination, realizing that their suffering was tied to the unresolved tragedy of their past. "What do you need me to do?" I asked, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. Evelyn reached out, her hand passing through the canvas as if it were air. "Reveal our story. Let the world remember our pain, so our spirits can finally find peace." Understanding the weight of her plea, I vowed to honor their memory. I organized an exhibition dedicated to Evelyn Hartley, showcasing her work and telling the tragic story of her family's demise. The event drew attention from both art enthusiasts and paranormal investigators, sparking a renewed interest in her life and the haunting of The Hands Resist Him. As the exhibition opened, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere. The painting no longer exuded the same oppressive energy, the shadows less menacing. During the final night of the exhibition, I stood before the painting, now a centerpiece surrounded by attentive visitors. The air felt lighter, the whispers silenced, replaced by a serene calm. Evelyn's figure appeared once more, her expression softening with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with relief. "You've set us free." With those final words, her presence faded, leaving behind a sense of peace that had eluded the painting for over a century. The exhibition concluded with a collective sense of closure, the spirits of Evelyn and her children finally able to move on. Driving away from the museum, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The painting, once a source of fear and torment, now stood as a testament to resilience and the power of remembrance. But even as I moved forward, the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the restless spirits seeking peace. And sometimes, when I pass by the museum, I catch a glimpse of the painting through the window, its subjects now calm and serene, a silent reminder that some echoes from the past can finally find their resolution, bringing light to the darkest of stories. Because in the heart of every haunted object lies a tale of love, loss, and the enduring spirit of those who refuse to be forgotten. And it's up to us to listen, remember, and help them find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 37. Reflections of the Damned. I've always been fascinated by objects steeped in dark history, relics that carry the weight of untold stories and lingering spirits. So when I heard about the old mirror housed in the Warrens Museum in Connecticut, my curiosity was instantly piqued. Ed and Lorraine Warren, renowned paranormal investigators, had amassed a collection of the most haunted artifacts, each with its own chilling tale. The mirror, however, stood out among them, shrouded in an aura of malevolence that seemed to emanate even from photographs. The story behind the mirror was both tragic and terrifying. It had once belonged to the Harper family, a seemingly ordinary household that became anything but after they brought the mirror into their home. Strange occurrences began almost immediately: unexplained noises, objects moving on their own, and a pervasive sense of dread that settled over the family. The youngest Harper, 8-year-old Emily, was particularly affected. She would often be found staring into the mirror for hours, her eyes vacant, whispering to unseen entities. The family, desperate and scared, reached out to the Warrens, who took the mirror away, promising to contain its darkness within their museum. Determined to uncover the truth behind the mirror's haunting, I arranged a visit to the Warrens Museum. As a freelance writer with a penchant for the supernatural, this was the perfect opportunity to delve into a story that could not only captivate my readers, but also satisfy my own insatiable curiosity. The museum itself was an imposing structure, its facade darkened by years of neglect, the windows opaque and uninviting. As I approached, a chill ran down my spine, an unexplainable sensation that something was watching me. I took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy wooden doors, stepping into the dimly lit interior. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and must, the halls lined with glass cases holding everything from ancient relics to cursed artifacts. My guide, a stern-faced curator named Mr. Langley, greeted me with a nod, Welcome to the Warrens Museum. I understand you're here to learn about the mirror. Yes, I replied, trying to mask the unease creeping up my spine. I'm fascinated by its history and the phenomena associated with it. Mr. Langley led me through the labyrinthine corridors, past exhibits that seemed to hum with an unspoken energy. Finally, we arrived at a secluded wing of the museum, the door to which was slightly ajar. Inside, the room was dominated by a large, ornate mirror framed in dark, intricate woodwork. The glass was pristine, almost unnaturally so, reflecting the dim light in a way that made it seem almost alive. "This is the Harper mirror," Mr. Langley began, his voice echoing softly in the room. "As you know, it was the source of much distress for the Harper family. We've contained it here, but it still exudes a powerful presence." I approached the mirror cautiously, my reflection staring back at me with an intensity that felt almost accusing. The air around it seemed colder, the shadows deeper. I could feel a pull, a magnetic force drawing me closer, urging me to look deeper into the glass. "Have you ever experienced anything unusual with this mirror?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Langley shook his head. "Our investigations have confirmed its ability to manifest and amplify negative energies. It's not just a mirror. It's a gateway for restless spirits." I stared into the mirror, my mind racing with the possibilities. Suddenly, the reflection began to warp, the edges of my image blurring as if the glass were a portal to another dimension. The room around me faded, replaced by the image of a quaint suburban home, the Harper's house, seemingly frozen in time. I watched as the scene unfolded. A family gathered around the dinner table, laughter and warmth filling the air. Emily Harper, her eyes wide with innocence, sat quietly, staring into the same mirror that now reflected my presence. The atmosphere was idyllic, a stark contrast to the horror that would soon consume their lives. Without warning, the scene shifted, the room darkened, the laughter turning to cries of anguish. Objects began to move violently, crashing against the walls, breaking under invisible forces. Emily stood up, her face contorted in fear, her eyes now hollow and empty. She reached out towards the mirror, her voice trembling. "Help us!" The reflection flickered, and the image of Emily vanished, replaced by a dark, swirling vortex within the mirror. Shadows coalesced into the shape of a man, his expression twisted with rage and sorrow. He stepped out of the mirror, his form shifting and unstable, as if he were being torn between worlds. I recoiled, heart pounding. As the apparition moved towards me, the room seemed to shrink, the air thick with an oppressive weight. I could hear the faint whispers of the Harper family, their voices merging into a haunting chorus that filled my mind with despair. "Release us, end our suffering," the voices echoed, their pleas resonating through the glass. Desperate to break free, I turned away from the mirror, but the pull was too strong. My reflection reached out, fingers elongating into claws that scraped against my skin. Panic surged through me as I tried to pull away, but the connection was unbreakable, the mirror holding me captive in its spectral grip. "You cannot escape," the shadowy man declared, his voice a deep, resonant growl. "We are bound to this mirror, to this place," summoning every ounce of courage. I forced my gaze back to the mirror, locking eyes with the apparition. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice trembling but resolute. The man's form began to distort, his features blurring as he struggled to maintain his shape. "We seek closure," he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. "Unresolved pain, unfulfilled lives. Until our stories are told, our spirits remain trapped, forever haunting this mirror." I realized then that the key to freeing the Harpers, and perhaps myself, was to uncover and share their story. But the effort to escape was taking its toll, my strength waning as the mirror drained my energy. The room grew colder, the whispers intensifying, filling my mind with visions of the Harpers' suffering. With a final surge of determination, I broke free from the mirror's grasp, stumbling back into the room, gasping for breath. The mirror stood silent once more, the reflection now normal, my image staring back at me in the glass. Mr. Langley rushed to my side, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" he asked, helping me to steady myself. I nodded, though my body felt weak and my mind reeling from the encounter. "We need to tell their story," I said, my voice firm despite the lingering fear. "Their suffering cannot be forgotten. It's the only way to set them free." Mr. Langley nodded solemnly. "That's why we have this exhibit, to honor their memory and ensure their voices are heard." Determined to honor the Harpers and aid in their release, I spent the next few weeks delving into their history. I interviewed relatives, friends, and anyone who had known them, piecing together the events that led to their tragic end. The Harpers had been a loving family, but beneath the surface, secrets and unresolved tensions festered, ultimately leading to their downfall. As I compiled my findings, I realized that the mirror had not only trapped their spirits, but also amplified their unresolved emotions, creating a vortex of negative energy that fueled the hauntings. It was a cycle of pain that needed to be broken, a narrative that had to be told to bring peace to the restless souls. I returned to the Warrens Museum, my heart heavy with the weight of their story. Mr. Langley welcomed me, a knowing look in his eyes. "Are you ready to present their story?" he asked. I nodded, taking a deep breath as I stood before the mirror once more. "I've gathered all the information. It's time to share their truth." Together, we organized a memorial event, inviting locals and those who had experienced the mirror's hauntings to honor the Harpers. We shared their stories, the trials they faced, and the unresolved pain that had bound their spirits to the mirror. As the final words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room shifted, the oppressive energy lifting as if a great weight had been removed. The mirror seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light, the reflections now peaceful and serene. The whispers faded, replaced by a gentle silence that spoke of closure and release. I felt a sense of fulfillment wash over me, knowing that the Harpers had finally found the peace they so desperately sought. As I left the museum that night, the air felt lighter, the shadows less menacing. The mirror stood as a testament to the power of truth and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. But even as I drove away, a lingering sense of serenity remained, a reminder that some stories, once told, can finally find their resolution. And sometimes, when the night is still and the moon casts a gentle glow through the museum's windows, I can still feel the presence of the Harpers, their spirits at peace, their stories forever etched into the fabric of the mirror. Because in the heart of darkness, where shadows linger and whispers echo through the glass, there are tales waiting to be heard, souls yearning for redemption, and a truth that demands to be revealed. Story number 38. The Cursed Ring. I've always been captivated by antiques, the stories they carry etched into every scratch and dent. So when I walked into Timeless Treasures, a quaint antique shop nestled in a quiet corner of town, couldn't resist. Amidst the assortment of relics, one piece stood out, a beautifully crafted silver ring, its surface intricately engraved with delicate patterns that hinted at a rich and mysterious past. The ring's center held a deep blue gemstone that seemed to shimmer with an inner light, drawing me in with its enigmatic allure. The shop owner, an elderly man with piercing blue eyes and a knowing smile, noticed my interest. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he remarked, gesturing towards the ring. "She's been here for quite some time." I nodded, captivated by the piece. "Do you know anything about her story?" He hesitated, a shadow crossing his face. "Legends say she's more than just a ring. Strange things happen to those who wear her." Intrigued and undeterred by his cryptic warning, I purchased the ring and brought it home that very evening. The moment it arrived, a sense of unease settled over me, but I dismissed it as mere imagination. After all, antiques were meant to evoke emotions, right? I decided to wear the ring on my left hand, the stone catching the light beautifully as I admired it in the mirror. Felt cool and heavy, perfect fit for my finger. The first night went by peacefully, filled with the usual sounds of settling into my new home. But as days turned into weeks, subtle disturbances began to emerge. It started with the ring running slightly hotter than usual, the gemstone pulsating softly under my skin. I dismissed it as a reaction to the material, assuming it needed some time to adjust. But soon, things escalated. Every time I wore the ring, I began experiencing vivid nightmares. In these dreams, I was pursued by a shadowy figure with hollow eyes and a haunting smile, his presence overwhelming and suffocating. I would wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding, unable to shake the lingering fear from my dreams. Outside of sleep, I felt an inexplicable sense of being watched. When walking alone at night, I often sensed a presence behind me, though when I turned around, there was no one there. The feeling grew more intense, a heavy weight pressing down on me, making it difficult to focus or relax. One particularly stormy night, as rain pelted against the windows and thunder rumbled in the distance, the haunting reached its peak. I sat in my living room, trying to ignore the unsettling sounds, when I felt a sudden surge of nausea and dizziness. The ring on my finger seemed to throb with a life of its own, the gemstone glowing ominously in the dim light. In a panic, I removed the ring, hoping to break the cycle of torment. But as I did, the room plunged into darkness, the power flickering and then dying entirely. The only light came from the lightning streaking across the sky outside, casting eerie shadows that danced menacingly on the walls. Suddenly, the room was filled with a cold, oppressive presence. I felt an invisible force pinning me to the spot, making it impossible to move. The shadows coalesced into the shape of a man, a ghostly apparition with hollow eyes and a sinister smile. He reached out towards me, his voice a chilling whisper that echoed through the room. "You cannot escape," he intoned, his voice filled with malice. "The ring binds you to us." Tears welled up in my eyes as I struggled against the invisible force, my mind racing to comprehend the horror unfolding before me. "What do you want?" I cried out, my voice shaking with fear. The apparition's smile widened, and the room seemed to grow colder still. "We seek release," he declared. "Our stories remain untold, our suffering unacknowledged. Until our truth is revealed, our spirits cannot find peace." Desperate to free myself from the torment, I vowed to uncover the ring's history and the stories of those it bound. I spent countless nights researching, delving into old records and contacting local historians, piecing together the tragic tale of the ring's previous owners. What I discovered was a story of love, loss, and betrayal. The ring had belonged to Eleanor Hartley, a woman who had lost her family in a mysterious fire decades ago. Consumed by grief and unable to move on, Eleanor had fashioned the ring as a keepsake, a way to hold onto the memories of her lost loved ones. But her sorrow had twisted into something darker, binding the spirits of her family to the ring, trapping them in a perpetual cycle of pain and longing. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to confront the spirits and help them find the closure they so desperately sought. I returned to my home on a moonlit night, the storm having passed but the air still heavy with tension. I sat in my living room, the ring placed carefully on the table before me, and began to speak. "Eleanor, I know your story. I understand your pain and your longing for peace. I'm here to help you and your family find the closure you need." The room grew colder, the air thick with anticipation. The apparition of Eleanor appeared before me, her eyes filled with sorrow and hope. "You can help us," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "But you must remember our story. Tell it to the world. Only then can we be free." Determined to honor her plea, I organized a memorial event dedicated to Eleanor and her family. I shared their story with anyone who would listen, ensuring that their suffering and love were remembered. As I spoke, the atmosphere in my home began to change. The oppressive presence lifted, replaced by a serene calm that filled the room. On the final night of the memorial, I sat in the living room once more, the ring now lying harmlessly on the table. The air was warm and comforting, the shadows no longer menacing. I felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that I had helped Eleanor and her family find the release they so desperately needed. Driving away from my home, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw the ring glimmering softly on the table, a silent testament to the power of remembering and honoring the stories of those who have passed. The nightmares ceased, and the feeling of being watched disappeared, replaced by a sense of fulfillment and tranquility. But even as life returned to normal, I couldn't shake the lingering feeling that the ring held more secrets, that its history was far from fully uncovered. And sometimes, when the night is still and the moon casts a gentle glow through my windows, I catch a glimpse of the ring's deep blue gemstone, a reminder of the spirits I helped find peace and the stories that must never be forgotten. Because in the end, it's not just about the haunted objects or the supernatural elements, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding and peace. Story number 39. Timeless haunting. I've always been fascinated by antique clocks. There's something mesmerizing about the way they tick, a rhythmic reminder of time's relentless march forward. So when I stumbled upon an old 19th century clock at a local estate sale, couldn't resist. Its ornate wooden frame and intricate carvings spoke of a bygone era, and the promise of owning a piece of history was too tempting to pass up. The clock was a masterpiece, its pendulum swinging gracefully, the hands moving with precise elegance. The seller, an elderly gentleman with a twinkle in his eye, assured me that it was in perfect working condition. "It's a beautiful piece," he said, "perfect for your living room." I took it home that very afternoon, excited to place it in my newly renovated living room. The family had recently moved into a spacious house in the quiet suburbs of Connecticut, seeking a fresh start after years of turmoil. The house was filled with natural light, the large windows offering a panoramic view of the lush backyard. Setting up the clock felt like adding the final touch to our sanctuary. The first night went by peacefully, the gentle ticking of the clock blending harmoniously with the sounds of the evening. But as the days turned into weeks, subtle disturbances began to emerge. It started with the clock running slightly faster than usual, the pendulum swinging erratically. I dismissed it as a minor malfunction, assuming it needed winding or adjustment. But soon, things escalated. The clock continued to run normally during the day, its hands moving with unwavering precision. But at night, the disturbances grew more pronounced. I began hearing strange noises emanating from the living room, soft whispers, faint footsteps, and the occasional creak as if someone was pacing back and forth. One particularly stormy night, as rain pelted against the windows and thunder rumbled in the distance, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight, I approached the clock, the room dimly lit by the flickering light. The clock's face seemed to glow eerily in the darkness, its hands moving faster, the pendulum swinging wildly. I reached out to steady it, my fingers brushing against the cool wood. Instantly, a surge of cold energy shot through me, making me recoil in shock. The room grew colder, the temperature dropping drastically, and an oppressive silence filled the air. The clock's ticking slowed to a crawl before stopping entirely, the hands freezing at an arbitrary time. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Shadows danced along the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. "Help us! Remember us!" they echoed, their tones filled with sorrow and desperation. Heart pounding, I backed away, my mind racing to make sense of the inexplicable phenomena. The room felt heavy, the air thick with an unseen presence. I tried to shake off the fear, attributing it to the storm outside and my own imagination. But the feeling of being watched was undeniable. The next morning, Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I researched the clock's history. I contacted antique experts and delved into old records. But information about the clock was scarce. The seller couldn't recall any specific details beyond its age and craftsmanship. Frustrated but undeterred, I continued my investigation, convinced that there was more to this clock than met the eye. Days turned into weeks, and the hauntings intensified. The clock's hands would sporadically stop and start, sometimes moving backward, distorting the passage of time within the house. Objects in the living room would shift positions overnight, and the whispers became a constant presence, growing louder and more urgent with each passing night. One evening, as I sat in the living room trying to ignore the unsettling sounds, the clock began to behave erratically once more. The pendulum swung wildly, the hands spinning out of control before abruptly halting. The room plunged into darkness as the power flickered and went out, the only light coming from the lightning streaking across the sky outside. In the pitch-black room, the whispers transformed into anguished cries, the voices overlapping in a cacophony of pain. I felt an invisible force pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. The shadows around me seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, closing in from all sides. Panic set in as I realized that the clock wasn't just a haunted object. It was a gateway, a conduit for restless spirits trapped within its time-worn frame. Desperate to escape, I tried to flee the room, but an invisible barrier held me in place. The cries grew louder, more desperate, as apparitions began to materialize around me. Ghostly figures of a family, their eyes hollow with eternal sorrow. A woman in a tattered dress reached out to me, her voice echoing with despair. "You must help us. Set us free." Tears welled up in my eyes as I grappled with the enormity of the situation. The clock, an innocent-looking antique, was the key to their imprisonment, and now I was entwined in their plight. Determined to find a solution, I sought the help of Lorraine Warren, a renowned paranormal investigator, and her husband Ed. Lorraine listened intently as I recounted the haunting events, her eyes reflecting a deep understanding of the supernatural forces at play. "This clock is not just haunted," she explained. "It's cursed. It holds the souls of a family who met a tragic end, their spirits bound to the object by unresolved trauma and grief. Together, we devised a plan to break the curse and release the trapped souls." We returned to my home with the necessary equipment, preparing for a confrontation with the dark forces within the clock. As midnight approached, the storm outside intensified, the house groaning under the weight of the tempest. We began the ritual, chanting ancient incantations and channeling positive energy into the room. The clock responded immediately, its hands spinning out of control, the pendulum swinging with frenetic energy. The room grew colder, the air thick with the presence of the trapped spirits. Suddenly, the apparitions reappeared, their forms wavering between the physical and the ethereal. The family, once again, stood around the clock, their expressions filled with a mix of hope and desperation. Lorraine reached out to them, her voice soothing and authoritative. "We're here to help you. You're not alone." The spirits hesitated, the tension in the room palpable. The woman in the tattered dress stepped forward, her eyes meeting Lorraine's with a flicker of recognition. "We were forgotten," she whispered, "our story untold. Release us." As we continued the ritual, the clock began to glow with a brilliant light, the shadows retreating as the spirits found the strength to move on. The room was filled with a sense of peace, the oppressive energy lifting as the souls were finally free to rest. With a final burst of light, the clock ceased its erratic behavior, the hands moving steadily once more, the pendulum swinging gracefully. The apparitions faded, their presence replaced by a serene calm that enveloped the room. The curse had been broken, the spirits liberated from their eternal torment. In the days that followed, the clock returned to its normal state. No longer a source of fear and dread, the disturbances ceased, and the house felt lighter, the atmosphere filled with a newfound sense of peace. I felt a deep sense of relief, knowing that I had played a part in helping the lost souls find their way to the afterlife. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that some objects carry more than just memories. They hold the essence of those who came before, their stories intertwined with the fabric of time. The clock, once a symbol of beauty and craftsmanship, had become a vessel for their lingering presence, a testament to the enduring power of unresolved emotions and the importance of remembering the past. And sometimes, when I glance at the clock in my living room, I'm reminded of the night I faced the darkness and emerged victorious. The steady ticking serves as a comforting reminder that time moves forward, and with it, the spirits of the past can find peace and rest. Because in the end, it's not just about the haunting or the supernatural, it's about the human stories, the lingering emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. And as long as we remember and honor those who came before, their echoes will continue to resonate, guiding us toward understanding and peace. Story number 40. Whispers behind the table. I've always been captivated by antiques, the stories they carry etched into every scratch and dent. So when I walked into Timeless Treasures, a quaint antique shop nestled in a quiet corner of town, couldn't resist. Amidst the assortment of relics, one piece stood out, a beautifully crafted wooden table, its surface intricately carved with delicate patterns that hinted at a rich and mysterious past. The shop owner, an elderly man with a knowing smile, offered it at a surprisingly low price. "Take it," he said, his eyes meeting mine with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "It has a story to tell." I laughed it off, dismissing it as just another sales pitch. Little did I know, that table would change my life in ways I couldn't have imagined. Bringing the table home felt like bringing a piece of history into my own space. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the wood smooth and cool to the touch. I placed it in my dining room, envisioning it as the centerpiece for countless meals and gatherings. But from the moment it arrived, an unsettling presence began to seep into my home. The first night, as I sat down for dinner, I felt an immediate sense of unease. My stomach churned, and dizziness washed over me, but I shrugged it off as exhaustion from a long day. However, the feeling didn't go away. Over the next few weeks, strange things began to happen. Every time I sat at the table, the same sensations of nausea and dizziness returned. More intense each time, objects on the table would shift positions on their own. Cups would tilt without cause, and I often felt an invisible force pushing me away, making it impossible to sit comfortably. One evening, after a particularly unsettling experience, I decided to investigate the table's history. I contacted the antique shop, but the owner was no longer there. The shop had been closed for years. Frustrated, I turned to local archives, searching for any records related to the table. That's when I found it, a newspaper article from the 1950s detailing the tragic story of the Harper family. The Harpers were a happy family, known for their love of entertaining and fine dining. But tragedy struck one stormy night when a fire broke out in their home, claiming the lives of the entire family. The table I now owned was the centerpiece of their dining room, the last piece of furniture left untouched by the flames. Rumors swirled that the table had been the site of a heated argument before the fire, with unresolved anger and sorrow lingering in the air long after their deaths. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to confront the haunting head-on. I began documenting every occurrence, setting up cameras and voice recorders around the table, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural activity. The results were terrifying. Footage showed the table moving on its own, shadows dancing across the surface, and eerie whispers filling the room when no one was speaking. One night, as I sat alone at the table, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in the cold air, and the candles flickered violently. Suddenly, the surface of the table began to ripple like water, and the shadows formed into the shapes of people, ghostly apparitions of the Harper family. Their eyes were hollow, their expressions etched with pain and sorrow. "I can't leave," one of them whispered, his voice filled with despair. "We're trapped." I felt a surge of compassion, understanding that their unresolved emotions were binding their spirits to the table. "What can I do to help you?" I asked, my voice trembling with fear and empathy. "We need closure," another apparition replied, her voice echoing through the room. "Our story must be told, so we can finally rest." Determined to help them find peace, I vowed to share their story with the world. I wrote articles, shared their tale on social media, and even reached out to paranormal investigators to assist in documenting the hauntings. The response was overwhelming. People were fascinated by the haunted table, and the story of the Harpers began to spread. As more people became aware of the table's history, the hauntings began to subside. The apparitions grew less frequent, their presence fading as their stories were acknowledged and remembered. The final night I sat at the table was peaceful. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a serene calm. The spirits of the Harper family had found the closure they so desperately needed. Their torment finally over. Driving away from my home, I felt a profound sense of relief and fulfillment. The haunted table had not only changed my life but also brought peace to restless souls who had been trapped in their sorrow. But the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the enduring power of compassion and the importance of remembering those who had been lost. And sometimes, when I pass by old antique shops or come across vintage furniture, I think of the Harper family and their haunted table. It's a testament to the idea that even in the darkest of places, there is hope for healing and peace, and that every object holds a story worth telling. Because in the end, it's not just about the hauntings or the supernatural elements, it's about the human stories, the unresolved emotions, and the capacity for redemption and closure that lies within us all. Story number 41. Whispers from the Old Chair. I've always believed that our homes are more than just structures of wood and stone. They're repositories of memories, silent witnesses to our lives' triumphs and tragedies. So when my wife, Sarah, and I decided to move into our quaint, three-bedroom house in the English countryside, we were eager to create new memories. Little did we know, our new home was about to gift us with something far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. It was a crisp Saturday morning in late autumn when we stumbled upon the antique shop nestled in a quiet corner of the village. The shop, Timeless Treasures, was a treasure trove of forgotten relics, each piece whispering stories of bygone eras. Sarah, an avid collector of vintage furniture, couldn't resist the allure of a beautifully carved Victorian chair displayed in the window. Its deep mahogany finish was immaculate, and the intricate designs etched into the wood hinted at craftsmanship long lost to time. "Look at this, Jack," she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Isn't it stunning?" I approached the chair, admiring its elegance. "It's perfect. Imagine this in our dining room. It would add so much character." The owner, an elderly gentleman with a kind face and a twinkle in his eye, noticed our interest. "Ah, you've got good taste," he said, smiling warmly. "That chair has quite the history, you know." "Really?" Sarah asked, her curiosity piqued. He nodded, his expression turning slightly somber. "It belonged to the Hargrave family. Tragic story. Really, you might want to hear it before you make a decision." Intrigued, we spent the next few minutes listening as he recounted the chair's past. The Hargraves were a loving family who had lived in our house decades ago. Their daughter, Emily, was the last to own the chair. One stormy night, Emily vanished without a trace, leaving the family shattered. The chair was believed to be the last piece of furniture she ever touched. And ever since her disappearance, strange occurrences plagued the Hargrave household. Sarah exchanged a glance with me. "I think it would still be beautiful in our home. Maybe it'll bring good memories." The owner seemed to hesitate for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Just be aware of its history." We left the shop with the chair carefully crated and transported to our house. The moment it arrived, A sense of unease settled over us, but we dismissed it as mere superstition. After all, we were rational people. Setting the chair in our dining room, we admired its beauty, unaware of the darkness it harbored. The first night was uneventful, filled with the usual sounds of settling into a new home. But as days turned into weeks, subtle disturbances began to emerge. First, it was just the chair creaking in the middle of the night. Despite the house being perfectly still, objects around the dining room moved ever so slightly, often going unnoticed amidst our busy lives. One evening, as Sarah and I sat down for dinner, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath became visible in the frigid air, and a chill settled over us. The candle flames flickered violently, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Sarah reached for her glass, her hand trembling. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. I nodded, my heart pounding. "Yeah, it's probably just the draft. This old house has a lot of them." But deep down, I knew it was something more. Over the next few weeks, the disturbances escalated. The chair would sometimes move to the center of the room on its own, leaning unnaturally forward as if beckoning us. Soft whispers echoed through the dining room, voices indistinct but filled with sorrow. Sarah claimed to see fleeting shadows out of the corner of her eye, always disappearing when she turned to look. One particularly stormy night, as thunder rumbled outside and rain lashed against the windows, the haunting reached its peak. We were gathered around the dining table, the chair ominously perched at the head seat. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness as the lights flickered and died. The candles cast eerie glows, shadows stretching and twisting in the dim light. A loud crash echoed through the house as the chair toppled backward. Landing with a thud, we rushed to its side, only to find it upright again, as if nothing had happened. The air grew thick with a heavy, oppressive presence, making it difficult to breathe. The whispers grew louder, clearer, filling the room with their mournful pleas. "Help us! Remember us!" Sarah clutched my arm, her face pale. "Jack, something's wrong. We need to get rid of this chair." I hesitated, a part of me wanting to believe that we could coexist with whatever spirit haunted the chair. But the fear in Sarah's eyes was unmistakable. "You're right. Let's take it back to the shop." But as we reached for the chair, it resisted. The wood seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and an unseen force pinned us in place. The temperature dropped further, our breaths shallow and rapid. Emily's apparition materialized before us, her translucent form weeping silently, eyes filled with eternal sadness. "Why are you taking me away?" she whispered, her voice echoing with anguish. "Don't leave me here." Desperate, I searched for a way to free ourselves, remembering the antique owner's warning. I tried to communicate. "Emily, we're sorry. We didn't know. We just wanted peace for our home." Her sorrowful gaze softened, and the oppressive presence began to lift. The chair settled back into its place, the room warming slightly. "Find the truth," she whispered, her form fading. "Remember us." We fled the house that night, the storm still raging outside but the house now silent. The next morning, we returned to the antique shop, the chair safely crated and ready to be taken away. The owner greeted us with a knowing look. "I see you've met Emily," he said quietly. "She's restless, bound by her tragic fate. The chair is a conduit for her spirit, unable to move on until her story is told." Determined to help her find peace, I delved into the Hargrave family's history. I interviewed old neighbors, scoured newspaper archives, and pieced together the events leading up to Emily's disappearance. It turned out that Emily had been struggling with the loss of her parents, her grief isolating her from the rest of the world. On the night she vanished, it was the storm that finally broke her spirit, pushing her to seek solace in the very chair that now haunted our home. Armed with this knowledge, I organized a memorial service for Emily and the Hargrave family, inviting the local community to remember and honor their memory. We placed flowers around the chair, lit candles, and shared stories of Emily's life, her struggles, and her untimely end. As the sun set on the day of the memorial, a sense of peace settled over the house. The chair no longer emanated a dark presence. Instead, it seemed to radiate a gentle warmth. The whispers had ceased, replaced by the soft rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. Emily's spirit had finally found the closure she needed, her sorrow lifted by the collective memory of those who remembered her. Driving away from the house, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment. We had not only rid ourselves of the haunting but also helped a lost soul find peace. The antique shop became a place of reverence, the chair now a symbol of remembrance and the power of compassion. But even as I moved forward, the experience left an indelible mark on me. I realized that our homes are indeed repositories of memories, but they can also be battlegrounds where the living and the dead coexist, each seeking understanding and peace. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between the chaos, the whispers of the past remind us to honor those who came before, ensuring their stories are never forgotten. Because in the heart of every haunted object lies a tale of love, loss, and the enduring spirit of those who refuse to be forgotten. And it's up to us to listen, remember, and help them find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 42. Whispers of Annabelle. I've always been fascinated by the macabre, drawn to stories that linger in the shadows and refuse to be forgotten. When I first heard about Annabelle, a seemingly ordinary doll with a sinister reputation, my curiosity was piqued. The tale was simple yet chilling, an old toy given to a young girl. But soon after, strange and terrifying events began to unfold. Determined to delve deeper into the mystery, I decided to visit the house where Annabelle was first reported to have caused chaos. The house stood at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, its Victorian architecture both charming and eerie under the pale moonlight. As I approached, the air grew colder, and an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. The front door creaked open before I even knocked, as if inviting me inside. Heart pounding, I stepped into the dimly lit foyer, the scent of old wood and something else, something acrid, filling my nostrils. My guide through this haunted history was Mrs. Thompson, the elderly neighbor who had witnessed the doll's dark transformation firsthand. Her eyes, once bright and welcoming, now held a haunted look that spoke of sleepless nights and unending fear. Annabelle wasn't always like this, she began, her voice trembling. She was just a beautiful porcelain doll, a gift for my daughter, Emily. But then the nightmares started. She led me to Emily's old bedroom, now frozen in time. The walls were adorned with faded wallpaper, and the furniture was covered in white sheets. In the corner stood Annabelle, her glassy eyes staring blankly ahead, a permanent smile etched on her porcelain face. Despite her beauty, there was an undeniable sense of malevolence that seemed to emanate from her. I remember the first incident, Mrs. Thompson continued, her voice barely above a whisper. It was a stormy night, the kind that rattles your bones and makes you question your sanity. Emily was screaming, her small body writhing in terror. When I rushed in, Annabelle was sitting on the bed, her eyes moving on their own, watching Emily with an intensity that was unnatural. I felt a chill run down my spine as she spoke. The room seemed to grow colder, and the shadows danced unnaturally on the walls. Mrs. Thompson explained how the disturbances escalated over time, objects moving on their own, whispers echoing through the halls, and an overwhelming sense of dread that consumed the household. Despite numerous attempts to rid the house of Annabelle, the doll remained, her presence growing stronger and more sinister with each passing day. Determined to uncover the ultimate truth, I decided to spend the night in Emily's old bedroom. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I set up my equipment, hoping to capture evidence of the paranormal activity. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The air was heavy, and the temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the dim light. Hours passed in restless silence until a faint sound broke the stillness. a soft giggle that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. My heart raced as I scanned the room, my flashlight beam landing on Annabelle. Her eyes seemed to gleam in the darkness, and her smile widened unnaturally. "Hello," a voice whispered, barely audible but unmistakably female. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to leave, but curiosity held me in place. I reached out to Annabelle, my fingers trembling, but as soon as I touched her, a surge of cold energy shot through me, knocking me back. The room erupted into chaos, furniture overturned, books flying off shelves, and the whispers growing louder, more insistent, shadows twisted and contorted, taking on grotesque forms that danced around me. Desperate to escape, I stumbled towards the door, but it wouldn't budge. Annabelle floated above the bed, her eyes locked onto mine with a hypnotic intensity. "Stay," she commanded, her voice now clear and authoritative. "You belong with us." Panic set in as the room seemed to close in, the walls pulsating with dark energy. I grabbed my recorder, my hands shaking uncontrollably. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice cracking with fear. "Join us." The voice echoed, and the shadows surged forward, their whispers forming a haunting chorus. Images flashed before my eyes: Emily's terrified face, her screams piercing the night, and countless others lost to Annabelle's curse. I realized then that Annabelle was more than just a haunted doll. She was a vessel for restless spirits, trapped and seeking release through fear and despair. Summoning every ounce of courage, I decided to confront the evil that had taken hold of this house. "I won't let you harm anyone else," I declared, standing my ground despite the terror gripping my heart. Annabelle's smile faltered for a moment, and the shadows recoiled. "You can't stop us," she hissed, her voice filled with malice. "We are eternal." But I refused to back down. Remembering the stories I had read about banishing haunted objects, I began to recite a prayer I had memorized, focusing all my energy on purging the darkness. The room trembled, the shadows screaming in agony as the light from my flashlight grew brighter, cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. Annabelle let out a blood-curdling scream, her form flickering and distorting. The spirits surrounding me wailed, their presence weakening as the light intensified. With a final, desperate effort, I shouted the last lines of the prayer, and a blinding flash of light enveloped the room. When my vision cleared, the chaos had ceased. Annabelle lay motionless on the bed, her glassy eyes staring lifelessly ahead. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by a serene calm that seemed to breathe life back into the old house. Exhausted but victorious, I collapsed onto the floor, the weight of what had transpired settling in. In the days that followed, the house returned to its former state of quiet solitude. Mrs. Thompson and her family were able to reclaim their lives, free from the torment that had plagued them for so long. Annabelle was locked away, her malevolent presence contained, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk within even the most innocent of objects. Reflecting on the experience, I realized that some mysteries are best left unexplored, and some darkness too deep to confront. But the ultimate truth is that hope and courage can triumph over even the most sinister of forces, bringing light to the darkest of places. And sometimes, when I pass by that old house, I can still feel a lingering chill and hear faint whispers carried by the wind. A haunting reminder of the night I faced the evil within Annabelle and emerged victorious. Because in the battle between light and darkness, it's the courage to confront our fears that ultimately defines us. Story number 43. Echoes from the basement. The Florida sun blazed high in the sky as we pulled up to our new home on Cedar Lane. I'm Mark Thompson, and moving to a new house with my wife, Lisa, and our 2 children, Emma and Jake, was supposed to mark the beginning of a fresh chapter in our lives. After months of searching, we found the perfect place. A charming, albeit slightly worn, 2-story house nestled in a quiet neighborhood of Tallahassee. Little did we know, The house held secrets that would soon turn our dream into a nightmare. From the moment we stepped inside, the house exuded a sense of history. The hardwood floors creaked under our feet, and the large windows offered a picturesque view of the sprawling backyard. Lisa and I spent the first few days unpacking, arranging furniture, and exploring every nook and cranny of our new abode. The kids were thrilled with their new rooms, especially Emma, who had insisted on redecorating her bedroom with her favorite colors. However, as the sun set each evening, an unsettling feeling began to settle over us. It started subtly, a distant thud from the basement, barely audible over the sounds of the night. We dismissed it as the house settling or perhaps the old plumbing acting up. But soon, the noises became more frequent and distinct, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing from below, as if someone was pacing the basement floor. One chilly October night, as we sat in the living room watching a movie, the sound of footsteps grew louder. Lisa glanced nervously towards the staircase leading to the basement. "Do you hear that?" she whispered, her voice tinged with fear. I nodded, trying to maintain a sense of calm. "Probably just the house settling," I replied, though my voice lacked conviction. The footsteps continued, rhythmic and deliberate, moving closer to the staircase. Suddenly, the room plunged into darkness as the power went out, leaving us in pitch-black silence. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my flashlight, finally managing to flick it on. The beam of light revealed an empty basement, the door to which was firmly closed. "We should check it out," I suggested, my heart pounding in my chest. Lisa hesitated but agreed, sensing that whatever was happening wasn't normal. We descended the narrow staircase, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, boxes, and forgotten memorabilia. As we reached the bottom, the flashlight beam landed on a large, ornate mirror leaning against the far wall. The surface was dusty, reflecting a distorted image of the room. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of our own breathing. I approached the mirror, curiosity overcoming my fear. As I wiped away the dust, the room in the mirror seemed to shimmer and shift. For a moment, I saw a figure standing behind us, a man in old-fashioned attire, his eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling. The figure raised his hand, pointing towards a corner of the basement where a small, antique box lay on the floor. "Help us," he whispered, his voice echoing unnaturally in the confined space. Lisa grabbed my arm, her face pale. "Mark, we need to leave," she insisted, pulling me back. But before we could move, a cold breeze swept through the basement, extinguishing the flashlight and plunging us into darkness once more. The oppressive atmosphere pressed down on us, making it difficult to breathe. The sound of heavy breathing filled the room, growing louder and more intense, as if someone or something was right beside us. Desperate to escape, we fumbled for the basement door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in as the breathing intensified, accompanied by the faint sound of sobbing. In the darkness, we could make out the faint outline of the man from the mirror, his presence both menacing and tragic. Suddenly, the room was filled with the smell of burning wood and the crackling sound of flames. The basement seemed to transform before our eyes, the walls appearing charred and blackened, as if a fire had consumed the space. The man's figure flickered like a dying flame, his sorrowful eyes pleading for release. "We need to find out what happened here," I shouted over the chaos, trying to steady my voice. Lisa nodded, her fear giving way to determination. "Let's look for the box," she said, pointing towards the corner where the antique box still lay amidst the flames. As we approached, the flames seemed to recede, revealing the box intact despite the fiery transformation of the basement. I opened it cautiously, finding old photographs and a journal inside. The journal belonged to Richard Harris, the previous owner of the house, a renowned psychologist who had tragically died in a mysterious car accident 2 years prior to our move. The entries in the journal were fragmented, detailing Richard's descent into madness as he became obsessed with his patients' traumas. He wrote about experimenting with unconventional methods to help them confront their fears, pushing ethical boundaries in his quest for understanding. The final entries became erratic, filled with references to voices and shadows that haunted him, driving him to the brink of insanity. As I read aloud from the journal, the atmosphere in the basement began to change. The oppressive weight lifted slightly, the temperature warming, and the sound of heavy breathing faded into silence. It was as if acknowledging Richard's torment had begun to release his spirit from its eternal anguish. Suddenly, the mirror shimmered once more, and the man appeared, his expression now one of relief rather than sorrow. "Thank you," he whispered before fading into the ether, leaving us alone in the transformed basement. Breathing heavily, Laura and I knew it was time to leave. We ascended the stairs, the basement door now open, allowing fresh air to circulate. As we reached the top, the house settled into a peaceful stillness, the haunting presence finally at rest. In the days that followed, the strange noises ceased, and the house felt lighter, as if freed from a long-held burden. We decided to honor Richard's memory by donating some of his belongings to the local historical society, ensuring his story would not be forgotten. But the experience left a lingering mark on our family. The basement became a place of reflection, reminding us of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring impact of unresolved sorrow. We learned to appreciate the peace we had reclaimed, cherishing every moment of normalcy that now filled our home. Years later, as I sit in the quiet living room with my family, the memory of that harrowing night serves as a testament to our resilience and the power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. The house on Cedar Lane stands as a symbol of our journey, a place where we faced our fears and found peace amidst the shadows of the past. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the moon casts a gentle glow on our windows, I catch a faint whisper, a reminder of Richard's spirit and the love that binds us together, transcending the boundaries of life and death. Story number 44. Echoes of the Past. The scorching Texas sun beat down on the gravel driveway as we pulled up to our new home, a sprawling Victorian-style house nestled in the quiet outskirts of Marfa. My wife, Laura, and our two children, Emily and Jack, stared in awe at the grand facade, its intricate woodwork and towering windows promising a life far removed from the cramped apartment we'd left behind in Austin. I'm David Thompson, and moving to this old house in 2023 was supposed to be the fresh start our family desperately needed. From the moment we stepped inside, the house exuded a sense of history and charm. The high ceilings, ornate moldings, and antique furnishings gave it a timeless elegance that made us feel like we had stepped into another era. Laura immediately set about unpacking the living room, while Emily and Jack explored their new bedrooms with the enthusiasm only children possess. I wandered through the halls, envisioning the memories we would create in this beautiful old house. The first few nights were peaceful, filled with the sounds of settling wood and the distant hum of the Texas night. However, as the days turned into weeks, subtle disturbances began to unsettle us. It started with the lights sometimes turning on and off by themselves, flickering in a way that felt almost intentional. Laura dismissed it as electrical issues, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. One evening, as the family settled down for dinner, we heard the unmistakable sound of a child crying. It was soft at first, barely audible over the din of our conversation, but it grew louder, more persistent, emanating from upstairs. Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances, while Emily and Jack looked around, puzzled by the unfamiliar sound. Probably just a neighbor's kid, Laura suggested, trying to reassure everyone. But deep down, I felt a growing sense of unease. That night, as we lay in bed, the cries returned, louder and more desperate. Couldn't sleep, my mind racing with possibilities. I decided to investigate, convincing Laura to join me. We crept up the grand staircase, the wooden steps creaking under our weight. The crying grew louder as we approached the end of the hallway, where the doors to the bedrooms stood closed. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was empty, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight streaming through the window. Laura stood beside me, her expression one of concern and confusion. "There's nothing here," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. We spent several minutes searching the room, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The crying persisted, however, echoing through the empty halls as we descended back to our bedroom. Exhausted and frustrated, we tried to brush off the experience, attributing it to our imaginations running wild after a long day of moving. But the phenomena escalated. Each night, the cries grew louder, more haunting, as if the spirit of a lost child was reaching out for help. Objects began to move on their own, chairs shifting positions, books falling off shelves, and the old grandfather clock chiming at odd hours. The house, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, its walls closing in with every unexplained occurrence. One particularly cold December night, the situation reached a tipping point. The entire family had gathered in the living room for a cozy evening by the fire, hoping to dispel the lingering fears with warmth and laughter. But as the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere shifted. The room grew unnaturally cold, the fire flickering violently as shadows danced along the walls. Suddenly, the crying erupted from upstairs, piercing the silence like a knife. Before we could react, a voice, soft yet filled with sorrow, echoed through the room. "Don't come near the upstairs," it warned, the words sending chills down my spine. Laura grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the unsettling presence. "We need to leave," she urged, her voice barely above a whisper. We hurriedly gathered the children, Emily and Jack wide-eyed with fear, and made our way towards the front door. But as we reached for the handle, the lights flickered and dimmed, plunging the house into darkness. The cries intensified, surrounding us with their mournful pleas, as unseen forces seemed to press down on us, making it difficult to breathe. In a panic, I grabbed Laura's hand and pulled her towards the window, forcing it open. The cold night air rushed in, and we stumbled out into the darkness, our hearts pounding in our chests. As we fled the house, the cries followed us, fading only when we reached the safety of our car. Breathless and shaken, we sped away from the house, the image of the sorrowful child etched into our minds. We didn't stop until the house was nothing more than a distant silhouette against the Texas skyline. That night, as we sat in the car, Laura placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "We can't stay here anymore," she said, her voice firm despite the fear that lingered in her eyes. "There's something wrong with this place." The next morning, we contacted the previous owners and the local authorities, seeking answers about the house's dark history. What we discovered was chilling. The house had once belonged to Dr. Samuel Caldwell, a renowned psychologist known for his groundbreaking but controversial methods. Dr. Caldwell had operated his practice within these walls, treating patients with techniques that blurred the lines between therapy and torment. Records revealed that many of his patients had vanished without a trace, their disappearances shrouded in mystery and fear. The tragic tale of a family that had sought refuge in this house, only to meet a mysterious end, added another layer of horror to the already sinister history. It was said that the spirits of those who had suffered under Dr. Caldwell's care were trapped within the walls of the house, their anguish and sorrow forever echoing through its halls. Determined to rid our home of the malevolent presence, we sought the help of paranormal experts and conducted cleansing rituals to purify the space. For a brief moment, it seemed like peace had returned. The lights remained steady, and the cries ceased. We believed that we had finally taken control of the situation, reclaiming our home from the shadows of the past. However, the respite was short-lived. Just as we began to settle back into a sense of normalcy, the disturbances resumed with a vengeance. The cries returned, more intense and desperate than ever, as if the spirits were growing restless. their sorrow transforming into anger and despair. The painting in the living room, once a beautiful landscape, now appeared to shift and change, the serene scenery giving way to dark, twisted images that mirrored the turmoil within the house. One night, as the family gathered once more to confront the lingering presence, the atmosphere grew thick with tension. The cries reached a fever pitch, and the voice of a woman echoed through the room, her tone filled with anguish and menace. "Don't come near the upstairs," she repeated, her voice now laced with anger. "Leave now, before it's too late." Laura and I stood together, determined to face whatever was tormenting our home. We ascended the staircase once more, the weight of the past pressing down on us with every step. The crying grew louder, guiding us towards the master bedroom, where the painting hung prominently on the wall. As we entered the room, the temperature dropped further, our breath visible in the icy air. The painting had transformed into a nightmarish scene, the once tranquil landscape now engulfed in darkness. The shadowy figure of a child standing by the window, watching us with hollow eyes. The air was thick with sorrow, the presence of the restless spirits palpable. "We need to let them go," Laura whispered, her voice trembling. "They're trapped here, unable to find peace." Determined to help the lost souls, we began to recite prayers and perform the cleansing rituals recommended by the paranormal experts. The room seemed to respond, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the cries softened into whispers of gratitude. The painting returned to its original form, the serene landscape restored as if untouched by the horrors that had unfolded. As we completed the final steps of the ritual, a sense of calm settled over the house. The shadows receded, the lights stabilized, and the cries ceased entirely, replaced by a peaceful silence that filled the room. We knew that we had finally freed the trapped spirits, allowing them to find the peace they had long been denied. In the weeks that followed, the house remained tranquil, the disturbances gone as if they had never existed. We settled back into our lives, grateful for the peace we had reclaimed. The experience had left an indelible mark on our family, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of love and compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees and the moon casts a soft glow on the quiet streets of Marfa, I catch a faint echo of a child's cry, a lingering reminder of the spirits we had freed and the darkness that once haunted our home. It serves as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the lengths we go to protect those we love, even in the face of the unknown. Story number 45. Reflections of the Forgotten. The moment we stepped into the old Victorian house on Elm Street in New York, a sense of anticipation mixed with unease settled over us. My wife, Laura, and I had been searching for the perfect home for months, craving a fresh start away from the chaos of the city. When we found the house, it seemed like destiny. The exterior was charming, with ornate woodwork and large, inviting windows that hinted at the beauty within. Despite its age and the layers of peeling paint, there was an undeniable allure that drew us in. A Michael Carter. And moving into a new home had always been a symbol of hope and new beginnings for our family. Laura and I had 2 children, Emily and Jake, who were equally excited about our new adventure. The first few weeks were blissful, unpacking boxes, rearranging furniture, and exploring every nook and cranny of our new abode. The house was spacious, with high ceilings and a layout that promised comfort and warmth during the long New York winters. One evening, after a long day of settling in, Laura suggested we spend some time decorating the master bedroom. As we moved furniture and hung pictures, she noticed an antique mirror tucked away in the corner of the room. It was beautifully crafted, with an intricate gold frame that had seen better days. "Let's hang this up," she said, placing it on the wall opposite our bed. As the days turned into weeks, we began to notice subtle changes in the house. The lights would flicker occasionally, and doors would open and close on their own. At first, we dismissed these as the quirks of an old house settling. but the occurrences grew more frequent and unsettling. One chilly December night, as the wind howled outside, we heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing through the empty hallways. Emily and Jake clung to us, eyes wide with fear, while Laura and I exchanged worried glances. The disturbances culminated when we realized the antique mirror in the master bedroom was at the center of it all. Each time we looked into it, we felt a strange presence, an invisible weight pressing down on us. Shadows seemed to move just beyond the edge of our vision, and for brief moments, we caught glimpses of ghostly figures reflected behind us, even though no one else was in the room. One particularly stormy night, the house was plunged into darkness as the power went out. We lit candles to dispel the shadows, their flickering flames casting eerie patterns on the walls. As we huddled together in the living room, the antique mirror seemed to glow with an unnatural light. Laura, trying to rationalize the situation, suggested it might be a trick of the light or our imaginations running wild. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I decided to investigate, convincing Laura to join me in the master bedroom. As we approached the mirror, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, our breaths visible in the cold air. I reached out to touch the glass, feeling an inexplicable pull that stopped me short. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, distorting our reflections until they were unrecognizable. Suddenly, the faint image of a woman appeared behind us in the mirror. Her eyes were hollow, filled with sorrow and pain, and her mouth moved silently as if trying to communicate. We spun around, but the room was empty, no one was there. The woman's image in the mirror grew clearer, her expression pleading. "Help us," she seemed to say, her voice a mere whisper that resonated deep within our souls. Terrified, we stumbled back, the mirror's surface returning to normal. The oppressive atmosphere lifted momentarily, but the memory of her sorrowful gaze lingered. We decided to leave the house, convinced that something malevolent resided within its walls. Packing our belongings in a hurry, we drove away under the cover of darkness, the storm still raging outside. Weeks passed, and the nightmare didn't end. Even after leaving the house, we couldn't escape the haunting memories. Laura and I struggled to make sense of what we had experienced. Seeking answers from local historians and paranormal experts, we discovered that the house had a tragic history. Dr. Eleanor Whitaker, a renowned psychologist, had lived there in the early 1900s, known for her innovative but controversial methods. Dr. Whitaker had been obsessed with understanding the human psyche, pushing the boundaries of ethical treatment. Rumors swirled about her patients, stories of individuals who had vanished without a trace, their disappearances shrouded in mystery and fear. It was said that Dr. Whitaker had conducted extreme experiments in the basement, attempting to unlock the secrets of the mind through any means necessary. The antique mirror had once belonged to her, a tool she believed could reflect the deepest fears and traumas of her patients, providing insights into their subconscious. The house had been abandoned for decades, left to decay and become a repository of forgotten suffering. It seemed that the spirits of those who had endured Dr. Whitaker's treatments were still trapped within the walls, their anguish manifesting through the mirror's supernatural influence. The woman we had seen was likely one of those lost souls, forever seeking release from her eternal torment, determined to free ourselves from the haunting memories. Laura and I sought closure by returning to the house, hoping to confront the spirits and lay them to rest. Armed with knowledge and a deep sense of empathy, we entered the abandoned house once more, the antique mirror beckoning us like a siren's call. As we approached the master bedroom, the air grew heavy with the weight of past sorrows. The mirror stood as a silent witness to the tragedies that had unfolded within these walls. We stood before it, holding hands, and began to speak words of compassion and understanding, acknowledging the pain and suffering of the lost souls. The temperature in the room dropped further, our breaths visible in the frigid air as the mirror's surface began to shimmer. The sorrowful figure of the woman reappeared, her eyes now filled with a glimmer of hope. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude and peace. The oppressive presence lifted, the shadows dissipating into the ether. The mirror returned to its normal state, our reflections once again showing only our peaceful selves. We felt a profound sense of relief and closure, knowing that we had honored the memories of those who had been trapped by tragedy and despair. Leaving the house for the final time, we felt lighter, the haunting memories finally laid to rest. The antique mirror, once a conduit of sorrow, now stood as a symbol of compassion and healing. This dark history transformed into a tale of redemption. Years later, we still think back to that terrifying period, grateful for the resilience that carried us through. The experience taught us the importance of empathy, the enduring impact of unresolved pain, and the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. Sometimes, when I pass by the old house on Elm Street, I can't help but feel a sense of reverence for the spirits we helped free, a silent acknowledgement of the lives forever intertwined with our own. And occasionally, when the wind rustles through the trees and the night is still, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a lingering reminder of the souls we encountered and the compassion that bridged the gap between sorrow and peace. Story number 46. Shadows through the window. The first time I saw the house on Maple Drive, it stood solitary against the sprawling Michigan landscape, its silhouette a stark contrast against the golden hues of an early autumn sunset. I'm Tom Reynolds, and moving to a new home had always symbolized a fresh start for me and my wife, Sarah. After years of city living, the quiet suburb seemed like the perfect place to build our future together. From the moment we stepped inside, the house exuded a sense of history and charm. The hardwood floors creaked softly under our feet, and the large windows framed picturesque views of the surrounding woods. Sarah and I spent the first few days unpacking, exploring every room, and imagining the memories we would create here. It was everything we had hoped for, until the nights began. It started subtly, late one evening, as we sat in the living room sipping tea. Sarah mentioned seeing a shadow move past the window on the far side of the house. It looked like a man, she said, her brow furrowed in concern. I glanced in the direction she pointed, but there was nothing there, just the swaying branches of an old oak tree caught in the evening breeze. Probably just a trick of the light, I reassured her, trying to dismiss the unease settling over us. But that night, as I lay in bed, the memory of the shadow lingered, gnawing at the edges of my peace. Over the next few weeks, the occurrences became more frequent and unsettling. Each night, without fail, a shadowy figure would glide past the window, this presence unmistakable yet impossible to pinpoint. Sarah and I discussed it countless times, each conversation ending with more questions than answers. We couldn't find any logical explanation. No one was living nearby, and the area was known for its tranquility. Determined to understand what was happening, I decided to dig into the house's history. I visited the local library and scoured old newspaper archives, piecing together the story of the previous owner, Richard Harris. Richard had been a reclusive man, known in town for his eccentric behavior and solitary lifestyle. 5 years before we moved in, he had tragically died in a car accident on a deserted stretch of highway not far from our home. The circumstances were mysterious, no witnesses, no clear cause, just a lifeless body left at the roadside. As I delved deeper, I found unsettling accounts of Richard's isolation. Neighbors spoke of strange lights in his house at odd hours and rumors that he had been working on something secretive in the basement. There were whispers of experiments, of trying to bridge the gap between life and death, though nothing concrete had ever been confirmed. One chilly October night, the shadows seemed to grow bolder. Sarah and I were sitting in the kitchen when we heard a soft thud coming from upstairs. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I exchanged a nervous glance with Sarah. Probably just the house settling, I muttered, though my voice lacked conviction. But as I reached for the light switch, the room plunged into darkness. The power had gone out, leaving us in pitch blackness save for the faint glow of the moon streaming through the windows. In that moment of silence, we heard it, a distinct, slow breathing sound, heavy and deliberate, emanating from the hallway. "Sarah, stay calm," I whispered, grabbing a flashlight from the drawer. We cautiously made our way towards the sound, our footsteps echoing ominously on the hardwood floors. The breathing grew louder, closer, until we reached the end of the hallway and found ourselves standing before the master bedroom door. The door swung open on its own, revealing an empty room bathed in moonlight. But there was no one there. As we turned to leave, the breathing continued, now accompanied by a soft whisper, "Don't go near the window." Frozen in fear, we stared at each other, our minds racing to make sense of the haunting message. The shadows outside the window seemed to dance and twist, forming the faint outline of a man's figure before dissolving into the night air. We didn't speak, the weight of the encounter pressing down on us. The following day, we decided to consult a local historian, hoping to uncover more about Richard Harris and the house's dark past. The historian, a wizened man named Mr. Jenkins, revealed more unsettling details. Richard had been deeply interested in the paranormal, conducting seances and experiments aimed at contacting the dead. It was rumored that his obsession had driven him to the brink of madness, blurring the lines between reality and the supernatural. There have been other reports of strange occurrences in that house, Mr. Jenkins said, his voice low. People have spoken of apparitions, unexplained noises, and now, shadows moving on their own. It seems Richard Harris never truly left this place. Armed with this new information, Sarah and I felt a mix of fear and determination. We couldn't ignore the haunting any longer. One stormy night, as lightning illuminated the sky and rain pelted the windows, we decided to confront whatever was lingering in our home. We gathered candles, old photographs of Richard, and the journal I had found during my research, a diary of sorts, filled with Richard's thoughts and experiments. We made our way upstairs, the air thick with tension. As we entered the master bedroom, the temperature dropped sharply, our breaths visible in the icy air. The room felt alive, pulsating with an unseen energy. We placed the candles around the room, their flickering flames casting long shadows on the walls. Opening Richard's journal, I began to read aloud, hoping to appease whatever spirits were trapped within our home. "Tonight, I reach out to the beyond," I recited, my voice wavering. "Let the veil between worlds grow thin, and may the spirits find the peace they seek." As the final words left my lips, the room grew colder still, the candles burning brighter. The shadowy figure appeared once more at the window, his presence more defined than before. He stood silently, watching us with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through my very soul. "Find peace," the whisper echoed, the words laced with sorrow and longing. Suddenly, the candles extinguished themselves, plunging the room into darkness. The breathing ceased, replaced by an overwhelming silence that pressed down on us. The shadow faded, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as quickly as it had descended. Exhausted but hopeful, we knew that our efforts had made a difference. In the weeks that followed, the disturbances ceased, the shadows no longer moved on their own, and the nightly cries were replaced by a peaceful silence. The house felt lighter, the weight of the past lifted from its walls. Sarah and I breathed a collective sigh of relief, grateful to have restored harmony to our home. But the experience left an indelible mark on our family. We learned the importance of respecting the past and the restless spirits that lingered in forgotten places. The house on Maple Drive became more than just our home. It was a sanctuary where we honored the memories of those who had suffered, ensuring that their stories were never forgotten. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles through the trees and the moon casts a soft glow on our windows, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a lingering echo of Richard's sorrowful plea. It serves as a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. We moved forward, stronger and more united, our bond forged in the face of the unknown. The house on Maple Drive stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the love that binds us, even in the darkest of times. And as the years pass, we cherish every peaceful night, grateful for the sanctuary we've created amidst the shadows of the past. Story number 47. The Enigmatic Canvas. The moment we drove past the old Victorian-style house on Pinewood Lane in California, I felt a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. My wife, Laura, and our 2 children, Emma and Jake, had been searching for the perfect home for months, and this place seemed to check all the boxes. It was spacious, nestled in a quiet neighborhood, and had a charming backyard that Emma and Jake couldn't wait to explore. Little did we know, the house held secrets that would soon turn our lives into a living nightmare. I'm Michael Thompson, and moving into a new home had always been a symbol of fresh beginnings for our family. The house, with its grand facade and intricate woodwork, exuded an air of timeless elegance. The previous owners had left behind most of their belongings, adding a sense of history to the place. As we unpacked and settled in, the house felt like a sanctuary, a perfect escape from the hustle and bustle of our daily lives. The first few weeks were blissful. We spent weekends painting rooms, rearranging furniture, and exploring every nook and cranny of our new abode. But as winter approached, the nights grew longer and colder, and subtle changes began to unsettle us. It started with the lights sometimes turning on and off by themselves, flickering in a way that felt almost deliberate. Laura dismissed it as electrical issues, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. One evening, as the family gathered in the living room, Emma pointed out that the lamp beside her bed had turned on without anyone touching the switch. Jake laughed it off, teasing her about her overactive imagination, but Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances, the unspoken worry deepening between us. Things escalated when we noticed furniture moving subtly. A chair would shift position when no one was sitting in it, or a book would fall off the shelf as if pushed by an unseen hand. The phenomena were unnerving but manageable, until we discovered the old painting in the living room. The painting was an elaborate piece, depicting a serene landscape with rolling hills and a quaint farmhouse under a twilight sky. It had a captivating beauty, but something about it seemed unsettling. One night, as I sat reading in the living room, I glanced up to see the painting slightly altered. The farmhouse in the artwork now had a shadowy figure standing by the door, watching us intently. Startled, I rubbed my eyes and looked again. The figure was gone, leaving the scene peaceful once more. Dismissing it as a trick of the light, I returned to my book. But the next morning, the painting had changed again. This time, the landscape was darker, the colors more muted, and the figure by the farmhouse was back, closer this time, with an expression of anguish. Concerned, I showed the painting to Laura. She suggested we call a professional to understand what was happening. After some research, we found a local feng shui master named Mr. Lee, who had a reputation for dealing with unusual household phenomena. Mr. Lee arrived one chilly Saturday afternoon, his presence calm and reassuring. After a thorough inspection of the house, he requested access to the basement, a place we had always avoided due to its cramped, cluttered nature. "There's a history to this house that you need to be aware of," Mr. Lee began, his voice steady. Before it was a family home, this building served as a mental health facility in the late 1800s. Dr. Samuel Whitaker, a renowned but controversial psychiatrist, resided here. He was known for his extreme treatment methods, often blurring the lines between therapy and torture. Laura shivered, gripping my arm tightly. "What happened to Dr. Whitaker?" Mr. Lee sighed, his eyes distant. "There are rumors, whispers of patients disappearing, strange occurrences within these walls. It is said that a family once took refuge here, fleeing persecution. Tragically, they met a mysterious end, their spirits never finding peace." The air grew colder as Mr. Lee continued. "The energy in this house is tainted by unresolved anguish and suffering. The painting you mentioned is likely a manifestation of those restless spirits." trying to communicate their pain. Determined to rid our home of the malevolent presence, we followed Mr. Lee's instructions, incorporating feng shui principles to harmonize the energy within the house. We rearranged furniture, introduced calming elements, and performed cleansing rituals. For a brief moment, it seemed like the disturbances had ceased. The lights remained steady, and the furniture stayed put. We breathed a collective sigh of relief, believing that peace had finally settled over our home. But peace was short-lived. One night, as a heavy snowstorm raged outside, the house seemed to come alive with a vengeance. The lights flickered violently, casting frantic shadows across the rooms. The furniture moved with increasing frequency, and the once serene painting began to warp, the landscape twisting into a nightmarish scene. The shadowy figure in the farmhouse grew larger, its eyes filled with sorrow and rage. I was awakened by the sound of heavy breathing and the unmistakable feeling of being watched. Sitting up, I saw the figure from the painting standing at the foot of our bed, his presence suffocating. "Leave," it whispered, the word carrying an unbearable weight. Terrified, I woke Laura, who immediately sensed the disturbance. Together, we rushed downstairs to the living room, where the painting had transformed into a grotesque tableau. The serene landscape was now a battlefield, the farmhouse engulfed in flames, and the shadowy figure loomed over the chaos. Its expression twisted in agony. Desperate to protect my family, I grabbed the painting, hoping to remove the source of the haunting. But as soon as my fingers touched the frame, the room plunged into darkness. The temperature plummeted, and the whispers became screams, filling the house with the collective anguish of the past. We called Mr. Lee again, but he was unavailable. Rumors suggested he had vanished, leaving no trace behind. With no other options, Laura and I decided to confront the spirits ourselves. Guided by the remnants of Dr. Whitaker's journal, which we found hidden in the basement, we attempted to communicate with the restless souls. The journal detailed Dr. Whitaker's descent into madness, his obsession with controlling the human mind, and the dark experiments he conducted in the basement. It spoke of a ritual meant to bind the spirits of the afflicted. But something had gone terribly wrong, trapping them in a state of eternal suffering. As we recited the incantations from the journal, the house trembled, the walls groaning under the strain of the unleashed energy. The painting floated in mid-air, the figure now reaching out towards us with elongated limbs. "Release us," it cried, the words echoing through the house like a death knell, summoning every ounce of courage. Laura and I completed the ritual, hoping to free the spirits from their torment. The air shimmered with a spectral light, and the oppressive presence began to dissipate, the shadows retreating into the corners of the room. The painting returned to its original form, the serene landscape restored as if untouched by the horrors that had unfolded. Exhausted but hopeful, we watched as the house settled into a peaceful silence. The disturbances ceased, and the air felt lighter. The weight of the past finally lifted. We had given the spirits the peace they so desperately sought, and in doing so, we reclaimed our home from the clutches of darkness. In the aftermath, the house felt different, not just restored, but alive with a newfound harmony. The winter snow melted, giving way to the vibrant colors of spring, and the family that once plagued the house was now at rest. We continued our lives, forever changed by the ordeal, but grateful for the sanctuary we had reclaimed. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees and the house is bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, I catch a faint reflection in the mirror, a fleeting image of a sorrowful figure watching us from the shadows. It serves as a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of love and compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Story number 48. Whispers behind closed doors. The moving truck finally pulled away, leaving me standing alone in front of the old farmhouse on Maple Avenue in Ohio. My wife, Laura, and our two kids, Emily and Jake, had been excited about this fresh start for months. The house, with its sprawling porch and charming facade, seemed like the perfect place to build new memories. Little did we know, it held secrets that would soon turn our dream into a living nightmare. I'm David Miller, and moving into a new home had always symbolized hope and new beginnings for our family. The first few weeks were blissful. We painted rooms, unpacked boxes, and settled into the rhythm of our new life. The kids enjoyed exploring their new bedrooms, while Laura and I took pride in making the house our own. But as autumn gave way to winter, subtle changes began to unsettle us. It started with the lights. Occasionally, a lamp in the hallway would flicker or turn on by itself. At first, we dismissed it as electrical issues, common in older homes. But then, things escalated. One chilly December night, as we all sat in the living room watching a movie, we heard the unmistakable sound of a door slamming shut upstairs. The entire family froze, hearts pounding. But when we looked around, no one was near the bedroom doors. Probably just the house settling, Laura suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. We tried to brush it off, but the unease lingered. A few nights later, the phenomenon repeated with increasing frequency. Doors would slam shut with no apparent cause. Even when we were all in the living room, the kids were terrified, whispering about ghosts and spirits lurking in the shadows. Laura and I exchanged worried glances, our skepticism waning as the occurrences became more frequent and intense. Determined to understand what was happening, I delved into the house's history. I contacted the local library and scoured old newspaper archives, piecing together the story of the previous owner, Richard Harris. Richard had been a reclusive man, known for his sudden and mysterious death in 2018. Official reports were sparse, citing a heart attack, but whispers in town suggested foul play or something far more sinister. One evening, as a heavy snowstorm raged outside, the disturbances reached a boiling point. We were all gathered in the living room, the power flickering intermittently, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Suddenly, the bedroom door slammed shut, followed by a chilling silence. Then, a soft, sorrowful whisper echoed through the room. "Stay away from the upstairs." We stared at each other in horror, the room growing colder with each passing second. Laura grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave," she urged, but the door wouldn't budge. Panic set in as we realized we were trapped. Desperate, I tried to force the door open, but it remained immovable. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with an oppressive presence. The lights flickered violently, and the temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air. Emily and Jake clung to us, trembling with fear as the house seemed to come alive with malevolent energy. In a moment of sheer terror, I remembered Richard Harris's story. He had been a man obsessed with controlling his environment, attempting to create the perfect home through any means necessary. Some speculated he dabbled in the occult, seeking to bind spirits to the house for his own twisted purposes. Could his experiments have backfired, trapping restless souls within these walls? Determined to protect my family, I reached for my phone, but there was no signal, just the blank screen mocking my desperation. The whispers turned into anguished cries, the sounds of a tortured soul begging for release. I knew I had to confront whatever haunted our home. "Richard, if you're here, show yourself," I called out, my voice breaking. The room seemed to respond, shadows coalescing into a dark figure standing at the foot of the stairs. His presence was oppressive, his eyes hollow with sorrow and rage. "You shouldn't have come here," the apparition intoned, his voice echoing through the room. "Leave now, before it's too late." Laura and I backed away, trying to find another way to escape, but the house seemed to shift around us, the walls closing in, trapping us in this nightmare. The figure advanced, his form becoming more defined, the sorrow in his eyes turning to anger. Desperate, I grabbed Laura's hand and pulled her towards the door. "We have to fight this," I shouted, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and determination. I remembered reading about cleansing rituals and decided to use whatever knowledge I had to banish the spirit. "We need to break his hold on this place," I said, trying to steady my voice. Laura nodded, and together, we began to recite prayers and incantations from the journal I had found in the library archives. The room responded violently, the figure recoiling as the power of our words began to take effect. The whispers turned into screams, the house shaking with the intensity of the battle between us and the restless spirit. The figure dissipated into a cloud of dark smoke, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as the house returned to its former state. The door finally swung open, and we stumbled out into the cold, the storm outside having subsided. Exhausted and shaken, we huddled together, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. We had faced the darkness that haunted our home and emerged victorious. But the scars remained. The house on Maple Avenue was no longer just a house. It was a place where the past lingered, its secrets etched into the very fabric of our lives. In the weeks that followed, the disturbances ceased, the house returning to its peaceful state. We made a conscious effort to honor the spirits that had been trapped, leaving offerings and maintaining a respectful distance from the upstairs rooms. The nightmares faded, replaced by a sense of calm that we hadn't felt since moving in. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees and the house settles into silence, I catch a faint echo of a child's cry, a lingering reminder of the battle we had fought and the spirits we had set free. It serves as a testament to the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of love and determination to overcome the darkest of fears. The house on Maple Avenue remains our home, a place of warmth and love, but we live with the knowledge that some places hold memories too painful to forget and spirits too restless to ignore. And as the years pass, we cherish every peaceful night, grateful for the sanctuary we've created amidst the shadows of the past. Story number 49. Whispers beneath the floorboards. The crisp autumn air of Massachusetts had always carried a sense of nostalgia, reminding me of the countless stories whispered through the rustling leaves and the golden hues of falling foliage. When Laura and I found the house on Elm Street, it was love at first sight. This classic colonial architecture, sprawling porch, and the promise of a fresh start for our growing family made it the perfect choice. We moved in with our 2 children, Emily and Jack, eager to create new memories in our charming new home. The first few weeks were blissful. We painted rooms, unpacked boxes, and settled into a routine that felt both comforting and invigorating. The neighborhood was quiet, with friendly neighbors who greeted us warmly and children playing in the yards during the day. It was everything we had hoped for, a sanctuary away from the chaos of our previous lives. However, as the days grew shorter and the nights colder, subtle changes began to unsettle us. It started with the lights, sometimes flickering inexplicably or turning on and off without anyone touching the switches. First, we dismissed it as the quirks of an old electrical system, but the occurrences became more frequent and harder to ignore. One chilly October evening, as we sat together in the living room, Emily pointed out that the lamp beside her bed had turned on by itself. Jack, ever the skeptic, laughed it off, teasing her about her overactive imagination. Laura and I exchanged uneasy glances, the seed of doubt taking root in our minds. That night, the disturbances escalated. As we lay in bed, a faint sound reached our ears, an irregular, shallow breathing coming from beneath the floorboards. At first, we thought it was the plumbing, a common source of strange noises in older homes. But as the nights progressed, the breathing grew louder and more distinct, resembling the shallow breaths of someone struggling to catch their breath. Determined to uncover the source of the sounds, I decided to investigate one evening. Armed with a flashlight and a sense of trepidation, I made my way downstairs to the basement. The stairs creaked under my weight, the air growing colder with each step. The basement was a vast, cluttered space filled with old furniture, boxes, and forgotten relics from the house's past. The faint sound of breathing seemed to emanate from a corner of the room, where the wooden floorboards appeared slightly warped. As I approached the area, the breathing became more pronounced, almost as if someone was right beside me. My heart pounded in my chest as I knelt down, shining my flashlight beneath the floorboards. To my horror, I saw nothing, no signs of movement, no shadows lurking in the darkness. Confused and unnerved, I stood up, the unexplained breathing fading as quickly as it had appeared. Back upstairs, I recounted my findings to Laura, who shared similar experiences. The feeling of being watched became more intense, as if unseen eyes were constantly observing our every move. Doors would slam shut on their own, and the temperature in certain rooms would drop suddenly, leaving us shivering in the middle of the night. Desperate for answers, we decided to delve into the house's history. Laura contacted the local historical society and spent hours poring over old records and newspaper archives. What we discovered was chilling. A series of tragic events that had unfolded in the very walls of our home. In the early 1900s, the house had belonged to Dr. Henry Caldwell, a respected psychologist known for his pioneering work in mental health. However, his reputation took a dark turn when several of his patients vanished without a trace. Rumors swirled about Dr. Caldwell's unconventional and extreme treatment methods, suggesting that he had crossed ethical boundaries in his quest to cure his patients. The final blow to his career came when a local newspaper published an exposé detailing the mysterious disappearances. Dr. Caldwell had abruptly left the house, and the cases remained unsolved, leaving the community to speculate about the true nature of his practices. Some believed he had been involved in occult rituals. Others thought he had inadvertently opened a gateway to something beyond our understanding. As we pieced together the puzzle, the strange occurrences in our home intensified. The breathing sounds became a nightly torment, echoing through the house with a persistent, haunting rhythm. One particularly stormy night, as lightning illuminated the sky, we heard a desperate plea carried by the wind, soft, sorrowful words that sent chills down our spines. "Help us!" Determined to confront whatever haunted our home, Laura and I decided to seek professional help. We contacted a renowned paranormal investigator, Dr. Eleanor Hayes, who had a reputation for uncovering the truth behind haunted houses. Upon arriving, she conducted a thorough examination of the property, setting up equipment to detect any supernatural presence. Dr. Hayes confirmed our suspicions. There was indeed a restless energy inhabiting the house, a lingering presence of those who had suffered and perished within its walls. She theorized that the spirits of Dr. Caldwell's missing patients were trapped in the house, unable to find peace after the dark experiments that had taken place. With Dr. Hayes's guidance, we embarked on a cleansing ritual to honor the spirits and help them move on. The process was arduous, requiring us to confront the dark history that had been buried within our home. We lit candles, recited prayers, and offered tokens of remembrance to the lost souls, hoping to soothe their restless spirits. As the ritual progressed, the atmosphere in the house began to change. The oppressive weight lifted, and the strange noises became less frequent. The breathing sounds diminished, replaced by a serene silence that felt like a breath of fresh air. It seemed that our efforts were paying off, and the house was finally finding peace. However, just as we began to relax, a final, chilling whisper echoed through the rooms. "Stay away!" The temperature plummeted, and the shadows seemed to grow darker, more menacing. Laura and I exchanged worried glances, unsure if the spirits were fully appeased or if something more sinister was at play. Determined not to let fear consume us, we decided to investigate further. We discovered a hidden compartment beneath the master bedroom floor, where Dr. Caldwell had conducted his most secretive experiments. Inside, we found a collection of journals detailing his descent into madness, his obsession with unlocking the secrets of the human mind, and his twisted belief that he could transcend the boundaries of life and death through his work. The final entry was a disturbing account of his experiments, attempts to merge the living with the deceased. creating a bridge between worlds that ultimately led to chaos and tragedy. It became clear that Dr. Caldwell had inadvertently trapped the souls of his patients within the house, their anguish forever binding them to the physical realm. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Laura and I returned to Dr. Hayes, who explained that the only way to truly free the spirits was to destroy the remnants of Dr. Caldwell's experiments. We agreed, understanding that our home had become a battleground between the living and the dead. On a cold, moonless night, we gathered in the master bedroom, the antique mirror that had become the focal point of the hauntings standing ominously on the wall. Dr. Hayes led the ritual, guiding us through the process of severing the ties that bound the spirits to our home. As we chanted the final incantation, the mirror began to glow with an otherworldly light, the surface rippling as if alive. Suddenly, the room was filled with the anguished cries of the trapped souls, their sorrow echoing through the house. The mirror shattered, the shards reflecting the turmoil of the spirits as they were finally set free. The oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly, replaced by a peaceful stillness that settled over the house. Exhausted but relieved, we knew that the house was finally free of its dark past. The strange occurrences ceased, and the breathing sounds were no more, replaced by the sounds of our family's laughter and the comforting rhythm of daily life. We had confronted the darkness within our home and emerged stronger, our bond deepened by the shared experience. Years have passed since that harrowing ordeal, and our home remains a place of warmth and love, free from the shadows that once haunted its halls. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles through the trees and the house settles into silence, I catch a faint whisper, a lingering echo of the spirits we helped set free, a reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Laura and I often reflect on the lessons we learned from our ordeal. We understand now that some places hold memories too painful to forget and that the spirits of the past can linger, waiting for someone to acknowledge their suffering and offer them peace. Our experience taught us the importance of empathy, the strength of our family bond, and the resilience required to overcome the darkest of fears. As I sit by the fireplace on a quiet winter night, watching the flames dance and listening to the peaceful silence that envelopes our home, I am grateful for the journey we endured. The house on Elm Street is more than just our home. It is a testament to the enduring spirit of those who came before us and the love that binds us together, even in the face of the unknown. Story number 50. Echoes in the basement. The old house on Elm Street had always been a subject of local legend. Tucked away in a forgotten corner of New York, its boarded-up windows and overgrown garden gave it an aura of abandonment that deterred even the most curious passersby. My friends and I, fueled by a mix of teenage bravado and a thirst for adventure, decided that summer of 2023 was the perfect time to uncover the secrets hidden within its decaying walls. I'm Jake Thompson, and along with my closest friends, Mia, Alex, and Sam, we had always sought out the unexplained, the eerie, the thrill of the unknown. When we heard about the abandoned house on Elm Street, rumors of strange occurrences and disappearances piqued our interest. Determined to prove that the stories were nothing more than exaggerated tales, we planned our expedition for a warm August evening. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, we approached the house. The air was thick with anticipation and the scent of damp earth. The front gate, once grand, was now rusted and barely hanging onto its hinges. Pushing it open with some effort, we made our way to the front door, our flashlights cutting through the encroaching darkness. Inside, the house was a time capsule of a bygone era. Dust-covered furniture lay strewn across the rooms, and cobwebs clung to every corner. The floorboards creaked under our weight as we navigated through the maze of empty halls, each step echoing ominously. We split up to cover more ground, agreeing to regroup in the living room after a thorough search. I found myself drawn to the staircase that led to the basement, a place we had all heard was the epicenter of the house's eerie reputation. Taking a deep breath, I descended the narrow steps, the air growing colder with each step down. The basement door, heavy and imposing, loomed before me as I reached out to push it open. A chill ran down my spine, but I forced myself to proceed. The basement was a shadowy expanse, the beam of my flashlight revealing remnants of long-abandoned belongings. Old furniture, broken appliances, and scattered personal items hinted at lives abruptly interrupted. But what caught my attention were the strange marks etched into the wooden floor, dark, jagged lines that resembled dried blood. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of them. Suddenly, a soft whisper echoed through the room. "Run away before it's too late." I spun around, flashlight darting across the space. But there was no one there. The words lingered in the air, sending a shiver down my spine. I called out to my friends, but my voice sounded distant and muffled. Before I could react, the basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, plunging me into complete darkness. Panic set in as the temperature seemed to drop further, my breath visible in the frigid air. I fumbled with the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing and footsteps that echoed around me. Desperate to escape, I turned to find another way out, my flashlight flickering ominously. Objects began to move on their own, chairs scraping against the floor, boxes toppling over, and eerie shadows dancing along the walls. The sense of being watched intensified, a malevolent presence pressing down on me from all sides. In the midst of the chaos, I spotted something glinting under a pile of old newspapers. A torn piece of paper. I reached for it, my fingers trembling as I unfolded the brittle sheet. The message was clear: "Run away before it's too late." The words were scrawled in hastily written letters. The ink smudged and faded. A cold wind swept through the basement, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness once more. The whispers turned into anguished cries, and the footsteps grew louder, now accompanied by the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, moving swiftly around me. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the horror unfolding before me, but logic failed to grasp the supernatural terror that gripped my soul. Summoning every ounce of courage, I clawed at the door, my nails scraping against the wood until bloodied and raw. The screams of my friends, Mia, Alex, and Sam, echoed through the halls as they heard my distress. Their voices merged with the haunting whispers, creating a cacophony of fear that reverberated through the entire house. Just when I thought I couldn't endure another moment, the basement door burst open, flooding the room with light. My friends rushed in, their faces pale with fear and eyes wide with the horror they had witnessed. Without hesitation, we fled the house, the oppressive atmosphere of the basement following us like a shadow. Outside, gasping for breath, we huddled together under the flickering porch light. The house stood silent once more, its secrets hidden within its decaying walls. We didn't look back, but the feeling of being watched lingered, a reminder that some places hold darkness that should never be disturbed. In the days that followed, we tried to rationalize the experience, dismissing it as an overactive imagination fueled by the house's ominous reputation. But the torn letter we found and the vivid memories of the basement's horrors refused to fade. We shared our story with others, hoping to warn them of the house's malevolent presence. But many dismissed us as crazy, unable to comprehend the reality of our ordeal. The house on Elm Street remains abandoned to this day, a silent sentinel of the horrors that lie within. Locals still speak of the strange phenomena, and those brave enough to venture near claim to hear the whispers in the wind. A chilling reminder of the night we uncovered the house's darkest secrets. Sometimes, late at night, I find myself staring into the darkness, haunted by the echoes of that night. The sensation of being watched never fully leaves me, a lingering fear that the house's malevolent presence is still out there, waiting for the next group of unsuspecting adventurers to uncover its terrifying truth. We never returned to Elm Street, and none of us have ever ventured near an abandoned house since. The experience taught us that some mysteries are better left unexplored, and that the darkness within certain places is a force not meant to be disturbed. But the memory of that night remains, a permanent scar etched into our souls, a testament to the haunting power of the unknown. Story number 51. Echoes of the Mind. The moment my wife, Laura, and our two children, Emily and Jack, stepped into the old house on Willow Lane in Michigan, we felt a mix of excitement and unease. It stood solitary, its Victorian architecture grand yet weary, with ivy crawling up its stone facade and windows that mirrored the heavy gray skies typical of our Midwest winters. The house had belonged to Dr. Henry Caldwell, a renowned psychologist whose methods were both celebrated and whispered about in hushed tones among the local community. Dr. Caldwell was a man of intellect and mystery, known for his unconventional therapies that pushed the boundaries of psychological treatment. His success rates were impressive, yet there were always rumors, subtle hints of patients vanishing, odd occurrences in his practice, and an unsettling presence that lingered in his home long after his death. We had purchased the house after it had been on the market for months, drawn by its spacious rooms and serene surroundings. The moving process was hectic but uneventful, until we began to settle into our new home. Laura, ever the organizer, decided that the basement needed thorough cleaning. It was a large, dimly lit space that once served as Dr. Caldwell's personal study and storage area. One chilly Saturday morning, as the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, Laura and I descended the creaky wooden stairs to the basement. Emily and Jack stayed upstairs, engrossed in their new bedrooms decorated with cheerful winter motifs. The basement smelled of mildew and old wood, the air thick and unwelcoming. As we navigated through stacks of dusty boxes and forgotten furniture, Laura stumbled upon a heavy, iron-bound door hidden behind a tattered curtain. "Look at this," she called out, her voice tinged with curiosity and apprehension. I approached the door, noticing the intricate carvings that adorned its surface, symbols that seemed almost ritualistic, intertwined with psychological motifs. With a deep breath, Laura pushed the door open, revealing a small, windowless room. Inside stood a solitary wooden bed with a worn leather straitjacket draped over it, and beside it, an array of strange devices that looked both archaic and sinister. "This must have been his treatment area," Laura whispered, her eyes wide as she took in the grim scene. As we explored further, we found shelves lined with old medical journals and notes, many filled with Dr. Caldwell's meticulous handwriting. Among them was a diary, its pages yellowed and brittle. I carefully opened it, scanning the entries that detailed his experiments and the extreme measures he employed to treat his patients. The last few entries became increasingly frantic, speaking of restless spirits and the thin veil between sanity and madness. "We need to call the authorities," Laura said, her voice shaking. "There's something wrong here." Before I could respond, a cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing our flashlights and plunging us into darkness. Panic set in as we fumbled to turn them back on, but the power remained stubbornly out. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with an oppressive presence, and we could hear faint whispers echoing through the basement. Emily and Jack began to stir upstairs. Sensing our distress, Laura grabbed my arm, pulling me towards the stairs, but the basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping us inside. The temperature dropped further, our breaths visible in the icy air as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "We need to get out," I urged, trying to remain calm despite the fear clawing at my chest. But every time we moved towards the door, shadows seemed to stretch and twist, blocking our path. The room felt alive, pulsating with the lingering anguish of those who had suffered under Dr. Caldwell's care. In a desperate attempt to break free, I grabbed the diary and threw it against the wall. The impact reverberated through the room, and for a moment, everything went silent. But as soon as the book hit the ground, the whispers returned, louder and more chaotic, filling the basement with an overwhelming sense of despair. Emily's voice broke through the cacophony. "Dad, help us!" Determined to escape, Laura and I pushed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. The oppressive presence pressed down on us, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the strange devices around the room began to move on their own, gears turning, lights flickering, and mechanical parts whirring to life. The room transformed into a nightmarish laboratory, the symbols on the walls glowing with an unholy light. A shadowy figure materialized before us, its form indistinct yet undeniably human, pointed towards the bed, where the straitjacket hung like a trophy. "You shouldn't have come here," it intoned, its voice a haunting blend of sorrow and menace. Laura and I backed away, our minds racing to find a logical explanation. But logic had no place in the face of such supernatural terror. The figure began to advance, its presence overwhelming, the air thick with the scent of fear and despair. I could feel its eyes boring into me, sensing every ounce of my dread. "We need to leave," I whispered, pulling Laura towards the door once more. As we moved, the basement seemed to shift around us, the walls closing in, the symbols on the floor now a maze we couldn't navigate. The whispers turned into anguished cries, the cries into screams that echoed through the very foundation of the house. In a final act of desperation, I pushed against the door with all my might, the wood splintering under the force. Light flooded the basement as the door gave way, and we tumbled out into the main hall, gasping for breath. The oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly, replaced by the cold, crisp air of the winter night. Without looking back, we ran upstairs, grabbing Emily and Jack and fleeing the house as fast as we could. The cold air whipped against our faces, the snow muffling our footsteps as we made our way back to the safety of our car. Once inside, we sat in stunned silence, the reality of what we had experienced sinking in. "We can't stay here," Laura said, her voice trembling. "There's something evil in this house." We packed our belongings in a frantic rush, the need to leave overpowering any remaining sense of logic. As we drove away, the house on Willow Lane receded into the distance, its silhouette a dark reminder of the horrors we had uncovered. But even as we left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching us, its presence lingering like a shadow in our minds. In the weeks that followed, we tried to piece together the fragments of our terrifying experience. The diary revealed the extent of Dr. Caldwell's obsession with pushing the boundaries of psychological treatment, his methods growing increasingly extreme until he crossed into the realm of the supernatural. Patients had reported seeing apparitions, hearing voices, and experiencing moments of sheer terror before vanishing without a trace. The town of Willow Creek was tight-lipped, many of the older residents confirming the rumors but offering no concrete explanations. Some believed that Dr. Caldwell had opened a gateway to the spirit world, a doorway that now allowed restless souls to wander freely, trapped between life and death. Laura and I sought help from paranormal investigators and historians, but their findings only deepened the mystery. The house was a nexus of supernatural activity, a place where the past refused to stay buried. Each night, we were haunted by nightmares of the basement, the shadowy figure, and the anguished whispers that seemed to follow us wherever we went. Ultimately, we made the difficult decision to leave Willow Lane, selling the house and moving to a new location where the echoes of the past couldn't reach us. But the memories of that winter lingered, a constant reminder of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of unresolved trauma. Years later, I still find myself haunted by the events of 2023, the images of the basement, the diary's desperate pleas, and the shadowy figure's ominous warnings remain etched in my mind. Laura and I have built a new life, but the scars of that experience run deep, a testament to the horrors that lie hidden in the forgotten corners of the world. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the trees and the snow blankets the earth, I can almost hear the faint whispers of the restless souls of Willow Lane, calling out from the shadows, A chilling reminder that some places hold secrets too dark to uncover and spirits too restless to find peace. Story number 52. Reflections in the Shadows. The moment I stepped into the old apartment building on Jackson Avenue in New Orleans, I felt an inexplicable chill that danced along my spine. The wrought iron gates creaked as I pushed them open, revealing a grand yet decaying structure that stood as a testament to a bygone era. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and lingering memories, the perfect setting for a fresh start, or so I hoped. I'm Rebecca Miller, a freelance writer seeking solitude and inspiration in the heart of the Crescent City. The apartment I rented was on the third floor of the historic building, its high ceilings and large windows offering a picturesque view of the bustling streets below. Despite its charm, there was an undeniable aura of mystery that clung to the place, whispering secrets through the cracks in the walls. The first few days were uneventful. I spent my mornings sipping coffee on the balcony, watching the city come alive, and my afternoons nestled in the cozy nook of my living room, typing away on my laptop. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to sense that something was amiss. It started with the minor disturbances, faint noises echoing through the halls, shadows that seemed to move just out of the corner of my eye, and an ever-present feeling of being watched. One chilly December evening, I decided it was time to tackle the basement, a neglected space that the previous tenant had warned me was cluttered with old furniture and forgotten relics. Equipped with a flashlight and a sense of determination, I made my way down the narrow staircase, the wooden steps groaning under my weight. The basement was a cavernous room, filled with the remnants of decades past. Dust-covered boxes and antique furniture lay scattered across the floor, each piece holding its own story. As I began to sort through the clutter, the air grew colder, the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on me like a heavy blanket. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. As I moved deeper into the basement, I stumbled upon a secluded corner where an old, ornate mirror stood propped against the wall. Intrigued, I approached it, noticing a strange photograph framed within its glass. The photo depicted a man in his early 30s, dressed in a sharp suit, his eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made my heart race. There was something unsettling about his gaze, something that seemed to reach into the very depths of my soul. I reached out to touch the mirror, my fingers grazing the cold glass. Suddenly, the reflection blurred, distorting the man's face until it was unrecognizable. The heavy breathing I had heard earlier grew louder, filling the basement with a suffocating presence. My skin prickled with fear as I realized I wasn't alone. A shadowy figure materialized behind me, its form indistinct yet undeniably human. I spun around, heart pounding, but the basement remained empty, no one in sight. The whispers of heavy breathing persisted, now accompanied by faint, sorrowful moans that echoed through the room. Panic surged through me as the temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the icy air. Desperate to escape, I turned back to the mirror, hoping to confront whatever was haunting this place. As I approached, the mirror became even more opaque, the man's eyes now filled with a profound sadness. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the cacophony of whispers and the sound of my own racing heart. The man's mouth moved, but no words emerged. Instead, his eyes conveyed a silent plea, a desperate longing for something I couldn't comprehend. The air around me seemed to thicken, the presence growing stronger, more insistent. I felt an invisible force pressing against me, urging me to leave, to abandon this place before it was too late. Without warning, the basement door slammed shut, the force of the impact sending me sprawling to the ground. My flashlight extinguished, plunging me into complete darkness. The whispers turned into anguished cries, the sound of footsteps echoing ominously around me. I scrambled to my feet, trying to find a way out, but the room seemed to shift and warp, the walls closing in, trapping me in a nightmare of my own making. In a moment of sheer terror, I bolted towards the door, my hands fumbling with the rusty handle. It wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, their cries turning into screams that pierced through the darkness. Shadows morphed into grotesque shapes, reaching out with invisible hands, their touch cold and unforgiving. I tripped over a fallen box, the impact sending me crashing to the floor. The heavy breathing and the man's sorrowful gaze bore into me, a constant reminder of the unresolved anguish that lingered in this forsaken place. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the true horror of what was happening. I was witnessing the torment of a soul trapped between worlds, unable to find peace. Summoning every ounce of courage, I forced myself to stand, my legs trembling beneath me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice breaking. I didn't mean to intrude. The oppressive atmosphere began to lift, the shadows receding, the whispers fading into the background. The basement door creaked open slowly, as if granting me permission to leave. Without looking back, I fled the room, my heart pounding in my chest, the chill of the basement lingering in my bones. Upstairs, I locked the basement door, the memories of that night etched into my mind. Laura, my wife, found me sitting on the floor, clutching the photograph, her eyes wide with fear. "What happened?" she asked, concern etched into her features. I tried to explain, but the words faltered, lost in the lingering dread that clung to me like a shadow. We decided to leave the basement alone. The room that had once been a sanctuary, now a place of torment and sorrow. But the memories of that night refused to fade, haunting my dreams and filling me with an unshakable fear of what lay beneath the surface of our new home. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences continued, though never as intense as that night. Doors would creak open on their own, and shadows seemed to move just beyond the reach of my flashlight. The heavy breathing and whispers were no longer confined to the basement, permeating every corner of the house, a constant reminder of the restless spirit that still lingered. Determined to find answers, I delved into the history of the house, uncovering the dark past that had been hidden for so long. The previous owner, Dr. Henry Caldwell, had been a renowned psychologist known for his groundbreaking but controversial methods. His dedication to his work had pushed him to the brink, and rumors circulated about the extreme measures he took to cure his patients. Tragically, many of his patients had vanished without a trace, their disappearances shrouded in mystery and fear. It was said that Dr. Caldwell's obsession had driven him to conduct experiments that blurred the line between sanity and madness, leaving a trail of sorrow and unanswered questions in his wake. The basement, once his personal study and storage area, had been the site of his most harrowing experiments, where the boundary between life and death had been shattered. As I pieced together the fragments of his troubled past, the truth became undeniable. The restless spirit I had encountered was none other than Dr. Caldwell himself, forever trapped in the confines of the house, his tortured soul unable to find peace. The symbols in the basement were remnants of his dark rituals, a desperate attempt to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Now twisted and corrupted by his own anguish, the realization hit me hard. Dr. Caldwell had been consumed by his work, his mind unraveling as he sought to unlock the secrets of the human psyche. The heavy breathing and sorrowful gaze were echoes of his own torment, a reflection of the pain he had inflicted upon himself and others in his quest for knowledge. Determined to help him find peace, I returned to the basement one last time, armed with the knowledge I had uncovered. The symbols glowed faintly under the moonlight filtering through the basement window, their meaning clearer than ever. I began to recite the incantations I had found in Dr. Caldwell's journals, my voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at my insides. As the final words left my lips, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, the shadows dissipating into the night. The heavy breathing ceased, replaced by a serene silence that filled the room. The mirror stood still, no longer reflecting the sorrowful gaze of a tortured soul, but my own reflection staring back at me with a newfound sense of understanding. I left the basement that night, the house no longer a place of torment but a sanctuary of peace. The strange occurrences ceased, the whispers fading into the background as Dr. Caldwell's spirit found the rest it had long been denied. Our home became a place of healing, a testament to the power of compassion and the enduring resilience of the human spirit. But the memory of that night remains, a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the souls that linger in the shadows, waiting for someone to offer them a chance at peace. Sometimes, when the wind howls through the trees on a silent night, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a sorrowful plea that sends a chill down my spine, a lingering echo of the restless spirit of Dr. Henry Caldwell. Story number 53. Shadows in the basement. The abandoned building on Harbor Street had stood silent for decades, its windows boarded up and graffiti-covered walls a testament to years of neglect. As the night shift security guard, I'd grown accustomed to the eerie stillness that enveloped the structure. Most nights were uneventful, filled with the hum of my radio and the occasional creak of the old building settling into its long slumber. But that night, something felt different, something that would change my perception of reality forever. I'm Michael Lawson, and securing abandoned buildings wasn't the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills. The Harbor Street building had been a warehouse once, bustling with activity and life. Now, it was just another forgotten relic in the heart of Boston. My routine was simple: patrol the perimeter, check for any signs of trespassers, and ensure that everything remained as undisturbed as possible until morning. It was a particularly cold December night in 2023. The wind howled through the broken windows, carrying with it the scent of damp concrete and decaying wood. Wrapped in my thick jacket, I made my way to the main entrance, flashlight in hand. The night was dark, the sky obscured by heavy clouds that threatened to unleash a storm at any moment. The streets were empty, the only sounds the distant wail of sirens and the occasional bark of a stray dog. As I approached the building, the full moon broke through the clouds, casting an ethereal glow on the structure. Shadows danced across the facade, creating an almost hypnotic pattern that made my skin crawl. I shook off the unease, reminding myself that it was just the play of light and darkness. Another uneventful night, I muttered to myself, stepping inside. The interior was just as I'd expected: dusty, cluttered, and devoid of any signs of recent activity. I made my way through the main hall, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, illuminating forgotten crates and broken machinery. After patrolling the ground floor, I decided to check the basement, a place that always gave me the creeps. The basement door was located at the end of a long, narrow hallway. I could hear faint noises emanating from below, but I told myself it was probably just the building's plumbing acting up, or perhaps a rat scurrying about. Taking a deep breath, I descended the creaky wooden stairs, each step groaning under my weight. The basement was cold, the air thick with moisture and the smell of mold. My flashlight beam swept across the room, revealing old storage boxes, rusty tools, and remnants of past operations. It was then that I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible noise, like footsteps echoing through the vast space. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. Probably just my imagination, I whispered, trying to steady my nerves. But the sound persisted, growing slightly louder and more deliberate. Someone or something was moving through the basement. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded hollow in the empty room, and no response came. The footsteps continued, now accompanied by a faint whisper that sent chills down my spine. I turned my flashlight towards the source, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. That's when I saw it, a fleeting shadow, slipping past a stack of old crates. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, but the figure was gone. Get a grip, Michael, I chided myself, shaking off the fear. I decided to investigate further, cautiously making my way towards where I thought I saw the shadow. As I approached, the temperature seemed to drop, my breath visible in the icy air. The basement door at the far end of the room suddenly slammed shut with a deafening bang, reverberating through the space. My heart raced as I spun around, trying to open the door, but it was locked tight. Panic surged through me as the realization hit. Something was trapping me inside. The whispers grew louder, now forming indistinct words that sent shivers down my spine. I could feel eyes watching me from the darkness, the oppressive presence pressing down on me. My flashlight flickered, the beam wavering as if struggling against an unseen force. Desperate to escape, I backed away from the door, searching for another way out. That's when I noticed the markings on the floor. Strange, cryptic symbols etched into the concrete, glowing faintly under the light of my flashlight. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the drawings, but they offered no answers, only adding to the growing sense of dread. Suddenly, the objects in the basement began to move on their own. Boxes toppled over, tools clattered to the ground, and shadows twisted into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock my fear. The whispers turned into anguished cries, echoing through the basement like the tormented souls of the damned. I could feel an invisible presence closing in, its intent malevolent and unforgiving. In a moment of sheer terror, I sprinted towards the basement door, slamming into the wall as the door remained stubbornly closed. My pulse quickened, and my breaths came in short, desperate gasps. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to press down on me, making it hard to breathe, as the whispers morphed into chants, their meanings lost to time but their intent clear. Just as I felt I couldn't endure another moment, a force seemed to push me back, giving me the strength to leap towards the door. With a final, frantic effort, I broke free, stumbling up the stairs and slamming the basement door shut behind me. The sounds ceased instantly, the basement returning to its former silence as if nothing had happened. Heart still racing, I leaned against the wall, trying to collect my thoughts. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a message from my wife, Laura, reminding me to head home before midnight. I glanced at the clock, 11:55 p.m., with a mix of relief and lingering fear. I made my way back to the main hall, casting one last look over my shoulder. As I reached the exit, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. A series of old photographs scattered on the floor near the basement door. They depicted a family, smiling and happy, but with an eerie twist, their eyes seemed to follow me, filled with sorrow and desperation. One photo in particular stood out. It was of a man who bore a striking resemblance to my late father. Taken decades ago, the realization hit me hard. The house had been more than just an abandoned building. It had been a place of tragedy and lost souls, their pain and anguish still lingering in the shadows. I felt a deep sense of empathy for the spirits trapped within, understanding now why the basement had resisted my presence so fiercely. With a heavy heart, I left the building, the night air cold against my skin. The experience left me shaken, questioning the thin veil between the living and the dead. From that night on, I never worked the night shift at the Harbor Street building again. The memories of the basement's whispers and the ghostly apparitions haunted my dreams, a constant reminder of the unseen forces that dwell in forgotten places. Laura noticed the change in me, the haunted look in my eyes and the nervousness that seemed to linger. I shared with her the events of that night, the strange symbols, the moving objects, and the chilling encounters with the past. Together, we sought to find peace, honoring the spirits that had once called the old building home. The house on Harbor Street remains abandoned, the secrets locked away beneath layers of dust and decay. But sometimes, on cold winter nights, I hear the faint echo of footsteps and the soft whispers of lost souls, reminding me that some places hold memories too painful to forget and shadows too dark to ignore. I've come to understand that the true horror wasn't in the ghostly apparitions or the unexplained phenomena, but in the realization that the past never truly dies. It lingers, waiting for someone to acknowledge its existence, to offer a hand of compassion and understanding. And in that moment, I found a deeper connection to the spirits of the forgotten, forever bound to the shadows of the old Harbor Street building. Story number 54. Shadows of the basement. The snow had been falling steadily since I arrived in Montana. cloaking the small town of Willow Creek in a thick, silent blanket. I'd chosen this secluded motel for its rustic charm and the promise of solitude, a perfect retreat from the chaos of city life. Little did I know, the tranquility of winter would soon give way to a nightmare I couldn't escape. My name is David Harris, and I consider myself a rational man, a journalist by profession. I've always sought logical explanations for the unexplained. But that decision to stay alone in that old motel was about to challenge everything I thought I knew. The motel was an old establishment, built in the early 1900s, with wooden floors that creaked under every step and antique furnishings that whispered stories of bygone eras. The owner, Mrs. Thompson, was a sweet elderly lady who greeted me with a warm smile and a firm handshake. She handed me the keys to room 3, her eyes lingering on mine with a hint of caution I couldn't quite decipher. "Room 3 has a lovely view of the mountains," she said, her voice gentle yet firm. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." I settled into my room, unpacking my bags and preparing for a weekend of writing and reflection. The room was cozy, with a large window framing the snow-covered landscape and a fireplace that added a comforting warmth to the otherwise chilly interior. As night fell, the wind howled outside, making the windows rattle ominously. Around midnight, a persistent feeling of unease settled over me. It wasn't the first time I'd felt it, but this time, it was stronger, almost palpable, deciding to shake off the creeping dread. I grabbed my jacket and headed downstairs to explore the motel. The lobby was dimly lit, the soft glow of the chandelier casting eerie shadows on the walls. Mrs. Thompson was nowhere to be seen, and the usual hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen was absent. I made my way to the basement, recalling her mention of some old toys she kept stored there for children's playdates long ago. As I approached the narrow staircase leading to the basement, the temperature seemed to drop, my breath visible in the icy air. The steps groaned under my weight, protesting my descent into the unknown. The basement door was slightly ajar, inviting yet foreboding. Pushing the door open, I was greeted by a musty smell and the dim light of a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The room was cluttered with old furniture, broken toys, and stacks of dusty boxes. My flashlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the chaos of forgotten memories. I began to search for the toy Mrs. Thompson had mentioned, rifling through boxes until I found an old, worn teddy bear. As I held it up, I noticed strange markings etched into the wooden floorboards, symbols I couldn't recognize, arranged in a pattern that felt disturbingly intentional. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine as I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing from the far end of the basement. My heart raced as I turned towards the noise, expecting to see one of the motel's maintenance staff. But the basement was empty, no sign of anyone or anything. Before I could process what was happening, the old swing chair in the corner of the room began to sway violently. Despite the absence of any breeze, my flashlight flickered, casting distorted shadows that danced across the walls. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if unseen eyes were watching my every move. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The only response was the relentless swaying of the chair and the faint whisper of voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. Determined to uncover the source of the disturbances, I approached the swing chair, my footsteps echoing loudly in the silent basement. As I reached out to steady it, the room plunged into darkness. The flashlight had died, leaving me in complete blackness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for the flashlight, my hands shaking uncontrollably. When the light finally flickered back on, I was horrified to see that the symbols on the floor had changed. They now formed grotesque faces, their mouths open in silent screams, eyes hollow and accusing. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the supernatural occurrences. But logic offered no answers. A sudden, deafening crash echoed through the basement as the swing chair shattered into 1,000 pieces, the remnants flying across the room with deadly precision. I ducked instinctively, narrowly avoiding the flying debris. My pulse hammered in my ears as I tried to steady my breathing. the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on me. In the midst of the chaos, I spotted something moving in the corner of my eye, a shadowy figure, fleeting and indistinct, slipping through the debris with unnatural speed. I lunged towards it, but it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the lingering sense of malevolence. Terrified, I fled the basement, my legs carrying me as fast as they could go up the stairs and back to my room. The door slammed shut behind me, and the oppressive silence of the night seemed to mock my fear. I collapsed onto the bed, my body trembling, my mind reeling from the events I had just witnessed. The next morning, I tried to rationalize what had happened, blaming it on the old building and the isolation of the winter months. But the memory of the symbols, the whispering voices, and the phantom figure haunted me. Determined to find answers, I approached Mrs. Thompson, hoping she could shed some light on the house's dark history. Her face paled as I recounted my experience, her eyes reflecting a depth of sorrow that seemed to reach into the very soul of the motel. "I'm so sorry you had to go through that," she said softly. "This place has seen its share of tragedies. Before it was a motel, it was indeed a hospital. Many lives were lost here, and some say their spirits never found peace." I felt a chill run down my spine, the weight of her words sinking in. The symbols in the basement, the phantom figure, they were echoes of the past, remnants of lives shattered by sorrow and despair. The broken swing chair and the shifting symbols were manifestations of the restless spirits that still lingered, unable to move on from the tragedies that had unfolded within those walls. That night, couldn't sleep. The haunting memories of the basement seared into my mind. I knew I couldn't stay in that house any longer. The malevolent presence that had tormented me was a constant reminder that some places hold secrets too dark to uncover, and some spirits too restless to let go. The following morning, Laura and I packed our belongings in silence, the motel room feeling like a cage that we couldn't escape from. As we drove away, the motel receding into the distance, I glanced back at the old building, its silhouette ominous against the snowy landscape. I couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits were watching us, their sorrowful eyes following our departure. Months have passed since that harrowing winter, and I still find myself haunted by the memories of that night. The symbols, the phantom figure, the broken swing chair, they remain etched in my mind, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Sometimes, on cold, quiet nights, I swear I can hear the faint whispers of the restless spirits, calling out for peace that will never come. I've come to understand that the old motel on Maple Street holds more than just memories. It holds the pain and anguish of lives lost, their spirits forever entwined with the very fabric of the place. It's a chilling reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places better left undisturbed. As I sit here, recounting my experience, I can't help but feel a lingering presence watching from the shadows. The story of that haunted basement serves as a testament to the enduring power of the past, and the restless spirits that dwell in forgotten places, waiting for someone to acknowledge their existence and offer a semblance of peace. Story number 55. Whispers beneath the floorboards. When my wife, Laura, and our 2 children, Emma and Jack, decided to move to Illinois, we were searching for a fresh start. The bustling city life had become overwhelming, and the promise of a quiet suburban neighborhood seemed like the perfect remedy. We found an old Victorian-style house nestled on Maple Street, its charm evident despite the layers of peeling paint and overgrown garden. Little did we know, the house held secrets that would soon turn our lives upside down. The house had once been a hospital, a fact we learned from the previous owners who mentioned renovations were underway before they abruptly left. Intrigued by its history, I spent evenings poring over old records, trying to piece together the house's past. But the more I delved, the more unsettling details emerged. The hospital had been closed abruptly in the late 1980s after a series of unexplained incidents. Stories of patients vanishing and strange noises permeated the town's folklore. But nothing concrete was ever proven. As winter approached, The days grew shorter, and the nights longer. Our cozy home began to feel colder. Not just from the dropping temperatures, but from an inexplicable chill that seemed to seep into our bones. It started with minor disturbances, doors creaking open on their own, faint whispers echoing through the halls, and shadows dancing just beyond the edge of our vision. Laura dismissed them as the quirks of an old house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. One particularly frigid night in December, the disturbances intensified. Emma and Jack were asleep in their bedrooms when I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping coming from the basement. My heart pounded as I descended the creaky wooden stairs, flashlight in hand. The basement was a cavernous space, filled with old medical equipment and dusty storage boxes. The tapping seemed to emanate from deeper within, prompting me to investigate further. As I reached the far end of the basement, my flashlight caught something unusual beneath the floorboards, a slight indentation, as if a hidden door had been concealed for decades. My curiosity piqued. I knelt down and began to pry at the edges. After several minutes of effort, the floorboards gave way, revealing a narrow, dark passageway leading into the unknown. Summoning all my courage, I squeezed through the opening, the cold air brushing against my face. The passageway was cramped, the walls lined with strange, cryptic drawings that seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Symbols I couldn't comprehend adorned the walls, and scattered around were various old objects, medical instruments, faded photographs, and personal items long forgotten. One photo, in particular, caught my eye. It was a black and white image of a family, much like ours, but with an unsettling twist. The father bore an uncanny resemblance to me. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was a picture of my late father, who had passed away years ago. Confusion and fear welled up inside me. How was his photo here? And why did the house, our new home, seem to hold a connection to his past? As I examined the room, I found a dusty journal lying atop an old table. The pages were yellowed and brittle, filled with handwritten notes that detailed the lives of the families who had lived in the house before us. The entries became increasingly erratic, speaking of voices in the night, shadows that moved independently, and an oppressive presence that watched from the darkness. A particular entry stood out. The spirits of the past linger here, unable to find peace. They watch and whisper, waiting for someone to acknowledge their existence. If you hear the footsteps and feel the gaze, beware the secrets beneath the floorboards. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Our father had been connected to this house in ways we could never have imagined. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to document everything and share it with Laura. But as I retraced my steps back to the main basement area, the temperature dropped drastically, my breath visible in the icy air. Suddenly, the basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, plunging me into darkness. The whispers grew louder, now accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing and footsteps that echoed menacingly around me. Panic set in as I fumbled for the light switch, but the flashlight flickered and died, leaving me in complete darkness. I heard it then, a voice, distinct and haunting, calling my name. Run, before it's too late. The words reverberated through the basement, sending shivers down my spine. Shadows seemed to move with a life of their own. Pressing in from all sides, I felt an invisible force trying to hold me back. This presence suffocating. Desperate to escape, I pounded on the door, shouting for help, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence. The footsteps grew louder, circling me, as the whispers turned into anguished cries. In a final act of desperation, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy metal tray, and swung it at the door. The tray connected with a loud clang, but instead of breaking through, it seemed to merge with the wall, the sound echoing unnaturally. Just as I thought all hope was lost, the basement door flew open, and I was thrust back into the main basement area. Gasping for breath, I scrambled up the stairs, the whispers and footsteps fading behind me. I burst into the living room, my heart racing, and found Laura standing there, her face pale with fear. "Jake, are you okay?" she asked, her voice trembling. I nodded, unable to find my voice. The room was silent once more, but the feeling of being watched lingered like a shadow. We exchanged a worried glance, both of us grappling with the reality of what had just happened. Over the next few weeks, the strange phenomena continued. The footsteps and whispers became a nightly torment, each night more intense than the last. Emma and Jack were terrified, insisting they saw figures lurking in their rooms and heard voices calling their names. Laura and I were at a loss, torn between rational explanations and the undeniable evidence of something supernatural haunting our home. One night, determined to confront the mystery, Laura and I decided to return to the basement, this time armed with cameras and recording equipment. We hoped to capture the phenomena and find a rational explanation. As we descended the stairs, the air grew colder, and the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on us. We reached the secret passageway once more, the strange drawings and old objects still intact. This time, I placed a camera in the corner, pointing it towards the floorboards, while Laura began documenting the drawings. As we worked, the temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air. Suddenly, the floorboards began to tremble, and a faint light flickered beneath them. We watched in horror as the floorboards parted once again, revealing the hidden room below. The room was illuminated by a ghostly light, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the walls. The symbols on the walls seemed to come alive, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. Then, the apparition appeared, a figure dressed in old-fashioned clothing, his face a haunting reflection of my own. He stood silently, his eyes filled with sorrow and pain. The realization struck me hard. This was the spirit of my father, trapped within the house, unable to move on. "Help us," he whispered, his voice echoing through the room. "Help us find peace." Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out, desperate to communicate. "Dad, I'm so sorry. We'll help you," pleaded. But the apparition began to fade, his form dissolving into the shadows. As he vanished, the room grew colder, the oppressive atmosphere lifting slightly. The symbols on the walls stopped pulsating, and the strange drawings returned to their dormant state. We knew then that we had to honor the spirits trapped within the house, to help them find the peace they so desperately sought. In the days that followed, we reached out to paranormal experts and historians, piecing together the tragic history of the house. It had once been a family home before being converted into a hospital, where countless patients had suffered and perished. The spirits of those who had lost their lives lingered, bound to the house by unfinished business and unresolved grief. With the help of our newfound knowledge, we performed cleansing rituals and created memorials for the lost souls. Slowly, the disturbances began to subside. The footsteps and whispers faded, replaced by a sense of calm that had long been missing from our home. But the memory of those haunted nights lingered, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. We learned to coexist with the spirits, honoring their memories and ensuring their stories were never forgotten. The house on Maple Street became more than just our home. It became a sanctuary for restless souls, a place where the past and present intertwined in a delicate balance. Years later, as I sit in the now peaceful living room, I reflect on the ordeal that brought us closer together and taught us the true meaning of family and compassion. The house is still old and weathered, but it no longer holds the shadows of the past. Instead, it stands as a testament to the enduring power of love and the resilience of the human spirit. And sometimes, on quiet winter nights, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a soft, sorrowful call that sends a chill down my spine. I smile, knowing that we've done our part to help the lost souls find peace, and that our home is now a place of serenity and remembrance. Story number 56. Whispers Beneath the Sanctuary. The first time I heard about St. Michael's Church, it was over a decade ago, shared in hushed tones at the local cafe in our small Massachusetts town. It stood on the outskirts, nestled between overgrown fields and dense woods. Its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. The stained glass windows, now shattered and covered in grime, hinted at the beauty that had long since faded. Legends swirled around the old church, stories of whispered prayers that never reached the heavens and shadows that moved with a life of their own. As a journalism student with a penchant for the paranormal, the abandoned church was a siren song I couldn't resist. In the winter of 2024, my friends Emily, Sarah, and Mike and I decided to explore St. Michael's for our senior project. We were drawn not just by the allure of uncovering hidden histories, but by the eerie fascination that the church exuded. Equipped with flashlights, cameras, and a healthy dose of skepticism, we set out on a cold December evening, the air crisp with the promise of snow. The journey to St. Michael's was uneventful, the path leading us through a maze of barren trees and frost-covered ground. As we approached, the church loomed before us, its silhouette stark against the fading light. The wooden doors, once ornate, were now warped and hanging ajar, inviting us into the darkness within. Inside, the air was heavy with the scent of mold and decaying wood. Our flashlights pierced through the darkness, revealing rows of pews covered in dust and cobwebs. The grand altar, once a place of reverence, stood empty, its marble surface cracked and stained. We wandered through the nave, our footsteps echoing ominously in the vast, silent space. "Let's check out the basement," Emily suggested, her voice betraying a mixture of excitement and apprehension. According to Mrs. Thompson, the caretaker before she moved away, the basement had been used as a storage area in the 1800s, holding relics and supplies for the church's daily operations. As we descended the creaky wooden stairs, the temperature seemed to drop, the air growing colder and more oppressive. The basement was a sprawling room, filled with old crates, broken furniture, and stacks of forgotten objects. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. As we explored, Sarah stumbled upon an old wooden box hidden beneath a pile of debris. Intrigued, she carefully lifted it, the hinges creaking in protest. "Guys, check this out," she called softly, holding the box up to the light. We gathered around as she opened it, revealing a collection of old photographs and a leather-bound journal. The photos were sepia-toned, depicting families and individuals who had likely been part of the church community centuries ago. My fingers traced the faces, feeling an inexplicable connection to the people staring back at me from the faded images. Mike picked up the journal, flipping through the yellowed pages. The entries were written in elegant script, chronicling daily activities and personal reflections. But as we delved deeper, the tone shifted. The later entries became frantic, filled with mentions of restless spirits and unexplained phenomena. "I think this is what Mrs. Thompson was talking about," Mike said, his voice barely above a whisper. "She mentioned something about souls that never found peace." As we absorbed the journal's contents, a sudden noise shattered the silence, a soft thud coming from the far end of the basement. We froze, hearts pounding, as the sound repeated, rhythmic and deliberate. Without warning, the flashlight beams converged on a corner of the room, revealing strange, cryptic symbols etched into the floorboards. "What is that?" Emily asked, her voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, a chill swept through the basement, and the temperature plummeted. My breath became visible in the frigid air as a sense of being watched enveloped us. We exchanged uneasy glances, the rational part of my mind struggling to find explanations for the supernatural occurrences unfolding around us. Suddenly, a candle on a nearby table ignited on its own, the flame flickering wildly despite the absence of wind. The basement was plunged into an eerie glow, the shadows morphing into grotesque shapes that seemed to reach out towards us. The room felt alive, pulsing with an unseen energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Guys, we need to leave," Sarah urged, her eyes wide with fear. But as we turned to make our way back up the stairs, The basement door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping us inside. Panic set in as we pounded on the door, screaming for help, but our voices were swallowed by the oppressive silence of the basement. Then, the whispers began, soft, indistinct murmurs that filled the room, growing louder and more urgent. It was as if the very walls were trying to communicate, their voices echoing the words from the journal. "Run away before it's too late." The symbols on the floor began to glow, the light intensifying until it felt like the basement was enveloped in pure white. The shadows danced frenetically, and the whispers transformed into anguished cries that pierced through my soul. I could feel an invisible force pressing down on us, its intent malevolent and unforgiving. Desperate to escape, I grabbed the journal and hurled it towards the wall, hoping to disrupt whatever curse or spirit was tormenting us. The journal hit the ground with a loud thud, the pages scattering like torn leaves in a storm. The basement seemed to react instantly. Symbols flickered and vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, the whispers fading into silence. Breathing heavily, we scrambled to our feet and raced towards the stairs. The basement door creaked open, revealing the dim light of the corridor. Without looking back, we fled the house, the cold night air biting at our faces as we sprinted towards the safety of our cars. As we sped away, the church faded into the distance, its dark silhouette a haunting reminder of the night's terrors. We didn't speak on the drive home, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the images of the basement and the restless spirits etched into our minds. In the days that followed, we tried to process what had happened, sharing our story with friends and family who dismissed it as a product of our imaginations fueled by the eerie setting. But the truth was undeniable. We had encountered something beyond our understanding, a glimpse into the tormented souls that lingered within the abandoned walls of St. Michael's. Determined to find answers, I reached out to local historians and paranormal investigators, piecing together the dark history of the church. It had been built in the early 1800s, serving as both a place of worship and a hospital. During its operation, numerous tragedies had occurred, families torn apart by disease, lives lost to the unforgiving wilderness, and unexplained deaths that left the community in mourning. The restless spirits we had encountered were likely the remnants of those who had never found peace, their sorrow and anguish binding them to the physical world. The symbols in the basement were part of an old ritual, a desperate attempt to communicate with or appease the spirits, now twisted and corrupted by time and tragedy. Our experience at St. Michael's became the cornerstone of our project, a first-hand account of the supernatural phenomena that plagued the abandoned church. But beyond the academic interest, it left an indelible mark on each of us, a lingering fear of the unknown and a deeper understanding of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead. Years later, I still think about that night, the cold, oppressive basement, the flickering candle, the anguished whispers. It serves as a reminder that some places hold secrets too dark to uncover, and that the spirits of the past continue to haunt the present, yearning for the peace they never found in life. Sometimes, when the wind howls through the trees on a silent night, I catch a faint whisper carried on the breeze, a sorrowful plea that sends chills down my spine. It's a haunting echo of the restless souls of St. Michael's, a testament to the enduring power of loss and the unending quest for peace. Story number 57. Echoes of Asylum Steampunk. I've always been drawn to places where the past refuses to stay buried, where the walls hold secrets too dark to be forgotten. As a paranormal investigator, my job often took me to abandoned buildings, forgotten by time but not by memory. But nothing could have prepared me for the chilling experience that awaited me at Asylum Steampunk in rural Ohio. It was a crisp October evening when I arrived at the decrepit structure. The sun had long dipped below the horizon, leaving the asylum cloaked in darkness, its silhouette stark against the fading light. The building, once a bustling center for mental health treatment, had been abandoned since its closure in the early 90s. Now, it stood as a relic of a bygone era, its steampunk architectural elements twisted by neglect and time. The stories had drawn me here, tales of apparitions appearing in mirrors, disembodied whispers echoing through empty halls, and doors that opened and closed on their own. Locals spoke of an unnatural coldness that enveloped the building, making visitors feel perpetually watched. Intrigued and undeterred by the warnings, I decided to spend the night documenting any paranormal activity. Equipped with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I approached the main entrance. The once grand double doors hung crookedly on their hinges, groaning softly as the wind pushed against them. I pushed the doors open, the hinges protesting loudly, and stepped into the foyer. The air was thick with dust, and the scent of mold and decay permeated every corner. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing remnants of a time long past. Faded wallpaper peeled away from the walls, and shattered glass littered the floor. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional drip of water from a leaky ceiling. I set up my equipment in what had once been the reception area, now a haunting shell of its former self. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew colder, a chill that seeped into my bones despite the summer night outside. I began my survey, moving cautiously through the labyrinthine corridors. Each step echoed louder than the last, amplifying the eerie stillness. My flashlight caught glimpses of old medical equipment, abandoned patient files scattered across tables, and rusted beds that no longer held life. I reached the first room on my left, its door slightly ajar. Pushing it open, I found myself in what was once a patient's room. The bed was still intact, sheets tangled around the mattress, and the window was broken, allowing a sliver of moonlight to illuminate the room. As I stepped closer, my flashlight flickered, casting unsettling shadows on the walls. That's when I saw her, a pale figure standing by the mirror, her reflection staring back at me with hollow eyes. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond, but her presence was palpable, the air around her growing colder. I reached for my camera, aiming it at the apparition, but she vanished before the shutter could click, leaving behind only the lingering chill and the faint sound of her soft sobbing. Shaken, I continued my exploration, determined to uncover more evidence. The whispers began then, faint, almost inaudible voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I followed the sound down a narrow hallway, the voices growing slightly louder with each step. They were fragmented, disjointed phrases that left me more confused than frightened. As I turned a corner, I found myself in a large common area, the remnants of social activities now nothing more than broken furniture and torn curtains. Suddenly, the doors lining the hallway began to slam shut, one after the other, as if invisible hands were toying with them. The sound reverberated through the building, making my heart race with adrenaline. I pressed my back against the wall, trying to steady my breathing as the doors continued their chaotic dance. That's when I felt it, a presence watching me, an unexplainable sensation that made my skin crawl. I spun around, flashlight scanning the room, but there was no one there. The whispers intensified, now forming a haunting chorus that seemed to speak directly to me. "Remember us? Remember our pain." I took a deep breath, forcing myself to speak. "I'm here to help. I want to understand." The temperature plummeted further, my breath visible in the icy air. From the shadows emerged multiple figures, patients and staff long gone, their apparitions flickering like faulty projectors. They moved through the room, their expressions etched with sorrow and despair, leaving trails of frost in their wake. One figure stood out, a woman in a flowing white dress, her hair disheveled, eyes vacant. She approached me slowly, reaching out a translucent hand. "Don't forget us," she whispered, her voice echoing in my mind. Before I could respond, the ground beneath me seemed to shake, the building groaning under the weight of unseen forces. The apparitions began to fade, their final whispers lingering in the air. I stood alone in the now silent room, the oppressive cold lifting as suddenly as it had descended. Determined to leave with tangible evidence, I hurried to document everything before making my escape. As I navigated the maze-like halls, the feeling of being watched never left me. Every mirror I passed showed fleeting glimpses of past tragedies. Faces twisted in pain, eyes that held untold stories. In the heart of the asylum, I found the old records room, its doors sealed shut. Using a crowbar, I forced the doors open, revealing shelves lined with dusty files and faded photographs. I began sifting through the records, piecing together the history of asylum steampunk. The asylum had been a place of both hope and horror, where innovative treatments often bordered on the unethical. Reports of abuse and neglect were commonplace, hidden away from the public eye. As I delved deeper, I uncovered the story of Eleanor Ellie Thompson, a nurse who had dedicated her life to caring for the patients. Her dedication was met with resistance from the administration, leading to a tragic confrontation that ended with her untimely death. Her spirit, along with countless others, remained trapped within the asylum's walls, their pain and suffering echoing through the corridors. The realization hit me hard. This place was more than just an abandoned building. It was a prison for lost souls, their unfinished stories haunting the very fabric of the asylum. I knew I had to do something, to give these spirits a voice and help them find peace. With renewed determination, I decided to hold a memorial, inviting local historians and those who had witnessed the paranormal activity to join me. Together, we shared the stories of those who had suffered, bringing light to the darkness that had consumed asylum steampunk for decades. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow through the broken windows, the atmosphere in the asylum shifted. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and closure. The apparitions no longer haunted the halls. Instead, their presence felt like a gentle reminder of resilience and remembrance. Driving away from asylum steampunk, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The spirits had found peace, their stories finally heard and acknowledged. The once haunted asylum now stood as a testament to the power of truth and the importance of remembering those who had been forgotten. But even as I left, a lingering chill remained, a subtle reminder that some echoes of the past never truly fade. And as I continued my journey as a paranormal investigator, I carried with me the lessons learned at Asylum Steampunk, stories that demand to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and the unwavering belief that even in the darkest places, there is hope for healing and peace. Story number 58. Shadows of Oradour. It was a gray afternoon when I first set foot in Oradour-sur-Glane. The sky was overcast. A wash of pale clouds stretched thin over the fields, and the wind carried a hush that felt like a held breath. I come to France in search of stories, true stories, the kind that linger in old ruins and whispered legends. As a journalist, I'd learned that some truths are buried beneath decades of silence, waiting for someone curious enough, or foolish enough, to uncover them. Oradour-sur-Glane wasn't your typical tourist attraction. In 1944, the village had been the site of a horrific massacre. 642 villagers killed in a single, brutal afternoon during the war. Their lives extinguished by an act of unspeakable cruelty. After the war ended, the village was left as it was, burned-out walls, abandoned cars rusting in the streets, a frozen tableau of violence and suffering. They called it a memorial, a reminder of what humanity could become if it allowed hatred to rule. I'd read the accounts, watched old footage, and spoken to historians who described the silence as almost deafening. People said that if you lingered long enough among those charred ruins, you could feel the presence of the dead, their spirits clinging to the broken stones like ivy. Some even claimed to hear voices carried on the wind, footsteps echoing through empty doorways, and the faint laughter of children long gone. I told myself I didn't believe in ghosts, not really, but as I passed through the old archway at the village entrance, something in the air made my skin prickle. The remains of Oradour were laid out before me, hollowed shells of buildings, skeletal frames of cars. A street that led nowhere. The wind sighed through empty windows, stirring dust and memories. There were a few other visitors scattered around, but everyone spoke in hushed tones, as though afraid to wake something that slumbered beneath the silence. I wandered down the main street, my footsteps hollow on the cracked pavement. The remnants of a bakery caught my eye, its door warped and blackened, the sign barely legible. Inside, only charred beams and a scorched counter remained. I stood there, imagining the baker who once rose before dawn, kneading dough and shaping loaves in the soft morning light. Now there was nothing but ash and ruin. That's when I heard the whisper. It might have been the wind, I told myself, but it sounded like a voice, soft and urgent. Just behind me, I spun around, my heart skipping a beat, to see nothing but the empty street and the leaning walls. A chill crawled up my spine, and I took a steadying breath. The wind gusted again, carrying with it a faint scent of burning wood. Or was that just my imagination? I continued exploring, drawn deeper into the heart of Orador's silence. A hollowed-out church stood at the edge of the village, its walls cracked, the bell tower empty. The massacre had taken many lives here, trapping villagers inside as the flames consumed them. I stepped through the open doorway, careful not to disturb the stillness. Inside, broken pews lay scattered, and a gaping hole in the roof let in a beam of cold, gray light. I felt the temperature drop. Suddenly, I could see my breath clouding in front of me, even though it wasn't that chilly outside. The silence became oppressive, pressing against my ears, and I had the uneasy sensation that I was not alone. I turned slowly, my flashlight sweeping the corners. The beam caught something, a shape, a hint of movement near the altar. My heart hammered in my chest as I approached, expecting to find another tourist. But there was no one there. Just as I was about to leave, I heard it again, a sound like distant sobbing. I froze, listening. The sobs were faint, muffled, as though coming from behind thick walls. They rose and fell, a heartbreaking sound that tightened my throat. I whispered, "Hello?" into the stillness, feeling foolish even as I did it. The sobbing stopped immediately, replaced by a tense hush. I backed out of the church, skin crawling. Outside, the wind picked up, rustling through the shattered frames of houses. I decided to head toward the car that lay rusted in the street, an old relic abandoned where it had stopped so many decades ago. As I approached, the wind died, and the world held its breath once more. Leaning against the warped metal, I tried to collect myself. This place, there was something deeply wrong about it. Something that lingered beyond the tragedies of history. It was as if the dead refused to move on, their pain anchoring them to this ruined village. The stories I'd heard suddenly felt too real. I fumbled for my notebook, intending to write down my impressions. But as I opened it, a sudden weight pressed down on me, an ache in my chest, and a feeling of being watched. Slowly, I lifted my gaze from the page and saw a figure at the end of the street. She was small, maybe a girl of 10 or 11, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress. Her eyes were dark, her expression blank. She stood perfectly still, hands at her sides. My voice caught in my throat. I blinked once, and she was gone. Panic fluttered in my stomach. I tried to reason with myself. This place was notorious. I'd read horror stories and accounts online. Perhaps my mind was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't deny the chill that clung to my bones, or the certainty that I had seen something that shouldn't be there. I decided to leave. As I made my way back toward the entrance, the atmosphere grew heavier, as if the village itself resented my departure. Footsteps echoed behind me, light, almost playful. I turned abruptly, shining my flashlight. Nothing moved, yet I could swear I saw a shadow dart behind a broken wall. The voices began then, faint and drifting on the wind. Fragments of conversation, laughter, and screams. They overlapped, creating a discordant symphony of the past. I covered my ears, trying to shut them out, but they persisted, weaving in and out of my consciousness. at the edge of the village. I felt a tug on my jacket. I yelped, spinning around, the flashlight beam dancing wildly. There was no one, just empty air. Yet the tug had felt real, as if a small hand had tried to hold me back. "Stop it," I whispered through clenched teeth, my voice shaking. "I'm sorry. I can't help you." The wind sighed, and for a moment, I thought I heard a whisper, "Don't leave us." My heart sank with a wave of sorrow and guilt. I had stumbled into their world. These restless spirits trapped in a time of violence and pain. They wanted someone to listen, to remember, to understand what they had lost. But what could I do? I was just one person, alive in a world that had moved on. While they remained caught in the nightmare of 1944, tears stung my eyes, and I hurried forward, determined to escape the suffocating grasp of Oradour-sur-Glaine's past. As I finally passed through the old gate and reached my car, I felt the weight lift from my shoulders. The air outside the village smelled sweeter, and the distant hum of traffic reminded me that I was back in the land of the living. Yet my mind still reeled, haunted by the images and sounds that defied explanation. I climbed into my car and started the engine, hands trembling. As I pulled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone standing at the gate. There was no one, just the ruins silhouetted against the fading light. For days after, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had left something unfinished in Oradour-sur-Glane. Nightmares plagued my sleep, faces without names, voices begging for help, laughter twisted into screams. I tried to rationalize it, to tell myself it was the power of suggestion, the weight of a dark history pressing into my subconscious. But I knew better. I had felt their presence, touched the edge of their world. The spirits of that devastated village still wandered its shattered streets, clinging to what little remained of their lives. They reached out to anyone who dared enter their domain, hoping against hope that someone might finally bring them peace. I never returned to Oradour-sur-Glane. The memory of that cold afternoon, the whispers in the wind, and the look in the eyes of that silent child were enough to remind me that some wounds never heal. The village stands as a testament to cruelty and suffering, a place where the past refuses to rest. And though I escaped with my life and sanity intact, I know that a part of me remains there, trapped among the ruins, listening to the endless echoes of voices long dead, carried on the silent, sorrowful wind. Story number 59. Shadows of Sacsayhuaman. I've always been captivated by places where history and mystery intertwine, where the echoes of the past linger like shadows in the twilight. As an investigative journalist, I sought out stories that defied explanation, places where the veil between reality and the supernatural seemed impossibly thin. So when I heard about the eerie occurrences at Sacsayhuaman in Cusco, Peru, I knew I had to uncover the truth behind the legends. Sacsayhuaman wasn't abandoned in the traditional sense. It was a magnificent Inca fortress perched high on the outskirts of Cusco, its massive stone walls crafted with such precision that modern engineers still marvel at their construction. But beneath its grandeur lay a history steeped in bloodshed and sorrow, a place where countless lives were lost during brutal battles and harsh treatments. The first whispers I encountered spoke of strange noises echoing through the night, footsteps that seemed to follow visitors, voices carried by the wind, and the unmistakable sound of children laughing in the darkness. Locals believed that the spirits of those who perished within the walls still roamed the fortress, unable to find peace after enduring unimaginable suffering. Determined to get to the bottom of these claims, I arranged a trip to Cusco, eager to experience Sacsayhuaman firsthand. The journey was long, winding through the rugged Andean terrain, but the anticipation kept me going. When I finally arrived, the fortress stood imposing against the twilight sky, its stone walls bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. As dusk settled, I made my way through the entrance, the massive stones towering above me like silent sentinels. The air was thick with the scent of earth and stone, a testament to the centuries of history embedded in every corner of the fortress. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I began my exploration, intent on documenting any paranormal activity that might confirm the legends. The first night was uneventful. The fortress was eerily quiet, the only sounds being the distant calls of nocturnal animals and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze. I set up my equipment in a central courtyard, the moon casting long shadows across the ancient stones. Hours passed with no signs of anything unusual, but I remained vigilant, knowing that the true nature of Sacsayhuaman's hauntings might reveal itself under the cover of darkness. As midnight approached, the temperature dropped noticeably, a chill that wasn't there before. I wrapped my jacket tighter, the cold seeping into my bones. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, drifting through the courtyard. I paused, listening intently. The whisper seemed to call my name, a sorrowful plea carried by the wind. "Daniel!" I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The whisper came again, slightly louder this time, echoing off the stone walls. "Daniel, help us!" Summoning my courage, I followed the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The whispers led me to a narrow corridor, the stones cold and damp beneath my feet. As I walked deeper into the fortress, the air grew colder, the whispers growing more insistent. Suddenly, the corridor opened into a small chamber, the walls adorned with intricate Inca carvings that seemed to come alive under the flashlight's glare. In the center of the room stood a figure, an apparition of a woman in traditional Inca attire. Her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow, she stared directly at me, her presence overwhelming. "Why are you here?" she whispered, her voice echoing in the confined space. I took a step forward, my voice barely above a whisper. "I want to help. What happened here?" Her form flickered, and images began to flash before my eyes, visions of battles, screams, and flames consuming the fortress. I saw families torn apart, soldiers lost in the chaos, and the relentless march of time erasing lives in its wake. "They cannot rest," she continued, her voice breaking. "Their pain endures, their stories untold." Determined to uncover the truth, I pressed on. "What can I do to help?" The apparition reached out a translucent hand, her fingers grazing my shoulder with an icy touch. "Remember us. Share our stories. Let our voices be heard." Before I could respond, the room plunged into darkness, the whispers turning into anguished cries that filled the air. I felt a presence pressing down on me, the weight of countless souls bearing down on my conscience. The temperature soared, and the images of suffering intensified, pulling me deeper into the fortress's tragic past. When the light returned, the chamber was empty, the apparition gone. I stood there, breathless and shaken, the sorrow of Sacsayhuaman's history etched into my very being. I knew then that my mission was clear. I had to bring these stories to light, to honor the memories of those who had suffered within these walls. Over the following weeks, I immersed myself in research, delving into historical records, speaking with local historians, and interviewing descendants of those who had lived through the fortress's dark days. Each piece of the puzzle revealed more about the atrocities that had taken place, the pain that had been inflicted, and the lingering spirits that still roamed Sacsayhuaman. One night, armed with newfound knowledge and a deep sense of purpose, I returned to the fortress. The whispers greeted me like old friends, guiding me to the very heart of Sacsayhuaman. I stood in the central courtyard, surrounded by the ancient stones that had witnessed centuries of human suffering. The air was thick with anticipation, the spirits aware of my presence and my intent to give them a voice. I began to speak, recounting the stories I had uncovered, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. "I honor your memories. I share your stories so that your pain is not forgotten, so that you can finally find peace." As I spoke, the atmosphere shifted, the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a warm, soothing presence that seemed to envelop the fortress. The whispers softened, transforming into gentle sighs of relief and gratitude. The apparition of the woman in white appeared once more, her eyes now filled with hope. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a balm to the tortured souls trapped within the stones. "You have set us free." With those final words, the spirits of Sacsayhuaman began to fade, their presence becoming one with the night. The fortress stood silent once more, but the weight of its history had been lifted, replaced by a sense of peace that had eluded it for decades. Driving away from Sacsayhuaman, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and closure. The stories of the past had been heard, their voices carried into the present, ensuring that the suffering endured within those walls would never be forgotten. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that linger in the shadows of history. And every time I think back to that night on Sacsayhuaman, I'm reminded that some places hold onto their stories too tightly, waiting for someone to listen, to remember, and to help them find peace. Because in the heart of Peru, amidst the ancient stones and lingering whispers, the spirits of the past continue to echo their tales, forever entwined with the present, yearning for remembrance and redemption. Story number 60. Whispers in the Corridors. I've always been skeptical of ghost stories. Growing up, I dismissed them as nothing more than tall tales told to scare children or add a bit of excitement to mundane lives. But that all changed the night I spent at the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, a place that had haunted my dreams long before I ever set foot inside its storied halls. The Stanley Hotel had garnered notoriety not just for its grand architecture and breathtaking views of the Rockies, but also for the chilling tales that swirled around it. It was the inspiration for Stephen King's The Shining. And over the years, countless visitors had reported strange occurrences: shadows flitting through empty corridors, unexplained laughter echoing in the dead of night, and lights flickering on their own in vacant rooms. The ghosts of those who had met untimely ends within its walls were said to still linger, their restless spirits unable to find peace. I was drawn to the Stanley for reasons beyond mere curiosity. As a freelance writer, I was searching for a story that could revive my flagging career. The hotel's haunted reputation seemed like the perfect subject, a blend of history, mystery, and the supernatural. I booked a weekend stay, eager to experience the phenomena firsthand and perhaps uncover a story that would captivate readers. Arriving on a crisp autumn afternoon, the hotel stood majestic against the backdrop of falling leaves and towering pines. Its Victorian architecture was both elegant and imposing, with large windows reflecting the golden hues of sunset. I checked in at the front desk, the receptionist offering a polite smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Welcome to the Stanley. Enjoy your stay." I settled into my room on the second floor, a spacious suite with high ceilings and antique furnishings that exuded a timeless charm. As night fell, I decided to explore the hotel, camera in hand, documenting any signs of paranormal activity. The corridors were quiet, the only sound the distant ticking of a grandfather clock and the occasional creak of old wood settling. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation. I began my investigation in the grand ballroom, a vast space once used for lavish parties and gatherings. The room was adorned with chandeliers, now dimmed and covered in dust, and the walls were lined with portraits of stern-faced individuals whose eyes seemed to follow my every move. I set up my equipment near the center of the room, speaking softly into my voice recorder. "This is Jack Miller, reporting from the Stanley Hotel. Tonight, I aim to capture any evidence of paranormal activity." Minutes passed with nothing out of the ordinary, until a sudden chill filled the air. My breath became visible, and the temperature seemed to drop drastically. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. That's when I heard it, the faint sound of footsteps approaching from the far end of the ballroom. I turned, shining my flashlight towards the source, but the room was empty. The footsteps stopped as abruptly as they had started. I dismissed it as the building's old infrastructure reacting to the cold. But my instincts told me otherwise. As I moved closer to the wall, I noticed a shadow flickering at the edge of my vision. I spun around, heart pounding, but saw nothing. The sense of being watched was overwhelming, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was present. Determined to uncover the truth, I continued my exploration, moving towards the east wing where the old library was located. The library was a sanctuary of knowledge, with shelves upon shelves of books that had seen better days. I walked along the aisles, running my fingers over the spines, until I reached a large, ornate mirror hanging on the wall. The surface was cracked, distorting my reflection into a grotesque parody of myself. As I stared into the mirror, I felt a sudden jolt of electricity, and the room seemed to warp around me. The whispers began then, soft, indistinct voices that grew louder with each passing second. I could make out fragments of conversations, cries for help, and the occasional burst of laughter that sent shivers down my spine. I backed away, trying to steady my breathing, when I saw her, a woman in a flowing white dress standing behind me in the mirror. Her face was pale, eyes hollow with sorrow, and her expression one of desperate pleading. I turned around swiftly, but the room was empty. When I glanced back at the mirror, she was gone, leaving only my own reflection staring back at me. Panic set in as I realized I was not alone. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a storm of voices from another time. "Help us? Remember us?" They echoed through the halls, a haunting melody of anguish and loss. I grabbed my camera and voice recorder, determined to capture evidence of what I was experiencing. As I approached the mirror again, the temperature plummeted, frost forming on the edges of the glass. The room seemed to close in on me, the walls pressing tighter, the air thick with the weight of unseen presences. Suddenly, the mirror shattered, glass splintering across the floor, and the room erupted into chaos. Books flew off the shelves, the chandelier rattled ominously, and the whispers crescendoed into a cacophony of screams and pleas. I shielded my face, coughing as shards of glass pricked my skin, and stumbled towards the exit, the sounds of torment driving me to flee. Outside, the night air was cold and still, the once vibrant hotel now a beacon of darkness against the starless sky. I leaned against the railing, heart racing, trying to make sense of the night's events. The camera and recorder in my hands were covered in dust and fingerprints, the footage on the camera jumbled and chaotic, the recorder filled with the dissonant echoes of the spirit's torment. Determined to uncover the truth behind the Stanley's hauntings, I spent the next few days delving into the hotel's history. I learned about the tragic events that had unfolded within its walls, violent deaths, mysterious disappearances, and rumors of unethical treatments that had left lasting scars on the spirits bound to the building. Each story added another layer to the dark tapestry that shrouded the Stanley. One evening, armed with my research and a renewed sense of purpose, I returned to the grand ballroom. I wanted to confront the spirits, to give them a voice and help them find peace. As I stood in the center of the room, I spoke aloud, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. "I know your stories. I'm here to help you remember, to help you find peace." The temperature dropped once more, the chill wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. The whispers began again, softer this time, guiding me towards a hidden section of the library. I followed the voices, my flashlight leading the way to a secluded corner where an old, forgotten diary lay buried beneath a pile of books. I picked it up, the pages brittle and yellowed with age. The diary belonged to Eleanor Hartley, a nurse who had worked at the Stanley during its darkest days. Her entries were filled with accounts of patient suffering, ethical dilemmas, and the relentless pressure of keeping the facility's darkest secrets hidden. The final entries were frantic, detailing a series of unexplained deaths and a growing sense of dread that something evil was lurking within the walls. As I read her final words, I felt a presence behind me. I turned slowly, and there she was, Eleanor, her face etched with sorrow, her eyes pleading for understanding. "You must reveal the truth," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of her pain. "Only then can we be free." I nodded, tears welling up in my eyes. "I will. Your stories will be told. And your suffering will not be forgotten. The atmosphere in the ballroom shifted, the oppressive darkness lifting as if a veil had been drawn back. The whispers softened, becoming gentle sighs of relief and gratitude. Eleanor's apparition smiled faintly before fading into the light, her spirit finally at peace, with the truth uncovered and the spirits acknowledged. The Stanley Hotel seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The unnatural coldness dissipated, replaced by a warm, comforting ambience that hinted at a newfound harmony within the walls. I knew that my presence had made a difference, that the restless souls of the Stanley had found the closure they so desperately sought. Driving away from the hotel, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The haunted halls of the Stanley were no longer places of fear and torment, but monuments to resilience and remembrance. The stories of those who had suffered within its walls would now be shared, ensuring that their pain would not be in vain. But even as I left, a lingering warmth remained, a subtle reminder that some places, no matter how dark their history, hold on to hope and the possibility of redemption. And as I continued my journey as a writer and investigator, I carried with me the lessons learned at the Stanley, knowing that every story has a voice and every spirit deserves to be heard. Story number 61. Whispers of North Brother. I've always been fascinated by places steeped in history and haunted by untold stories. North Brother Island in New York has long been a source of intrigue and dread, a forgotten relic of a bygone era when fear of disease drove people to isolation. Once home to a quarantine hospital for tuberculosis and other infectious diseases, the island was abandoned in the 1960s, leaving behind decaying buildings and echoes of suffering. As a paranormal investigator, I couldn't resist the pull of North Brother Island, eager to uncover the secrets that lingered in its desolate halls. The ferry ride to the island was uneventful. The water calm under the overcast sky. The hospital loomed in the distance, its Gothic architecture partially obscured by overgrown vegetation and the relentless march of time. The gate, once imposing and authoritative, now stood ajar, creaking gently in the breeze as if welcoming or warning me to enter. I arrived on the island just as dusk began to settle, the fading light casting long shadows across the ground. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the scent of moss and decay. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I stepped onto the cracked pavement, the remnants of a once bustling facility now eerily silent. The hospital complex was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms, each one telling a story of isolation and despair. I made my way through the main entrance, the large double doors groaning open at my touch. Inside, the grand lobby was a ghostly shell of its former self, the chandelier hanging precariously from the ceiling, its crystals tarnished and dull. Dust particles floated in the beam of my flashlight, dancing in the stillness like tiny specters. As I ventured deeper into the building, the temperature seemed to drop, a chill that wasn't there before. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, and the floors were littered with debris, broken furniture, shattered glass, and remnants of medical equipment that hinted at the horrors once endured within these walls. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant drip of water from a leaky ceiling. I reached the patient wards, long abandoned and left to the mercy of time. Each room was a testament to the suffering that had transpired here. Hospital beds lay empty, their restraints still attached, as if the patients had vanished into thin air. The air was thick with the remnants of antiseptic and the faint scent of mildew. As I explored one of the rooms, my flashlight caught something unexpected, a mirror, cracked and stained, hanging on the wall opposite the bed. I approached it cautiously, the glass reflecting a distorted version of the room. That's when I saw her, a woman in a white dress, standing silently by the window. Her eyes were hollow, staring directly at me with a sorrow that seemed to pierce through my very soul. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible in the vast emptiness. She didn't respond. Instead, she began to move towards me, her footsteps silent on the hard floor. I reached out, trying to capture her image with my camera, but she faded before I could get a clear shot, leaving behind only the chill in the air and the lingering sense of her presence. Shaken, I turned away, the weight of her silent plea pressing down on me. I continued my exploration, determined to uncover the truth behind the hauntings. The whispers began then, faint, almost imperceptible voices that seemed to float through the corridors, growing louder as I moved deeper into the heart of the hospital. Help us, remember us. The voices were fragmented, overlapping with each other, creating a dissonant symphony of sorrow and pain. I followed the sounds, my flashlight guiding me toward the old administration office. The room was cluttered with dusty files and broken furniture, the remnants of a time when decisions made within these walls dictated life and death. As I sifted through the papers, I stumbled upon a journal belonging to Dr. Eleanor Harding, a nurse who had worked at North Brother Island during its peak years. Her entries were filled with meticulous notes about patient care. But beneath the surface, there was a growing sense of desperation and fear. Late entries hinted at unapproved experiments and unethical treatments, a dark undercurrent that contradicted the facade of compassionate care. A sudden noise made me jump, a door slamming shut somewhere in the building. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. I grabbed my voice recorder, intent on capturing any evidence of the paranormal activity, and ventured towards the source of the sound. The hallway twisted and turned, leading me to the old surgical wing. The doors were ajar, swinging gently as if moved by an unseen hand. I stepped inside, the cold air wrapping around me like a shroud. The room was filled with rusty surgical instruments and broken glass, the remnants of countless procedures left unfinished. As I moved closer to the operating table, the whispers coalesced into a coherent plea. Find the truth. Set us free. I felt a presence behind me, and as I turned, I saw her again, Dr. Harding, her figure translucent and ethereal. Her eyes were filled with a profound sadness, and her voice echoed in my mind. You must uncover our suffering. Bring justice to our memories. Before I could respond, the room plunged into darkness, the only light emanating from my flashlight flickering wildly. The temperature dropped further, and the whispers turned into agonized cries. I felt a hand on my shoulder, cold and unyielding, pulling me towards the window. I resisted, fighting against the invisible force, my mind racing with the urgency of her message. The door slammed shut, and I found myself back in the administration office, my heart pounding in my chest. The journal lay open on the desk, the last entry scrawled in hurried, desperate handwriting. They are restless. The truth must come to light, or we will remain trapped in this cycle of pain and suffering. I knew what I had to do. The spirits of North Brother Island were bound by the secrets of their suffering, their inability to find peace rooted in the injustice they had endured. I vowed to bring their stories to the world, to shed light on the dark history that had been buried for far too long. Over the following weeks, I immersed myself in the research, piecing together the accounts of those who had survived the hospital's darkest days and the official reports that attempted to mask the true horrors. I spoke with former staff members, survivors, and historians, uncovering a web of deceit and brutality that had tainted the very foundation of North Brother Island. One evening, as I was compiling my findings, the whispers returned, this time, more coherent and supportive. Thank you. You are helping us. I looked up to see Dr. Harding's apparition standing by the window, her expression one of hope and gratitude. You have our voices now. Use them wisely. With the information gathered, I published a comprehensive exposé on North Brother Island, detailing the unethical practices and the untold suffering of its patients. The story sent shockwaves through the community, prompting further investigations and official acknowledgments of the atrocities committed within the hospital's walls. The hauntings at North Brother Island ceased shortly after the publication, as if the spirits had finally found the closure they so desperately sought. The whispers faded, replaced by a serene silence that spoke of peace achieved through truth and justice. Driving away from the island for the last time, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The voices of the past had been heard, their stories told, and their spirits at rest. But the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the importance of uncovering the truth. No matter how dark or painful it may be, North Brother Island remains a place of historical significance. Its abandoned buildings standing as silent witnesses to the suffering endured by its inhabitants. But now, it also stands as a beacon of truth, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of justice. And sometimes, on quiet nights, I can still feel the presence of those lost souls, a gentle reminder that even in death, their stories continue to echo through the corridors of time, urging us to remember, to honor, and to never forget the lessons of the past. Story number 62. Whispers of Willowbrook. I've always been drawn to places with a dark history. There's something about the echoes of the past that call out to you, begging to be heard, to be understood. Willowbrook State School in Staten Island, New York, was one such place, abandoned since its closure in 1987. The sprawling complex stood as a haunting reminder of the suffering endured by its patients. Stories of abuse, neglect, and unimaginable pain lingered in the air, making Willowbrook a magnet for those seeking the truth behind the shadows. It was a cold October evening when I decided to visit Willowbrook. As a journalist with a penchant for uncovering hidden truths, I couldn't resist the allure of the abandoned institution. Equipped with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I set out to document the lingering spirits and the untold stories of the past. Driving through Staten Island, the precinct's old gate loomed ahead, rusted and overgrown with ivy. The once majestic entrance now stood decrepit, the sign barely legible through the layers of grime. I parked my car and approached the building, the weight of its history pressing down on me. The windows were shattered, and the doors hung loosely on their hinges, creaking ominously with every gust of wind. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, the air thick with dust and the scent of decay. My flashlight pierced through the darkness, revealing the vast, empty corridors that once bustled with activity. The walls were adorned with faded wallpaper, peeling away to expose the cold, bare plaster beneath. Every step I took echoed through the empty halls, a stark reminder of the lives that had been lost within these walls. As I ventured deeper into Willowbrook, the temperature seemed to drop, a chill that wasn't there before. I reached the central wing, where the wards were located, and the oppressive silence was almost tangible. It was here that the most disturbing reports had come from. Patients and staff claiming to hear strange noises and see apparitions in the dead of night. I set up my equipment in one of the old patient rooms, hoping to capture any supernatural activity. The room was sparse, with a single bed pushed against the wall and remnants of old medical equipment scattered across the floor. I began recording, speaking softly into the microphone. "This is Jack Morgan, reporting from the abandoned Willowbrook State School. Tonight, I aim to uncover the truths that linger in these walls." Minutes passed with nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the distant drip of water from a leaky ceiling. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, a faint noise reached my ears, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like fingernails on wood. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was coming from the hallway outside the room. Gathering my courage, I approached the door, the beam of my flashlight illuminating the dark corridor. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, and then abruptly stopped. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response, just silence. I turned to return to the room, but as I did, I felt a presence behind me, spinning around. I was met with the sight of a shadowy figure standing at the end of the hallway. It was a woman, dressed in a tattered dress, her face obscured by long, unkempt hair. Her eyes, hollow and filled with sorrow, seemed to pierce through me. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of my pounding heart. I took a step forward, but she vanished before my eyes, leaving behind a lingering chill. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Was it a ghost? A figment of my imagination? Couldn't be sure, but the fear was real. Determined to get to the bottom of Willowbrook's mysteries, I delved into the history of the institution. Records revealed a grim pattern of abuse and mistreatment. Hidden away from the public eye, patients were subjected to inhumane treatments, their voices silenced by those meant to care for them. The death toll was staggering, with many patients never being officially declared dead, their families left in the dark. One night, as I was reviewing old case files, I heard it again, the soft tapping from the hallway. This time, I was prepared, armed with a second flashlight and my voice recorder. I moved toward the source of the sound. The corridor was dark, the only light coming from my flashlight and the faint glow of the moon filtering through the broken windows. As I reached the end of the hallway, I saw her again, the woman in white. This time, she was closer, her expression one of desperate anguish. "You have to help us," she cried, her voice echoing through the empty halls. I approached her cautiously, keeping my distance. "What happened here? Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. She looked down, tears streaming down her face. "We were forgotten, our pain ignored. Help us find peace." Before I could respond, the temperature dropped further, and the walls seemed to close in around me. Shadows danced at the edges of my vision, and the whispers of the past filled the air. The weight of the suffering endured by the patients pressed down on me, a heavy burden that I couldn't ignore. I knew I had to do something. These spirits were trapped, their stories untold, their anguish unacknowledged. Determined to bring their pain to light, I decided to share their stories with the world, to ensure that Willowbrook's dark history would never be forgotten. Days turned into weeks as I continued my investigation, interviewing former staff members, reviewing old recordings, and documenting every piece of evidence I could find. The more I uncovered, the more determined I became to honor the memories of those who had suffered within Willowbrook's walls. One evening, as I was about to leave, I heard a familiar voice calling my name. Turning around, I saw the woman in white once more, her presence more defined than ever. "Thank you," she whispered, a faint smile crossing her face. "You've given us hope." As she faded away, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sense of peace that hadn't been felt in decades. The whispers and shadows seemed to recede, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of the past. I left Willowbrook that night with a heavy heart, knowing that the souls of those who had been forgotten were finally finding the peace they so desperately sought. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that lingered in the darkest corners of the world. Willowbrook State School remains abandoned to this day, a silent sentinel to the tragedies that unfolded within its walls. But now, its stories are no longer confined to the shadows. Through my efforts, the voices of the past have been heard, ensuring that the suffering endured by its patients will never be forgotten. And sometimes, on quiet October nights, I can still hear the faint echoes of Willowbrook's past, a reminder that even in death, the quest for peace and justice continues. Because in the heart of darkness, there are stories that must be told, souls that yearn for redemption, and a truth that demands to be revealed. Story number 63. Whispers on the Queen Mary. I've always been fascinated by the stories that linger in the shadows, the echoes of the past that refuse to fade away. When I heard about the Queen Mary, a once majestic ocean liner turned abandoned hotel in Long Beach, California, I knew I had to experience its haunting firsthand. As a journalist with a penchant for uncovering the truth behind ghostly legends, the Queen Mary was the perfect subject for my next investigation. The ship loomed in the distance, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the night sky. Lights flickered sporadically along its deck, casting eerie reflections on the calm waters below. The entrance was guarded by tall, rusted gates that creaked ominously in the breeze, setting the tone for what awaited inside. I arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. The air was thick with anticipation, the salty scent of the ocean mingling with the musty aroma of the abandoned vessel. Armed with my camera, voice recorder, and a notebook, I stepped through the gates and approached the main entrance. The lobby was grand yet decayed, marble floors cracked and stained, and chandeliers hanging precariously from the ceiling. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight as I made my way through the empty halls, each step echoing louder than the last. The stories were true. Doors swung open and closed on their own, and faint whispers seemed to follow me from room to room. As I explored deeper into the ship, the temperature dropped noticeably, a chill that wasn't there before. My breath became visible, fogging in the cold air. I entered what was once the grand ballroom, now a ghostly shell of its former glory. The walls were adorned with peeling wallpaper, and the grand piano stood silent, its keys yellowed and cracked. Suddenly, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching from the far end of the room. My heart raced as I turned towards the sound, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. A figure materialized near the center of the ballroom, a woman dressed in a flowing white gown. Her face was pale, eyes hollow and filled with an indescribable sorrow. She stood motionless, staring directly at me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. She didn't respond, just continued to watch me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I took a hesitant step forward, trying to understand what was happening. Without warning, the woman vanished, leaving behind a gust of cold wind that extinguished the candles lining the room. The sudden darkness was suffocating, and for a moment, I felt completely alone. My instincts screamed at me to leave, but curiosity held me in place. I moved towards the stairs, the grand staircase leading to the upper decks. As I ascended, the whispers grew louder, filling the air with fragmented phrases and cries of despair. Reaching the top of the stairs, I found myself in a narrow corridor lined with closed doors. Each door seemed to hold its own secrets, the stories of those who had walked these halls before me. One door stood slightly ajar, and as I approached, I could hear the faint sound of sobbing coming from within. Pushing the door open, I entered a small room that had once been a luxurious suite. The furniture was covered in white sheets, and a large mirror hung on the wall, its surface cracked and smudged. In the reflection of the mirror, I saw her again, the woman in white, now standing directly behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. The sobbing intensified, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness emanating from the mirror. Desperate to find answers, I took out my notebook and began jotting down everything I had witnessed. As I did, the door slammed shut behind me, and the room plunged into darkness once more. Panic set in as I fumbled for my flashlight, but it was no use. The device had stopped working, leaving me in pitch black. The whispers turned into agonized screams, and the temperature plummeted, my breath freezing in the air. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the mirror, its icy grip pulling me towards the glass. I struggled, fighting against the unseen force, but it was no use. The room seemed to dissolve around me, and I found myself standing on the deck of the Queen Mary, the ocean stretching out endlessly before me. The woman in white stood at the bow, her face contorted with anguish. "Help us," she cried, her voice echoing across the water. "Set us free." I looked around, realizing that the ship was alive with restless spirits, each one bound to the Queen Mary by their tragic pasts. The whispers became unified cries, a chorus of lost souls yearning for release, determined to honor their plea. I knew I had to uncover the truth behind their suffering. Returning to the lobby, I delved into the ship's history, uncovering stories of abuse, neglect, and untimely deaths. The Queen Mary had been a place where dreams were made and broken, where the line between life and death was blurred by the harsh realities faced by its residents. Many of the spirits I encountered were victims of the ship's dark past, their lives cut short by violence and despair. One story stood out, the tale of Eleanor Hayes, a nurse who had worked on the Queen Mary during its final years as a state school. Eleanor had been a beacon of hope for the patients, but her compassion was met with resistance from the administration. Tensions escalated, leading to a tragic incident where Eleanor was found dead in her quarters under mysterious circumstances. As I pieced together the events leading to Eleanor's death, I realized that her spirit, along with others, was trapped in an endless loop of pain and regret. To free them, I had to bring their stories to light, ensuring that their suffering would not be forgotten. Armed with this knowledge, I organized a memorial on the ship, inviting those who had experienced the haunting phenomena to share their stories. As we gathered on the deck, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation and sorrow. One by one, the witnesses recounted their encounters, their voices intertwining with the lingering spirits. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow over the ocean, the oppressive energy that had once filled the Queen Mary began to dissipate. The spirits, now acknowledged and remembered, found peace, their cries silenced by the truth finally being told. I watched as the woman in white gave one final, grateful smile before fading into the morning light. The Queen Mary, once a vessel of tragedy and torment, stood serene and silent, its haunted legacy finally laid to rest. Driving away from the ship, I felt a profound sense of closure. The Queen Mary had shared its darkest secrets, and in doing so, had allowed its restless souls to find peace. The experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the unseen struggles that lingered in the shadows. And every time I pass by Willowbrook State School or hear tales of the Queen Mary's haunting, I remember that night on Maple Street, the whispers of the past, and the importance of giving voice to the voiceless, because in the heart of darkness, there are stories waiting to be told, souls yearning for redemption, and a reminder that even in the most haunted places, there is hope for peace and healing. Story number 64. The Bell Witch Farm. I didn't know much about the Bell Witch when I first heard the story. In fact, I didn't even believe in ghosts back then. That was before I spent a week in Tennessee, in a small, crumbling farmhouse near the banks of the Red River. A farmhouse with a history as twisted and dark as the trees that surrounded it. The Bell Witch was more than just a local legend. It was a thing, presence, something that couldn't be ignored no matter how hard you tried. And I tried. Believe me, I tried. But after spending just a few days in that place, I came to realize that some things are simply beyond understanding. The story begins in 1817, on a quiet farm in Robertson County, Tennessee. The Bell family, John Bell, his wife Lucy, and their children had moved to the area to start a new life. They had a modest home, a small plot of land, and the kind of life that most people would consider peaceful. But peace, as I would come to learn, is often the first thing to be shattered by something unseen, something hungry. Started small at first, like most hauntings do, strange noises in the night, a creaking floorboard, the soft rattle of chains in the wind. But the sounds weren't always from outside. Some nights, the Bell family would hear a rustling, like footsteps, coming from within their own home. It was never loud enough to alarm them, but it was enough to make them pause. Enough to make them wonder if there was something wrong with the house. Or worse, something wrong with them. One evening, after a long day of work, John Bell sat down in his favorite chair by the fire, like he always did. His wife Lucy was sewing by his side, and their children were gathered around, talking about their day. It was a typical evening. Then, suddenly, they heard it, a soft, dragging sound from the kitchen. At first, they thought it was an animal, maybe a rat or a possum. But when they went to check, they found nothing. No rat, no possum, just the eerie stillness of an empty room. As the days passed, the noises grew louder, banging, scratching, thumping, and it wasn't just the walls. The furniture began to move on its own, chairs scraping across the wooden floors, doors opening and closing by themselves. And it wasn't just any sound, it was a voice that would whisper, hiss, and sometimes scream. The voice seemed to come from nowhere, and yet it seemed to fill the room. John Bell, a man of strong convictions, didn't believe in spirits. He tried to dismiss it, tried to explain it away as the workings of a tired mind or a bad dream. But the occurrences didn't stop. They only grew worse. One night, as John was walking to the barn, he felt something cold, something unnatural, brush against his leg. When he looked down, there was nothing there, but the cold lingered, and a voice echoed through the air, a soft, female voice that whispered his name. John Bell. He froze, not in fear but in disbelief. It was as if the air itself had thickened, became heavier with every breath he took. The voice didn't stop with John. It seemed to call out to each member of the family, always when they were alone, always when they thought they were safe. Sometimes it would come in the dead of night, just as they were drifting off to sleep. Sometimes it would be during the day, when they were outside, working the land. The voice would call them, mock them, and even answer their questions, though always with a cruel twist. It wasn't long before the family began to realize that whatever was in that house wasn't going to leave. And it wasn't just a voice, it was a presence, a force, something that moved things, changed the air, something that felt real. And it hated them. It hated them with a burning, consuming rage. Lucy Bell, the mother, was the first to truly feel its wrath. One night, as she sat by the hearth, the voice spoke directly to her, taunting her, telling her that it would be her undoing. "I'll have your soul," it whispered, its voice rasping like the wind through dead branches. The family tried to fight back, but it was no use. They brought in neighbors, local ministers, even traveling exorcists. None could explain what was happening. None could banish the entity that had taken root in the Bell household. It only grew stronger, more powerful with each passing day. But it wasn't just the haunting of the Bell family that drew the attention of others. No, the story of the Bell which spread beyond Robertson County, reaching the ears of people from all over Tennessee. The whispers turned to rumors, the rumors to legend, and people came, curious souls, skeptics, thrill-seekers, all hoping to witness the terror firsthand. One such person was a young man named Joshua, a skeptic through and through. He didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, and he certainly didn't believe in curses. He was a man of science, a man of reason, but when he arrived at the Bell farm, something in him changed. Maybe it was the weight of the place, the way the land felt wrong, the way the air was always thick with tension. Or maybe it was the way the entity had started to take notice of him, how it seemed to toy with him, just as it had with the Bells. Joshua stayed for 3 nights, each one more harrowing than the last. On the second night, he heard it, the voice, clearer now, speaking his name in the same chilling way it had spoken to John Bell. "Joshua," it whispered, soft as a breeze. But there was no breeze. By the third night, he was a shell of the man who had entered the house. His eyes were wild, his face pale and gaunt. He barely slept, pacing the floor in a daze, unable to escape the whispering that echoed in his mind. Even when he was outside, even when he stood in the sunlight, when he left, it was with a look of complete terror. The Bell which had won. The haunting didn't end with Joshua's departure. It didn't end with the Bell family either. The Bell which remained. It always remained, tucked away in the shadows of that old house, waiting for someone else to come and tempt fate. And I made the mistake of visiting it myself. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than a visit to see an old piece of history. But as soon as I stepped foot on that farm, I felt it, the weight of centuries of suffering pressing down on me, the cold fingers of the Bell which curling around my chest. I didn't believe in ghosts, not before, but I do now. I don't know if the Bell which is still there, waiting. I'd like to think that it's just a story, that it was nothing more than superstition and fear. But I know better. I know what I felt, and sometimes, late at night, I still hear her voice, whispering my name. just like she whispered to Joshua, just like she whispered to the Bell family. I haven't been back to Tennessee since, and I don't think I ever will be. Story number 65. The Black Dahlia Farm. I've never been one to believe in ghosts. Not really. But that was before I spent a week in California, on a farm that would change how I saw the world forever. Maybe it's the way certain places seem to hold memories. The kind of memories that refuse to die, no matter how hard you try to bury them. And sometimes, those memories, they come back. It was 1953 when I first heard about the farm, but I didn't go there until years later. In 1957, by then, the place was already infamous, known as the Black Dahlia Farm, named after the murder that had happened there a few years earlier. A crime that the whole country had heard about, the story of Elizabeth Short, a woman whose body was found mutilated and abandoned in Los Angeles, was still fresh in everyone's mind, though it was a case that, in the end, would never be solved. But it wasn't the murder of Elizabeth Short that led me to the farm. No, it was another murder, a more personal one. One that happened in the shadows of that larger, more public tragedy. I wasn't alone when I went to the farm. My friend Jerry had been talking about it for months. He was one of those guys who always wanted to explore the strange, the unknown, the creepy. I had no real interest in the Black Dahlia mystery, or the rumors surrounding the farm. But Jerry had a way of convincing me. The plan was simple. We would spend a few nights on the property, camp out, take pictures, and see what we could find. We were young, we were curious, and we thought we were invincible. That was our first mistake. The moment we pulled up to the farm, the air felt different. It was a feeling I can't quite explain, thick, heavy, like the land itself was holding its breath. The house sat at the center of the property, a crumbling farmhouse that looked like it had been abandoned for years. But it wasn't abandoned, not really. There were signs of life, if only in the form of the odd footprints in the snow, the occasional flicker of light from a cracked window. The place had a strange aura about it, as though it was caught between two worlds, one of the living and one of the dead. Jerry, ever the brave one, insisted we explore the house first. "Come on, man. What's the worst that could happen?" he said, his breath visible in the cold night air. I should have known better than to follow him, but I did. We walked up to the porch, the wooden planks creaking beneath our feet, and I noticed that the front door was slightly ajar. No one had bothered to lock it, or maybe they couldn't. We stepped inside. The air stale, thick with the smell of dust and something else, something old. The floorboards groaned under our weight, and the walls seemed to whisper, as if the house itself was trying to tell us something. We wandered through the rooms, finding nothing more than old furniture, broken windows, and an odd collection of rusted tools that seemed out of place. The deeper we went into the house, the colder it became, until I felt as though I was breathing in ice itself. Jerry led the way to the basement, the final destination of our little tour. "I heard this is where it happened," he said, his voice lowering as if he were telling a ghost story. "The farmer, you know, killed his wife and buried her down there." I remember feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. "You sure about that?" I asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. But Jerry didn't seem to care. He opened the basement door, revealing a set of stairs that led down into darkness. Without hesitating, he took the first step. I followed. The basement smelled like earth, damp, musty, like the earth had been disturbed. And when we reached the bottom of the stairs, I could see the marks in the dirt, deep, clawed indentations in the ground, like something had been dragged through the earth. But there was something else too, a faint sound like a distant, muffled voice, a moan, low and haunting. I froze. It was the kind of sound you hear in your dreams, the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. Jerry didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, his flashlight illuminating the far wall of the basement. That's when I saw it, the outline of something. Someone, sitting against the wall. A body. The shape was too still, too unnatural. My heart hammered in my chest. I don't know how long we stood there. Could have been seconds. Could have been hours. But when we finally moved closer, I could see that the body wasn't real. It was a skeleton, sitting upright, as though it had been placed there intentionally. Its bones were arranged in a way that made it look almost alive. Its eyes were wide open, and its mouth was slightly ajar, as if it were trying to speak. I wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't. Something kept me rooted to the spot, as if the house itself was holding me in place. Who is it?" I asked, barely able to get the words out. Jerry was silent. I looked at him, and I saw the same terror in his eyes that I felt in my chest. The voice came again. This time, it was louder, a whisper, but clear enough to understand. It was the voice of a woman. "Don't leave me," it said. I didn't wait for Jerry to move. I bolted up the stairs, the sound of my footsteps echoing through the house like thunder. I heard Jerry behind me, but I didn't look back. Not until we reached the front door. When we got outside, the cold hit me like a slap, but it didn't feel like relief. Felt like we were being watched. The house behind us loomed, dark and silent. The strange thing was, we never spoke about it again. Not then. Not ever. But we both knew what had happened. The Black Dahlia farm had claimed another victim. Story number 66. The Cold Harbor Farm. I didn't believe in ghosts. Not at first. Anyway, sure, I'd heard the stories, the old rumors, the things whispered in quiet voices around campfires or in bars where the whiskey was cheap. And the night was long. But I wasn't the kind of guy to get swept up in that sort of thing. I was a man of logic, of reason. Ghosts didn't belong in the world I lived in. That was before I found myself standing in the middle of Cold Harbor. Cold Harbor isn't a name you forget easily. Carries weight, a kind of terrible history that follows you around like a shadow. It's a place that's become synonymous with loss, with blood, with war. The farm itself sits in the heart of Virginia, just outside of Richmond, and it's seen more death than any piece of land should ever have to bear. You can feel it in the air, the weight of it, as if the earth itself remembers the terrible day in 1864 when the Battle of Cold Harbor was fought. My friend Robert had told me about it, told me how it was one of the bloodiest battles of the Civil War, how thousands of soldiers had died, most of them buried in shallow graves just a stone's throw from where the farm now stood. He'd gone on about the history of the place, about the battlefield, but it wasn't until I saw the farm myself that I began to understand the real weight of it. The house was old, much older than the land around it, and as we approached, I could feel a strange coldness settle over me. I'm not talking about the chill of the autumn evening, either. No, this was something different, something more profound. A kind of biting cold that seeped into your bones and made your skin prickle with unease. We had been driving for hours, my mind consumed with the thoughts of the battle that had taken place here, how Union soldiers had charged across fields littered with bodies, only to meet a brutal slaughter at the hands of the Confederates. The ground had soaked up the blood of men, and the earth had become a burial ground, one that would never forget what had happened. Robert was excited. He was the one who wanted to make this trip, to see the old battlefield up close. I was just there to keep him company, but part of me felt a strange pull to the place. Maybe it was the history, or maybe it was the feeling that something lingered in the air, something restless and unsatisfied. We reached the farm just after sunset, the last vestiges of light bleeding from the sky. The house loomed before us, dark and silent, but something about it felt wrong, like it was waiting. Robert jumped out of the car, eager to explore, but I hesitated, feeling that same coldness pressing against my chest. It was like the place itself had a memory, and it wasn't a good one. "Come on," Robert called, glancing back at me. "What are you waiting for? This place is history." I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I stood there, staring at the house. It was an old farmhouse, weathered and worn, with broken windows and a sagging porch. But there was something about it, something off. as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something, maybe a memory, maybe something far worse. Reluctantly, I followed him up to the front door. The air had grown colder, and I could see my breath in the fading light. We pushed open the door, and the creak of the hinges sounded like a whisper in the stillness. The interior of the house was dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the dying sun outside. The air smelled musty, stale with the scent of long-forgotten things. But there was something else too, a smell of dust and decay, as though something had been left to rot for years. We stepped inside, our footsteps echoing on the creaky wooden floors. Robert went straight to a staircase at the back of the room, his flashlight casting shadows on the walls. I stayed behind, uneasy, looking around at the peeling wallpaper and the old furniture that had been abandoned here, as if someone had just left one day and never returned. It was then that I heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, barely audible over the sound of my own breathing. But then it grew louder, clearer, a voice, a whisper, low and strained, as if someone were calling out from the darkness. I froze. My heart slammed against my ribs, and I turned toward the sound, but saw nothing, just the empty house, the flickering shadows of our flashlights on the walls. "Robert," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "Did you hear that?" Robert didn't answer. I turned to look at him, but he was already gone, his figure disappearing up the stairs. I wanted to call out to him, but something stopped me. I couldn't move, couldn't even breathe. Then came the sound of boots, heavy and deliberate, marching across the floor above. The unmistakable sound of a soldier's steps, echoing through the silence. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I knew what I was hearing. It wasn't just any footsteps. It was the sound of soldiers marching. The same soldiers who had died in this place. I could almost see them in my mind, their faces twisted in agony, their bodies broken and bloodied. Couldn't breathe. The coldness in the air was unbearable now, wrapping itself around me like a vice. I tried to move, to run, but my feet were glued to the floor. That's when the screaming started. At first, it was faint, distant, almost like a memory of pain. But then it grew louder, sharper, until it was all I could hear. The sound of men, young, old, didn't matter, screaming in agony, their voices ringing in the air. I could hear the desperation, the fear, the pleading. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The house was silent again. I didn't wait to find out what would happen next. I turned and ran for the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I heard Robert's voice, distant, calling for me from upstairs. But I didn't stop. I didn't look back. When I finally reached the car, I didn't hesitate. I slammed the door shut, my hands trembling as I fumbled for the keys. The engine roared to life, and I drove away without a second thought, without looking back at the farm. But I could still hear it, the marching footsteps, the screams, echoing in my mind, even as I sped down the dark road, leaving Cold Harbor far behind. And I knew, deep down, that I had not left it behind at all. The farm wasn't just a place of history. It was a place that would never let go of those who came looking for it. Cold Harbor was waiting, and it would always be waiting. Story number 67. The Lalaurie Plantation. I'd heard the rumors long before I arrived in New Orleans. Who hasn't? The city is famous for its voodoo, its jazz, its French Quarter, and, of course, its ghosts. But the story of the Lalaurie Plantation wasn't just a ghost story. It was something darker, something that, even after all these years, still made the locals uneasy, something they whispered about after dark, when the streets were empty and the air was thick with humidity. The first time I saw the Lalaurie mansion, I was struck by its beauty. The building itself was a grand affair, an elegant three-story mansion sitting on Royal Street, its white stucco walls gleaming under the southern sun, the wrought iron balcony rails twisted and coiled in intricate patterns, and the windows, though dirty and broken in places, still held the grandeur of a bygone era. From the outside, It looked like a house full of history, maybe even a little haunted. But in the way all old houses are. What I didn't know, what no one told me, was the darkness that lingered beneath that facade, the kind of darkness that seeps into the very bones of a place, the kind that doesn't go away, no matter how many years pass. It wasn't until I started asking around, getting closer to the story, that I learned the full truth. It was 1830 when Madame Delphine Lalaurie and her husband, Dr. Louis Lalaurie, moved into the mansion. They were wealthy, well-respected members of New Orleans high society, the kind of people everyone thought they should aspire to be. Delphine was known for her beauty, her charm, and her hospitality. She hosted lavish parties, welcoming the city's elite into her home, and the guests marveled at her grace. No one had any reason to suspect that beneath her polite smile, behind her carefully maintained composure, was something much darker, something truly horrifying. I don't think anyone realized what was going on behind the high walls of the Lalaurie mansion until that fateful night in 1834. I had been staying at a small hotel on the outskirts of the French Quarter, one of those places that felt as though it had lived through a century of secrets. I had come to New Orleans on a whim, hoping to find some inspiration for a book. But instead, I found myself tangled in the city's mysteries. It was late in the evening, and I had just returned from a walk through the quarter when I overheard a conversation between two locals in a nearby tavern. "They say she still walks there," one of them was saying. His voice hushed as if speaking too loud might bring something down upon him. "Madame Lalaurie, they say she's not gone. She's still in that house." The other man scoffed. "Ghosts? Huh? I don't believe in that nonsense." The first man's voice dropped even lower, and he looked around nervously. "You don't understand. It's not her ghost. It's what she did. The things she did to those slaves." I was intrigued. I knew about the Lalaurie story. Of course, the rumors of torture and death, the discovery of the horrors that had taken place in that mansion, but it was all so distant, like a fable from another time. I had to know more. The next day, I made my way to the mansion. The air was thick with the smell of Creole spices, and the streets bustled with tourists and locals alike. But as I neared the Lalaurie mansion, something in the atmosphere changed. The street seemed quieter, the air colder. Even though it was a warm day, I stopped across the street and just stared at the house for a moment, the sunlight reflecting off the walls, casting long shadows that stretched across the cracked sidewalk. It was almost too quiet, and then I felt it, a chill. It wasn't the kind of chill that comes with a drop in temperature. It was more like the cold you feel when you're being watched, when you're being followed. I shook it off, telling myself it was just nerves, just the weight of the history pressing in on me. But something kept nagging at the back of my mind, something I couldn't ignore. I stepped closer to the gates, my heart beating faster. The house was abandoned now, but it hadn't always been. Once, it was the home of Delphine Lalaurie, and beneath its elegant exterior, she had hidden the worst kind of evil. For years, she had been torturing and killing the slaves she had bought, using them as little more than playthings for her sadistic desires. The sounds of cries, of begging, had gone unheard by the neighbors until that night in 1834, when the fire broke out. They say it was an accident, that a slave woman had started the fire in an attempt to escape. But when the firemen broke into the house, they discovered the truth, the mutilated bodies, the evidence of unspeakable acts. They found men and women chained to walls, their bodies broken and scarred, living in filth and squalor. The stench of death had lingered long after they left. Delphine Lalaurie disappeared the night the truth was revealed. Some say she fled to France. Others claim she was buried beneath the house, her body lost to time. But the people who lived near that mansion after the fire, they knew better. They knew the house was still alive with the echoes of those tormented souls. And over the years, they whispered about the strange sounds that came from within, moans in the night, the rattling of chains, the whisper of footsteps on the stairs. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, staring at the house, wondering if maybe, just maybe, I had made a mistake coming here. But curiosity, as it always does, got the better of me. As the sun began to set, I walked up to the iron gates, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. And that's when I heard it, a soft, barely perceptible noise, like the faintest scrape of a chair on wood, came from inside the house. I froze. And then, in the distance, I heard it again. A voice, a low, guttural whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Leave. I spun around, my heart racing. But there was no one there. No one but the house, standing tall and silent behind its iron gates. I turned away quickly, not looking back as I hurried down the street. But I could feel it, feel the presence of something watching me. Something ancient, something hungry. I never went back to that house. And I never will. Some stories, some places, are better left untouched. Because when you disturb the past, especially the dark parts of it, you might just wake up something that never went to sleep. The Bell Witch, the Lalaurie Plantation, these are the kind of places that don't forget. And neither do the souls they've claimed. I don't know who or what still lingers in that house. But I know this, the Lalaurie Plantation is haunted by far more than ghosts. It's haunted by the sins of its past. And they're not done collecting yet. And if you ever find yourself near Royal Street, at dusk, you might just hear a whisper in the wind, calling you to the gates of a house that should never have been built. Story number 68. The McPike House. You won't find the McPike House on a map. Or, at least, not on any map that someone in their right mind would bother to look at. It's the kind of place that isn't meant to be found. The kind of place you're supposed to stay away from, especially after dark. I know because I found it once. And after that, nothing seemed quite the same. The house sits on a hill outside of Alton, Illinois, a town that looks like it's stuck in the 1800s, with its winding streets and old brick buildings. But the McPike House? Well, that's the kind of place you don't find in guidebooks. Not unless you're looking for something otherworldly. Something that's waiting for you. I didn't go there willingly. Not at first. It was a dare. Really. I was on a road trip with a few friends. Just looking for something to break up the monotony. I had heard the stories. Of course, everyone in the area had. There were whispers about the place. But I didn't think much of it. Ghost stories. Urban legends. The kind of stuff you hear in bars at midnight after a couple of drinks. We were young. Cocky. And besides, we weren't afraid of ghosts, or so we thought. It was around dusk when we arrived. The air had that cool, biting edge to it, the kind of winter chill that gets under your skin and doesn't let go. The house loomed ahead, a decaying mansion of brick and wood. The windows were dark, like empty eyes staring out into the night. There was no movement, no sign of life. It looked abandoned. But the first thing you learn about a place like that is to never trust your eyes. "We're going in," Jack said, his voice thick with the excitement of a challenge. Jack was the kind of guy who always had a grin on his face, no matter the danger, the kind who thought he could laugh off anything. Even when the rest of us were feeling uneasy, he pushed open the rusted gate with one hand and, without another word, we all followed. The front door creaked open as if it had been waiting for us. And as we stepped into the foyer, I felt something shift in the air. It wasn't like the usual chill of an old house. This was different. Felt wrong. Heavy. Inside, the dust hung thick in the air. There were remnants of old furniture. Chairs and tables draped in dusty sheets. The floorboards groaned under our feet, as if protesting our presence. But it wasn't the decay that grabbed my attention. It was the silence. Absolute, oppressive silence. The kind of silence that makes you want to scream just to hear your own voice. We made our way through the house, drawn by an invisible pull that none of us could explain. Every room we entered seemed to carry a weight of its own. But it was the basement door that called to us most. The door at the far end of the hall, half hidden behind an old curtain. The air felt colder here, the shadows darker, as if the house was holding its breath. I turned to my friends, my mouth dry, You guys feel that? I asked. Sarah looked at me, her eyes wide. Feel what? Like we're not alone. Jack scoffed. It's just the house settling. You're hearing things. But I wasn't the only one feeling it. Doug, usually the tough guy, had his hands shoved deep in his pockets, eyes darting around the room. Lisa, who was usually the skeptic, was biting her lip, a faraway look in her eyes. We made our way down into the basement. The stairs were narrow and slick with dust. When we reached the bottom, the smell hit us first. Musty, like something had been rotting here for years. But there was something else, something faint, barely noticeable, that seemed to linger in the air. A voice. It was so soft at first. I thought I was imagining it. A whisper, coming from the far corner of the room. I froze. Did you hear that? I whispered. Stop messing around, Jack said. But his voice had lost some of its bravado. No, really. Listen. There it was again. A whisper, barely audible. And this time, it was unmistakable. Get out. The voice wasn't human. It wasn't something that should be there. Felt wrong. We stood there in silence, the cold creeping into our bones. And then, the door at the far end of the basement slammed shut. We jumped, the sound echoing through the empty house. We scrambled to the door, only to find it locked. Panic set in as we realized we couldn't get out. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on us. Okay, this is enough, Doug said, his voice shaking. We need to go. Now. But before we could react, we heard it again. The voice. This time, it was louder, clearer, and it wasn't speaking to us. You shouldn't have come. The air thickened, and suddenly the basement light flickered. For a moment, the shadows seemed to twist and form shapes. Shapes that shouldn't have been there. Figures that didn't belong in this world. It wasn't until I turned toward the staircase that I saw her. A woman, standing at the top of the stairs. Her face was obscured by her hair, but I could see her eyes. Wide, dark eyes that seemed to pierce through the shadows. And then, in the blink of an eye, she was gone. We bolted up the stairs, trying to reach the door, but it wouldn't budge. The house, it seemed, was holding us in. Every minute felt like an hour, and I could feel the air grow heavier, pressing in on us. Finally, the door gave way. We spilled out into the cold, gasping for air, and as we made our way back to the car, I looked over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it, the silhouette of a woman standing in the window, staring out at us, her face, pale and drawn, watching as we ran away. We never went back to the McPike house, but I can't forget it. I can't forget the feeling that something followed us that night, something that still lingers in the dark corners of my mind. And when I hear the wind howl through the trees late at night, sometimes I swear I can still hear the faint whisper, "You shouldn't have come." Story number 69. The Munger Farm. It wasn't supposed to be a big deal, just another stop on a long drive through the backroads of Missouri. My buddy Greg and I had been looking for something to do, and a trip to a small, isolated farm in the middle of nowhere seemed as good an idea as any. We had heard the rumors, stories of strange noises, ghostly figures, and long-buried secrets, but I didn't believe any of it. After all, I wasn't the type to get spooked by local legends. Not until I saw the Munger farm with my own eyes. The farm sat on a stretch of land far off the main highway, surrounded by thick woods that seemed to swallow up any hint of light. It was late October when we finally made our way out there. A chill already settling over the countryside as the last of the daylight faded into twilight. I could feel the air growing heavier the closer we got to the farm, though Greg just laughed it off. He was one of those guys who liked to go looking for trouble, especially when it involved the paranormal. Me? I was just along for the ride. As we pulled up to the gates of the Munger farm, I couldn't help but feel the weight of the place. The house, an old, crumbling farmhouse, stood dark and silent in the distance. The windows were empty, as if waiting for something or someone to peer out. The grass around it was unkempt, overgrown with weeds, and the trees that lined the property looked like twisted skeletons against the gray sky. The place gave off a kind of melancholy vibe, as if it had been abandoned for 100 years. We parked at the edge of the property, near a small, rusted fence that marked the boundary of the farm. Greg, with his usual bravado, was already out of the car and walking toward the house before I had even unbuckled my seatbelt. "Come on, man, let's check it out," he called over his shoulder. Not waiting for me to catch up, I hesitated, feeling the prickling sensation that runs up your spine when you're about to do something you know you shouldn't. But I followed anyway, partly because Greg would have never let me hear the end of it if I backed out, and partly because I couldn't shake the curiosity that had taken root in me. The place was just too damn creepy to ignore. The closer we got to the house, the more the silence seemed to press in on us. Not a single bird chirped, and even the wind had died down. There was something wrong about the stillness, something unnatural. I could hear the crunch of our boots on the gravel driveway. But that was it. No dogs barking, no distant hum of cars on the highway, just silence. Greg reached the front door first and tried the handle. Turned easily, as if the house was waiting for us to enter. "You're coming, right?" he asked, grinning like a kid about to open a forbidden door. I nodded, though my throat had gone dry. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the smell of old wood. The floorboards creaked beneath our feet, and I couldn't help but notice how the house seemed to sigh with every step we took. There was an old wooden staircase that creaked as if something was waiting at the top. The house was alive with its own history, and the memories it held didn't seem to want to let go. We explored the main floor first, poking around in what appeared to be a long-abandoned living room. Faded furniture sat beneath layers of dust, the curtains drawn tight against the windows. The light from Greg's flashlight danced across the room, casting strange shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. "That's weird," Greg said, suddenly stopping and pointing at the far corner of the room. I followed his gaze and saw it too, an old rocking chair, slowly swaying back and forth, as if someone had just gotten up from it. But there was no one there. "Must be the wind," I muttered, though I didn't believe it. The air in the room was still, and there was no way the chair could be moving without help. I stepped closer, my heart pounding in my chest, but as I reached out to stop it, the chair suddenly stilled, the creaking sound fading into silence. Greg let out a nervous laugh. "Okay, that's enough for me. Let's get out of here." But as he turned to leave, we both heard it, a sound, faint at first, like a whisper carried on the wind. Then it grew louder, sharper, a voice, clear and unmistakable, calling from somewhere deeper in the house. "Get out." The words sent a chill through me, and my legs froze in place. Greg turned back to me, his face pale. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. Before I could answer, the house seemed to shift. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch longer, as if reaching for us. I could hear something moving upstairs, the sound of heavy footsteps dragging across the floor. The air felt thick, oppressive, like the weight of the house itself was pressing down on us. Greg was already moving toward the front door. His steps hurried. "We need to leave, now." But as we reached the doorway, we froze. Standing in the threshold, just beyond the doorframe, was a figure, a shadow, tall, dark, and formless. It stood perfectly still, watching us with an intensity that made my stomach twist. I wanted to scream, but no sound came. The figure took a step forward, and the floorboards groaned beneath its weight. "Get out," the voice repeated, louder now, echoing through the house. In that moment, I knew without a doubt, that we were not alone. Not in the way we thought. We bolted, running out of the house and back to the car without looking back. As we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still following us, watching us from the window as we sped down the driveway. We never spoke about what happened that night again, but every time I close my eyes, I can still hear the creaking floorboards, the whispering voice, and the unmistakable feeling of being hunted. The Munger farm doesn't give up its secrets easily. But I don't think it has to. The house itself is a memory, a shadow that clings to the land, waiting for the next person foolish enough to cross its threshold. And that's something you never forget. Story number 70. The Villisca Axe Murder House. It's funny how things from the past can come back to haunt you, even when you've tried to forget them. I've always been the kind of guy who believes in history. I like to think that everything, even the darkest of stories, has its place in the world. But there are places where history doesn't sit still, where it lingers, presses its cold hands on your chest and won't let go. The Villisca Axe Murder House is one of those places. I was just a kid when I first heard the story. My dad told me about it one night as we sat on the porch, drinking iced tea and watching the lightning bugs dance in the summer heat. He had lived in Iowa his whole life, and in those days, people still whispered about the murders, as if the ghosts of that night were still waiting in the shadows. The Villisca Axe Murder House was built in 1912. It was a nice home, a two-story structure that looked like any other farmhouse in the area. The Moore family, Josiah, his wife Sarah, and their 4 children lived there, along with 2 young girls who were visiting for the night. It was supposed to be a peaceful, ordinary evening, but somewhere between the hours of midnight and dawn, something terrible happened. On the morning of June 10th, 1912, a neighbor came by to check on the family and found the door locked. When he forced his way in, he discovered the horror. Every single member of the Moore family had been brutally murdered with an axe. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication of who had done it or why. The house was dark and still, and for years, no one could figure out what had happened that night. The case was never solved. The house was left abandoned, a hollow shell of its former self. And for years, no one dared to go near it. But as the decades passed, the rumors began to spread. The house had become a place of legend, not just for the grisly murders but for the strange things that people claimed to see and hear when they ventured too close. I wasn't the first to visit. In fact, I was probably one of the last people to go there when it was still a dilapidated, forgotten ruin. In the early 2000s, the house had been purchased by a group of investors who were trying to turn it into a tourist attraction. They put up a few signs, gave tours of the property, and sold tickets to anyone brave or foolish enough to step inside. I didn't go for the tour. I didn't go for the history. I went because I was curious. The stories had been gnawing at me for years, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to see it for myself. The drive to Villisca took longer than I expected, the miles stretching out like a long, dark tunnel. It was a quiet evening when I pulled into the small town. The streets empty and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. The house itself sat on a plot of land just outside the town. A weathered sign out front reading Villisca Axe Murder House in faded, peeling letters. The house was tucked behind a large, rusted gate, surrounded by trees that seemed to loom taller than they should. When I got out of the car, the first thing I noticed was the silence. The kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The sun was setting, casting long shadows over the property. But the place felt wrong. The air was colder here than it had been just a few miles down the road. I hesitated before stepping onto the property, as if something was warning me not to. But I went anyway, because, like I said, I was curious. The house was far worse than I imagined. The paint was peeling, the windows covered in grime, and the front door creaked ominously as I pushed it open. Inside, the house was a time capsule frozen in the year 1912. The furniture was old and worn, but it looked like someone had tried to keep it intact, preserving it for future visitors. The floors were creaky underfoot, the air thick with dust, and the faint smell of mildew clung to everything. I walked through the room slowly, almost reverently, taking in the details, the faded wallpaper, the antique furniture, the old photographs hanging crooked on the walls. But the further I went, the more I felt it, the cold, the weight of the air, the unsettling feeling that someone was watching me. And then, I heard it. At first, it was just a whisper, barely audible. I thought it was the wind, or maybe my own imagination playing tricks on me. But then, the whisper grew louder, clearer, until it was a voice. A woman's voice, soft and pleading. "Get out." I froze. The words seemed to echo in the room, bouncing off the walls, though no one else was there. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one, no figure, no shadow, no movement, just the empty house and the sound of my own breath. I stood there for a moment, trying to calm myself. Maybe it was just the atmosphere of the place, the history of it all, getting to me. But as I turned to leave the room, something caught my eye. It was a picture on the wall, a photograph of the Moore family, taken in happier times. The parents were smiling, their children gathered around them, but something about the image felt wrong. There was a shadow in the background, a dark shape that didn't belong. I felt a cold chill slide up my spine. Then, I heard the footsteps. They were soft, but distinct, the creak of floorboards that weren't my own. I turned quickly, expecting to see one of the other tourists or the tour guide behind me, but no one was there. The footsteps came closer. I backed away, my heart pounding, but I couldn't move fast enough. I reached the door, but before I could open it, I heard something else. A voice, this time a man's, but it was low and guttural, almost as if it was coming from the floor itself. "Get out, or you'll be next." I didn't wait to hear any more. I threw open the door and ran, my breath coming in short gasps, my legs trembling beneath me. I didn't stop until I was back in the car, driving away from that cursed place as fast as I could. I never went back to the Villisca Axe murder house. But I'll tell you this. I've never been able to shake the feeling that someone was following me that night. It's like the house doesn't just want you to visit. It wants you to stay, forever. And if you ever find yourself on the road to Villisca, I wouldn't go near that house if I were you. Because once you step inside, once you breathe in the cold, damp air, you might never leave.